I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Freaking me out a little bit.
remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
What are you, Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
105.3 The Fan.
Low line drive to left. It skips to the wall. It is over, and Cal Raleigh is your 2025 T-Mobile Home Run Derby champion. The Major League home run leader, and Raleigh, who just squeaked in.
Good morning, Metroplex. That's the way we start the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ on your home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. Bobby Belt will be back on Thursday for the Firehouse Tour in Richardson. We got Ross crushing it in place of Peyton Russell. And we got Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And the dream season continues for the home run leader.
Yeah, it does. And it almost didn't because of a crazy first round tiebreaker.
An inch and a half on the distance of the home run.
0.8 of an inch. Or what's the second number? Is that tenths, hundredths, whatever it is? Brent Rooker, his longest home run was 470.53 feet. And Raleigh's was 470.61 feet.
Man, I felt for Rooker. Because,
it's like an inch. It's like an inch, right?
No, I didn't feel for him because of that. I felt for him because of daddy duty.
Oh, dad.
There on the sideline, they show the picture of him, the wife, the kids all set up, and he's holding up the milk bottle. I'm like, damn, he can't even not feed the baby.
Yeah.
I know he's got some split responsibilities in that house.
Oh, yeah.
And he's got to feed the baby while he's participating in the derby.
It's crazy. But, yeah, so 475.3 to 476. So, yeah, it's like an inch. You know, which is crazy. Like, have a swing off, guys. Like, we don't need to be sitting here just dissecting an inch. Have a swing off. That's what the fans want to see. But he gets in. And, you know, thankfully because he gets in, you know, he gets to continue this dream season. And he gets to go on and win a home run derby that, man, they've got to make some changes to this thing. That the fact that I'm getting dizzy trying to follow the baseball.
I saw you and some Tolos talking about the camera angle.
I mean, like,
okay, explain how it used to be done, what is done, and what you think should be done. We used to follow the entire screen on the hitter, and we used to follow every single ball on the main screen.
Right. So as soon as the hitter would swing, the camera would pan to the baseball. And you would see this majestic ball flying through the air. Josh Hamilton, 5,000 feet. And, you know, then the hitter would get up there and take his time, and it took forever. And you had these 6-hour home run derbies. And it was too long. Yeah. I get it. It was too long. So now they've done it where it's timed. It's 3 minutes, 4 minutes, whatever. And, you know, now they've also limited it to, in the first round, I think it's 40 pitches. And then it goes down to 27, whatever. So they've changed that up. But now, because it's so fast, you don't get to see the majestic fly ball because they've already thrown the next pitch. And they're doing a split screen.
You got to follow where the ball lands and then the contact of the next swing to judge whether it's getting out.
Yeah, and because they're showing it on a split screen where the ball flies out, half the time it looks like it's sideways. It looks like it's not even a real ball flight. So they got to figure something out. I would just go back to the old way, and if you want to speed things up, you know, just limit the amount of pitches. And part of this is you got to get a guy to get the ball over the plate. You get 30 pitches, 40 pitches. I don't know, but this isn't it. This is just guys swinging bats, you know, and it's like that's not as fun. It was fun when you used to see Sammy Sosa hit the scoreboard in Milwaukee, you know, in the center field where the ball just...
Or last night it hit in the top of the building.
Yeah, it was Oneil Cruz, I think, hit the top of the building. Like, that should be a stop-down moment where the whole thing stops, take a pause, like everyone laughs, like, oh my God, this is great.
Because they're swinging, and half the time the guy's not even look up and following the ball. He's resetting. He knows he got it. He looks down. His head doesn't even travel up into the stands, and then he's just rearing back into position to get ready for the next one because of the speed aspect.
And, you know, because of the speed aspect, you're in a groove. So in the finals, Junior Caminero's in the finals, and he's on a tear. Well, some little twerp out in the outfield.
This is awesome.
Robs him of a home run, and he's like, no, I got that.
And the guy on the call, dang it.
Was it Ravitch? Suarez? Eduardo Perez?
Eduardo Perez. I think Eduardo overstepped for a second, realized, hey, it's a kid, kind of like the fan in the crowd. What are you going to do? You're going to try to make a play on the ball. And then he goes, at the end of the day, they're just kids. But at first he goes, he's not out there for that.
Yeah.
He's not out there,
He's
for,
not
that.
out there for that.
I was like, dude, relax, calm down. I was not thinking we had a Jeffrey Mayer moment.
No.
They counted the home run.
They counted the home run.
As long as we got it right.
Yeah.
As long as they got it right. That's what Eduardo said.
So they count the home run, but he gets out of his groove because he was on. I mean, he was on a tear there. He had like 7 home runs the first like 50 seconds, and that stopped everything down. So I don't know, I love that they have the kids out there. Put a secondary wall up. Put like a short fence at the warning track so you can't do anything like that.
And then the dream continues with his dad, former D1 coach for like 12 years, and his brother, the battery mate.
Yeah.
So you got dad, Cal, and brother all there with the home run derby win.
I'm very upset with the brother.
Really?
The brother had a baby blue catcher's mitt. I'm positive my son is going to ask for the same thing. Because he's got a baby blue regular mitt. And I'm positive he's going to want a matching one.
Well, did he watch? Or it's just going to go viral, the clips?
It'll probably go viral. I think he was watching a little bit. He was probably playing it on the show, MLB The Show. But I know he tuned in for a little bit. Definitely not the whole 4 hours.
Cal Raleigh after the home run derby W.
It means the world, you know. I could have hit 0 home runs and I would have had just as much fun. So I just can't believe it went long. It's unbelievable.
So there's the family moment as McAfee is out there presenting the chain and all that.
He was everywhere. He was literally everywhere. I think he was the MC of the entire week.
Yeah.
I don't know what his role is going to be today.
Is this game in Indianapolis? Like the
not.
MC of the city here?
not.
The host of the city? Nope. And part of that, Pat, I'm sure regretted, which we'll get to coming up in a little bit. Jazz Chisholm.
Jazz Chisholm.
This guy, I can't stand this guy. He is a clown.
He's definitely a clown. He's fun, but he's definitely a clown.
I cannot believe he got put on the cover of the show.
I think it was it David Sampson, who was the Marlins president, said Jeter got you on the cover of that, which I mean he might have.
Yeah.
They were trying to promote the game. He's young, he's fun, good style.
But he's been a letdown since that. He hasn't done anything to live up to that.
No, I mean, he made the All-Star team this year. I think he's got like 18 or 20 home runs or something.
Oh.
I did not realize he had that many.
Yeah.
He'd be leading the Rangers in home runs.
Well, what he did last time may lead the Rangers in home runs because he hit 3.
He hit 3.
He hit 3 with this awesome, demon bat that he had. He's got 17 home runs.
Wow.
Wow.
So I went
okay.
and looked. I was like,
24 last year, 250 career average.
yeah, he's not a home run hitter, right? He's not a home run hitter. He was out there lacing doubles down the right field line the whole time. So I went and looked at the worst home run derby performances. And 19 times you've had somebody fail to hit a home run.
Wow.
And some big names on here. Jose Canseco, Cecil Fielder, Ken Griffey Jr.
What?
1990 Griffey. Bobby Bowe, Darryl Strawberry, Mike Piazza twice, Gary Sheffield, Nomar, Jim Thome, Brett Boone.
Oh, Wednesday, tomorrow, 9:20. You have to talk to him about it.
Robinson Cano, Yasiel Puig. Those are guys hitting 0.
Never?
Never. Chisholm has the worst performance since 2014, though. Puig hit 0, and then Brian Dozier, remember him, hit 2. But it's the worst one since 2014.
Jazz stood up there, and I thought he was confused. He thought he was in a regular at bat, like he took like 5 pitches.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, swing the freaking bat. Let's go. Come on.
The bat. And change your swing up. He's out there just trying to do this like line drive swing. It's like, bro, hit some home runs.
All right, so there's the home run derby. You got anything else from that last night, as it was the only sports event taking place in the world?
I do miss Berman.
Yeah, man, Carl Ravitch. I don't know what it is. My Carl Ravitch opinion, and he's been on the show. Appreciate him coming on. Not feeling it. Not feeling it with Carl Ravitch just overall.
It's he's
and I don't even know the analyst that was up there. Who was the other guy? Who was the white dude? That former teammate of Chris Sale. Chris Sale popped on for a second. I don't even know the analyst in this thing.
Was it Frenchie? Was it Jeff Francoeur? I don't remember who it was.
So.
Look, I think they need to go back to the swing off. I think they got to go back to showing the ball, fly out. Maybe let them use metal bats. in this thing. That'd be cool. Aaron Judge, get your butt in here. Griffey did it like 8 times, man. Like this is Shohei. Get in here. This is for this. We needed to have Raleigh, Shohei, and Judge in this thing. You would have 3 guys on pace for like 55 or more home runs. They did it in 99, right? 99 had Bonds, McGuire, and Griffey. This could have been on par with that, man. You could have had Shohei and Judge and Cal Raleigh. Like, let's go.
It was Todd Frazier. ESPN facing backlash over terrible home run derby broadcast. This is the headline on Yahoo.
Oh, boy.
So they're getting called out for that. Viewers criticized bringing Pat McAfee to Atlanta to host the event and complained about awkward camera angles. Twitter. Is anyone actually surprised that ESPN could ruin the home run derby TV viewing experience? The concept of the derby should be the easiest thing for ESPN to pull off. It's easier than a regular game. Just show us the home runs. Somehow they can't do this. And then another, I can't believe they still have not fixed the split screen camera angles, waiting for the ball to land before the next pitch. It's an easy fix. It's impossible to watch. What a disappointment.
Yeah,
so they're getting killed for what you talked about to start the show.
They'll figure it out maybe next year. I don't know. They don't know who's going to have it next year because the contract with ESPN's up, right? But they went back to the bargaining table. So they're trying to maintain and get this relationship continuing. And if they do, ESPN does do the best job of promoting this thing, right? I mean, they had the connection.
The other network don't have anyone left on air to promote it.
That's true. But they had the connection with McAfee. They had him with Manfred. They had him hosting some symposium. They had him hosting everything. So you've got people. It's better than FS1. They just fired everybody, like you said. Where else you going to go? NBC? Well, NBC doesn't do baseball.
By the way, 3 of the guys last night were competing for it's $1 million if you win it.
Yeah.
$1 million. If 3 of the guys had won it, more than they would be making this entire Major League season. Caminero, Oneil Cruz, and James Wood are all pre-arbitration earning less than $800K.
That's
WNBA-esque.
We've seen guys. I think when Judge won it, he was in the same boat. When Vlad Jr. won it the first time, I think he was in the same boat. It's like you get these guys. Oh, Pete Alonso, when he won it the first time, he was in the same boat. You get these guys out there who are kids who are out there like, of course they're going to do it. When you make $300 million like Shohei or $700 million like Shohei. What's $1 million? Although that's his salary, basically, he's taking home this year. Everything else deferred.
That's right. 877-881-1053 to get in on a Tolo Tuesday here on your home of the Texas Rangers. It's Sean and RJ with you. 877-881-1053 live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. In case you missed the quarterback list that came out, we'll remind you where Dak Prescott ended up amongst the decision makers in the NFL. And what about his fellow players? This list is the one that everyone was talking about yesterday. Last year, Dak was 16th. Where did he end up on this? Inside the NFL on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys as well. Sean and RJ with the 6 a.m. Club. Just getting started on the Fan. But first, let me go ahead and get you on over to GimmeTheVin.com.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. Sorry. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
In a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ with you. Bobby Belt back Thursday when we take the show live on the road. It's the Thursday Firehouse Tour in Richardson, and we're going to feed you breakfast from Whataburger. The KNC Masterpiece going to be hanging out at Whataburger today with the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders. Did I just hear that correctly? That is going down in Frisco, El Dorado Parkway. Kevin and Corey, KNC Masterpiece, 10 a.m. with giveaways, including Whataburger for an entire year.
Oh,
so
baby.
That's the KNC Masterpiece getting you fed.
That's today. Our Firehouse Tour is Thursday, like you said, and that's at Fire Station number 1 in Richardson, 300 North Greenville.
Bobby will be back for that. Peyton is out on vacation as well. In case you missed it yesterday, the big list dropped from ESPN. Jeremy Fowler surveys executives, coaches, scouts, ranking the NFL's top 10 at each position, and the quarterback list was revealed. I'll just reset it for you. Pat Mahomes was 1, Josh Allen 2, Joe Burrow 3, Lamar Jackson 4, Jaden Daniels, the big talking point, at least for us, at 5, Stafford at 6. Zach Wolchuk said, suck on that, Bobby. Justin Herbert, 7. Jared Goff, 8. Jalen Hurts coming in at number 9. And Baker Mayfield, 10. Any major issues thinking about this 24 hours later?
I still don't like the idea of putting somebody at 5 who played 1 year. I know he had a great year. I just don't like it. I need to see more of that. It's just like I wouldn't drop Mahomes for having a bad year. You know, like I don't know that I would. I don't like the immediate roller coaster that we do with players. Basically, like if you're the best player in the league, you're the best player in the league, and I don't care what kind of year you have. I need to see it multiple years in a row before I drop you, and same thing to raise you.
Honorable mentions: C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love also receiving some votes. Kyler, Purdy, Rodgers, Tua, Bo Nix, and Dak Prescott. But that is not the list that everyone was talking about yesterday, at least that I saw on social media. It was the NFL Top 100, which I'm like, why are we talking about the NFL Top 100 more than this ESPN one? The Top 100 is more so of a joke, voted on by some players. Not everyone does it. And I trust the players' vote a lot less than the executives, the scouts, and the coaches. A lot less. Now, I know you're saying, well, they're playing against them. They're the ones that are actually on the field. They're not sitting on their rear ends like you guys, talking into a microphone. But these guys don't get a chance to watch all the games, and some of them don't even want to watch all the games. Last year, Dak Prescott came in on the top 100 at number 16. Yesterday, he got dropped to number 79. So from 16 to 79, here is a little bit of the Dak profile, including some other players in the league discussing number 4.
Dak Prescott's day is done. The Cowboys say the quarterback has a hamstring injury and will not return. Saw him just staring into space. Overall, an unhappy day all the way around.
You can't fault him for getting hurt. You know, it's not his fault that had an injury, but he was doing really well, and he's proven in the past that he's a really good quarterback. So, but yeah, I would list him in the top 100.
Obviously, I was drafted to the Eagles this past year, so can't be too fond of him or like him too much anymore. That's just the part of the game. He did have a shortened season, and wasn't able to put everything out there on the field and showcase why he's a top 100 player, but. Everything that I've heard is he is one of the best human beings that you can be around.
Just being under pressure 24/7, be able to control that. Great leader out there, a leader amongst men.
Pace and operation, the rest take care of itself. Be us, fast, physical, all day.
So all you got to do is go to the comments on Twitter, and I know Zach Wilczuk got twisted up in all this yesterday, saying the comments are just wild. You have some saying, way too high, he's a bum, and others saying, what a credit to him that he even made the list despite playing 8 games. So there's Dak at number 79.
I mean, it is a credit that he made the list, even play just 8 games. He was never the 16th best player in the NFL, like he was voted last year.
Right.
This is more about where he is.
These lists are the quarterback list is so fluid. That's why I don't really get that worked up.
So fluid.
Yeah.
I wonder where he ranks.
Look at what we did with Lamar. Like, no one can really go crazy if you've had Lamar Jackson outside of the top 10 or number 1. I mean, he's a perfect illustration. He's been the NFL number 1, according to the players, and then he's been outside the top 10 from the executives. Like it's all over the place.
It's all over the place.
Look at Baker Mayfield. Jaden Daniels, we're probably going to be doing this about. Justin Herbert, we've ranked too high over the years. Jalen Hurts is always an interesting conversation, but I've stopped getting as worked up over these quarterback lists over the past 2 or 3 years.
I don't know how you can get worked up about them anymore. Like, they are so fluid. You've got your top 2, 3, and then it's maybe 4, and then there's like a gap, and then there's a whole lot of, it depends on the year you had. But I don't have a problem with Dak being here at all. I do wonder where he ranks in terms of all quarterbacks on this list. I hate they're doing this by 2s.
So I went and checked, and there's only one quarterback below him, and that's Tua. 1.
Tua.
Yep.
So Tua's in the top 100.
Yep. I thought you liked Tua.
I do. I do like Tua, but I would not put Tua ahead of.
Be careful who you name, because that person most likely is going to be on the list. Who are you going to throw out?
I wouldn't put Tua ahead of Trevor Lawrence.
Okay. Yeah, Trevor's Trevor's not going to be on here.
He's not. No, I know. Yeah, I don't think there's a chance he's on here.
But I mean,
put
Tua has better numbers than Trevor.
He does. I wouldn't put Tua over Kyler.
Kyler is not going to be on here.
I know.
But Tua has had arguably a better career than both.
He has. He's got to have problems staying healthy, though. That's part of it. That's part of it for me. He's just having problems staying healthy.
And maybe that's why Dak is at 79.
You what?
Maybe that's why Dak is at 79.
Yeah, that probably is.
Nick Sirianni is not happy over the notion that Jalen Hurts was along for the ride during the Eagles Super Bowl run. Quote, I think that's BS. And he said the whole word. I mean, he plays the most important position in all of sports, ultimate team game. What I admire about him is his selflessness of doing anything we need to do to win. So he's not happy. He is not thrilled. The head coach, filthy. He said, you can go ahead and start naming great quarterbacks. I'll tell you they're great receivers and they're great defenses. Whether it's Brady with Gronk, Brady's defenses early on, Mahomes with Kelsey, Young with Rice. The list goes on and on. Sometimes it's good debate. I wouldn't even say it's good debate, but it's debate that people are able to have. But yeah, I guess my first initial thing, it's bull S.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is the amazing thing that you can do here. Is that it's impossible to prove, so you could say anything. Like you could say, you could just say something as, well, you don't know what they're asked to do. Okay, that's true. We don't know what they're asked to do.
Yep.
And that plays into it. Like we have no idea. This is the same thing that you could say about the Pro Football Focus when they're grading defensive guys. Well, you don't know what their assignment is. No, that's very true. That's very true. We don't. That's why this whole thing. This isn't technical. These lists aren't technical. It's like, oh, what'd you do? Did you? Your perception, your narrative, I mean, that all plays. That all plays. Like Sean Payton versus Mike McCarthy versus Mike Tomlin. The narrative plays. This is the reality.
The thing that sucks for me in trying to tear down Hurts and say he was just along for the ride is his actual cover your ears, Bobby. His actual performances in the Super Bowl.
It's been tremendous.
He had 4 touchdowns in the first one. 3 touchdowns. Now 3 of them were on the ground. I don't know if they were all 1-yard runs. I forgot. He threw for 1. And then last year, he had 2 touchdowns, Super Bowl MVP. So 525 passing yards in the Super Bowl, 3 passing touchdowns, 3 rushing touchdowns, 142 total rushing yards, and the career passer rating 109 in the big game. So he is balled out in the last game of the season when it's to decide the championship.
It doesn't matter if it's in a win or a loss. I mean, he had one of the best games on a loss you're going to have. One of the best. And he was phenomenal last year.
Let's go around the rest of the league. Garrett Wilson, who I thought may have been on his way out of New York. I thought they were going to screw up and choose Rodgers over Wilson. He got paid yesterday. 4 for $130. That includes $90 million guaranteed. Schefter says it marks the first time in history a receiver has received an average of over 31 a year after playing only 3 seasons. He's now under contract for the next 6. Wow.
Look, I think Garrett Wilson's a really nice player.
Yeah.
Really, really nice. The amount of people I heard on the radio the last 24 hours, TV or whatever, that are clearly Jet fans that just have no sense of how, like, he's good, but like they're putting him on the, it's a push between him and CeeDee Lamb and Amon-Ra St. Brown. It's like, guys, can we stop with this? It's not a push between him and CeeDee Lamb.
No. I think he could be better than Amon-Ra, but he hasn't had the quarterback. I think Garrett Wilson is a stud. I'm surprised he actually had 101 catches last year. He's had 1,000 yards in each of his 3 seasons, and I'm surprised he actually had 7 touchdowns because I thought it was worse than that. It seemed like he and Rodgers hated each other, and I was hoping that someone in that organization would let him escape. But here they are. They're like, let's just go ahead and pay you early.
Yeah, this is what the Cowboys don't do.
Yeah.
When the Jets are doing things the right way and you're not, it's not a very good thing. But I wonder, the Cowboys' issue, is it cheapness? Is it we don't see an issue with waiting? Or are they just so indecisive?
I can't do this topic again.
Right? But that's what they are. They're just so indecisive. Like, we want to see it. We want to see all the tea leaves. We want to see everything fall.
My question is, like, what are we doing right now in the dead period with Micah? Like,
nothing.
Why are we just like, all right, we're just going to... You're fine with him missing camp? You're not going to, I don't think, you're not going to win the negotiation.
No.
Are you just hoping that Micah's itch to be on the field in Oxnard makes his agent give in to a degree? That's best case scenario. It has to be.
That's the hope.
Because you are going to sign him to whatever he wants before you start game one. You need him more than he needs you, unless you're counting on his football passion working against him. That's the only thing I can think of.
And look, if you think his agent's going to give in, then you really actually don't know his agent's name. Because he's not going to give in. And that's part of it. Like, this is...
Unless Micah makes him.
Unless Micah makes him. But you don't hire that guy to make him. You don't hire Scott Boras to not get the free agency. You hire Scott Boras to wait until March and everyone's in spring training before you sign.
Yep.
This is going to get ugly, man. And Jerry's obviously taking the dead
You think it's going to
period.
get ugly, or we'll go a week and a half, and then it gets done?
I mean, I think that I would consider that ugly, though. Like, you're getting into padded practices, and you're approaching the week of the first preseason game, and he's unsigned. I would kind of border that on ugly. But, man, like, in college football, they have a dead period where you can't speak, can't contact. I think Jerry takes it literally. He thinks it's the college dead period, and he doesn't even speak.
Have we seen any pictures of a boat, of a yacht, of the Jones spring?
There's a tracker on it, right? Let's see.
You trust the tracker still?
I don't know what I trust anymore, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I don't know what I trust.
What's the last thing you got tricked by? Was it Centel?
Oh, yes. Over the weekend. Sarah got me with it. She got got. And I was like, wait a second.
She's following NBA Centel?
Yeah, so she says, whoa. What was it? Yeah. She goes, oh, LeBron got traded. It was either the Cleveland or the Mavs.
Oh,
I can't remember. And I'm like, huh? She goes, NBA Central. And I was like, was it? And she goes, oh, NBA Centel. And I was like, we're in the car. Yeah, we were in the car, and I was like, oh, my God.
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. So that is the Dak Prescott rankings. Number 79 amongst the players, not top 10 or honorable mention amongst the executives.
0 minutes ago, the boat, the yacht.
Oh!
It is at anchor. It is at anchor.
Where?
In the Cayman Islands. Prior to that, wait, no, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Italy.
I think that's the home base, is it?
It is in Napoli.
Okay.
That's where my family's from.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yep.
There you go.
And we didn't go there.
You did not?
No.
Did not go to see the relatives?
We did not. My dad always said, never go to Italy to see your family. They'll ask you for money.
Not going to go up the old family olive tree.
No, I want nothing to do with that olive tree. We left for a reason, I'm sure.
All right. You got two television sports networks. One is ESPN. The other fired everyone yesterday. We'll tell you who is out next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Bates.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
In the world, visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
If you watch a lot of the first fake shows on television, you are in for a major change. Good morning, Metroplex. Tolo Tuesday with Sean and RJ on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. We got a brand new ticket giveaway for you to win. 720 commercial-free expressway. If you don't get the tickets then, you can get them at 9 o'clock as well. FS1 canceled 3 of their 5 daily shows yesterday, and Joy Taylor was the lead from the New York Times. Joy Taylor out at Fox as they cancel the majority of the shows. Now, I think her contract was up, so I think that's important to point out. She didn't get fired, just that she's not going to come back. Of course, she was embroiled in the harassment allegations and the accusations that she was messing around with executives. Another girl who was suing a former Fox executive for sexual battery was apparently told by Joy to just get over it. So all of a sudden, Joy Taylor became an absolute bullseye for all types of jokes and comments on social media. She co-hosted her show with Keyshawn Johnson and Paul Pierce. That's over. They also canceled the morning show. I guess it was called Breakfast Ball and the Facility. So
yeah, Breakfast Ball is a good name if you're a golfer. If you're not a golfer, you have no idea what that means.
Is that exactly what it is? Breakfast Ball is golf?
So that's how I took it, because like when you tee up, first tee, you get on the first tee, you get 2 shots, right? And when you're playing with your boys, right? First tee, you get 2 shots. It's called a breakfast ball. It's like you haven't had your sandwich yet.
Okay.
You haven't had your Bloody Mary. Nobody goes to the range.
Yeah.
So you get a breakfast ball.
Okay.
So I thought that's what it was, but maybe it wasn't.
So on that show, Craig Carton gone with a second canceled show at the network. Our guy, Mark Schlereth, weekly with G-Bag. I think he's absolutely fantastic. I would love to get Mark Schlereth on more consistently. And Danny Parkins. The Facility includes Manny Acho, Chase Daniel, James Jones, and LaShawn McCoy. All 4, of course, former NFL players. So you got all these people getting blown out. Maybe this means the Playmaker can come back weekly on with us. I don't know, but major shakeup at Fox Sports 1.
Yeah, is that 9 people? Something like that? 9 people at least? More than that, 11. This is a big, it's a huge day for them. Like they got rid of everybody. They cleaned house. The amount of money that they saved, $8-10 million a year more that they just saved right here off the bat.
Well, I don't know what the payouts are.
I don't either, but like this is to me, FS1 tried to go the ESPN route where they just gobbled up all kinds of names, and look, Acho's not a name. He became kind of one. We get Shady and Irvin and Paul Pierce and just Schlereth. I mean, God knows what they were paying Craig Carton. What they paid him to leave WFAN?
Yeah.
Afternoon drive, valuable real estate.
Yes.
But you have no audience. They have no audience. You were never going to be able to sustain this. That's the problem with their format. They're better off just trying to find the next Nick Wright constantly.
Yeah, I think it's now. I understand why they did it.
Yeah.
Go with big names, but to me, they were retreads. I'm just going to give it from a viewer standpoint. I'm not going to get all broadcast business nerdy behind the scenes. All those shows can go. I think Craig Carton, I wish Bobby was here to lay into him. I didn't think Craig Carton was good on TV. I know Parkins for a little bit from Kansas City. I'm sure he'll stay around. That's Nick Wright's boy, so I'm sure and he's fresh off a contract, so I'm sure he'll stick around there.
Those are radio guys, though. Like Craig is really funny on the radio. He's not meant for TV.
Yeah.
They
were counting maybe on a New York audience.
Yeah. Put him on MSG or whatever the hell they call it, SNY. I don't know Danny Parkins. I'm sure I've heard him like once or twice on the radio. He's fine. But I think him is more of a radio guy.
Yeah. The afternoon show, bye-bye, with apologies to the Playmaker. But Joy Taylor, whatever. Manny Acho became annoying to me. LaShawn McCoy, all his cowboy digs, the sarcasm. I like that he would say stuff and be bold about it, but it felt like a bit. It felt like a character. Paul Pierce can be funny at times. I don't need to hear Paul Pierce breaking down the National Football League, and I don't need to see Michael Irvin break down basketball, to be honest. I agree with you, though. The next thing to do is try to be Barstooly.
Yeah.
Find a big cat, find PFT, get those guys, put a camera in a regular room where it doesn't feel all formatty and you don't do the same old tired, boring topics with former ESPN people. We've seen them, been there, done that.
We got cameras in here. Just simulcast this. Put us up on FS1.
If you dress us up a little bit, I don't want to be TV dressed up. I think, in all seriousness, I'm not really saying we could be on network TV, even though I think we could. But this type of looser format.
This is what they need.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And legit, genuine arguing. Like, not, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Like, when me and Bobby get into it, it's legit. When we have squabbles on the show, it's not fake. It's not deathly real, but it's intense in the moment or a lot of ball busting. Like, real serious ball busting, not network ball busting.
And
Barstooly.
And then when the segment's over, very rarely have we ever carried something into the break.
Right.
Even if, no matter how angry we get during the segment, we never carry the break. So you have to have that. You have to have that. They'd be better off if they just took a bunch of radio shows and put them on TV.
Yeah.
1 hour at a time they want to.
And now, Ross, did you watch the FS1 programming? Were you sorry to see anyone leave? Anyone you liked in particular?
No, and someone on the YouTube pretty much put it best. They were like, we don't really have a whole lot of actual sports. I feel like most of my time with FS1 would be a random college football game. So I never really thought of it
NASCAR race.
Yeah, or I never really thought of it for its talk show programming. So I guess that for me was the biggest problem.
I mean, they have talk shows throughout the entire day.
They do. I just never go to it. I was just sitting here trying to find it, right? You were like, put it on. So I want to see what's on. I was like, what channel is it? 217? 219.
Right.
I know 206. I know 213 is MLB Network, right?
Yeah.
212 I think is NFL Network. You get your 240s, you get your TBS, your TNTs.
Can they curse more on there? Can they go the McAfee route?
They could.
Okay, that's what they need to do.
Yeah, they could.
I'm not saying drop F-bombs. They need to get just that type of chemistry amongst guys, who have been, or girls, who have been doing it for a long time, and you can be looser with it, and it's not as formatic, and you're not trying to be first take. Go the opposite direction. You've tried everything else. You might as well. And you'll save a lot of money doing it.
A lot of money.
Oh, we would entertain it for maybe a little bit of a raise.
I only need one comma.
Sources tell Front Office Sports that on-air talents who could be in play as new FS1 shows include...
All right, here we go.
Tony Reale, Max Kellerman, and Kay Adams.
Going back to the old Max Kellerman well, huh?
Yep.
He left the industry. He's gone. Nobody's heard anything from him. What's he been doing?
I don't know.
No one's heard a word from him.
Didn't he go back to boxing? Because wasn't that kind of his big thing?
Forte.
That's his big forte. Yeah, but he didn't show up for the finale of Around the Horn. There were a lot of people were saying that he was gonna maybe show up for it. I saw an article that he just kind of he's kind of gone away, just enjoying life. He's made a ton of money. Probably have to work again.
Right.
Reale
is a game show host.
Yeah.
Maybe he can give strong opinions. I've never heard it.
I've never heard it.
20 years.
Max gives opinions, and Reale, like you said, is the game show host. And Kay Adams, what is she doing now? She does
Up and Adams flirting with Shams.
Yeah.
And Gronk.
Yeah. Okay, cool. You're gonna overpay. You're gonna overpay for Max. Max is making a ton of money at First Take.
Yeah. So, I don't know. That's the format that we suggest and that we would go with. Call RJ's agent.
I don't have, I do, kind of. I don't, yeah.
Joe?
Yeah, I do. more for modeling, acting. I don't act or model.
Modeling!
I don't act or model. I'm a hand model.
I don't know if it's good negotiation, sound strategy to start off going. I don't know if I have it. Maybe I do. I don't know. We don't know if Tom Brady is actually dating or not. I can't keep up with this.
Dude, I can't keep up with this either. He thought better. There was talk that he was on a Spanish getaway with Sofia Vergara.
Oh, my God.
Which is just, it's not fair.
Yeah.
The guy's got 7 or whatever Super Bowl rings, and he had a ring on Giselle, Bridget Moynihan, who I always thought super sexy. And now he was out there chatting it up with Sydney Sweeney at Jeff Bezos' wedding. And then he was on a summer fling with Sofia Vergara. And now apparently that's not enough. And here he is hanging out with Dakota Johnson, I don't know who that is, and Kate Hudson in Ibiza. And here's Tom, in his TB12 perfect tan, looking all shredded.
And apparently it's just even representatives are like, it's an F-boy summer, basically. Good luck tying him down. He's not trying to date. And he's just going around trying to...
Yeah. But, I said this to Fred, last week. I think it was Fred. He's got a type. Like, some people like blondes, brunettes. Some people like big breasts. Some people like butts. Tom likes accents. Giselle and Sophia, he likes a good exotic accent.
Okay.
But apparently, that could be swayed when Sydney Sweeney walks into a room, who potentially might be the next Bond girl. That was some of the new news that came out yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, and I love a good Bond girl.
Does Tom drink? Remember the avocado vodka incident after the Tampa Bay won?
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to think how much fun Tom actually is. Because he's not gonna cut it loose with food. We know that.
Right. But I bet you when he drinks, he's a lot of fun because he doesn't. I don't think he drinks it often.
No.
So when he does cut up, it might take him a couple, and then he is Bobby Belt on a Super Bowl party.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. Is anyone missing anyone on the fan text from FS1? Anyone sorry to see anyone go? I think the resounding noise coming from the Tolos yesterday was good riddance. See you later. I might actually want to rank the ones I'm happiest to see go. Is it Shady? Is it Acho? It's probably... I couldn't take Acho anymore.
Man, I'm a Longhorn, and I can't even stand him anymore.
Really?
It's just tough.
It just became so self-important.
It was. He does a really good job, making it videos. I like that he does the videos.
I hate the videos.
The videos themselves, like the content of the videos.
Oh, you just like that he can hit record?
I just like that he is like...
What are you giving him credit for?
That he's
inserting himself in every topic?
No, and then he's like, written word is dead, I'm going video, right? People want to see videos as opposed to the written word. I like that, but it is self-important.
Forget about Tom Brady dating. Klay Thompson has taken over the headlines. Will that be bad for the Mavericks? And why is Mark Cuban all of a sudden changing his tone on Nico Harrison? That's next with Sean and RJ with a brand new ticket giveaway around the corner right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. In order to thank you even more, you know, the verbal thank you is only worth so much. We actually have to give presents and gifts in order to keep you tuning in. And we're going to do that during the 720 commercial-free expressway, where RJ Choppy has come up with the questions for Ask Reddit. So we'll do Ask Reddit. And my most interesting topic of the day, 720, the unthinkable Texas Ranger trade that RJ Choppy is going to discuss. But what's gotten into Mark Cuban? You know, after Nico traded Luka, Mark let it be known he was against it. He had that funny little Apple computer software joke, you know, as he was sitting down at a conference. He went on TV and said, I wouldn't have done it. And Mark had I thought, won back some of the public favor from those who had turned against him. And then he sits down over Summer League weekend. He's just sitting there in the stands, just like he's a regular old owner, just like old times. And Cuban sat down with Sirius XM Radio and was asked if he still trusts Nico.
Do you have confidence in him? And should that?
Sure. Yeah, for sure. Right. You know, trades are trades. You know, I let Steve Nash go.
Yeah.
And the whole town hated my ass for a long time. Like, not a little bit.
We loved you in Phoenix.
Yeah, I know, right? And he goes and he wins 2 MVPs, and I got nothing back for him, right? You know, not every decision is one everybody's going to agree with, but there's a lot more to being a general manager. And particularly now with the new CBA and the second apron, trying to put together a team and being able to keep together a team is a lot harder. You saw what OKC did, which was smart. They signed all those guys now, and people are like, how can you sign all these guys to money? Well, they sign it now because the cap is as low as it's going to be for a while, and they know it's going to go up 10% a year, so it kind of positions them well. Nico's done the same thing. We've got guys, everybody but PJ's on an extended contract, so we're going to keep on having more and more room because those contracts are locked in.
Wow. Kumbaya.
Yeah.
Sprinkles and cupcakes everywhere. What an about face turn from Mark Cuban. Every time I want to trust Mark, I get reminded of a reason not to. And this is where my wife would call me naive. And I know the fan text is going to say, hey, he still owns, a quarter? He still has to get in line when the new owners tell him, don't be going out there in public and talking against our front office. And these are just the vibes, Choppy, that I got with his enthusiasm and his rah-rah cheerleading and his MFFL pom-poms.
Right.
Where he's like, oh, trade's trade. You know? First off, as the internet pointed out strongly, Steve Nash is not Luka Doncic, with all due respect. Steve Nash, a Hall of Famer, fantastic. Luka Doncic is going to go down as better. Second off, you didn't trade Steve Nash. Steve Nash left in free agency. You want to make a comparison?
Now, the Mavs, I guess the thought would have been the Mavs didn't push to sign him.
Right. Yes.
Which I think is it's not the same,
yeah,
but it's kind of.
But Nash did not have the standing here that Luka did.
No.
Luka's a god.
Right.
Luka's a god here. Nash wasn't at the time.
He was beloved, but not like that. It was like.
You want to make a comparison, Mark? Talk about trading Dirk. Nash is not in the same ballpark in terms of tie to the community, what he represented, greatness as a player. Dirk would be to me. Dirk would be a comparison, not Steve Nash. It's not apples and apples. Oh, trades are trades. No, trades are not all just trades, especially not this one. It just hacked me off.
Yeah, man. It's look, I get from his standpoint.
It feels like he was told get in line.
Yeah, but what's he getting? Why would he be told get in line? He's an owner of the team. He's a minority owner. He is a stake. They can't get him out of there, right? He has no say. He's not going to get a say. I don't think Mark's going to simp.
But it doesn't help business to keep crapping on the team.
No, it doesn't help business.
Doesn't help get a new arena.
That's fair.
You know what I mean? Like, it's still in his best business interest for the Mavericks to do well.
Yeah, it is. Here's the thing. This is but
just a change in tone from the months after the Luka deal every time Mark spoke.
Yeah, now listen, I'll be honest. Like, I wonder how many fans held their anger until the end of the season and then to the draft, and then you get the new player, and it's like, all right, you know what? It's time to move on. It happens in relationships. You have a bad breakup. You find someone else. She finds someone else. Eventually, everybody's kumbaya. Everybody's fine. That happens. That happens a lot. So
I bet if you put out a poll, and again, it doesn't speak for everyone. If you put out a poll, are you over it after getting Cooper Flag? The minority, it would
over it. No,
right.
Come to terms with it
back with the Mavs.
Yeah, back at the Mavs. I think you would see a lot of people like, yeah, I'm back on. Like, at the end of the day, I'm not going to be bitter forever. Got a new guy. Look, if they had gotten...
I just wish he would have been like, look, I thought it was a bad trade. I didn't agree with the trade. I'll never agree with the trade, but we got to move forward. Not spinning it like, hey, it's just another transaction. Steve Nash was 14-7 here. All right, don't put him in the Luka category before he won 2 MVPs with the Suns. He was 14-7.
The year before he got traded, he left. He was 14-7.
No, his career numbers here.
Oh yeah, especially early on. Yeah, absolutely, that makes sense.
I mean, his best years here, he was 18-10, 18-11. Really good.
Yeah,
really good. I'm just saying it wasn't to Luka level. No one thought when Nash left he was going to the Hall of Fame. We all know that Luka is going to the Hall of Fame. So I just thought it was a untrustworthy change in tone. Annoying. I was annoyed by it with Mark Cuban.
Steve Nash won an MVP with 19 points and 11 assists.
Yes. The numbers look weird.
Yeah, that was Dirk's MVP anyway.
But if you were watching the Suns, you
oh yeah,
you didn't have a doubt. It's like you had to see it.
You had to see it.
It was so fun.
It really was. It really was. But yeah, look, if they had, if the Mavs went to the draft and didn't get the number 1 pick, and they signed Cooper Flag, and they didn't get the number 1 pick, they didn't get Cooper Flag, and instead they got, Carter
Bryant,
Cedric Coward, who had 11. We are not sitting here in a good position today, as a team, as an organization, and the fan base is not back on board.
Right.
To get Cooper Flag, it was literally the one replacement that you could get where you could say, all right, I'm back in. I miss Luka. I'm back in. That changed a lot of things for a lot of people. Do you see the photos of him?
Luka?
Yeah, look at the other day.
Which ones? Is he naked this time? Just showing us he's...
There's a side shot of him in L.A. In a Lakers jersey, and with him now, and just the fat face,
face.
Oh my God, the face, dude! I'm telling you, if he could find a way to commute from Slovenia to L.A. every day for a game, and just live over there and eat their food, whatever they eat over there, the healthy, organic, all that crap.
Yeah,
I mean, he's dangerous.
Speaking of Dirk and Cuban, some clips are coming out because Dirk is going to do broadcasting work for Amazon Prime, NBA on Prime, and he told a funny little story of Cuban back in the day.
I'll never forget, I was in a nightclub. A guy came up to us, and I remember he was a season ticket holder. He was sitting pretty close to the bench, and he was pretty wild and animated during games. He came over to us, and he's like, can I buy you guys a beer? And I'm like, no thanks, we're good, right? Fast forward like a week or 2 weeks later, that guy just bought the Mavs.
It was the 99-2000 season. I was a season ticket holder, and we're undefeated. And there's nobody in the place, there's no energy, and I'm like, I could do a better job than this. And then I was like, now I can afford it. I can put my money where my mouth is. So I ended up buying them. The only award the Mavericks had won in the previous 10 years was the award for the worst professional sports franchise across all sports. That was our claim to fame.
Yeah, I remember that along with the Timberwolves. I would laugh at it from afar in Maryland. The Dallas Mavericks and the Minnesota Timberwolves. And Cuban said for the old Dallasites, it was Stark Club. That's where, on McKinney Ave, that's where Dirk turned down his beer offer. Stark Club, McKinney Avenue.
Man, I saw a lot of photos of Dirk where it did look like he turned down the beer. Nash, too.
That's right.
I've seen some of those photos.
All right, we go from past to present. Bobby Marks, friend of, I believe, the G-Bag Nation, does really good work on ESPN talking about Cooper Flagg's improvement through Summer League.
How much time do we have? I think what stood out is how much better he got from game 1 to game 2, and I think there's certainly a comfort level. What you saw for Cooper Flagg, the one thing I wanted to see with him is the ability to go left, and as you see right here, that's the one concern scouts had, and it felt like he made it a mission for every one of his drives to go left. Once he was able to get downhill like we saw in this game, it kind of just opened up everything for Cooper. He was able to make some shots, certainly getting to the rim here. But as Summer League, as you know, it's about experimenting. It's about getting better each game, and I think we certainly saw that with Cooper Flagg in game 2.
Kevin Hagelin was talking about that along with Corey yesterday in Crosshawk going left. Those fellas will be out at Whataburger today in Frisco with the Cowboy cheerleaders. Cooper Flagg's NBA 2K rating dropped the other day. Now, I know 2K is
dropped as in came out or went down?
Came out.
Okay.
Just came out. I know Bobby plays 2K. Ross, are you a video game guy? Aiden, raise your hands if you guys play 2K right now.
Not like actively, but from time to time.
All right, Aiden says he plays. Choppy, your boys, or you?
I never really got into 2K. My kids, no, they have it. At least they had one a couple of years ago. They played for a while, but they haven't played this year.
All right, Aiden, you tell me, like, thumbs up, thumbs down, whether this rating is good, and more importantly on the fan text, if you play it. Flagg's initial rating is, he said he would be happy in the 70s. He got an 82.
Oh, wow.
Is that Does that seem right? Does that fit? And he said his goal is to improve it to a 90 by the time the season ends. So there it is. The 2K rating for Cooper Flagg if you play the video games.
That's a pretty decent number. That's a pretty decent number for a rookie who never played.
Let's talk about the new celebrity couple, and he belongs on the Dallas Mavericks. Klay Thompson and Megan Thee Stallion, the hard launch.
Yeah, there was a soft launch last week. That was the photo of her at the pool and some guy who looked like Klay Thompson way in the background.
Wearing like Mavs warm-up gear.
Yeah. Well, this is very much...
She's from San Antonio, I guess.
Yeah, this is very much a hard launch here. He has a photo holding hands. It's from downstairs. It's like they're the photos from a few steps down the stairs. And it's a shot of Meg's butt, kissing Klay, and then holding hands, and then the Labubu opening.
Klay got her some Labubu. He must be listening to the morning show. He got her those damn demented dolls.
I still don't understand what you're supposed to do with these things.
I don't either. She's gonna put it on her purse.
And so it's just this big giant doll dangling from her purse.
Yeah. But I don't think it's just for purse. I think it's just to like have and collect. It's like that Chia Follow doll over there. Like, what are we doing with that? I'm gonna get a Merce and just put that Chia doll hanging off to embarrass my wife the way that she is embarrassing me getting stuffed animals.
Is that a Chia pet? Is that a Chia pet?
That's not a Chia pet.
But yeah, so there's the now we have the hard launch.
So we're going to get Megan Thee Stallion sightings in the Metroplex.
Well, it could be a summer fling. Klay might want to be just like he's here for the summer. He's here for the party.
Because she was with Torrey Craig off the Bulls.
Sure.
And I guess I don't know.
You could have told me any team. You could have named any team in the league.
And Torrey Craig got exposed quickly by some Instagram model. So she's moving on to another NBA player.
Moving on to Klay Thompson. Look, the Mavs are cool again. This is a sign of that. Now first, I don't generally want my players dating other famous people. Distractions galore. But the Mavs are cool. Like if you're a player dating a world famous musician, you're on a cool team. That's just the way it is in general.
No,
they don't date players that aren't cool.
Khloe
usually.
Kardashian dated a Cavalier.
Tristan Thompson.
That's the definition of not cool being Cleveland.
Yeah, what do you have? Texas
Cavalier.
First.
He's on Cleveland Cavaliers. Oh, you going back to his college days?
Yeah.
No.
That was LeBron Cavs, though. LeBron Cavs were cool.
Oh, that was LeBron Cavs?
LeBron
Okay.
Cavs are cool.
Devin Booker.
That's cool. Suns are cool, right?
Suns are cool. Okay. Chalamet. Kai Knicks. He's
Timothy
not a player.
Chalamet? He's an actor. It's cool.
Yeah,
That's cool.
All right, so there it is. Megan Thee Stallion and Klay Thompson with the hard launch. All right, we got a brand new concert ticket giveaway to hook you up with. We're going to go commercial free with the Expressway. We're going to do Ask Reddit at 7:40. The Tolo's number one favorite Expressway segment during the morning show. But I've been waiting for this. I'm going to reheat my coffee and kick my feet up because RJ Choppy is going to talk about the unthinkable Texas Ranger trade that no one has brought up next on 105.3 The Fan.
they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
We have a phrase on this show. We love drama. But other people's drama.
Other people's drama.
Not our own.
Yes.
This is kind of our own.
Oh.
And we don't like this. So, trade deadline is approaching here. So we have, let's see, 15 days, 2 weeks and a day-ish until the trade deadline of Major League Baseball. I don't know what's going to happen. But, I had some calls over the weekend. I don't usually do a whole lot of phone college, but this one came to me. Just talking about, hey, what's going to happen with the Rangers come trade deadline? Now, we had John Morosi on yesterday. And he's like, I think the Rangers are going to be buyers. They're more likely to buy than sell. And you and I have pretty much been on the let's kind of go for it here. And I think Chris Young is leaning in that same direction. Let's kind of go for it.
Morosi was very positive. He's like, in the American League, if you're in the Rangers position, you are in it. And then Morosi was sitting there talking about buying pitching. We'll get to that later on because I think it's a more interesting, longer discussion. But Morosi was upbeat on behalf of the Rangers and saying, yeah, go get a closer or another starter because Marcus Semien is the X factor in your offense who has woken up.
He's woken up. Corey Seager is
Morosi was great yesterday.
Fire. Yeah, Morosi's fantastic. So I think the way it's going to, I think what we're looking at here is Chris Young really looks at it like, if I have Eovaldi and DeGrom and I make the postseason, I have a chance.
Yeah.
I think when it gets down to it, those are the only two guys that he would say are completely, unequivocally untouchable. Will not trade. Either one of those two.
Oh, you're forgetting somebody.
Well, I'm not, and I'll get to that in a second. But those two guys are really the linchpins for this entire operation. If they're there, you're there. If they're not there, you're not there. They have those two guys, the top of rotation. They can win any playoff series. Morosi said it yesterday. Let's say you're in a wild card series, which is going to be for the Rangers probably a road series, 3 games. And let's say you go to New York or Boston or any place, right? Seattle. And you're out there and you're throwing of DeGrom and Eovaldi, you're going to win the best of 3. You're going to win that series. So, assuming the pitching can line up like that, right? Assuming that you get the off day. So those two guys are unequivocally untouchable. But I was talking, I was like, all right, how much of the Pilar comments from a couple of weeks ago ring true? For a refresh, this is on Foul Territory TV and MLB Network show. It's got like Eric Kratz, AJ Przinsky is on this. And this is Pilar talking about some of the things that surprised him in his brief stay. He was only here about, a month or so of the season. But in his brief stay, some of the things that surprised him and stood out to him about how tight this Ranger team is.
I thought they would be a little bit tighter as a group. I thought it would be like, kind of like my experience in Atlanta. That was probably one of the tightest groups since, I was in Toronto. It's like everyone just, pulled on the same rope. Everyone wanted to hang out. Everyone wanted to do everything together. Everyone, winning was the most important thing every day. And, when I got in the clubhouse in Texas, there's a lot of talent in there, and there's just a lot of individual stuff going on. A lot of guys are doing their own thing. You might not see people till the game goes on.
Until the game?
Guys are kind of just doing their own thing, whether they have their own and there's not a knock against people that have their own routines, right? Some people, have routines where they do like training room and they do their own stuff in the weight room. They have everything kind of timed out. As you get older in the game, you earn that right to kind of like, this is how I go through my routine.
No BP.
Yeah, not a lot of BP, not a lot of, stretching together. And I just felt like maybe for me, just being kind of the outcast, because it's a lot of the same guys there that won the World Series. So maybe I was kind of on the outside. I was kind of looking more of a way to kind of, get in that inner circle. And a lot of that times that comes through, stretch and BP where you talk about things other than baseball. You get to know guys a little bit more. And that would even start like in spring training.
All right, so that happened a couple of weeks back, right? We played that. We talked a lot about that. And a couple of years ago, we had talked about in this show how like some of the guys, like Seager has his own hitting instructor, right? He's basically kind of hinting at, like when he's talking about the guys aren't doing BP, it's Seager that's not doing BP. He doesn't really do batting practice on the field. He has his own thing that he does. Sometimes he's out there. He's out there a little bit more now. They're not taking infield the way that I think the higher ups would like. And the thing with Seager is that he is a tremendous player, and that works for him. The problem you run into is that when you're a guy of his stature, you're a leader on the team, and young guys follow you.
Right.
So you get guys out there that are up-and-coming players, and it doesn't matter if it's, Adolis isn't really an up-and-coming player, but, if you get a guy like, imagine if Jake DeGrom was never throwing bullpens, and Jack Leiter comes up, and Jack Leiter's like, well, what? I want to be Jake DeGrom.
Right.
If he's not throwing a bullpen, why would I throw a bullpen?
Yeah.
Right? So you get some of the younger guys, and you don't want that to... like
the habits to be copied. Bad habits.
Bad habits. You don't want to be poisoned, right? Because Corey Seager, let's be fair, he can do whatever the hell he wants. He's Corey Seager.
Yeah.
He's a two-time World Series MVP. He is one of the best shortstop in baseball. And if he doesn't want to take batting practice, go ahead. Right? I don't know how he gets better as an infielder if he's never taken infield, but somehow he's still really, really good. But you cannot have other guys following that
lead.
And I don't know what that means they're going to do, but let's say that they get to the trade deadline and they're still 9.5 back in the division, and they're still 4 games back in the wild card, and they're still about a game under 500 at the trade deadline. They're not going to add. I don't see them adding without subtracting at the same time. I don't think this team wants to get into the tax again. And if they add, they're probably going to get into the tax again. So would you be okay if they unloaded Seager and got a haul back? And would it have to be a major league player, or would you be cool with a bunch of prospects? Because remember, he has no trade too.
Yeah. What is the goal for the next 2 years? What's my 2-year plan?
2-year plan is to win the World Series in 2 years.
Okay, well then
and you're going to build that around.
I can't trade Corey Seager then. No one I trade for, especially prospects, are going to help me win the World Series in 2 years.
Yeah, it would have to, let's just say
you're going to give me a win now player. I mean, who are you going to give me that's as good as Corey Seager, or a little bit less?
Well, nobody's going to be as good as Corey Seager. Right? Nobody's going to be as good as Corey Seager.
Yeah.
Let's say you moved him to Toronto for Bo Bichette. And I guess Toronto, and Bo's an expiring contract, so that's a risk. You would have to sign him. You would let's say you traded him to
San Diego.
San Diego.
AJ knows the Rangers.
Okay, San Diego, you get Xander Bogaerts. Now, Xander Bogaerts has forgotten how to play baseball. But
you're not selling me so far.
But
With
San
Bogart.
Diego picks up $10 million of his contract.
I mean, none of that has helped me win the World Series.
Bogaerts would be you would be a step down in player, but you would basically be gaining $20 million of salary.
Okay.
So you'd be because you would trade.
Go get someone.
You would have San Diego pick up $10 million. You get it down to $15 million a year. Seager's money, what is he making? 30, 35 comes off the books, and now all of a sudden you gain $20 million of salary to give you some relief of the tax, and you go pick up another. You bring Malley back, or you could pick up a couple of depth guys.
Okay, so just reset for me real quick. RJ Choppy, Diamond Cavs, home of the Rangers, here on Sean and RJ, commercial-free Expressway. We got a concert ticket coming up, excuse me. My brain is frazzled by this topic. Why are we thinking about trading him again? Give me the top 3 reasons. Just reset this for me. I'm in the Rangers boardroom. Like, why are we talking about this again? Just put it in a nice little bow for me.
Reason number 1 is flexibility. Reason number 2 is he does get hurt quite a bit, and he's playing at the top of his game right now, and he is not going to get younger. I don't think that's allowed.
Yeah,
you get younger.
You wouldn't think that the contract is going to age well, that he's missing basically 40 games over the past 2 seasons.
You don't want to get stuck in a Simeon situation where, now Marcus is playing well right now, but nobody really thinks that this. I mean, 45 days ago we were saying, "Holy crap, we got 3 years left of this contract with Marcus Simeon or whatever it is." And then reason number 3 is
now. Are you throwing this out just like I just brainstormed?
Yes,
a DeGrom thing. You're just doing it on the offensive side. When I was like, "Whoa," I wasn't reporting. I wasn't saying I heard it. Do you think this is a legit conversation, or are you just throwing this out? Like,
no, I'm just throwing this out.
Okay.
Yeah. So like, and the third thing is like, if what Pilar said rings true,
right?
And the individual aspect of this is a problem. Do you really want that to permeate throughout the Evan Carters and Wyatt Lang? Like you
Josh
want Josh Young, Josh Smith. You want Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford and those guys to like flourish.
Yeah.
And what you don't want is like if what Kevin Pilar's talking about, or what he talked about 2 weeks ago, like nobody's taking BP and it's very individuals. I just don't think you want that. I don't think you want that in your clubhouse. And I don't know that, because we talked about this a couple of years ago when Corey was on the he's on the side of the field, down the line, working with his hitting coach. I mean, it's very individual. He can do whatever he wants because he's a all-time great player.
Yeah.
He's going to be in the Hall of Fame discussion. It works for him. It doesn't work for everybody.
Right.
Right? It doesn't work for everybody. So, I don't know. I mean, like, is that something you would look to do just to give yourself some more flexibility? The problem that Seager has is Seager's got a no trade. I don't think Seager's going to accept.
I think it's a limited no trade to like 8 teams. I think that's what I read. He signed 10 for $325. He's making $32.5 a year.
Like, I would not think that Seager would accept a trade to the Yankees or Mets. I don't see him as a New York guy.
I don't either.
I don't know that he would go to Philadelphia. I think he's a total West Coast dude. And the problem is,
are we sure that someone else is going to trade for this contract?
Oh yeah,
6 years left.
Oh yeah. If you're a team that is looking to win a championship, you absolutely go for Corey Seager. I mean, he is a gamer.
Yeah.
Like, this guy gets into the playoffs, he's instantly the best player on the field. Do you want to miss 40 games a year?
I know.
That's the problem. Like, how well.
The whole thing just makes me uneasy. If you're telling me we're trying. Now, if you want to blow the whole thing up if you don't make the playoffs this year and you want to trade DeGrom and Eovaldi and Seager, I'm more into that than selling me on trading Seager and staying win now.
It's very difficult to trade him and stay win now. Like
he's hitting 30 home runs a year.
Boston traded Mookie, right? And that did not work for them. The Dodgers did let Corey walk. Houston let Bregman walk. Houston traded Kyle Tucker. You know, it's not crazy that guys move on, that teams move on from players.
Soto.
We just talked about, now, now the Yankees wanted to sign him, and they didn't, right?
No, but he even left San Diego.
Yeah, they moved on from him.
Bryce.
Who?
Bryce.
Oh, Bryce. Yeah, Washington moved on from him. We just talked about Nash. The Mavs let Nash walk. I mean, they could have signed him. They let him go. So we've seen teams do this, and it's not all it's not all to get better. Like sometimes you've got to take a step back just for money purposes. So I don't know. This is a tough one. Like I would not necessarily do it.
What I could see the Rangers doing, and which would really bother me, is getting someone else to get off the money, and then you better hit a home run with the money you have left. Don't just get off of his money to be cheap and save. That would piss me off.
Yeah, I'd be really upset if they moved him to like Toronto and all they got, and they got Bo in return, and Bo walks at the end of the year. Like that sucks. Now you would have $30 million to spend, but still, like that's not, that's not going to help your team at all.
I mean, it could.
It could. Yeah,
$30 million's a lot.
If you sign the right guy,
you're paying Seager $30 a year.
Yeah, the problem is that you are making yourself worse. You're basically giving yourself no chance to win this year. You're basically giving yourself less of a chance to win next year, unless you're going to go and just build this rotation and this roster around two pitchers and hope that you get to the postseason. But I know that if what Pilar said was true, that's a problem.
The thing about baseball and trades that is so dissatisfying as a fan is the prospects are so much more dangerous and so much farther away. In the NBA, I know for the most part the play now guy. I've seen him. I can get my arms around him more. In the National Football League, I've seen him. I know the other player. You make this big trade for the 13, the 12, the 10. I mean, that's frightening.
Frightening.
If you're in this position, if you're trying to win.
Yeah. Now, if you go back and look, like teams have done a pretty decent job. Like you go back and look at the top picks in the draft. They've done a pretty decent job of getting better guys now than they used to. It's still scary, and you're never going to get a guy Corey Seager's ilk. So I'd vote probably no.
Yep.
But we got to get to the bottom of like how this is affecting, how
you think it's a legitimate issue.
Well, we asked Booney about it. You were here last week or 2 weeks ago. I think you were here. He said he didn't like.
Yeah, but what's he gonna say?
Yeah, but he didn't like completely poo-poo it. He was like, yeah, it's just some individual. It's. I've bet on tight teams. I've bet on not so tight teams. And he's like, it's not really a big deal. And it might not be a big deal.
I want to get more selfish with like win now. I want to have more fun. Win now names are more fun to talk about. So other guys in the 30s that may, I don't know, be expendable. I don't know. I'm just going to throw out some names and you tell me their situation and whether that could entice you for the Rangers. Correa's making 37. Look at Rendon. Rendon's at 38.5.
Yeah, that's the issue. You're not going to get a guy.
Oh, let's look. Look. Correa's at 37. Trout's at 37. Could you give me Mike Trout and a lot more? People would be ticked off because Trout just waiting to break down. Lindor's at 34. Altuve's not going anywhere. Seager's at 32.5. Arenado's at 32. Stan's at 32. No. Devers 31. He's not moving again, and still no.
No, you don't want him.
Alonso's at 30. Vlad Jr. 28.5. They just paid him.
Well, that's a steal.
Swanson 28. Bryce not going anywhere. Bellinger. Trey Turner's at 27. He's not going anywhere. Chris Bryant, Mookie Betts, Simeon, Xander, Matt Chapman, Javi Baez, Alex Bregman. So, yeah, there's not a lot of names trying to make salaries match.
No,
NBA like.
You really screwed because you have, of all the names you mentioned, you've got probably the best value.
Yeah.
Right, of all the names you mentioned,
His
you've got
contract
probably
looks
the best
pretty
value.
good.
So, yeah, I don't think I would do it. You'd have to blow my socks off.
Tolo Trey said Diamond Cavs has turned into swoosh Cavs because RJ is turning into Nico trying to trade Seager.
Oh man, I don't know. I think trying to trade Jake would cause more vitriol.
Jake DeGrom
or Evaldi.
Ooh. I think I'd be more upset trading Seager than. But again, what are you trying to do? What's the plan?
What are you getting?
Yeah.
Because Seager's going to bring more back than DeGrom does.
Yes.
Right? Seager will bring a lot more back.
And Jacob DeGrom, in my opinion, is going to play even less than Corey Seager does. But Seager gets hurt too. So there it is. A diamond calf. One calf.
One calf. Singular.
Think about during the commercial-free expressway on your home of the Rangers. Let's hook you up.
That's right, Tolos. Right now, 877-881-1053 wins 2 tickets to the Thuggish Ruggish Mafia Tour, courtesy of Live Nation at Dos Equis Pavilion on Thursday, September 25th. That's caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Again, Tolos. Right now, 877-881-1053 wins 2 tickets to the Thuggish Ruggish Mafia Tour, courtesy of Live Nation at Dos Equis Pavilion on Thursday, September 25th. That's caller number 10, 877-881-1053.
All right. Win the tickets, and if you don't, you're going to get another chance at 9 o'clock. The KNC Masterpiece today doing their show from the Whataburger in Frisco with giveaways and the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders. Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
All right, Sean Sharif. Let's get right to it here on 105.3 The Fan. It is Ask Reddit, where we poll the Reddit boards of 1 billion people, or however many are on it, and they have their questions that are around. And let's go right to it. What is the best male lifestyle hack you have come across in your life?
Best male lifestyle hack?
Yeah, so I'll give you an example on mine.
All right.
I was in the men's locker room one day at the gym, and I see an old man with his foot up, completely naked.
You're doing it on the fan cam. I don't need to see it.
And he had an air dryer, a blow dryer, and he was blow drying his boy region. And I said, you know what? That's disgusting. And then I went home and tried it. And let me tell you something. There is nothing better than on a summer day to put the cold setting on the blow dryer and blow dry those boys off. It is a feeling and a dryness that you will never get. You will never expect to see it. It feels amazing, and I don't know that I'm here today without it. I know I'm on. I would be on much more medication, antifungal, if I don't have it.
Aren't people getting stopped at TSA for this or something? Like the smell or is it BBL smell?
Yes, well, the BBL smell, the BBL stench is a real thing. That's like it's a rotten flesh, rotten tissue smell that they say it comes with getting a BBL, which is a Brazilian butt lift. So, yeah, that is a stench thing. But people are getting stopped at the airport for swamp butt. Okay, the smell is there. I guess the smell is so bad. Maybe there's some aluminum in that. It sets the alarm bells off, and you get stopped. That's disgusting. That is gross. Let me tell you something about this. There is nothing better in life than after a shower, taking the blow dryer and taking care of business.
This kind of ties into another question you're going to ask. Maybe we won't have enough time for it, of a sign of your age, which we've kind of done that in the past. So whatever, I'm not worried about spoiling that question. Eat early.
Eat early.
Eat early. I grew up in a household. Eat dinner early. I grew up in a household, 7:30, 8 o'clock dinner. My dad got home late. We sat there and ate late. And I feel like you can maintain better health if you're sitting there and you're eating at 6. Like, past couple nights I've been starving, and I ate at like 5.
Yeah.
5:15, 5:30.
I had no problem with that.
Well, it should be better for you, right?
I would think so.
You're
the
eating.
earlier you eat, yeah.
More time to burn it. You're not going to sit there and eat your turkey stuffing dinner at 9 p.m.
Right.
versus 5 p.m.
You
just got to figure out a way to survive before going to sleep with that last second snap. Did you eat those chicharrones I gave you?
Yeah, I did.
Did you like them?
I loved them.
You did?
I did.
They were like real hardcore legit ones where I feel like they had some like meat on it.
There was some ear in that. There's no doubt.
I opened up that bag and I smelled it and I was like, I can't do this. Like Amanda loves them. I don't really love it. And so I said, I'll bring this bag in for RJ and Sarah because they said that's their new snack.
The crunchy part was great, and then I got to the soft ear, the cartilage. I was like, oh, man, this is like straight off this is straight out of the pigsty right here.
So you liked them.
I loved them, and then the problem is that we left the bag open, and the dog got in them, and the dog loves them. That's like a treat.
Well, of course.
Yeah, so, no, we ate them. We have a jalapeno dip.
All right.
So we like that. Then we dip some in some salsa.
So I would try to say like dinner at 6 or before, in my opinion. Not that I'm some beacon of fitness, but I'd be a lot worse off if I was sitting there eating at 8.
Yeah.
7:30, 8 like I used to do.
All right, Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan.
Other people are saying white noise machine to sleep.
Yep. We do that too.
People on Reddit kept saying like brush your teeth after dinner. Is that a hack? I thought that's customary. Like you're supposed to brush your teeth before you go to sleep. Have I lost some Gen Z toothbrushing change?
I'm a once-a-dayer.
No!
In the morning.
Whoa!
Occasionally I'll floss.
Whoa!
Between, if I have a peach or like jerky, I'll floss.
Wait, breaking news.
Yeah, once a day.
Once a day?
Once a day. Maybe
you're eating throughout the day. Your mouth is just nasty. Gathering things throughout the gather the
foreigners.
Gather the
foreign
flossers.
Foreign substances.
You're not brushing before you go to bed?
Sometimes I'll do mouthwash. The Listerine, the good alcohol stuff that burns.
Has the dentist killed you? Like, have you paid a price for this?
I know. I haven't had a cavity forever.
When and why? How? What? Where? When?
I'm just tired. I'm ready for bed.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. There's weekends where I'll drink and I don't do it. I'll pass out.
I put off peeing, but I'm too lazy to go. Yeah.
Well, you can't stop that. I mean, I'm peeing like once or twice a night. That's a sign
in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
It's a sign of old age.
That's pathetic.
I mean, look,
once a day.
If we're gonna go out, if we're gonna leave the house, but if I'm not leaving the house, I'll put some mouthwash in.
What about fun time at night?
I'll floss. No, not all the time. Sometimes some mouthwash.
Is Sarah one time?
No, she's several times a day.
Okay,
several times.
All right.
We bought a Sonicare at the same time.
And that is
the toothbrush, the electric one.
Yeah.
Hers died. Mine's still going.
Okay.
That tells you how much
she uses it.
She uses hers.
Same time.
She uses hers. And
all right.
I use mine, but just not as much.
Who else is one time? When did I miss this? 877-881-1053. Ross, how many times are you brushing your teeth a day?
Once.
Oh, my.
That's an attaboy, baby.
What? Y'all nasty.
Attaboy.
Y'all nasty.
Attaboy, Ross.
RJ gets it.
When? Morning?
Morning, yeah. But I also will like floss and use a water pick.
See, I'll
mouthwash as well.
If you're that particular and detailed, why aren't you brushing the second time?
Same thing as Chop. Some days I'm just like, man, I'm just going to sleep.
Aiden, hold up a finger. How many? Twice. Jake? Once or twice? Twice. Okay.
Twice.
All right, I got to know on the fan text now.
See, from the 469 of once a dayer, from the 214, brush 5 times a day.
Oh.
254, once a day brusher.
What?
201, gotta brush before bed.
My wife and I won't even touch each other at night unless I definitely brush my teeth. I'm going to brush my teeth. I have to. But that's just me.
As a dentist, that's just gross. The 214. They also say if you brush after eating, it stops extra snacking afterwards.
Oh, life hack.
That's a life hack. There you go. And this is not life hacks. This is Ask Reddit. What is the most inappropriate time you laughed?
Oh, well, you have to start off on this.
I can do that.
Funeral?
I mean, funerals. Yeah, I laugh at I'm a good laugher at a funeral. My dad's especially.
Yeah.
Nothing will top.
Most inappropriate. That's a great question.
Nothing will top senior year of high school. I walk into school, and everyone was crying and silent in the hall, and I had no idea. I didn't know that anything happened, and I said to my buddy, "Hey, y'all got to stop crying. I'm here." I made it.
Okay.
And he's like, dude, someone died last night. Like a student died. And I'm like, get out of here, man. I'm like high-fiving everybody walking in.
Yeah.
And everyone's just in tears.
Yeah.
What the hell's going on? We got a big game today, man. What's going on? I had no idea someone died.
Mine was during a wedding, and it was a best man speech talking about the bride and how hot everyone thought she was in high school. She was the number one seed.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he like took it too far. It wasn't just like one little sly comment like, congratulations, Jeff, like you won the prize, everyone was after. It got like a little bit more detailed. He was drunk.
Yeah.
And it got really uncomfortable. The parents there, and I was kind of laughing over how inappropriate and how over the line this was, that the best man was talking about how hot the bride was. Yeah. Way overboard.
Yeah, that's inappropriate. There's no doubt about that one. Roscoe, anything? Most inappropriate time you laughed?
That's
a no.
Sorry, let me think on it.
No, we're good.
He's checking his toothpick or whatever over there.
Ask Reddit here on 105 through the fan.
Water pick.
You asked this one. You said we can, the age thing.
Yeah.
What is a dead giveaway of how old you are without giving the actual number?
When you go to sleep?
Ooh.
The bedtimes?
I was going to say, for my generation, going to sleep and waking up to the Time Ultimate Love Songs collection.
I'm sorry, the what?
It's the weirdest thing. So
yeah, tell us about it.
Tell us.
I mean, we're talking like 20 years ago, right? So I would fall asleep with the TV on, right? And in the middle of the night, there's this infomercial that always played, and it was the Time Ultimate Love Songs commercial. And I'm trying to think what was the first song was a Celine Dion song, but the second song was Michael Bolton. With I think it's Michael Bolton.
You got an old soul, man.
Oh yeah, but it's blasting. How am I supposed to live without you? It just like.
How am I supposed to live without?
I was 9 years old, and I'm like, who hurt this man? Why did you do this?
I think how long your gym shorts are.
Okay. I mean, mine are longer. You've stabbed me in the back. You've changed.
I do go with
mid-thigh.
I do go the mid-thigh, the chubbies. But if you got those below
Adam
the knee,
Sandler.
Yeah, if you got below the knee gym shorts, I think it's cargo short at length. That's one of them. I also think like who your favorite baseball player is. If you ask somebody from like who their favorite player growing up is, last night Jacob Wilson said his favorite player growing up was Bobby Witt Jr. It's like, bro, come on, man. The guy's like 23.
Right.
You can't have him as your favorite player growing up. But if you say Toby Hara, I know you're a child of like the early 70s. So it's just kind of one of those things. Ask Reddit here on the fan.
I mean, yesterday, if you were behind me on the expressway going to Fort Worth, it would be how I drive. I had people. It was in the rain, and I swear, if I get the Jeep up to like 70, I feel like the top could blow off.
Right.
So I'm like 63, 60. I'm not taking it to 65 or 70. I'm a little bit nervous. I get paranoid with the guardrails. When they're on both sides, I always think I'm going to careen into one.
Yeah,
I'm going to spin out. And people are honking at me on the expressway to get the hell out of the way. So it would probably be the way I drive. Not you. 877-881-1053. Chop Toretta over here with Ask Reddit. Another concert ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour. The football story that took over yesterday, the high school level. A former NFL quarterback, was this the right ruling or heartless and cold? NIL now hitting the high school level? Next on Sean and RJ with the youth story you need to hear. 105.3 The Fan.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Baby.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hours. We try to move along quickly here on a Tolo Tuesday with Sean and RJ, Bobby Belt Cowboys Insider. We'll be back on Thursday for our Firehouse tour in Richardson. Peyton Russell is out for the week on vacation. We got Ross killing it and Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And hopefully you here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. It's 105.3 The Fan. So the big story that I thought hit on all levels yesterday, NFL, college, and high school, had to do with Teddy Bridgewater. And Teddy Bridgewater became a high school coach. And he went and immediately won a state championship. And yesterday it came out, Miami Northwestern High School, that Teddy got suspended and self-reported it, posted it.
Self-reported it, absolutely.
Posted it himself. And he got suspended for providing players with impermissible benefits. And he wrote on a social media post, Damn people done caused all this confusion. Got a phone call tonight, and it's no real investigation going on. I told you I have to be an employee to be investigated. Now the paperwork thing still stands, but there was no investigation. On July 7th, this goes back to that post, when Teddy said he covered transportation, meals, recovery-related costs for his players during the 2024 season. In that same message, he was encouraging people to help him with the financial contributions so he did not have to cover everything himself. And because of that, Teddy trying to take care of his team and his players in a couple different ways, suspended.
Oh, boy. So this is a
$700 per week for players' Ubers, according to the Miami Herald. He also paid $2,200 for pregame meals and $1,300 for athletic recovery services.
Look, this is a common sense versus rule thing. Look, I understand why they can't have coaches, paying for other kids' stuff. I get it, why you would have that rule in place. Because then you get a couple of rich players and they start paying for things. Rich former athletes and stuff, they start paying for things. And it leads to more problems.
What are the rules in high school that you know for your kids? Your coach can't take the boys out and buy them pizza? Has that permeated down to the high school level? Is that the rule?
Yeah, I can't. I don't.
He can't go get them ice cream. Ice cream.
I don't know the exact rules because it's never come up.
Y'all text it, high school parents and coaches, please, administrators. 877-881-1053. If you have a kid who can't get to practice or his parents can't get him to practice, you're not allowed to pay for an Uber to pick them up, bring them to practice. Is that the rule?
I've seen coaches give like they'll drive the bus. They might give a ride home. They sit there. They don't pay for ride. I don't know. I know that the NIL rules in Texas are like different, and they're different in every state. Like I think the new NIL rule is
like every city. You mean or
no? Like every NIL rules in every state are different in high school. So the UIL has their own set of NIL rules for high school kids, like what you can and can't accept. I don't think Texas high school kids can accept money. I think they can accept like deals, but it has to be outside the uniform, not on school property, yada yada yada. But look, this is a read the room kind of thing. But again, I understand why they have to crack down on this, because if they don't crack down on it here, it's going to happen somewhere else. And then, like, where do you stop?
To me,
where do you stop? But there's no recruiting.
That would be the problem for me. That Teddy Bridgewater, Jason Witten, I'm not accusing Jason Witten of it. I'm just talking about a former NFL player with money. Someone with a ton of money would start buying players to transfer to their high school.
Now, Jason Witten is at a private high school, so I don't know. Can you recruit? I think you recruit there. I have
Someone
no idea.
call in. Yeah. Ross, take a couple calls. Hang on a sec. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 for the Texas explanation or what it is at your kid's school and surrounding area. Sorry, go ahead.
But listen to this. 75% of the students at Miami Northwestern are economically disadvantaged. They're on free lunches. Like, he admitted to paying for Uber rides. Okay, so they get home safely. It's your kids. Meals. Like, if these kids, again, these are the kids they recruit, I get it. If these are kids that are just hungry after practice and they don't have a hot meal at home because their parents work 3 jobs or they don't have family or whatever, right? There's no money. There's no food in the house. Like what are we doing here? Like, this is a common sense issue, I get it. You have to take a hardline stance or it's open season, but this is the same. This school has got athletes galore. Amari Cooper, Teddy Bridgewater.
This school?
Northwestern, Miami Northwestern. Levante David, Tutu Atwell. Those are all guys that went to Miami Northwestern. I think there's like 30 NFL players that went to Miami Northwestern. It's a factory. It's a factory. And it's in an area that's got a lot of athletes, and it's got a lot of money of former alumni that, like Teddy Bridgewater, trying to get back. So this is very, very strange, and I think it lacks common sense. I understand why you would have to crack down, but a dude's just trying to give hot meals to some kids or Uber rides home for practice.
I can see the gray area, though.
Oh, there's a gray for sure.
I can see the line. How do you prove that it's not him recruiting a player?
Absolutely.
How do you prove that it's just someone? Then you got to out someone's background and embarrass their family situation and say, this kid so-and-so doesn't have a hot meal. Then that's embarrassing.
I know. I get it. I totally understand. It's like, it's a rule that has to be in place.
I just didn't know we had Bruce Pearl type cookout rules that you can't have the kids over.
I know.
And flip some burgers and dogs.
Yeah, and every state's different.
Yeah.
Like there are, some of these schools like, so Cooper Flagg went to Montverde Academy for basketball. It's a basketball factory. You think he wasn't recruited? You think he just chose it?
Right.
Of course he was recruited.
Yeah.
Oak Hill Academy, DeMatha. I mean, all these high schools, right? These are all like factories. And it's not like a kid transferring from Fort Worth, Boswell to go to South Lake Carroll for football.
Yeah.
It's not like that. That's, hey, you're just transferring to go to another public school. These are private schools a lot of times. This is a public high school, but these kids, most of them are in that district.
Let us know. 877-881-1053. Ross, who do we have?
So sorry, I did not patch them through, but I talked to a guy who just had a kid who recently graduated 2024 from Hillcrest High School. That's right here in DISD. He said they can do like fundraisers, but coaches can't put money out of their own pocket for that sort of thing.
Wow. All right. If we have any more calls, Ross, put them on hold. We'll patch them through. Poor Ross is back there. He's writing down. He's transcribing.
He's taking notes.
Hey, I was like, what's taking so long? I talked to him to the mic. If you're on the fan cam, I was like, let's go. Come on, we don't need a live story. But Ross was actually getting the story.
He's like the court reporter using that like shorthand, those typewriters that have 4 buttons.
We can take calls in sports radio. We good?
Yeah, we got one.
All right, let's go to the phone lines.
There we go.
Good morning, sir. Who do we have?
Hey, sir, this is Jeff from Keller.
Oh, Detroit Lions Jeff. What's up, brother?
Yeah, hey, RJ, on Thursday I got to talk to you. You got me in trouble with the whole lottery tickets for my 8-year-old niece. But
oh man,
all right, guys. So I've been listening to you guys for a long time, so I know you try to stay away from politics.
Yeah.
But in the grand scheme of things in America right now, what would if Teddy Bridgewater had just bought cryotherapy equipment, put it in the facility, he would have been okay. There are all kinds of programs in America to feed students and all that. There's all kinds of programs because he did it as a private entity. I mean, look at what we're really paying for, our tax dollars, versus, did this guy really do anything wrong? And besides, I'm fairly certain North Miami is not a bastion of, it's not Colleyville or Southland. So these kids probably needed it. And, if he had just made a donation and bought the stuff, and when my daughters played high school softball, they had pregame meals that were paid out of the boosters.
Yeah.
So,
You're saying just circumvent it differently.
Yeah, to avoid the
direct payment.
The perception, because it's, my God, we're crucifying a guy who looked out for kids that probably don't have a lot of money.
Yeah,
and
but and Jeff, we're going to run through some calls here. Thank you for the call, brother. We love you. Unfortunately, you let this slide.
Oh, I know. Then you got to let everything slide,
and then someone else will come in and go, "Yo, wink, wink. Let's build a powerhouse, and here's the money to do it."
Yeah, look, that's absolutely the case. Like, there's nothing. What he did is what you hope everybody that was a professional athlete.
We think it was all good intentions. We think.
Yeah, look. Generally, I think buying a kid who and look, 75% of the people in that school are economically disadvantaged. Yeah. It's a fair. I doubt all the football players are the 25% that aren't. Right? It's just like, what are the odds? Right? There's 100 football players. You're going to have 75 of them that are on free lunches and other programs, buying them hot meals and making sure they're home safe at night after practice. I don't see that as a bad thing.
All right, let's go to the next Tolo. Ross, who do we have? Ross?
Yeah, here we go. Okay.
Am I Ross? Can you hear me?
How you doing?
Hey,
I
what's
got you.
up? Who do we have? Sorry.
Sorry, this is Matt.
Go ahead, Matt.
So, yeah, I just wanted to chime in. I wanted to let you know I'm a private school administrator. I'd rather not talk about the school that I'm at.
Well.
So private schools can recruit, right? But we can't induce. So we can't say, hey, come to my school and I'm going to give you X number of dollars in tuition, whatever, for you to come to my school and play a sport.
Right.
Now, do we go out and do we find kids that are mission appropriate for our schools? Absolutely. But there's not any type of inducement that we're allowed to do. I mean, there's a lot of schools like within TAPS and within the SPC that would get into a lot of trouble if they did something like that.
But can your coach set up a movie night on Friday where they take 30 kids to the movies and buy their tickets?
No.
Even after they've played for you, you're not recruiting.
No, I mean if they're our students, sure. I mean,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. If they're the students,
I probably wouldn't suggest that. I probably wouldn't suggest that a student or that a coach go out and take a bunch of kids out to the movie theater because that could come up with a whole different slew of problems.
Pizza party.
Right. Yeah. I mean, sure. If it's got like multiple adults at it, that you're going to make sure that you're protecting your kids.
Yeah. I just meant financially. Sure. Can that coach spend for a pizza party for their team out of his own pocket?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's just like any other. Let's say you're a second grader at a school. You can do that for a second grader. Why wouldn't you do it for someone who's in 10th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grade?
So it's just no special treatment, is what it is.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, then, thank you for the call. Then that opens up Pandora's box of what is special treatment.
So this is how I think back in the old days, back in the Wild West of college football, which I think we're actually in the Wild West, but you used to be able to see. The whole rule was you can't give an athlete special treatment. So if a dealership sold an athlete a car for $1,
right?
That's not legal unless, and this is how a lot of guys got around this. They sold one other student a car for $1.
Right.
Hey, I gave somebody else this deal too.
Yeah.
Now that's an extreme example, but
I think they just probably don't want to open it up.
They don't want to open it up. And I understand that, but again, sometimes it lacks common sense. Like sometimes it makes you not be able to do things out of the goodness of your heart.
Many predicted this, including my father-in-law. Has LeBron finally turned on Luka?
Oh, man.
Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Let me get you on over.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Next segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Sean and RJ here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Thanks for being a Tolo. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Below the belt, coming up at 8:40. Bobby will return on Thursday. Oh, man, he was suffering yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he sent me a picture of a field. It's a wide open field. And he said, this is what I have in store for me for the next few hours. this is what happens when the wife is in charge of the vacation. 100-degree temperatures and outside for hours. And I was like, oh, hell no. And he's like, yep, exactly the scenario and situation that I hate. And then that shower room, I still don't know what that was that he sent us the other day with the carpets in there.
Man, that looked like the most spacious shower room I've ever seen in my life.
San Antonio.
Yeah, it looked very, very spacious. This is what happens when you have a family member, wife, who won't get on an airplane. And you're forced to drive everywhere.
Will she not get on a plane?
I don't know. Isn't that what she like?
No, she's been on planes with us.
But doesn't she? Didn't he say she doesn't like to fly?
No, I don't think that's a thing here.
Okay, I thought that's what he said.
I think she loves to travel.
Maybe he doesn't want to fly. Because that's in a field.
Outdoor stuff.
Outdoor stuff. I'm okay with outdoor stuff, but you can't do outdoor stuff in July in Texas.
Yeah.
You want to do outdoor stuff in July? I suggest Gaylord, Michigan, and the Gaylord Golf Mecca.
Mm-hmm.
It's a wonderful spot to go to.
And
a month from today, I'll be there.
What's that?
A month from today.
And then the other day, he was hit with the policy at the Alamo that you have to remove your hat.
See, this is one of those things. And I said to him, I said in the text, dude, just did Davy Crockett have to remove his coonskin cap when he walked in there to save the day? Because if he didn't, then what are you making me do that for? But, even when I went to, and I never take my hat, I wear a hat. I wear a hat inside at my house. I was sitting around, I wear the hat.
You do?
Yeah, I just have it on. I have it on.
What? You're like Gino off 90 Day Fiance. If you know, you know. You got to text me.
I don't know. But, even I took the hat off when I went into the churches. Now they didn't there were signs. So sometimes I looked around. I looked around. If other guys had the hat off, I took the hat off. If they didn't, then I did. But yeah, it's pretty commonplace.
All right. So that's Roberto on vacation. Pepe is at the Floribama Shores, and we'll get him back next week. Bobby back on Thursday. Firehouse Tour in Richardson. Little jealousy. My father-in-law predicted this was going to happen. He can't stand LeBron. He loves Luka. And Ramona Shelbourne and Brian Windhorst combined for this Laker piece. The purpose of the meeting was as clear as their choice of door. Doncic is the face of the franchise now, and the Lakers wanted him and everyone else to know it. Do you remember when Luka came out of that restaurant in L.A.? Rob Pelinka was coming out, J.J. Redick was coming out, and Luka was coming out. And Rob Pelinka was carrying this binder. Luka had gone into the restaurant in the back and exited in the front. And Ramona and Windhorst are saying they wanted everyone to know he's our guy. Over a bottle of Opus One, Pelinka and Redick explained not only their strategy to build around Luka's skill, but also the complexities of the new CBA and how they plan to navigate them. The exquisite bottle of wine, are you looking at the price right now?
I'm Googling it.
May have helped Luka digest Pelinka's explanation of topics like the second apron, the salary cap space, another big man to pair along, but that binder used to be brought to LeBron James dinners, and LeBron was not invited. So this was a little changing of the guard here that may have set off some jealousy ripples. LeBron understood. What's the price?
I'm still looking at it. It's
all over the place.
It's all what vintage?
Vintage? Oh, I don't know. Grape vintage. I don't know. 93 or I don't know.
93.
Yeah, give me a 93. I don't know. What's the great year of wine? Is it 96? I don't know. A sommelier will text. LeBron understood the Lakers taking advantage of an opportunity to pivot to the young superstar, but from his perspective, nuance was lost during the transition. Luka never asked to be a Laker. LeBron chose L.A. in 2018 when they missed the playoffs 5 straight years. 2 years later, he helped them win a 17th championship. So that little nuanced bit of jealousy that, why you treat him like this? He didn't even ask
to be here.
He didn't ask to be here. I chose. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
He didn't ask to be anywhere because his world got turned upside down living in a hotel room for months.
This is how real organizations do things. They look at the present and the future at the same time, and the past all at the same time. Does he have to be involved in everything? He doesn't have to go to every meeting.
He had been,
but
he had been given all these heads up.
Yeah, I mean,
and then he felt frozen out a little bit.
He's got 1 year left. It's pretty clear they just drafted your son, dude. Like they're committed to you. It's okay for them to have a one-on-one with Luka Doncic when they share a $455 bottle of wine.
There it is, and that's retail.
That's the 2021.
Okay,
that's retail. That's at
that's not at a restaurant.
Box store. No, at a box store, that's $1,500 bottle of wine.
Rich Paul, LeBron's agent, had to formally inform the Lakers LeBron intended to pick up the final year of his contract after they did not engage in any substantial discussions about extending him by a year or two. So that's another thing LeBron was apparently a little bit hurt over. For the first time ever, a team was not begging him to sign back up for the extension. And do you know why they probably didn't ask LeBron about signing up for another year or two? Do you know why?
Because he's 41.
Because he's 41 years old. That's probably why. How dare you not offer me a contract to get me to 43? Now, could he still produce and play? Yeah, probably. Right. But every year he's talking about retirement.
Look, it's...
Then they put out that statement. The Lakers had already made their statement in not offering James a contract beyond the season. It was abundantly clear that his time as face of the Lakers, for the first time, had a planned event-ending date. When the 25-26 season is to be, whether it is to be LeBron's final is up to him, but if he wanted the King of Hollywood ending that only Lakers can give their legends, the release date was set. LeBron in, Luka out. For the first time in his 23 years, a team had not begged or borrowed against its future to do everything they could to keep LeBron beyond his current contract.
They will, the old adage, make them tell you when it's time to quit. Right? Make them tell you when it's time. Every sport, Deion has said this, they will let you know. They will let you know when your career's over. You don't have to tell them. They'll let you know first. And then, like, this is where LeBron is. Like, as the fan text just hits us up, start talking about retirement. It's time to retire. Also, 1997 was a good year for California.
That's what Will Chambers just texted.
Well, of course, Will Chambers would text that. I mean, he knows. He has to get his bottle of wine and his lady.
In his tux. Yes.
They said it was actually, in fact, 97 was one of the best years ever. Opus, though, overrated. Only sold because of a name.
Windhorse and Ramona continuing with LeBron's uneasiness over the Luka takeover. The Lakers' posture did not come as a surprise to James, but it also did not go down easily. Since the Luka trade, the Lakers have signaled this shift from James to Doncic through a series of microaggressions. They did not give him significant notice when they were trading Anthony Davis for Luka. A transgression James forgave because of his respect for Luka and understanding of their reasoning for making the trade and for keeping it under wraps for as long as possible. Oh, so LeBron James decided to forgive the Lakers for pulling off one of the greatest heists, if not the greatest heist of all time. I'll let it slide. I'll let it slide that you got me Luka Doncic in exchange for Anthony Davis. Within days of acquiring Luka, Rob Pelinka, GM, attempted to pair him with Mark Williams, that young center. The trade got reversed. Well, LeBron was not happy because for years he had been asking them to acquire a true center to no avail. When the Buss family agreed to sell the team on June 18th, Luka was given a heads up and posted a congrats on social media. In the initial article that was written, it said LeBron was not given a heads up. Well, someone got to Ramona and Windhorse and made them change the article itself.
Oh.
And it changed and said LeBron was notified of the sale through his representation. He did not post any public acknowledgement. And then, of course, the coup de grace, if that's how you pronounce it.
I think it's coup.
The Lakers, by not offering LeBron an extension, indicated they were comfortable having him on the roster as an expiring deal, a rare position for a superstar player of his.
He's not a super. Okay, he's 41. He's still in a.
Is he a top 20 player?
Is he a top 20? Yeah, he's probably top 10 still. And so like his name is obviously, yes, he's a superstar player, but it's completely different, right? If you had a 31-year-old on your roster on an expiring contract, That's garbage. A 41-year-old, I mean, has he intimated that he wants to play longer?
No.
Then what are we talking about here?
LeBron has responded by being cryptic. After they were eliminated, he was asked about having more physical players. He said, no comment. I say that because my guy AD said what he needed, and the following week he was gone. He showed up at the Cavaliers facility. He was wearing some stuff that had people get all worked up. Video of himself playing golf in Cleveland wearing a hat that said welcome home. That's what it was.
The welcome home hat. Now, look, was this a hat that was given to him at the outing? Is it a brand or was it like a cryptic message?
A Lakers team broadcaster was wearing a Cavaliers jersey and he wrote proper attire. So he's trying to be petty. He is.
Yeah, he understands the game. I mean, there's nothing cryptic that LeBron doesn't do cryptic things.
He's trying to suggest to the Lakers through Cavalier flirtation, hey, I'm not too happy with you. So there it is. LeBron a little bit jealous of the new Luka love in LA.
And this was always going to happen. This was always a risk when you trade for a 27-year-old or whatever, and the other guy is 41. And it's clear that they didn't trade for him to pair him with LeBron. They traded him to succeed LeBron, right? Like that's the reason they got him. They're looking at the now and tomorrow.
I know, but I'm so sick of hearing the Lakers' future. Rich Paul and LeBron are worried because the Lakers aren't focusing on the now. Trading for Luka Doncic is a now move, dummies. Trading for Luka is a now move. Getting DeAndre Ayton is a now move. They're not doing anything to punt right now to try to win 2 or 3 years from now. Luka Doncic had an argument for best player in the NBA. What do you mean you're not trying to win now? I don't understand.
They are trying to win now.
I think they're throwing a little hissy fit. They're trying to scare the Lakers a little bit.
They want a new deal. They want a 2-year extension. Okay. I mean, maybe they'll get it.
Promise to play.
The way they played last year together.
Why doesn't LeBron ever catch any heat for taking? LeBron never catches anything for taking less. We give it to Dak. Dirk did it. Duncan did it. LeBron wants to catch Michael, pass him. He can't sign on these $5-10 million deals. He's got to sign for 50 every time. I'm not saying I would necessarily do it, but no one ever criticizes him. Yo, man, sign for 5 or 10. Load up your squad and try to catch Mike. To me, that'd be worth it.
Well, you know what's going to happen. People would say there because the LeBron haters will say anything.
But Mike took less. Mike, if we checked the salaries throughout the years, I guarantee you there were many years that Michael Jordan was not making the max. Because I think he got one like $30 million.
That was the very end.
Very end. Like, okay, finally we owe you everything. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. And then Mavs fans got in their feels. Kyrie was leaving the summer league. He was FaceTiming with Luka. It was like 4 a.m. wherever Luka was. Mm-hmm. And Luka's like, what's donate subs mean? Donate subs to your stream? Is that can you donate subscribers?
Is that Substack? Is there a Substack thing? What is Substack?
Aiden said it's just like donating money.
Oh,
basically.
Why would he need to donate money?
I know we're gonna have to get educated. We're sounding very old right here. Let's educate you. Usually it's RJ teaching you how to have children. You want to raise and have a professional athlete?
Oh.
You need to cut it.
Whoa.
Audio, you have to hear this audio next on The Fan. But you have to get on.
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club.
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby. If you want to produce some professional athletes, maybe listen to the father of Amon-Ra St. Brown. Below the Belt, brought to you by D&M Leasing here on Sean and RJ. Roberto will be back Thursday as we take the show on the road. A Firehouse Tour in Richardson, K&C out at Whataburger today in Frisco with the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders and the chance to win Whataburger for a year. Let's get to some second-round problems first, though. I'll start off with the legal one, and then you talk about the contractual one because it is having an effect on the Dallas Cowboys. So there's a second-round pick named Quinshon Judkins. Did you see this?
I saw something about him yesterday, yes.
Drafted second round by Cleveland, was arrested for misdemeanor domestic battery on Saturday. The police report has come out. The alleged victim contends 5 days earlier, Judkins punched her in the mouth and chin area with a closed fist, that he later struck her additional times in the left arm and thigh. She told police she didn't call 911 because she didn't want to hurt his career. Decided to then report it on July 12th after speaking with family and friends and coming to the realization something needed to be done. Per the police report, she still had visible bruising on her chin area. She had a photograph from 5 days before, and the bruising was clearly evident according to the authorities. So here we go. With Judkins, spent Saturday night in custody, was released Sunday, but the Browns' second-round pick already in trouble. So that is a police note. What's going on with second-round contracts?
All right, so this is a problem because everything has gotten jammed up with the second round. Now, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, and then it continues now because there are still, I think, 30 of the 32 second-round picks that are unsigned.
What? 30 of 32?
The first two picks of the second round are signed. All right? The first two picks. Jaden Higgins is one of them. I think Trey Harris. Oh, Trey Harris is a holdout. He's the first holdout. So this was as of yesterday. 30 of the 32 second-round picks are unsigned because of the disagreement over guaranteed money. So Houston gave Jaden Higgins a fully guaranteed contract. That is not the norm for second round. It's the norm for first. And the issue here is that all these second round, because of that, all these other second round guys are like, hey, arm in arm, solidarity, we ain't budging. You're giving us our guaranteed contracts.
Wow.
So now you've got, I think there are like 30 guys unsigned in the NFL. They're all second round picks.
So one of those two, the other one that signed was Ezeraku, hopefully you're going to tell me?
It was not Ezeraku.
It's not Ezeraku.
He is unsigned. So that's the problem, man. I mean, you're looking at, contract situations. No, he has signed. So he has signed his deal. Ezeraku has signed. It's $10.55 million over 4 years. The negotiations. Okay, so here's the overview. Never mind. The Cowboys second round pick has a 4-year contract worth $10 million, including the signing bonus of $4 while he has not yet signed. Okay, the delay is due to negotiations regarding guaranteed money because these are all slotted. So that's the problem that all these teams are running into, is that they want to get these guys into camp, yet there's this standoff. And Trey Harris, Chargers are in camp now for rookies. Rookies are in camp right now. They have, I think that them and one other team has got that Hall of Fame game, so they get in a week early, and everybody else reports next week. So we're sitting here, and we officially have holdouts of camp rookies because of this second-round contract guarantee. And we had talked about this a few weeks back. Like, is this going to be a problem? And they're like, yeah, probably not. I mean, they'll get them signed. I mean, okay, here we are. As of 2 days ago, 30 of the 32 guys are unsigned.
Wow. How is that going to get solved? That's a ton. That's everyone.
Yeah, like the holdup is basically whether that fourth year is going to be fully guaranteed, and that's a holdup for everybody. Now, if you're in the case of Ezra Rock, like they've agreed to the contract. It's just that guaranteed money. So, will he show up? Will he be in camp? I mean, I have no idea. I would assume not. If he's taking a lead for everybody else, he's not going to be in camp. But it appears that everything is like agreed to. He's got the contract. It's just not dotted on the line. Okay, let's go.
I'm sorry. Don't look at the TV.
Okay.
Something threw me off for the red zone that we're going to discuss at 9:20. That I had to have just misread it. I had to have with the Dallas Cowboy. 9:20, the red zone. We'll get to it. There's no way. I got to double check in the commercial break. All right. The controversial statement of the week comes from the father of Amon-Ra St. Brown, who was an athlete himself.
Yeah, he was a bodybuilder. 2-time amateur Mr. Universe.
Yes.
And he married a girl from Germany. So he was on this podcast.
Yeah.
With the other St. Brown brothers.
Yep, the Amon-Ra St. Brown podcast. And he's saying a lot of this. They're trying to joke and laugh it up. He's
pretty serious.
He
means this.
He means this. So Amon-Ra St. Brown's father was asked, how do you raise and produce pro athletes?
I believe in breeding. Look at you. Good athlete. I'm black, mom's white. Now, I don't step on it once. You can't keep stepping on it because you're going to mess it up. You're going to weaken it.
You can't keep cutting it?
Can't keep cutting it now. No, you in Brooklyn, because Brooklyn's half. You got a chance.
If I cut it one more time, it's over?
You can't keep cutting it. You got to be careful. You can't keep cutting it. You got to think about that. You know what I mean? No.
I like how he's dead ass.
If I'm black, I got the black gold running through my veins. Oh, I'm excited. I'm just going to find the right person to mate with. Right? And if I'm white, I'm saying, let me get one of these brothers around here. If you want to have athletes. If you don't want to have athletes, then just go ahead and just spread your seed wherever.
So why'd you cut it once with us? Because you could.
I know I can cut it once.
Because he's gold.
I got that black gold in me, and Mama got that big chin and big toes. I said, look, ain't nothing wrong with big toe woman.
Big chin. Who says a big chin?
You got to think of this stuff. Some guys don't think of it until later. They go, like I'm standing at Pop Warner. You wouldn't know it. You on the field, and one of you guys on the field playing. And I was talking to a guy, told him this story. He goes, you were thinking about that, John? I go, yeah, you weren't? He goes, hell no. I came back, he's little, the wife is little, kids are little, everybody's little.
It's over?
Little. Chicken little.
Big chin, big toes.
Man, big chin, big toes. I mean, look, whether or not he's in trouble in general, he's in trouble at home.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he comes across, he probably says it to her and says stuff
look at
like
that
that
chin.
at home. Now,
Bring that big chin over here.
I guess these comments are about 11 months old, but now they're picking up the steam across social media.
Yeah, I hadn't heard this before. It was all over the place.
Yeah.
Yesterday. I had not heard this.
I'll let you handle this one.
Look, let's be fair. This is an athletic family to begin with. Yeah. Dad's an athlete, fitness guru. Mom looks like she might have been the best athlete of the bunch.
Okay.
Didn't matter what you were. They were going to raise athletes. But, go ahead and joke. I like joking about this.
I agree.
This is fun.
I agree. This, to me, I laugh at this.
We can't take ourselves so seriously. Like, this is
funny. But do we
have
have to say if things are reversed, this would be a humongous racist deal?
Of course it's a humongous
the double standard.
Of course it is.
Right? Like, if it's a white person saying, you want an athlete, Or would it be viewed as complimentary, still laughing? Would it be viewed that much worse if it was white people sitting down saying,
"Look, that's why
hey,
I don't."
If I want an athlete, if I want to do it, I need to find myself a black girl. I need to find myself a black guy.
Look, that's why I don't like the Watt brothers. I don't want white people playing football. I mean, get them out of here. I don't want that.
I have a
they're
friend.
try-hard guys.
I have a friend.
I don't want Wojo.
The couple's white, and he kind of takes things seriously in terms of like wanting to marry the right girl. This is a family of freaking giraffes. You know the family. They're all at least 6'3", and I think both parents state championship winning coaches.
Well,
and both at least 6'1". I think they kind of like take this serious of finding each other and looking at the lineage and the grandparents and the size of the family tree in order to produce studs and athletes.
Yeah. Hey, look, I mean,
I'm like you. I laugh.
I laugh at this. I feel so. My oldest one, he's like 6'1". I don't know where the hell that came from. Wasn't for me.
I would kill to have that.
Wasn't for me.
Yeah.
And hopefully he's still growing. Let's say he gets to 6'3". Did he hit the lottery? I have no idea. I ain't 6'3".
No.
I couldn't even see 6'3" with a step stool.
Yeah.
So I mean, you'd have to give me, with a good pair of cowboy boots, fresh pair, not one that's been worn down, a fresh pair. I could see 6 foot.
Amon Ra's dad saying you can cut the black gold once, but not twice.
Not twice. Can't cut it twice.
Big chin, big toes.
Big. Got to get the big chins. That's key. You got to get your big shoulders. You want to. Big butt. You want to get a big butt, right? Power. You need to have a power butt. Like, my older one's got a big butt. Not for me.
How big a deal do you think this will be?
0.
Because it's his dad?
And also, like, what are you going to do? He doesn't cancel a parent?
The Amon Ra boys, Amon Ra St. Brown.
But they're half. They're half, right? They can say these things.
Below. The Belt, brought to you by DNM Leasing here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers with Sean and RJ. Will the curse of the home run derby help the Texas Rangers? You got your derby winner out of the AL West, and RJ has your Diamond Cavs, along with another concert ticket giveaway next on 105.3 The Fan.
it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Low line drive to left and skips to the wall. It is over, and Cal Raleigh is your 2025 T-Mobile Home Run Derby champion, the Major League home run leader, and Raleigh, who just squeaked in.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Cal Raleigh is your home run derby champion after almost not making it out of the first round. A tiebreaker between him and Brent Rooker by about an inch. 470 feet at about an inch. They went to the tiebreaker was longest home run as opposed to let's have a Rochambeau swing off. Let's go, baby. That'd have been my idea. Let's just go the swing off. Why go with some? I mean, we really trusted the StatCast number here.
You're supposed to judge men by inches, length.
That's what they say. That's what they say, right? You want the 3 6s. That's what the women want.
What?
6 figures, 6 feet, 6 something else.
Oh,
that's what the women look for. That's the gold standard.
I don't want those 666.
No, not typically.
6 figures, 6 feet. Okay, I got it.
You got the other one. Okay,
Yeah.
very good. Those are minimums. Those are minimums, right? But so Cal Raleigh is your home run derby champion. Now, will this affect his second half of the year? Now, of course, he's a rival. Texas Rangers play the Seattle Mariners all the time, same division. How does this affect the second half of the year? Well, in the past it did, but in recent years it has not. And the theory on this is that, voice crack, all these players have uppercut swings now anyway, as opposed to prior it was chopped down, now it's launch angle crap. Of the 32 players that participated in the home run derby over the last 4 years, they averaged 11 points higher in OPS in the second half. 18 of the 32 posted a better OPS in the better OPSs in the first half of their season, including 8 guys of those 32 that were 100 points better in the second half that year. Who was the lowest? Poor Joey Gallo. His OPS dropped in 2021 after the Derby.
Oh, Lord.
262 points. Went from 923 to 661. So they don't believe in a home run derby curse because the swings have changed a lot. So that's where we stand with that.
And while leading the league in home runs, he becomes the 4th player to win the Derby. Judge in 2017, Griffey in 94. Griffey was there yesterday, taking photos probably from the dugout, and McGuire in 92. I was actually surprised in ESPN's Home Run Derby intro that they put all the steroid guys in the video. Did you watch it or no?
Yeah, I watched a lot of the coverage. I was on MLB Network for a lot of it too.
Okay,
so
was that what Ryan Howard was doing?
Okay, I missed that part.
Ryan Howard had the MLB microphone.
Yeah.
But I think he was separate from the ESPN coverage. But in ESPN's Home Run Derby intro vid, it was Bonds and Sosa and McGuire and all of them. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, you're all celebrating.
Look, you can hide those guys in the discussion of Major League Baseball all time if you want it. It's very difficult to hide those guys in the Home Run Derby because they put on collectively the most epic Home Run Derby. The 99 one at Fenway, you had Bonds. You had Griffey, McGuire, Bonds. I think Sosa was in that one. I mean, it was amazing. And they just put on a show. Jazz Chisholm had 3 home runs. That was the lowest. He was hitting singles down the right field line. Not the worst showing that we've ever seen. We've seen a bunch of guys have a goose egg.
I can't believe some of these names that didn't hit one.
0 home runs hit. Canseco. But, by the way, what the hell were they doing in 1990? Canseco, Cecil Fielder, Griffey, Bobby Bonilla, and Darryl Strawberry all hit 0 home runs in the 1990 Home Run Derby. Were they out there? Were they swinging against,
they were out with Straw the night before.
Were they hitting against Jack Morris? What were they doing? How did you have 5 guys not hit home runs in a Home Run Derby?
Right.
Mike Piazza, 93, 94, 0. Sheffield, 96. Tomey, 97. Brett Boone, our guy, 03.
He put up a goose egg?
He put up a goose egg. Robinson Cano, 2012. Yasiel Puig, 2014. All these guys, but those are home run hitters, man. And put up 0. So Jazz Chisholm putting up the 3. Now let's get to the audio. Our boy Pat McAfee.
Oh man, this is as or more uncomfortable than Amon Ra's dad.
Now Pat's out there. He was doing a show. He had Rob Manfred on. He was doing a show from the All-Star game.
He's been like the MC, it's his city. I'm not understanding. This is in Atlanta, not Indy.
It's Atlanta. It's just it's.
They're like, we're paying you millions and millions of dollars, so you're gonna MC everything.
ESPN was in charge of everything. He's like, we're sending a show down there. Your show's going down. Y'all take it. Y'all take it over. Stephen A's on vacation or whatever, right? So they send McAfee down, and he's doing the on-field introductions with with one of his other dudes. He's doing an interview with Rob Manfred, and he was hosting this, it looked like a symposium. It was him at a podium, and to his right was Dave Roberts and Paul Skeens, the NL manager and the NL starting pitcher. And to his left is Tarek Skubal and Aaron Boone, the AL starting pitcher and the AL manager. And they decided it was a good idea to take questions from the audience. So there was a question.
Media or just crowd, fans?
It looked like media and fans, but the media was asking a lot of the questions.
All right.
So the question was asked, and I think, Ross, we have the question and then his initial answer.
Correct, yeah.
So here's the question, and then this is Pat's first attempt to, let's just sidestep this thing.
The All-Star Game was moved out of Atlanta in 21 because of a law that former President Biden described as Jim Crow in the 21st century, and it was framed as a protest. Dave, in the 2021 MLB Network special on Stop Asian Hate, you said, and I quote, "I think it's just being relentless with our voices. This is not something that's just an isolated moment in time that we're talking about. It's something that needs to be talked about on an ongoing basis and be relentless with it." What happened to being relentless with it, and why are we still in Atlanta when this is on books?
You gonna sum that up for me? I know it was hard to understand. We were actually talking about that. Can you re-say what you said there?
All right, so that's part one.
Yeah, that was a long question. And that was to Dave Roberts.
Yeah.
And she had his statement from 4 years ago.
And she's like,
Would you just want to throw that out there as a media statement and then not follow up?
Right. So she went full on Chia follow with that question. Very, very long question. So Pat is frazzled. I get it. He's not expecting that question, I'm sure. Nobody prepped him on this.
Right.
And he's like, could you go ahead and repeat that, please? I'd be the same thing, I'm sure.
Yep.
And act like he didn't hear it. And then she repeats the question, and we'll play the very, very end of that. And then it goes right into him on this very he filibusters.
Yeah.
In a very, very solid way.
Why are we in Atlanta when this law is still on the books? And it is a dangerous situation to be a journalist in Atlanta because Atlanta has detained the most journalists by ICE.
I believe the question was a political question about laws that are on the books and everything like that. And the All-Star game was taken out, now it's brought back. Interesting. I don't know if any of us are the experts or the ones that should be giving answers on that, but respect and appreciate the way you feel about it. And I would assume that there was a reason or some conversation that was had by the MLB and the state that all parties thought that this would be a wonderful host city for the All-Star game. And I think everybody is all very excited to be back in the beautiful city of Atlanta. I think. I don't want to speak out of pocket for anybody, but I do believe with everything else you're talking about, I don't know if Dave is a lobbyist or Paul is a lobbyist or Tarek or Coach Boone. I think they would be great at it if they decided to be as such. But I think she was talking to you. I don't know if you. I think so. I believe it was once again. It was hard to hear. But do you have any thoughts on Atlanta hosting the All-Star game? Whenever there was obviously some conversations in the past, I believe. Right.
I believe. Allegedly, he did the whole allegedly.
You know,
he loves the allegedly.
I actually think he did a pretty damn good job.
It was an impossible spot for him to be in.
I think, yeah. Now,
I bet you he has zero idea.
I need a reset.
About. It's okay. So
I remember the story, and I remember it being taken out.
Yeah, there was some kind of voting law, and I don't remember if this was the Curb Your Enthusiasm in their final season did something. I think on this where it was like you couldn't bring water in the crowd, in the line. Like you couldn't Larry got arrested for bringing water to somebody in the crowd. There was a lot of voter issues, and then everybody spoke out about it, and then they kind of backed off, and they spoke out, and they backed off. So everybody left Atlanta. MLB went that year, I think, to Colorado. But my mom had a field day with this. I mean, she won't. The amount of places she can't shop anymore because of this voting law, or she won't shop anymore because of this voting law.
This is like absentee ballot stuff and voting by mail.
So, and he did the full allegedly, I believe. I don't want to speak out of turn. He couldn't handle this better because he didn't. He was guaranteed he wasn't prepped for this thing.
Oh no,
guaranteed he wasn't prepped.
And he saved Dave Roberts.
Yes,
he could have turned it. He could have thrown Dave under the bus and been like, "Dave, what do you think?"
Yeah, what do you think, Dave? But do you think Roger Goodell's out here taking questions like this? About that, I don't know. What do you?
Right. Well, my number one question.
Imagine Pete Schrager hosting the Andy Reid, Nick Sirianni press conference and getting this question.
Well, I guess what I would ask Rob Manfred is, why is the game still here if the issue is still a thing? I honestly don't. I haven't kept up with it over the past few years to speak intelligently about it. I am watching a decent amount of news, but I don't know whether the voter suppression thought and idea is still a thing and still a thing in Georgia.
I have no idea.
I thought McAfee did a nice job, though.
Yeah. According to the 325, MLB wanted McAfee. ESPN execs didn't want him there, according to Pat. So I get wanting him. I mean, he's he's a big name, and you boost. They're trying to boost marketing.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know. I don't know if that bill or law is they debunked it or it went away or if it's still out there and they're just because it's not an election year.
Manfred said, I've said it before, we want to bring an All-Star game to Atlanta. This was at the owners' meetings in Arlington. I made a decision in 21 to move, and I understand, believe me, people had then and probably still have different views. What's most important is that the Braves are a great organization, facilities, blah, 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 blah. They deserve an All-Star game. We really look forward to being there in 25. So that does nothing in terms of addressing why it's still not an issue today. So that was Rob Manfred speaking in Arlington.
Yeah. Rob?
Man, that was uncomfortable McAfee audio.
That was very...
Dodging and weaving, live bullets.
Very uncomfortable. for Pat. We got Rob Manfred on. We can probably play tomorrow. Lineups today are going to happen. Lineups for tonight's game are out. Cal Raleigh will hit cleanup for the American League. Judge will hit third. And then for the National League, Shohei is going to lead off. We'll go Shohei, Acuna, Ketel Marte, Freddie Freeman, and then Machado are your top five. Scooble, Skeens are your starters tonight for the All-Star game.
What did we think of the jerseys last night? I liked them.
So they were pretty cool. Did you notice that? So they were supposed to be an homage to the Hank Aaron, because this was on 7/14 on July 14th. 7/14 is Babe Ruth's home run. Today is the All-Star game, July 15th, 7/15. That was the record-breaking home run. All the NL guys were number 44. All the AL guys were number 3. That was pretty cool. Nice little touch. I think Sabathia designed those uniforms.
Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers with RJ Choppy here with Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station. We have one more concert ticket giveaway to hook you up with, and the Dallas Cowboy on today's football list that stopped me in my tracks. Is he this good, or is the position group this bad in the NFL? The Red Zone, your football fix, is next.
Let's keep it real.
Has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it.
brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
The Dallas Cowboy inclusion that stopped me, well, not in my tracks, I wasn't walking, but stopped me right here, mid-segment, on Sean and RJ, your official home of the Dallas Cowboys, is this radio station, in case you did not know. 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. And you know what, Ross? I would like to hook the Tolos up right now for listening on the Daily.
You know what that means, folks. Right now, Tolos, right now, 877-881-1053 wins 2 tickets to the Thuggish Ruggish Mafia Tour, courtesy of Live Nation at Dos Equis Pavilion on Thursday, September 25th. That's caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Again, Tolos, right now, 877-881-1053 wins 2 tickets to the Thuggish Ruggish Mafia Tour, courtesy of Live Nation at Dos Equis Pavilion on Thursday, September 25th. That's caller number 10, 877-881-1053.
All right, let's get to today's Jeremy Fowler top 10 coaches, executives, insiders, personnel. By the way, before we do that, Wolchuk and Broadus hit me up while we were talking about the second-round contract problems. That, the Houston Texans screwed it up for everybody?
They started it. There was one other team. Both of the top 2 picks in the second round have been signed for a while, and they got fully guaranteed contracts. I think Houston was the first one to do it. And then you had no other second-round picks signed for a long time.
So Broadus texted, said you could have Micah and Donovan, 2 of your better pass rushers, we know one is the best, holding out at camp this season. That's crazy. So I think it was Alec Medford yesterday who was putting even more importance on the Cowboys' defensive line than the offensive line. And you could start off with no Micah and no Ezeraku. We're about to fly out. We're about to go
week.
to Oxnard. Yeah. So we're really about to test the true importance of being at training camp. Steven downplayed it a few weeks ago. CeeDee Lamb said it hurt him. So how much you got to weigh the contract number, what you're going to win in the negotiation versus how you're harming your team to start off the season and throughout the season.
Yeah, look at this. So these are all the signed deals. This is first round, right? All those are signed. So you've got a couple that are unsigned. So Shamar Stewart, Cincinnati, and Denver, Barron. This is from Football Database. But then you go to the second round, you got the first 2 signed, and then all of them unsigned. And then the rest of the entire league, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 players, are all signed.
All
it's
right,
crazy.
The other thing we were talking about, second-round pick, Quinshon Judkins. I think Cleveland would be happy is he signed? I think Cleveland may not be signing him anytime soon because he's got allegations that he punched a woman in her mouth and chin area, and apparently police have pictures. Wolchuk texted me and said the Cowboys wanted Judkins badly. Whispers where they had a first-round grade on him, probably would have been the pick if he made it to their selection in the second round. Wow. And I texted Zach back. I said, did he have character stuff? And he said, I think he did, was flagged, but Jaden Blue was as well. We don't know why. Bobby just gets the list of players that get medical or character flags, doesn't tell us why. So, Roberto, if you're listening, let me know if Judkins and Jaden Blue, now that we have him, if they were flagged for the character stuff. So, thanks to Wolchuk and Broadus for chiming in.
Dude, the fact that, by the way, if you know you have something that could hinder you like this, wouldn't you think you would get that would force you to sign early? Maybe it would. I don't know.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Know that it was coming or it happened after.
Right. Well, July 12th. Let's see. What are we talking here? Just for the purposes of what you just said. The girl made the report on July 12th. So, yeah, I would think I would want to go ahead and get something locked up unless you have the arrogance of she ain't going to do nothing.
Right.
I'm not going to get in trouble. All right. Let's get to my jaw dropping when I was looking up at the television. Jeremy Fowler And just a reset, did the quarterbacks yesterday. The thing the internet was really talking about was Dak coming in at number 79 on the NFL Top 100 list. That comes from the players. This list, as I said, from the league. Well, today's list is off-ball linebackers.
Okay.
All right? Would you like to throw out some names? Off-ball linebackers. You need some hints, some clues?
Yeah, because, I'm trying to
organizing the position in your mind.
Yeah, I'm just looking at linebackers in general.
Sam Fran. I'm in love with him. Always have been.
Navarro Bowman. Patrick Willis.
No. Good-looking dude, too.
Is it Greenlaw?
Nope. Fred Warner. Fred Warner.
Love the hair.
Lowest ranking 2. Last year's ranking 1. He's an absolute beast. The comment, NFL coordinator, I think Fred has gotten much more productive defeating core blocks and tackling with more physicality. He's always been the best in the world in the passing game, range, instincts, ball production. He was incredible last year, and then you factor that in with forced takeaways, durability, all the other rare intangibles. He's the best. Yes. Number 2, pretty big name at linebacker. He was in the NFC, now AFC. Not this year, the pass-off season, but he's been in the AFC for a little bit.
Not Bobby Wagner.
No.
Bobby
Wagner's now
he's back in the NFC.
Started off at Chicago.
Started off in Chicago. Roquan?
It is Roquan. Highest ranking 1, lowest ranking was 10. Number 3 in our division. He just shot up the ranks.
The Philadelphia guy?
Yeah.
Zach Baum.
Zach Bond. Zach Bond. Highest ranking was 2. Last year, not ranked. He's 28.
He was number 2 on PFF's linebackers as well.
Number 4 is Nick Bolton, Kansas City.
For Michael.
So does Ross, apparently. Frankie Louvu, Washington.
By the way, Bolton is 13th on PFF. Louvu's 14th.
Tremaine Edmonds, Chicago, number 6. Levante David, Tampa Bay, number 7.
Wow.
Ready?
Okay.
Are you ready? DeMarvion Overshown is number 8 right now on the best off-ball linebackers in the National Football League, and the highest ranking he was given was 4.
Good for him.
4!
He did not make the top 33 of PFF's top linebackers.
Number 8. I got to read the entire write-up.
Levante David was 22, by the way.
Overshown needed only 12 NFL games to convince a healthy number of voters he's a high-impact linebacker, personnel exec with an NFL team. Quote, he's absolutely amazing, ridiculous. One of the most athletic linebackers I've ever seen. He's the fastest guy out there, can completely take over a game and was really starting to get it. Another NFC offensive coach. He's the second guy you worry about in Dallas after Micah. Big run and hit ability, third down speed to recover. All that praise comes with a caveat, significant injury concerns. Sat out rookie season, ACL tear in the left knee, sustained the severe injury to the right knee in December 2024, tore 3 ligaments. Multiple voters have serious concerns about whether Overshown can maintain a consistent NFL career because of the damage already done, but his body of work in less than a full season, 90 tackles, 5 sacks. I didn't realize he had 5 sacks. 1 interception, forced fumble recovery, led the top 10 in average distance run on tackles.
Wow.
19 yards. Finally, NFL defensive coach, quote, he can be a stud, but has to really improve in zone coverage, and when he has to disengage from a block, he can play man-to-man on any running back or tight end in the league, but zone awareness lacks. He does a great job using his athleticism to slip under blocks, but if they get hands on him, it's a problem. Overshown at 8.
Wow.
In less than 1 year.
12 games. That's stunning.
Dre Greenlaw, 9.
That's infinitely more stunning than having Jaden Daniels at 5. Infinitely more stunning.
Infinitely. I agree. Honorable mention.
Who was 9 and 10, you said?
9 and 10 is Dre Greenlaw, Denver. Quincy Williams, Jets. So Bobby Wagner, honorable mention. Patrick Queen, honorable mention. Demario Davis. Matt Milano, Logan Wilson, Jack. Why do we get all these honorable mentions at linebacker, but 2 for quarterback?
I guess it was the position at quarterback is so much more set at the top, I guess, that they don't have. I mean, you could name a dozen linebackers that could be honorable mention.
I was shocked. Now you see why I was stunned.
Yeah, that's stunning.
Right?
That is stunning.
All right.
Are you sure you read that right?
I did read it right. I saw it on TV, and I just read it correctly. Is that an indictment of the position group or legit praise for Overshown fan text? 877-881-1053. Look, he flew around. He was fun. He flew around. I mean, you see the potential, but damn.
Dude, Demario Davis was, behind him. He was ahead of him on PFF. Bobby Wagner was the highest graded linebacker past year on PFF. And he's honorable mention. That's high praise, man.
Shows the comparison in terms of the rankings.
Yeah, that's high praise.
All right, there it is. The Red Zone every day, 9:20. Do you know if Brett Boone is going to join us tomorrow? Or is he going to be on All-Star break? You have any idea?
I'll text him right now.
All right.
I think he's going to.
Let's find out. I know that the KNC Masterpiece is going to join us from Whataburger in Frisco. El Dorado is the location. They're going to have giveaways, including Whataburger for a year, and the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders are going to be out there as well. So that is going to be crosstalk taking place with KNC in Frisco, plus fan giveaways, and we're going to be on the road Thursday with the return of Bobby Richardson Firehouse #1 Firehouse Tour Thursday.
Yep, Firehouse #1, 300 North Greenville in Richardson, just by 75. So come on out. Those mugs are pretty cool. Come hang out. Free Whataburger. Make fun of Bobby. Why not? 2 people on this show, I found out this morning, are brushing their teeth once a day. Is that the same for KNC? And one of your sports television networks basically had everyone fired yesterday. Let's talk to the fellas about it. Crosstalk from Whataburger in Frisco, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's next on DFW Sports Station.
products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen.
World. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
It's a Tank Top Tuesday with Corey Majors, and it looks like just Corey Majors here on 105.3 The Fan.
Kevin is here. He definitely is. Our food just arrived here from Whataburger. We do have the prickly pear raspberry lemonade refreshers. We have the lemonade refreshers. We have 2 opportunities to win Whataburger for a year. In addition to it, a LED Whataburger sign, a Whataburger hat, golf balls, fry box socks, glasses, sunglasses, fancy ketchup, and so much more. Here's if you're looking on the fan cam right now, you can see the other things that are available. You can also check it out at KNC1053 on Twitter. I posted up what's available there. We're at El Dorado and Coit in Frisco today.
Wow.
You have this going on. You got the Cowboys cheerleaders out here from 10 to noon. And in addition to that, you can also get your own playing card made, Kevin.
Okay, I hate that you're saying playing card instead of trading card,
Mm-hmm.
but I get what you're saying.
I'm playing.
And Corey already has the advantage because he was on the Zoom. I promise, Sean, if it helps, as soon as y'all were coming back and I heard Ross, I go, oh, crap, I forgot to open my Zoom.
Mm-hmm.
So I promise I respect the process. My apologies.
Well, that is a hell of a show. And right now, the sun is just, it's helping out Corey Major's shoulders on the fan cam.
Mm-hmm.
You're blinging.
Yeah, you are.
This is with the Cowboys cheerleaders here. They wanted to make sure there were no shades in the windows, so they wanted to make sure it felt like home for them.
You have less hair on your shoulders and arms than I would have expected.
Well, thank you, Choppy. I appreciate that.
How much have you thought about that?
Quite a bit. You know, you always wonder. I always wonder about people. You know, like what's the chest hair look like? You know, the hair around the nipples and stuff.
How many times do you guys brush your teeth a day?
2.
Twice.
Okay.
In the morning and then before bed.
Yeah.
And will I say that the one before bed's probably less extensive than the morning? Yes.
Dude, I was just about to ask what gets more of your attention because I think the nighttime gets more of my attention.
It probably should. I've spent the whole day chewing on things. I should probably be like, you know what, let's clean it all off before. But for some reason, it's the morning time that gets the most attention for me.
What has led to this question? Has there been some sort of dispute this morning?
Yes, thanks for listening. Ask Reddit.
That's a setup, man.
Reddit apparently was saying, hey, just remember a life hack, brush your teeth after dinner. And I was like, a life hack? This is customary. And then I look over to my right, and RJ Choppy, and then I look to my left, and Ross are both saying and holding up the number 1 that they're both one-time brushers per day. And I'm shocked.
In the morning?
Well, obviously in the morning. It has to be. You have to brush in the morning. That's the most important time of the day. Otherwise, you're going to walk around stanking.
How is that the most important time of the day when you eat and do things with your mouth all day?
I do think if there had to be one, it has to be the morning.
Yeah, I literally brush my teeth for other people. It's for other people. Otherwise, give me a good cup of coffee, swish it around a little bit.
That is not how that
nice
works.
cigarette.
I agree with him.
Marlboro Red.
Yeah, I mean, I think
have you told any dentist in your life that you only brush once a day? No way.
I don't even think they ask. They just see my teeth and like, yeah, they're a little yellow, but they're clean.
Okay,
they don't be like, how often do you floss? Because that's the one I always
what they
get.
ask, and I floss every day.
You do?
I floss. I have one of those picks, right? Those little
water pick. Yeah.
You just go bam, 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 all the way up and down. Yeah, so I floss every day.
See, that makes no sense that both of you floss and you don't do the second brush. It shows you care about your teeth, but not really. I don't get it.
It's a laziness thing. It's like, I don't want to.
I get it.
You got to put the toothpaste on, then you got the taste in your mouth. And once you brush your teeth the second time, I mean, you're screwed. You can't put anything in your mouth after that. Otherwise, it tastes terrible. I don't want to put baby in a corner.
I have to brush my teeth before relations. Not just every night, yeah.
No. We often do the
you guys
no brush relations.
Does that kill the mood at all? You're like, hold on, I got to go brush my teeth.
Kinda.
Okay,
it can,
I can see that.
But you also know what's happening. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I'm blown away. I can't believe it. One time a day for RJ and Ross, and there was others who also agreed. One time a day.
Fascinating.
So, yeah.
Sarah's not happy with it. She would wish I would do more.
the hygienist, she's like, hey, look, it's a 4-minute commitment to your day. That's it. 4 minutes out of you do 2 minutes in the morning, 2 minutes at night. And they do go, oh, you do the water pick? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, you need to floss as well.
Yeah.
That one drives me nuts. I'm like, come
flossing
on.
sucks.
And
Sucks.
they always ask the question all after they've already determined that you're not doing a good enough job flossing. They're like, so, have you been flossing? And you're like, no.
What doctor lie do you tell the most? Is it, for us, me, Corey, and RJ, is it 2 drinks a week? Is it the amount of exercise, or is it floss? Is there another? What's the most common doctor lie?
2 drinks a week.
You know it's hard to hide your face when you're.
I have 2 drinks a drink. I don't have 2 drinks a week.
Sometimes I wonder if people lie about if they've been fasting. You know, they're like, hey, we're going to run these tests. You've been fasting?
Oh, yeah.
You forgot. People are like, oh, yeah, totally.
And what really happens if you don't fast with the
I think it
test?
screws up your glucose levels or something.
I don't know.
Okay. But it's not going to kill you.
No, you're just like, no, for
Messes
surgery
with
it might, because you could throw up. But like for just getting your blood drawn, it's just like going to mess up some of your levels.
All right, guys, I got to get your reaction to the blowouts at FS1 as Joy Taylor's show, gone. Maniacho, gone. Some may be brought back, I don't know, but that show's gone. The morning show with Craig Carton, Mark Schlereth, they're gone. So all these pro athletes, LaShawn McCoy and James Jones and Chase Daniel, they got rid of 3 of their 5 shows yesterday.
Do you think that Craig Carton was trying to sell fake advertising for FS1 and they busted him on that, and that's why they had to let him go?
No, I think Craig Carton's not good on TV, but we can't laugh very long because he'll probably be back working for this company again, making $1 million a year in New York.
There's plenty of people who work for this company that I think suck.
Oh, my God.
Wow. Dude, I mean, she's glad to be here in a minute. Relax. Why are you saying that? Uh-oh.
I did really like about Emmanuel Acho is I thought he had a really honest response, and he's like, hey, when you're not good enough in the league, when you get cut. When you're not good enough in this business, you get fired. He was like, I don't have a big announcement plan. I don't know what I'm going to do next. That felt like a real human response.
All right, Corey, either give me the one you're sad to see go that you really enjoyed, or power rank the ones that deserve to not be broadcasting anymore on that platform.
LaShawn McCoy 1.
Okay.
I think
that's a good one.
Yeah, and then I'll go Carton after that, and then Acho. So that would be my 3.
That's a strong. That's strong.
Here's the thing. It's like,
what about Joy?
Did Joy get fired because of?
It was her contract was up.
Okay.
But I was about to tweet. I'd sure like to be an executive right now. But I didn't.
Is that, Sean?
I didn't tweet it.
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
Well, I enjoy the interview process.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know what I mean? Like
the one thing that Shady did is that he brought the term ass. He brought that's a solid term that you can that's got staying power.
Okay.
What's your 3, Kevin?
Yeah, I definitely LaShawn McCoy is at the top of the list. Who was your 3rd? Because I go Craig Carton 2nd as well.
Acho was 3rd for me.
I'll go Joy Taylor 3rd then.
and that you're happiest?
Yeah.
No, I could see why they don't have employment.
What do you do?
Number 1 is Paul Pierce, okay? Because Paul Pierce he's trash. Okay, he's trash. He's not a Hall of Fame basketball player.
Whoa! Wait, Paul Pierce or Chris Paul? You have to have one.
I have to have one, Chris Paul. I'm taking Chris Paul 10 times out of 10.
Okay.
Paul Pierce.
That is really insulting.
It isn't.
Paul Pierce was so good.
Yeah, but every breath everyone took that said Paul Pierce or compared Paul Pierce to Dirk, that was an insult. That was an insult to Dirk.
Yeah.
Paul Pierce and Dirk Nowitzki are on the same tier. Dirk has a tier. Paul doesn't even. I mean,
this here you follow this.
I don't have. I don't have a good analogy here with this one.
Paul Pierce made second team All NBA one time.
Cool.
Exactly.
Paul Pierce scored 27, 25 a year, 26, 26.
He's a chucker.
He is a 44% field goal percentage shooter.
That's not good.
He has a championship.
That's true.
Okay.
True.
Yeah. All right. So your list is Paul Pierce.
Paul's number 1. LaShawn's number 2. I don't have an issue with Carton. I think Carton's funny. I think he's a bad fit for that show.
But you never watch him on TV. No. You're just judging radio Carton.
Yeah, that's true. I don't want him back in radio because that's competition. We don't want that, right?
Yeah, we compete with New York. Head up.
And also, I'll go Joy because Joy rebuffed me with great prejudice.
Oh, yeah.
At the Super Bowl.
That was a great line.
With great prejudice.
Yes.
You know the line, right?
I don't remember. I feel like you've told us this
we were in the hotel at the Houston Super Bowl.
Best bar setup.
Lobby bar, and Sean and I think Ian Rappaport was in our group.
And Colin Cowherd.
And she was behind us with Colin and a bunch of other
Hannah
people. Right?
Storm.
Hannah Storm.
And Cooper Manning.
And both groups split up, but Joy and I were kind of standing back to back. She was in her group and I was in my group, standing back to back. And our bodies kind of turned at the same time to where we were kind of side by side looking out. And I look over at her and I said, so this is what it feels like being the two best looking people in this room.
Great line.
And either she didn't hear me or whatever, but she just walked away. Gave me absolutely zero time.
And you know what an insult that is after Joy came out and said she has to have sex once a day?
Oh God!
And she didn't
Maybe
even.
that was after. Maybe that was a thing that she learned after.
It was also late in the day.
So as she got older, she got hornier.
I like the idea
late in the
that
day.
RJ
Late in the day, it may have already happened.
RJ said it was late in the day. It may have already happened.
Oh man!
All right.
Holy moly!
Serious question now.
Yes.
Oh no!
Be the FS1 because this is a sports talk question. Be the FS1 executive. What do you do? Clearly, the old names, right, didn't work. The format didn't work. You're not getting viewers. You're not getting. What do you do? RJ and I had our idea. I want to hear from you guys. You guys are the two executives to make the call.
Yeah, so what I really think, and I'll take from the wrestling world just a little bit, is you have to provide an actual alternative, not ESPN light. And that's what I feel like they've been doing. Like, go out there and find personalities, whether it's radio, TV, whatever. Find personalities whose names maybe aren't that big, but you feel like they're more like cutting edge in terms of what they do, and provide a real alternative, not just, I know you have ESPN, but maybe you should watch fake ESPN.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the hot take for hot take's sake.
Yeah.
Like, I have something with some depth to it. Some of those was just, hey, we're going to sit here and talk about it, and then every once in a while you can have a really good interview. You can have a really good package, especially when you're dealing with TV like that as well. You can add a really good package to that thing, and I would add a couple reporters for some inside information, and then I would have some good stories. I know it feels like fluff, but those are the ones that connect to people a lot of times, and that's the ones that I think that you're really going to remember. Much like yesterday with ESPN. I know you're saying don't be ESPN light, but yesterday with ESPN they did that story.
I meant in terms of the names.
But they did the story on the kid who has the missing gene, that his body has tumors all over every organ. I thought that was a brilliant piece, and I think you can add those elements into the hot take stuff as well.
All right, remind us one more time where you're at, what you're doing.
Guys, we are at Whataburger off of El Dorado and Coit today. The Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders are out here. I see Rowdy is out here as well. Whataburger Man is rocking around. We have two opportunities. Two opportunities to win Whataburger for a year, plus all these cool items that come in that package as well. I don't know exactly when we're going to do it. Maybe in the noon o'clock hour is a really good window for something like that. Noon o'clock hour is a good time for that. And we're going to be out here all day. You can also get your own playing card made, Kevin. It's a playing card.
Super cool.
And you got the refreshers. We got food. It's going to be an awesome day out here in Frisco.
The KNC Masterpiece with Whataburger and the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders coming up next right here on 105.3 The Fan. Bye-bye.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking out a little bit.
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Whataburger in Frisco, 12465 El Dorado Parkway. That's 12465 El Dorado Parkway off of El Dorado and Coit. We got a lot going on here. Now, Corey's going to be busy trying all the food and drinking the lemonade and the prickly pear.
By the way,
raspberry.
I was told earlier, I do believe it is the Wrangler Burger is going to be coming out in August, all right? It is, the Wrangler Burger, the Bacon Wrangler Burger.
They're going to make it special for us.
It's going to be coming out in August. We get to taste it before anybody else today. So we get to that opportunity to tell everybody what it's all about. We do have all the lemonades and the prickly pear raspberry lemonade refreshers. It's going to be an awesome day, Kevin.
The Cowboys cheerleaders are here from 10 to noon. You can get your own customized trading card made. We already got a chance to look at what those look like when they get produced, and they have a case for them and everything. You get it on the spot. It looks awesome. Plus, at some point in the show, Corey has not one, but two free Whataburger for a year boxes.
Dude,
it includes a bunch of cool stuff.
Burger LED sign, Whataburger 24/7 hat. You got the golf balls, fry box socks. So you got it looks like there's French fries on your socks.
Yeah.
Sunglasses. You got the. Hold on, are they also adding in?
You still can't win this,
the
Corey.
striped tumbler and the orange striped can holder? You're kidding me right now. So these things are all. If you come out here, you can have your chance to win that today. We got to figure out how to do that. Maybe some sort of trivia prize. I have trivia questions in my box. We're good to go.
That is true. Indeed, you do. So I want to start out with something that a local golfing titan said that I think is very relatable to all of us. Scotty Scheffler. And I want to get your take on this. And essentially my question is, I know we're not necessarily on the team, but for a lot of people listening, it probably feels like you're on the teams that you support.
Yeah.
Do you take enough time to enjoy when you win? And this can be about life. It can be more specifically about sports, because here's what Scotty Scheffler said. It's not a fulfilling life. It's fulfilling from the sense of accomplishment, but it's not fulfilling from a sense of the deepest place of your heart. So he talks about winning even huge tournaments. It's like showing up to the Masters every year. It's like, why do I want to win this golf tournament so badly? Why do I want to win the Open Championship so badly? I don't know. If I win, it's going to be awesome for 2 minutes. And then he skips ahead, and he was talking about the Byron Nelson, and I thought this was incredible. He goes, it's something I have tried to work to win my entire life, because he's a Metroplex guy. And he said, you win it, you celebrate, you get to hug your family, my sister's there. It's such an amazing moment. Then it's like, okay, what's for dinner? And so I think there are so many people out there, especially in the world of sports, but we could talk about it from a life perspective as well, is sports can bring you so much heartache and sadness and all of that. And I guess those are kind of similar. But, do you take the time to enjoy when you win? Or in your life, do you take the time to enjoy your successes, or are you like, okay, good, next, what's next?
So with Warzone, obviously you get your win and you move on to the next one really quickly. Kevin, you're trying to get 4 or 5 in a row of those suckers with Call of Duty. All right, that's a video game though, not real life. Or is it real life?
Well, I mean, for how many people out there, how much of your identity is built on Call of Duty or fantasy or whatever?
Let's think about this for a second. When Dirk won his championship, because I'm not going to consider game 64 as a did I celebrate that, or do you whenever we come in here, if the Rangers won, I'm usually excited and I'm trying to be like, look, hey man, let's be positive. If they lost, I'm like, dadgummit. If the Cowboys lose, it almost ruins my week sometimes. And then if they win, I enjoy the next day even more. But let's go down to championship, because that's what I feel like Scotty's talking about. There is the championships. When the Rangers won the World Series, we celebrated that hard. We went up there immediately afterwards, and we partied all night long.
We did.
Enjoyed the parade. We used it for an entire year. Hell, we're still using it right now, Kevin. We still discuss it.
That's true.
It sat with us for a long time. But did I sit there? I think I sat there for maybe 2 or 3 months with the enjoyment of that. With Dirk's, same thing. I was so happy for Dirk that he finally got that championship. Dude, every time we saw Dirk, it was just a reminder that he finally did it. We all did it together. We got the first one together. I don't think I celebrated those Cowboys championships well enough because I was so young at the time, and that's why I want another one now.
Yeah, and so I think about the Rangers example that you gave. I wonder if we're a little bit spoiled from the perspective of we also went right up to the studio and got to hear from the people all night, and we got to sit right at the stage of the parade. So those are memories.
And Chiafalo that towel over and over.
See if we can find that video. And Alec knows. And those are core memories, not just because they won, but because of rushing right up to the studio and talking to everybody, being right there for the parade. And so,
but I understand what he's saying.
Yes,
I mean, I completely think about you for a second. Whenever we get done with Peace-a-thon, I know that we have big goals.
Yes,
it's pretty big. We celebrate it that next morning, and then we kind of go on about all right, what do we do next year? And I understand what he's saying, because my life doesn't change that much if the Rangers win the World Series.
Right.
But quite honestly, it it doesn't change at all.
Sure.
It does. I'm
I
not
get
any
what you're
richer
saying.
because
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah.
I don't have my house didn't sell because of it. I'm not moving anywhere. So I get that. No, the Cowboys didn't win a championship recently. It was back in the day.
Hangman Page did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. So I wonder if he's celebrating today. You know, I
Hopefully
wonder if he's all about it.
Hopefully so.
Yeah.
Now, Alec, I want to get your take on this as well, but I want to read one more thing, and I don't know what this means for his golfing future, or if he's just like, I really appreciate Scotty Scheffler. Feels like he's being really vulnerable, really open, and he
sounds like he's stuck in a rut.
Well, he talked about losing, and he goes, "It sucks. I hate it. I really do. We work so hard for such little moments. I'm kind of a sicko. I love putting in the work. I love getting to practice. I love giving the live out my dreams. But at the end of the day, sometimes I just don't understand the point." Alec,
Dude, he's stuck in a rut.
Yeah, Alec, whether it's about that in particular or just the more general concept that I think Scotty Scheffler is voicing, like what a lot of people what a lot of people feel is like, do you enjoy your moments, whether they're in your life, whether they're in sports, or do you quickly move on to the next thing, whereas maybe we all linger on our losses?
I've been trying to be better about that, honestly, because I've started to notice that whether it's through the nature of the job or if it's just, getting older and, being a little bit more bold and making some of those decisions to experience those things, I try to take in that moment a lot better than I did before. Even the smallest things, like, whenever you guys are out on holiday and I get to do a, remote at Globe Life Field, it's like, oh yeah, this is why I do this stuff. For the interaction, for, just getting to see a baseball game in person. It's like the little things matter to me a lot more, and I try not to soak in the things that bring us down a little bit in sports. I try to do the same thing, too, when I get to see Jacob deGrom throw 8 innings of, beautiful baseball. I'm like,
yeah,
sports are cool. The team might not be in a great spot right now, but hey, sports are really cool sometimes, and I really enjoy this. The home run derby last night, it's like, oh my gosh, like it brings out the little kid in you again, just seeing, 513-foot home runs get hit and stuff. It's like, you know what, this is what I do it for, and so I think I've been better about that.
Do you think that if you're a kid, you'd be allowed to stay up until 4 a.m. when the home run derby ended? Or
oh, absolutely not.
Okay, all right. Just
that was a long venture, bro.
It was a long night. So yeah, I just wanted to run through that story real quick, and I appreciate Scotty Scheffler being.
It sounds like he needs a talking doctor, Kevin. That's what it sounds like to me.
We
He's
all
like,
do.
What's the point?
Yes.
Oh no, buddy, come on.
Look,
it's gonna be okay. Let's go climb a mountain together.
And that was one of the things that me and my talking doctor go over constantly is if you're trying to get from point A to point B and you're, let's just say, in the middle, because that's easy to understand, like if you're just listening.
Like point A and a half?
Yes, point A and a half. Instead of viewing I got from point A to point A and a half as success, I tell the talking doctor that I view point A and a half to point B as all the space that I've failed.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, you are going to make yourself...
Because point A should be it for you. Like, I'm done. I did it, I'm done.
Yeah, but like you should celebrate the progress that you make along the way and still being like, I still got this far to go. Well, like, you can still celebrate how far you've made it so far.
Why do you roll your eyes every time I say it's about the friends we made along the way then, Kevin? That's part of it.
Because I don't think you mean that.
I do every time. I mean, look at all the friends we have now.
Yes.
All the new ones we made. If you look seriously, go look back at when we started, when we became friends, you and I.
Yes.
When or colleagues, if you will.
Oh,
we had to grow into friends over time. But go back and look at that and how many more friends we have now, like that go along with it, man. Yeah, that's part of the journey that we've been experiencing. We don't even have a B yet. Think about that. We just had an A, and we're just still going at this point, Kevin.
All right, Corey, let me ask you this then. We got amazing ratings news yesterday.
Yeah,
How
we did.
come you didn't celebrate it? How come you're like, I want to do better?
Oh,
in your face!
I went home and I did celebrate. I told the wife, and I said, "You remember that thing that Conor McGregor said about his fights?" That's what I said, and I was like, "Let's have a good time."
That is not that is not what he said.
877-881-1053 if you know what Conor McGregor said.
No, I know what he said.
I'm just asking the Tolos if they know what I'm talking about.
All right. Now, I wanted to throw one more thing out there because ESPN put this out this morning, and I know I'm kind of putting you guys on the spot. What is the best football team of the past 25 years? Because I'm not going to lie, I hate their selection for number one. I just fundamentally do not agree with it, and I'm willing to bet that there are a lot of people out there who are like, no, yeah, that was the best team. Get over it.
You said the last 25 years?
Last 25 years. Who was the best football team in all of the lands, and why was it the 2013 Seahawks?
Oh, you love that team.
That team
as
was
much
awesome.
as you love.
I do love Peyton Manning though, but they just beat the brakes off of him.
You feel about that team though the way that you did about the '92 Cowboys, almost.
Yes, that team was incredibly balanced, and they could just smash you into the ground. But don't forget, and I know the first play from scrimmage was a safety, safety. They still scored 41 more points in that game.
Yeah,
they're actually second on the list.
Man, I was going to say, I really thought that Green Bay team in 2011 was amazing, but I don't think they get enough respect for what they actually did defensively that year.
Okay, so believe it or not, that team is the 2010 team that beat the Steelers in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That team is number 8 on the list, despite the fact that they have more losses than I think any other team in the top 10, but that team in the playoffs was amazing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And like I said, their defense stood up better than I thought. A lot of people give them credit for that year. And where's last year's Philadelphia team rank?
So,
as far as a well-constructed team, that's it right there.
I would be inclined to agree with that. And that's the thing that's like, I don't know, a little bit scary maybe. Or maybe you it doesn't matter. They won the Super Bowl, and we didn't. So there you go. The Philadelphia Eagles from 2017 are 5.
Okay.
The Philadelphia Eagles from last year are 4.
Oh, wow, really?
Okay. So then number 3 on the list is the 2004 New England Patriots. That is the team that beat the TO hyperbaric chambers 24-21 in the Super Bowl. And then, like I told you, number 2 was the 2013 Seattle Seahawks, peak Legion of Boom, when they beat the Broncos 43-8. And if you guys have any other team, Alec, is there a team that springs to mind for you, best football team of the last 25 years? Because we haven't got to number 1 yet, and guess what? I disagree with number 1.
You actually took my answer, which would be the 2013 Seahawks, because that defense was incredible. The offense was really, really good, too, just outshined by their defense. But that's my pick, personally, the best that I've ever seen.
Okay, and see, I'm with you on that, and this is where I want to get y'all's take. Do you have another one you want to throw?
Tampa, is it 2002, I believe, Tampa Bay? Their defense was elite. Brad Johnson was not. But their defense was an elite defense. Their offense put up points, but I think I give a lot of credit to Gruden on being with his creativity and his offense. Plus, in that Super Bowl, he did get his opponent's head coach to just roll over for him. Don't forget, remember, was it Callahan just goes in there at the last second and is like, I know we've been doing this really well, but we're going to do this instead. And then they lose to Gruden, who used to coach them.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can find them on there, because the other contemporary kind of for them, I believe it was the 2000 Ravens.
Yeah, I would say those 2 teams. Okay, those 2 teams are very similar in that they were elite defenses with quarterbacks that were just unique.
So number 1 on the list is the 2007 New England Patriots, and I'm not going to lie, I think that is a joke. That is the team that was 18-0 going into the Super Bowl.
And then lost the Super Bowl?
And they lost to a mediocre team. And, I just can't get around that. I know RJ is going to hate me for this because of his thoughts on the playoffs and that one-game scenario. But, that's the point of the season. I'm not saying you can't be an excellent team if you lose in the Super Bowl. You 100% can. You cannot tell me, you can tell me whatever you want. You cannot convince me that the best team of the last 25 years didn't win the title. I fundamentally don't believe that. And then 2007 New England Patriots.
Even as close as that game was, it was a 3-point game.
Okay, but it's not like they were taking on another Titan on the other side. If they were playing one of those back-to-back, I know now we're out of the 25 years, one of those back-to-back Broncos teams. Or let's say they were playing last year's Philadelphia Eagles and they lost by 3 points and that ridiculous David Tyree catch and everything like that. I get it. You lost to a team that, what were they, 9-7, 10-6 in the regular season? season, and nobody thought you had a chance. You were favored by like 17 points going into the game, and you lost, and that's the best team of the past quarter century.
Yeah, you lost
My
to Tom Brady
ass.
kryptonite.
Yeah, man,
Eli Manning.
He really is.
He still talks trash to him to this day because he's one of the only people that can.
There's nobody who holds a more decided advantage over Tom Brady than Eli Manning.
Yes, one of the only people that can.
And so I just wanted to throw that out there. I'm going to just get a yes or no from Rowdy. What do you think about the 2007 Patriots, who didn't even win the Super Bowl, as being the best team of the quarter century?
Oh,
he thinks it's hilarious. It's laughable. See,
Rowdy
he's
is
also going to
walking
steal
off
my
with your
sandwich.
food.
That's
Yeah,
okay. I really have questions about the logistics of how that would work.
I think it'll work just fine.
So I think a lot of people are going to pick up this conversation in the next few hours, maybe the next couple of days or whatever, and I'm sure they'll all talk about how great that team was with Randy Moss and all this and blibbity blabbity.
It was a good team.
It was
a really good team.
You know
that
what? You're
lost the
right.
Super Bowl.
It was a really good team that lost the Super Bowl, not the best team of the past.
I'll take
quarter
that
century.
Seattle team, Kevin. I think you can rock with that one.
Agreed. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, do you still get amped for the MLB All-Star Game? Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here at Wrigley Field. Meanwhile, a base hit puts the American League on top. It goes deep, and the second run might also score. Bear's not a good runner, but he is going to be able to dent the plate. And it's 2-0 in favor of the American League as Frankel came through on an 0-2 count.
That is Julio Franco with the 2 RBI hit right there that made him the All-Star Game MVP in 1990. We're the KNC Masterpiece live at Whataburger asking the question, do you still get amped for the MLB All-Star Game? Now, I know plenty of people are amped here at the Whataburger, whether it's the trading cards, whether it's the cheerleaders, whether it's the opportunity to win free Whataburger for a year, or whether it is us, which I would really appreciate. We've already got somebody here who drove from Ohio to come see the show. But I have one more piece of baseball news once you're done.
Kevin, I just took my trading card picture with the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. I got that taken care of. But I also, while I was out there, let them know we're going to be in Oxford next week because they're going to be out in Oxford next week as well. And they said
they're going to seek you out.
She said, come see us. She said, come see us. Make sure we love KNC. And I was like, wow. I was like, all right. She goes, y'all are the home of the Cowboys. We're the cheerleaders for the Cowboys. We love KNC. Come say hi.
You know who would really love to say hi to them is my wife, because she loves the old country music television show, Dallas Cowboys Cheerleaders Making the Team. And now the show on Netflix, she also watches that. So I think she'd be pretty pumped about that. Also, one more bit of baseball news for you. MLB has given permission to the Rays to play all of their playoff games, including the World Series, potentially, at Steinbrenner Field.
Okay.
Which is the spring training field.
Okay, all right. That's where we're going to be playing those now.
Or minor league field. Yeah,
well,
so the World Series could be there.
Well,
what are we talking about?
Do you want them to move it to Texas then again? Is that what you want? Why don't you just make sure the Rangers are in it and you don't have to worry about that?
That's a good point.
You know, because then you can just have all the games at Globe Life.
Okay, deal. Let's make that. Well, not all of the games, because then
yes, all of them,
okay.
all of the games, Kevin.
Okay,
I don't think any game should be played. Any World Series game should ever be played in a minor league park.
I agree with that. All right, so we're at Whataburger in Frisco, 12465 El Dorado Parkway. It's off of El Dorado and Coit. Now, there's a whole bunch of All-Star Game stuff we're going to get to. Then we'll get to the Home Run Derby in just a minute. But I wanted to ask you, because you were kind of talking about this yesterday. I don't feel this way. Obviously, they don't even do the Pro Bowl anymore. I didn't feel this way about the NHL All-Star Game before they switched formats to the Four Nations that I think we all loved, and I don't feel this way about the Basketball All-Star Game. Is there still that sense of wonder or magic or whatever for the MLB All-Star Game? Because that one does still feel different.
I still enjoy it. Is that okay?
Yeah,
for me to still enjoy it.
It's okay if you don't enjoy it either.
We're talking Home Run Derby right now, right?
No,
All-Star.
we'll do that in a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, the All-Star. I think it's just awesome to be able to have all of your best players around each other, dude. Look at that National League team. Look how stacked that National League team. Do you have it up right now?
I've got it pulled up.
Look at how stacked this dude. Lead off is Shohei.
Shohei Ohtani, Ronald Acuna, Ketel Marte, Freddie Freeman, Manny Machado, Will Smith. Haha. Hey.
No, that's a different Will Smith.
Gotcha. Kyle Tucker, Francisco Lindor, and then Pete Crow Armstrong. By the way, Pete Crow Armstrong's been having an amazing season.
And now that might be the lightest name on that bunch, though, right? Like out of all the people on that roster, that might be the lightest one. But Kevin, that's this generation right now.
Yeah.
That's their best players.
Yeah.
That's our Julio Francos, our Juan Gonzalez, and they are watching. It's people with big names that have played in big games. Freddie Freeman, the best World Series home run hitter on the planet. Is that the? I mean, let's go ahead and put him put a ribbon around his neck for that one. But yeah, man, I think this is that opportunity. Now, when I look at the American League team, Kevin, I'm kind of like it's a little lackluster. But I still get excited because I think the National League team, those are your best stars in baseball right now.
Yeah. Do you feel the same way about the pitchers since you get Paul Skeens running out there for them?
Yeah. Oh, and I think, the pitching staff is actually pretty stacked for both of them as well. But, whenever you get – obviously, I'd love to see Paul Skeens roll out there and throw, 8 innings of clean baseball. But you're going to get one of them. And he's going to give everything he has. And that's a really cool part of the All-Star game, too, is you got a short period of time to show this entire stadium and all the people watching what you got.
From the 817, that lineup is like my MLB The Show lineup. It's insane.
Yeah.
You know what? And you just mentioned something, and we can move past this if you're just not interested, and I totally get that, or if you don't want to bring the festivities down. But, obviously Pat McAfee has been kind of like the de facto master of ceremony for a lot of this stuff. Did you see during the media scrum, I believe it was, that a reporter asked both him and Dave Roberts about why they're participating in the All-Star Game festivities, since they said it was an abomination that the laws weren't changed for voting and everything when they left. So,
you just hit me with one, Kevin.
Look, I know MLB doesn't want to get bogged down with this, but they were supposed to have the game, 4 years ago? Maybe 5, I think 4. Mm-hmm. And they haven't really changed those laws since then, and Dave Roberts was furious about it, and it was a well thought out question. And then Dave Roberts, I think, was like, "Oh, you might have to." I didn't really understand the question. I was like, "Yes, you
was
did."
4 years ago.
Yeah, it was 4 years ago.
I could definitely throw this one at you, Kevin. I don't know, man. I changed my mind since 4 years ago.
See,
that's definitely an easy.
Yeah. I kind of wish he would have said that. Honestly,
I've opened up a little since then, or I think a little differently since then. That's an opportunity to say that too. And I don't know. That never affects me. Whenever, me personally. That being said, McAfee, did you see him? I saw him last night do the home run derby announcements. All right, so he's out there announcing. He's got the cutoff sleeves on the. I'm rocking Tank Top Tuesday here, Kevin. He's got the cutoff sleeves on the jersey.
Are you disappointed that
nobody
of the
else is helping me out here? This guy is. I can see him in his tank top.
Oh, that's true. Tank Top Tuesday.
He's enjoying Tank Top Tuesday right now. But that's, you talk about him being the master of ceremonies.
Yes,
he got me pumped last night.
Don't you think that's a good description? Don't you think he's a good default for pretty much any event?
Well, when you say default, it makes me think you just fell back and settled.
He's
one that I think that they put up on
negative.
I think they put him up on the board at the top a lot of times, and they go, "Can we get that guy?"
Yeah.
And McAfee's like, "Hell yeah, I like to party."
Yeah.
So he's all about that. And
no, you're
right.
And
I think that's something that I think it needed it last night. I really did. I got excited the way he does things, the energy that he brings to these things.
Yeah.
No matter what place it is, I appreciate the way he does that.
Now, I know we're going to focus on the All-Star game tonight, but looking at the Texas Rangers going forward and for the rest of the season, have you seen that their win total projection dropped from 86.5 to 80.5? Does that feel right to you? I think they're the 6th most decreased win team, besides obviously the Rockies.
Did the Astros? Did anybody above us move down from what theirs was? Because I don't know that I think this division is out of hand.
So the Houston Astros are +6. And so the thing that's troubling about that is the Rangers and Astros both started at 86.5, so they're even. Now that's a 12-game divide, and that's not necessarily how it has to play out. The Angels went up by 4, the Mariners went up by 2, and the A's went down by 3. But not a lot was expected of any of those teams.
Yeah, no, I guess I'm just kind of looking at the division and trying to see. The reality is the Astros are at the top of the division right now, and the Rangers are, at 8.5 games back on them. So, that puts them in that place where you're like, okay, that is the difference from what you saw at the beginning of the season. So midway through the season, that's an accurate depiction of where the Rangers are and where the other teams are. But they're discounting a Rangers tear. All right, they're saying what we just saw from Marcus Semien and Adolis Garcia right here before the break. They're discounting that, dude, and I love it. I think Bochy likes kind of having this underdog mentality going into the second half. They think we can't do this, guys. This is a tall task. Yeah, it is, but we're used to this.
What percentage then in your brain and in your heart?
1,000.
What? Okay, that can't be your brain percentage though for the Rangers making the playoffs.
Oh, okay. My brain percentage of the Rangers making the playoffs, Kevin. What does it say right there? on
always 100% pure beef.
Yes, 100%.
See, but I like the idea that you're always 100% pure beef that they're going to make the playoffs. I like that even better. That's your heart prediction. That's your heart prediction.
My heart prediction right now tells me it is a 78% chance in my mind. Now that's 78% chance for them. That doesn't say that every other team has only 2% chance.
For sure.
For me, I have a feeling that they are going to go on a good little steady run here on the back half of the schedule, build to the playoffs. This team, what do we see in the first year with Bochy? They came out of the gates hot, stumbled a little bit, turned it back up for a little bit, and then stumbled all the way down into the World Series. And I think this team, Kevin, is going from the bottom up on their way to it this year.
From the 214, Corey believes in the Rangers, unlike Kevin, who doesn't.
Yeah.
So I just want to point out,
100% pure beef belief.
When I read you a number that exists in the world, I didn't invent math or the way that number happened. That's a fair critique. So Fangraphs currently lists, again, not Kevin Graphs, Fangraphs currently lists the Rangers as 17% chance of getting into the postseason.
You said 70% chance?
17. 1-7.
Of course.
Essentially a 1 in 6 shot.
Isn't it fitting that Kevin would go out and find a number that low? Not that you.
They're all that
You're
low.
telling us that you didn't create the numbers, but you're also telling me that you didn't find that number. And that's what's concerning, Kevin, is I think you're out there seeking numbers to make us sad.
I'm really pissed at ESPN right now because usually they have that playoff percentage next to the teams, and I needed that secondary source to back it up and be like, see? That's what they say, too. But guess what? They're cowards, and they didn't put it on there.
From the 214, 90%. From the 817, brain percentage is 1 million right now.
Okay.
So that's where they are. I appreciate that.
No, that's too high. The scale is 100.
I think the brain is limitless, and you're trying to give me.
Is that because you saw that movie with Bradley Cooper?
It was good, actually a pretty good movie, honestly.
See,
what would you do if you were taking that drug?
And that's, and that's the issue I try not to think about, Corey, because I'll tell you this. I saw Limitless, and I also started to think about if I could up my brain percentage usage, all the things I can do, and it takes me to an unhealthy place.
I was going to say, would you be dangerous if you had that high of a percentage?
For sure.
Let's say you use 60% of your brain instead of the 10 that you only use now.
Holy crap.
Like, how dangerous do you think you would be at that point? I think scary. I think I'd
probably
be
super dangerous for the people who don't agree with me. but like, no, I think the issue is I spend too much time thinking, could I make that happen?
Yes.
Which is a giant waste of time because I don't have the pill.
Yeah, one day though. I've seen that it's out there right now.
What?
Yeah. Yeah,
Where
it's on
do
those
you
ads.
see that?
It's on those ads.
On Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah, do it, lady. Yeah.
Right at the cash register of the convenience store.
Yeah, it's right
Look,
there.
If you go to the convenience store and right at the register it says take the Limitless pill like from the movie.
It says goat.
Don't take that pill.
The goat weed.
Yeah,
You're like, hold on, which one do I want here?
Don't do that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, live from Whataburger in Frisco off of El Dorado and Coit. It's time for some baseball nuggets where we will discuss the home run derby next on The Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Ladies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
20 pitches. Oh, you need it.
Look at this one. He needs to get on a roll.
Right center went out.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Whataburger in Frisco. We are at 12465 El Dorado Parkway off of El Dorado. And Coit, we got a lot going on here. Now, Corey, you've been down in the prickly pear raspberry drink, and then the regular lemonade.
Yeah, and the caramel coffee
Oh,
that
my
I had
gosh,
this morning.
that's so many
had
drinks.
myself a bacon, egg, and cheese taquito. That's what I would. That's always been my order.
Okay.
But I'm also,
I like the breakfast on a bun.
Yeah, man, that's always a great option
Yeah.
as well. The I did. I'm saving a little room for a future burger that's going to be on the way here in August, so we'll get that one tasted up for you. I got my card with the Cowboys cheerleaders all taken care of today too on a Tank Top Tuesday at that. So we're loving life today.
Do you
man.
count what they're wearing as a tank top?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll let that one slide, even though they have arm sleeves.
It kind of goes
I feel like
against-
tank tops are sleeveless,
Yeah.
but
Isn't the main tenet of the tank top to not have any sleeves?
I think so. I think it might be a little off on that one, but yeah, man, I'm also posting some things up on some socials as we go along here.
In addition to all of that, we already have a fan here from Ohio. Also, we're going to be giving away 2 boxes of Whataburger for a year. Now, that includes coupons. That includes the very cool LED sign that is new to this box because we've kind of done this as a donation item for Peace-a-thon the last couple of years. It includes spicy ketchup, all kinds of stuff. We're going to be giving away 2 of those today.
You know, in the noon o'clock hour, you want to do that in the noon hour? I think we do that. You swing through here, get your lunch, get your lunch taken care of at El Dorado and Coit's Whataburger, and we'll be giving those away. We'll have a little trivia question.
I always view you as the arbiter of giveaways.
Okay.
And so it's up to Corey Major.
So do I have to yell? Let's give something. Do I have to yell that, or
I think you might.
We'll just rock with it today. All right, we'll see how it goes.
Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. Hey, guys, what do you think we're going to talk about in Baseball Nuggets here?
Home run derby?
Math.
Good call.
The arbiter of math.
I mean, we can. I would probably prefer not. We're going to play cut number 2 in just 1 second. This is the man who won the home run derby, but I want to point out somebody sent this to me. I had not seen it otherwise. A video of a young Cal Raleigh like hanging out with his family, and he had the bat, and it was like, "And your winner of the home run derby." And it was just really cool to see that like as a childhood dream. And then give me cut number 2. It became reality.
No! It will not get out! The Dominican dominance comes to an end. The Big Dumper is your home run derby champion for 2025.
Now, I just want to point out that we live in a world where not only has Cal Raleigh been incredible, but we've all just accepted that he's the Big Dumper.
Dude, he went up to the plate as the Big Dumper.
He did.
And he won it as the Big Dumper.
He did.
And whenever my wife heard that was his nickname, she had to peek around the corner to check to see if it was
See
actually a real
behind?
Big Dumper. Yeah, she wanted to know.
What was the verdict?
And she was like, "Oh, that's confirmed."
Okay.
Yeah, and so like that's a reality. That's awesome for him. And I know you were excited because that's been the dude that you've been a huge Mariners fan recently.
No,
and you've
I'm
been
a huge fan of this guy. In
all about
particular.
Cal Raleigh. And last night, Kevin, I was if I'd have picked, I would have picked James Wood. And he was the first one to lead off. He hit 16. It wasn't good enough to get into the next round, but it was like, dude, this is a kind of like rookie.
Right.
This is his first ever home run derby. That was impressive to see. He hit some monster ones that went out of the park. And then Rooker gets up, and I'm thinking to myself, this guy might never stop hitting home runs.
Right.
And then he loses by what, 0.08 feet?
Yes, on the tie break.
Jeez. And so that was a hell of a way to start. I really enjoyed the way it started. If anybody didn't know James Wood to start, they do now.
Hey, man, he has had a heck of a season. He is a heck of a young player. Oneil Cruz hit the longest non-Coors Field home run in home run derby history. Like, if you look at it, it's him and 4 other people that are all from the year that the home run derby was at Coors Field, and you're like, okay, well, maybe I can see that. But Cal Raleigh, he was the favorite. He did in fact win 3-1. I wanted to bring up something though. Man, what an amazing scenario! What an amazing atmosphere it is out here. We now have a dog out here as well to support the cause. So we're just adding more caricatures. And Rowdy.
The fine folks from City Vet have stopped by.
That's right.
To have some Whataburger
oh, man, I need that.
That is not for that, Rowdy. That's not for that.
Rowdy is
there
taking
you
my
go. Yeah.
water and pantomimed cleaning their armpits and then drinking them, which I like.
You got to shower the way you can.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah,
You got to shower
absolutely.
the way you can.
Absolutely. Now, the thing about this event is I kind of feel like sometimes when Sean Sharif talks about the NBA All-Star Dunk Contest and like it's not the way it used to be and all of that, that's kind of the way I feel about the Home Run Derby Contest in terms of it beats me down a little bit because it's so long. What I would love to see is you do your first round and those 4 advance, and then it's winner take all in the
How do you
next
do the
round.
first round, though? The same way they do
can
it?
Keep the people because people seem to really dig the first round because you get your opportunity.
You like the bonus balls that go along with it?
I kind of do. Like I would eliminate at least one round. So instead of going like 4-2, I would just go 8-4, and that's your final.
Okay, all right, that final 4.
Because it's 3 hours. It's too long.
Yeah, I like the idea of a one-on-one head-to-head. I understand that, but I'm with you, man. It is a long event, and even for those guys, it's a long event. It wears them out too. And I was trying to think last night of different ways. I was like, man, I would love maybe just reduce it to 10 pitches. You know, maybe just you get the best 10 pitches or 10 swings. And are we waving it? Are we waving it? Yeah. Okay. Hi. Where the Cowboys cheerleaders are waving. I thought maybe there was somebody behind
Corey,
us.
I'm glad you did that because I almost committed a massive faux pas in terms of the cheerleaders were waving at me and I wasn't waving back. It's kind of like I was like, oh, yeah, and her name was Jill, and I was like, oh, yeah, see you later, Jess. And she's like, it's Jill, and I was like, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, I really dropped the ball on that and just not being a nice human.
By the way,
back.
those cheerleaders are Charlie and Maddie, who are from your wife's favorite
Netflix show.
Yeah, so they Charlie and Maddie.
I need to tell my wife. I'll be like, hey, we're doing a show out here. What else you got?
Cowboys
Charlie and
cheerleaders.
Maddie are here from the Netflix Cowboys cheerleader show. Oh.
She's like in the DeLorean and Back to the Future, just going as fast as she can to get here.
Which for her is probably like 48 miles an hour. Now, I wanted to play the other. She's a slow driver.
You just called her a slow driver.
She is a slow driver.
On radio.
I always tell this story. This is when we were dating, and then I promise we'll talk about that kid who was like, I'm going to give myself a contract by robbing this home run in the home run derby. We were driving home. She picked me up from the airport from, it must have been our Oxnard trip years ago. And we're driving and like we're having a nice conversation, but oh my God, we're on the highway. She's driving behind somebody who, I kid you not, is not going faster than 45 miles an hour. And like it just goes on and on. And I finally looked at her and I was like, hey, I'm sorry. Will you go around this car? This is driving me insane. And she goes, oh, I didn't even notice we were having such a lovely conversation. I was like, come on.
Now that we're here,
You know how
Kevin.
women are.
Yeah. Thanks, P.J. Washington. Now that we're in this space that's safe, talking about our wives driving.
We got married.
My Adrian drives me nuts. She will drive behind cars whenever there's space on the left to go around. And whenever she pulls up to lights, if there's 3 cars in one lane and an open lane, she'll be behind the 3 cars in one lane.
The only time I approve of that is if the open lane is
the middle lane.
Okay.
The middle lane.
Okay, but if the open lane is a closed-off right lane that people could turn
That's
in,
fine.
don't go into that
It's the
spot.
middle lane,
But-
though, and I'm like, what are you even doing here?
Yeah.
There's space right there, and it doesn't matter to her. On our trip down to Galveston, my sister texted me, and she said that her husband had finally gone over 50 miles an hour, and I was like, no wonder y'all are 2 hours behind us. But at least they were safe, and that's what matters.
That is true. Within reason.
Yeah.
So, cut number 1, Junior Caminero. So, he finished as the runner-up. But I want to play cut number 1. And maybe this has happened in the home run derby before. I don't remember it. This kid, like, legitimately goes up against the wall and grabs the home run from being a home run. Cut number 1, let's hear it.
Junior, a line shot.
Got a chance. Oh, he stole it. They counted it, though. They did.
They counted it.
The umpire counted it.
As is Major League Baseball. And that looked like it would have been a home run, fellas.
The kid, he jumped up at the wall and caught the home run. And I think it was all of Caminero's teammates were like, "What the hell?"
Do they count it then?
Yes, they did. Yes.
That's ridiculous.
It was still really
But
funny.
I love it, and now more of these kids can know. They can get that opportunity to go do that because they know that the game they'll just fix it. They'll be like, "Oh, that was supposed to be a home run."
Look,
so they don't even have to worry about it.
Mike brought this.
Did any of the kids get hit in the face and knocked out this time?
And I was going to say, Mike brought this to my attention years ago. I am amazed that more people don't get hurt during the home run
that
derby.
thing's terrifying.
I'm glad they don't.
These are pro hitters up there,
know.
hitting 107 miles an hour off the bat.
No,
and
I
there's
agree
kids
with you.
out there that are just jabbing with each other, and all of a sudden they look up and there's one zooming at their nose.
I agree with you. Now, I wanted to throw this out there. I forgot to mention this the other day after the draft. Eli Willits, the number 1 pick, at 17 years old and 216 days, he became the 3rd youngest player ever drafted first overall, behind Ken Griffey Jr., who was 2nd, and Tim Foley.
Of course, Tim Foley.
I did not know who that was. I had to
I know,
look
it's
him
all
up.
right. You don't have to know everybody.
He got drafted and debuted as a 20-year-old for the New York Mets. Maybe he was only 19, but yeah, he is the youngest player ever. But congratulations to Eli, the 3rd youngest player ever to get drafted number 1 overall, because he, just like Cooper Flagg, he reclassified and he moved up
There
a
you
year.
go.
So he's a year younger than all of the other most of the other high school prospects were at his age. And then also we were talking about the Rays earlier. It does look like their sale is a go. It's expected to be completed by September for $1.7 billion.
With a B?
With a B. So let's see if they can kind of, I don't know, relaunch that team into something that people want to go see.
Kevin, you have 1 hour left. 1 hour left to take a picture with the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. They're here until noon.
Oh, I got my card.
So
now.
if you're at work right now, you need to go ahead and tell boss I'm leaving a little bit early today. I'm going to go get a picture with Cowboys cheerleaders. Ask boss if he wants to come, or
maybe
she.
even don't tell him.
Yeah, just do that. But you got to get over here right now. El Dorado and Coit at Whataburger. We have an opportunity to win Whataburger for a year. That's 2 opportunities coming up in the noon o'clock hour. But you have only until noon to get your picture with Cowboys cheerleaders.
Love it, love it, love it. Coming up next, more Cowboys questions that matter as we waste away waiting for training camp. Next on The Fan.
In this voice guy's opinion. our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Whataburger in Frisco, 12465 El Dorado, off of El Dorado and Coit. You have an opportunity to come see us, first and foremost.
No.
All right. Last and least most, you can come see us. More importantly, the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders will very own customized Whataburger trading card made, and you have the opportunity to do that the entirety of the show. Plus, throughout the show, you have a chance to enter, and you can win free Whataburger for an entire year. Corey's going to do not one, but two of those giveaways during the show. So
count them.
A lot happening throughout the show right now. Got more football content for you, more Cowboys questions that matter as we waste away waiting from training camp, although it's only 6 days away that we're going to be headed off to training camp. I'm excited about it. I believe, Corey Majors, that you are excited about it as well.
I can't wait. We head out Monday, and then and so we'll be there for all the fun festivities that go all the way until Friday, setting the table basically for G-Bag and Sean and RJ to hit out there as well.
Very true.
And I've already confirmed there are a couple of really awesome guests on the way for Monday. Our maybe one of our rookies.
Oh,
and maybe an elite receiver.
Oh, I like it. We'll decide if he's elite. All right. I'm just kidding. Off to a bad start for that interview. All right. So, Alec, Corey, I would love to get y'all's input on this. Who is the most important non-DAC player on this team?
Sorry, I'm looking at the trivia questions for later.
I thought you wanted me to ask a cheerleader-based question. Do you want to have them on the show?
If you want
is that
to,
allowed?
I don't know if that's allowed.
Yeah,
I know because of DJ, like you have to hold a football now when you stand next to him because DJ was like, oh.
Yeah.
What was the question?
Most important non-DAC player on the Dallas Cowboys.
Kyle Yeomans.
No, he's not. He's not on the team, but that was perfectly timed.
I still think it's CeeDee Lamb.
Okay.
And that's because he's probably the next best player. He's probably the best player on the field, in my opinion. Just athletically, he's one of those dudes that can break away. He's a game breaker. He can be a chain mover. He can get you 4 yards. Whatever it is, he can do all of it. And so I know you have a potential replacement for him, but he's not him.
Yeah.
And so, like, Pickens is a nice receiver to have, but he's not CeeDee Lamb, and that's a complete difference maker right there. People walking in right now are going to be shocked when they see the Cowboys cheerleaders if they didn't know that.
It is a bit jarring.
They were coming here to be there. But I'll go with CeeDee Lamb at the moment. I want to say the whole offensive line. I couldn't pick a single one.
Okay. Put a pin in that for just 1 second because I'm really intrigued by that as well. Alec, who is the most important non-DAC player on this Cowboys team?
Corey's answer is the number one correct answer, but I want to be fun and be different, and I will go offensive line, and I will say Tyler Smith, because in year 10 of Dak Prescott's career, we know that he doesn't stay healthy all of the time, and that's not exactly his fault. It just happens in the game of football. So if Tyler Smith is not Tyler Smith-like, or if he is not available, then I am very concerned about our quarterback's health.
So it's really interesting that Alec, you said that, and then Corey, you brought up what you said, because CBS Sports has an article out there, and they said Tyler Guyton. And you have talked about that quite a bit. Now, let me just read you this blurb, and I think it will probably fall in line with how you feel. Guyton struggled badly as a rookie and has a whole lot to improve on in year 2. Dallas has a history of getting the best out of first-round offensive linemen. You know the names, Smith, Martin, Frederick, now the other Tyler Smith. But Guyton has much rawer prospect, or was a much rawer prospect coming into the league than those guys were.
Yes. The reason I didn't say him is because it is across the board. It's not just him. I've said multiple times that if Tyler Guyton is good, that I think the offensive line will be good.
Yeah.
And I think if the offensive line is good, this team has a chance to win in the playoffs. Not just make the playoffs, but win in the playoffs. Defensively, we still have a lot of question marks. That's why I didn't put a specific player, Because, hell, dude, it might be – Kenneth Murray might be the most important one for Eberflus.
Right,
You know,
right.
it really comes down to what the weak link on that defense is and what the strength is and where they stand there, because a lot of times the most important is going to be a weak link.
Right.
How good is that weak link? If your weak link is still better than the best player on the opponent's team, you're feeling pretty good about your team. So that's why I don't know where this defense's weakness or strength is yet, but we know enough about this offense to know that. So that's why I go there. But with Tyler Guyton, it makes a lot of sense because of how poor he was last year.
Now, go ahead and give me cut number 5.
Or raw. I want to say raw.
Yeah,
rather than
raw
poor.
is a good word. Go ahead and give me cut number 5, because there's not a ton of different answers for this question right here. So my question is going to be, who is the week 1 starter at running back? Could it be this gentleman?
Watkins in motion. Sanders on the run to the end zone. Touchdown, Philadelphia. Miles Sanders.
Is it going to be Miles Sanders? Would you go Javonte Williams? Do you think there's a possibility it is somebody who is not on the roster right now?
I heard Schottenheimer talk about this a little bit too, by the way. And he was like, look, man, you really don't know about running backs until you get to training camp.
Yeah.
And but I love the line, because here's why. Everybody's given us the, hey, man, we're hearing Miles Sanders sounds great. He's looking great. Schottenheimer said, when you're in shorts, it's different than whenever you have a 300-pound man sticking his arm out trying to tackle you. So that's where I stand on that. Is I appreciate that I think Miles Sanders gets the game in shorts. But Jaden Blue and Javonte Williams are my two guys. I know that the Javonte Williams situation is there's some money that could be saved by cutting him.
You're right.
I don't think that that's going to be an option for them. I think they want to keep him around.
I will just say, when we're talking about that level of money, I know it's like $2 to $2.75 million. I think is the most from any of them. So I don't want to.
That's not enough to pay for training camp.
Exactly. So I don't want to. I don't want to make it sound like it's a game-changing money or anything like that. All right, Alec, who is the week 1 starter at running back?
Yes. I mean, I feel like you could flip a coin if we're being totally honest, but if I had to make a pick right now, I do think it's Miles Sanders, just because he doesn't have any kind of major injury history in the last few years that we're coming off of, and he's had success somewhat recently. I know Javonte has too, but he has a bigger sample size of that. So a guy that's been around a little bit longer, a guy that's played on good teams and actually been a somewhat important part of good teams as well. I would lean Miles Sanders, but I think you can flip a coin and say that there's a solid case for either of those two.
I'm rocking with Javonte as the starter. That's where I'm rocking with.
All right, now this one's a little tricky, because it's not necessarily just about the player as it is the situation that's happening in the broader NFL. Will Donovan Ezeraku's contract be a problem? Now, again, this is not about him.
He's one of the 30 that have not signed. I would assume that the Cowboys would have convinced him to sign already. I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Because only 2 have signed.
I don't think it's going to be a problem because the Cowboys actually have some depth there. He's going to be a dude, though, that I think that grows over time at this. Is he going to miss training camp?
Okay, and so I guess therein lies my question for both of y'all.
That's problematic,
Again,
yes.
not because of just him, but because this feels like a line in the sand that's being drawn by all agents for all of these second-round players. And if he's somebody that you're thinking can have a big impact, obviously not having him in training camp is more problematic than not having Micah Parsons.
Yeah, and a lot of these guys, they have... Look at Tolbert. Tolbert missed a lot of training camp, right? And didn't. They were like, we threw too much at him. He struggled with this and this, and we threw too much at him. And a lot of these guys, second rounders, they're not guaranteed. First rounders are almost guaranteed to be on the team.
Yes.
Second rounders almost as well, but that's not a guarantee.
Yeah.
The owners just sit back and go, we're not, because isn't that? It feels like the agents and players in the second round are colluding together to force the NFL to do something.
Well, I mean, look.
And if the owners all say, have an email out or a wink, wink, nod, nod, that they're not going to give in to this, then is that a collusion back and forth with this? It's two unions battling against each other. So this seems like an interesting, you said line in the sand yesterday.
It does.
It seems like a very interesting place to be for that, I don't think it's going to be a problem. I think that they're going to come up with a good solution for this. But we know over history, for young players missing that much time early, it puts them behind.
Man,
and that's a problem.
And what a fascinating phenomenon it could be across the league.
You're trying to make teams. You're trying to do all sorts of stuff.
If besides just Ezraku, if all of these players are like, nah, I got to go with what my agent said, and we're all going to wait it out, like how weird would that be? So, Alec, my question is, again, this is not a reflection on the person, but is the Donovan Ezraku contract going to be an issue?
I don't think so, because these things usually end up playing out in favor of the player, and they usually get done around here. So I think it's just a matter of when and not if, and they're going to get to a quote-unquote middle ground, but that middle ground is going to lean towards the player's favor, and I think they're going to get something done. And again, it's a rookie contract. I don't think it's anything they need to overthink. I think that they'll get something done.
Kevin, I have two things I'd like to mention here. One, it looks like somebody brought their daughter in her Dallas Cowboys cheerleader outfit, and she just took a picture with the Cowboys cheerleaders. That's awesome, for one. And I'm veering off a little bit. Has this been the case for a while? Bovada now has LeBron James and the Mavericks as the number one team to get him at plus 125, with the Heat as the next team at plus 500. Those are huge difference right there. Why would Bovada change like that?
I mean, look, and LeBron is in a situation where he's able to kind of dictate. Yeah, he's in a situation where he can kind of dictate where he wants to go. So my guess would be he straight up said, I will go to the Dallas Mavericks if you want to trade me. Because otherwise, because you think about it, he opted into that contract for the Lakers, but he can make life very difficult for whatever team would trade for him if he didn't want to go there.
If I had told you, Kevin, at the beginning of all this, Luka's going to get traded, you're going to get Anthony Davis, and then eventually get the number one overall pick, and then eventually, in addition in this deal, you're going to get LeBron James. Would you have said yes to that initially?
Yes. Look, and I'm going to have to think about the structure of the contracts you would have to give back. Because we had heard the story, I don't know, like a week or two ago, that the Mavericks were only interested if LeBron was a buyout. Well, that doesn't make any sense for the Lakers. Why would they buy LeBron out? Like, I mean, I realize the problems that come along with him sitting on the team, but I would much rather take my chances with that and try to get something for him than just buy him out and send him down the road.
Does he interfere with a flag growth?
I don't.
Can you put them on the court together?
I don't think so. Yes, you can put them on. I was answering your first question first.
And you were also waving at people.
Well, that girl that you said is in
She's
the
in her Cowboys.
That's super cute.
Awesome, dude.
But I do not think he interferes with flags growth because this feels like a 1 year kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
And secondly, he's another person who can handle the ball in that half a season without Kyrie, even though Nico did say that Kyrie's ahead of schedule because he's a rehab warrior and everything like that. He can handle the ball short term when Kyrie's out there, and because I think both of those guys can play the 2, the 3, probably the 4, you can rotate them around together.
Is this a little exciting to you, or is this like Vegas odds are ridiculous?
Okay.
What's happening here?
It's really exciting to me, but that's because in my brain right now we're getting LeBron, and I'm not thinking about what it costs.
And you're at Whataburger.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So realistically, I'm going to have to think about what the cost is going to be. And you know what the cost is probably going to start with? It's going to start with P.J. Washington, and then I would guess Daniel Gafford, because that would get you to the money easier.
They just inked that new deal with him.
Maybe for that purpose.
Interesting.
Or they could want Derek Lively, and then I probably think Hardy and Omax, if they're looking for younger players, are going to be on their way, and you're going to need another salary still to fill that out. And see,
it's a lot of work.
And see, that look on your face is why I hadn't considered the rest of it just yet. And that could be problematic. And I think people on the outside look at it from the perspective of, you get LeBron, it's a no-brainer, and you're like, don't forget, Well, maybe it doesn't matter anymore because you built this team for Luka, and then you traded Luka.
Yeah, that's true.
So I was going to say, we value Daniel Gafford and P.J. Washington, I think, more than other teams did because they fit so perfectly on this team. And then you traded Luka, so who the hell knows what this team is going to be constructed like now. But just remember, it's not going to be as simple as, if it's a buyout, well, hell yeah, we'll figure that out.
Let's make it happen.
But I think much more likely it's going to be P.J. Washington, Daniel Gafford. I think you might send that draft pick you got from the Lakers back, and then probably Hardy and Omax, and then probably one other piece that I need to think a little bit harder.
All right, sounds
that
good.
would just be my thought off the top of my head. But don't worry, it's not going to be Cooper Flag. If they traded Cooper Flag to the Lakers, then I'll be with everybody else and be like, F this team, and I get you.
This is the plan all along.
Yeah.
You're kidding me.
No, I'll be with you. I think there is 0.0001% chance that would happen.
Fortune favors the bold.
Okay.
You know what? He's right about that.
Nico, man, I'll tell you this. I would hate every bit of it, Alec, but this would be the boldest set of moves in NBA history. You know what I'm saying? Alec, I'm not saying I support this, but when he says fortune favors the bold, this would surely be the boldest string of moves in the hit.
Absolutely.
There you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live at Whataburger in Frisco off of El Dorado and Coit. Coming up next, let's do AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus this guy's rich now, but don't ask him for anything. Next on The Fan.
Forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, give me a little bit.
front squad. Segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Whataburger in Frisco off of El Dorado. And Coit, if you want to come see us, the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders are here till noon. Whataburger's producing people's trading cards just for you, and they produce it like straight away. They have the cool magnet case for you as well. It is awesome.
You're a big time collector.
Yes.
You and Alec.
Yes.
Alec has superseded me in collecting on this show.
Man, he has really gotten in there.
This cool.
That was
like
weird
this.
to say.
This is a cool
Yeah, a
addition
little
to your set, right?
Yes,
Like, this is
absolutely.
something that unique that nobody's going to have another version of one. This is a 101. Unless you take two of them. But this
That's
should be
true.
a 101, but this is dope, dude. This
So you're
is awesome.
saying don't take two because then we'll devalue.
Yeah, it'll devalue it.
Okay.
You don't want that.
That is an interesting point.
You want value.
Now, right now, something that is always interesting, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Kevin and Corey will do so as well. Yes.
Oh,
Can-
Alec.
I'm going to blame this on Corey.
What?
Can you pause your question of the day where we can give it our full attention in just a second? Because we are, in fact, going to have a couple of the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders right now. Is that okay with you, sir?
Sure.
Okay. And you know what that means? We get to play the intro twice.
Yeah.
I'm really excited
This is a
about
little
that.
weird because they did their hair and everything, and now they got to put headsets on over their hair.
Oh, man, I did
And
not
so-
think about
Yeah,
that.
I didn't think about that either. We need to learn how to figure out how to get some that don't go over the head.
Yeah,
at some point.
I haven't had to think about hair issues in a really long time. So,
Yeah.
all right.
It's been a
Well,
minute.
welcome to the program. Can you tell everybody your names? They might just see you on our fan cam and be familiar, but what are y'all's names?
Yeah, I'm Charlie. And I'm Madeline.
Excellent. Well, talk about, if you can, tell us about your experience here at the Whataburger today. There's somebody who just came up dressed in their own Dallas Cowboys cheerleader outfit. How cool is that to see the little girls out there who, like, emulate and want to be you guys someday?
This is truly amazing. I'm a born Texan, and so I grew up on Whataburger.
Okay.
And ever since I was a little girl, I would get Whataburger, especially with the toys and the fries. And now I see little ones, especially in a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader outfit. It's just amazing how we can touch little ones.
Absolutely.
Not only boys, but also girls. They're also just inspired by us. And so it's truly amazing to see like a full 360 of how you can touch people's hearts.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, seeing the kids run up to Rowdy and everyone here at the Whataburger
has been so fun, and they see the pom-poms, and I think they get really excited, so that's been awesome.
Now, both of you guys said it the right way, and we have this argument all the time. I know technically it's Whataburger, but as Texans, we say Whataburger.
We say Whataburger.
Okay,
I
good.
love it.
Good. We get in that argument all the time.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm from California, so this is like a very new experience for me. I have been here, of course, but I come from California.
We have to ask you the question.
Okay.
though.
Oh, no. I already know what it is.
I know what it
is,
too.
Answer.
You should. Whataburger or In-N-Out?
I have to say Whataburger,
Okay,
but
good
I was
answer, because
grown
it's
and
the truth.
raised. I was
It's
grown
gonna
and
be
raised
you.
on In-N-Out.
Okay.
I
grew up going, like I told you,
Yes.
going to Whataburger after a football game,
Yes.
Friday nights,
Yes.
and what do you always get? You always get the honey butter chicken biscuit.
Oh, my gosh, yes.
I'm about to try my first. What am I getting?
Honey butter chicken
Yeah,
biscuit.
honey butter chicken
If you say
biscuit
it fast,
today.
you don't even,
I love it.
pronounce
No,
the R,
that's
which I love.
such a Texas thing.
That is
It's
tremendous.
awesome.
Now, I know
Yes.
this is just one stop, and Whataburger does these quite frequently. I'm probably not supposed to say yet, but there'll be another one sooner.
Coming up
than
soon,
you
yeah,
think.
coming up soon.
But what is it like to get to interact with fans of the team, fans of y'all,
Yes.
just that general vibe of people who love the Cowboys?
I mean, we're more than just cheerleaders. We're also ambassadors of the Cowboys, and something that's very important to us is helping our community. We do a lot of kids camps, so Whataburger actually provides meals for the kids, and
cool.
all the
Yes,
kids
they
get
love it.
excited because they're like, "Do you guys have this dipping sauce or that dipping sauce?" It's just really exciting to see how something as Whataburger can help as much a lot of people in the community, and so community is very important to us.
Yes, it's awesome. I think a lot of people are here really excited for the upcoming season as well, and getting to share that with some good food has been really fun.
Now, Corey's under the impression that we're going to be in Oxnard next week.
That's right. I told him earlier. I was like, we're in
You
Oxnard.
guys want to see him in Oxnard, and I was like, they don't. Buddy.
She said, come see us.
We have a
She said, I
sit-in
love
sign.
KNC. Come see
So
us.
we have a sit-in sign that goes on after our very first performance, and so we want all fans to come and say hi to us.
Okay.
Always.
All
See,
right.
I told you. I wasn't over lying about stuff.
Sometimes he kind of stretches the truth just a little bit.
No,
so.
we want everybody.
Now, usually I have a shirt with sleeves on. I just want to let. Today is Tank Top Tuesday.
Oh,
We've done this all
it's
summer
a little hot
long.
outside.
We were kind of
Definitely.
discussing that I'm wearing a tank top. I've seen some other people. Is y'all? What's that called? Could that technically be a tank top if you roll the sleeves all
So
the way
this
up?
is technically a blouse,
A
and we have our
blouse.
vest.
Blouse and vest, Kevin. So that's what
They're
it's not.
actually separate.
Two separate things.
Yeah,
It's
fun
not just
fact.
one connected to each other.
Correct.
All right. Okay. See.
Interesting.
Yeah. So now we learned that it's not a tank top. Look, do y'all participate in Tank Top Tuesday, like in your real life, or is that like
I
a?
mean,
Cowboys casual. I think we
We're
wear a lot
Cowboys
of
casual.
Yeah,
But
we
at
do.
home, I mean, my radar is so off. I mean, I will wear sweatpants in like 100 degrees.
Yes,
I feel like
I do the same thing actually.
Yeah.
Crank
Yeah,
the
me
AC.
too.
Oh,
sweatpants.
68 and it's 100 degrees outside, and I'm in like two blankets. And I'm like,
Absolutely.
Look, I'm not here to argue I'm on the cutting edge of fashion. Like, obviously, I'm not. Now, my wife would kill me if I did not ask about kind of the experience and how did y'all get involved in the Netflix show America's Sweethearts. And also, my wife wants to let you know she watched all the shows when it was on the Country Music Television
Yes,
Network.
CMT.
And yeah, so like I'm curious, what was that experience like? And then what's the visibility going to Netflix with that? Feels like a whole nother level.
Yeah.
So I grew up with the Cowboys. Both my parents were
Okay.
employees with the Cowboys. They
Oh.
actually met through the Cowboys, and so
That's kinda cool.
It was really, it's really amazing just to see how like I have my own story with the Cowboys,
Yeah.
especially with my family. And I don't even call them my sisters; they're technically my family.
Absolutely.
But it's just really amazing how from CMT it was more like just based off training camp.
Yes.
But now with the Netflix series, it's only based. Excuse me, not only based, but it's based off our lives, our work, because we do have 9-to-5 jobs outside of Cowboys, and just you see a lot of heart.
Yeah.
You see a lot of like our personal stuff, and I think that's truly amazing. You see the dedication, the community, and also the connections we make with fans.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's been an incredible experience. I went into this not knowing that there was going to be a show at all.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I came, I went through round 1 and round 2, and then at the final audition, I showed up and they were like, all right, sign this paper if you're okay with being on a TV show. And I was like, what? I'm just here to be a Dallas Cowboys
That's
cheerleader.
true.
So
I mean, we don't sign
it was
up
really
to
cool.
be on a show. We
yeah.
sign up to be part of a sisterhood, part of the
Absolutely.
community.
What are those nerves like going into? I'm not going to lie. I said my wife. I've definitely seen a lot of the show. All right,
Yeah.
I don't pretend like I'm above. But like it feels so nerve wracking, and I'm not competing for anything during the tryouts.
Absolutely.
What are the vibes like going into that final round when you're like, okay, here we
It's
go.
honestly really supportive because
Okay.
every single girl is really going through the exact same thing as you, and we all know what it feels like to do that.
Yeah.
It's definitely nerve-wracking and scary, but I feel like the fun part about it is always watching everyone's solos and cheering each other on from the chairs and then cheering each other on from the stands when we do the field portion. But I feel like overall, you're definitely of the nerves for sure. But
Yes.
they make it a really fun experience as well.
We care so much. I mean, if we weren't nervous, I feel like would we care enough? But
Yeah,
everyone's in it
absolutely.
to win it. So yes.
Interesting. What you mentioned, like your regular lives and regular jobs and everything like that. Do you get recognized off the show, like just in your regular lives? Because obviously these are very iconic uniforms that make it like very recognizable. Do you get recognized just in your regular everyday clothes and like
Like
my
at
God.
Tom Thumb
Yeah,
or
I
something
love
like that,
American
yeah.
Sweethearts or
Yes.
anything like that. Yeah, you do.
It's a crazy feeling. I think it's definitely something that I've been getting used to. I'm like, oh my gosh, you watched the show? Because when I watch it, I'm like, I'm just watching my friends. Like, it feels like a
Yes.
YouTube channel to me because they're all my friends and I'm watching.
And like, didn't I see you last night? And now I get to see you again.
It's a surreal feeling for sure, and we don't take that for granted. We're very lucky.
And people get to see that we're the same on screen and also in person. I mean, we're just like everyone else. I mean, it's really interesting that people can tell me like how their day has been, and I can tell them how my day has been. We can have an easy conversation.
Because people get
it's really cool.
intimidated probably talking to you at times. Not because of anything y'all do, just because of the fashion, because of the iconic
This is an
nature of it.
iconic,
I'm sure people
yes.
walk up to you and they're like, excuse me, can I ask you a question? And they're like, super nervous, like, right?
Yeah.
I could see that.
It's
I could see
it's
that.
crazy. That's definitely for sure.
We've had a lot of opportunities. We've had every year. We've had Charlotte on for a Peace-a-thon, and we run across her. I did a one-on-one with her in Oxnard a couple years ago. She's awesome. What's that? When she passes through with you guys, like
we
the
actually
genuine
just-
spirit of Charlotte.
We had her last
night at our
for
practice,
training
which is
camp.
awesome.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
And honestly, we feel like she's a cheerleader for us because she
Yes.
wants everyone to make the team. She's so heartwarming. She looks out for us, and we really do appreciate that.
She judges our final auditions as well, and she's one of the most heartwarming faces to look at when you're nervous when you're doing your solo because she's always smiling.
And she
so.
always has the brightest smile
Yes.
out of all the judges, and that's just like
we all talk about
that
it.
stress goes away right before your 90 seconds of solo because that's how long the solos are.
Oh wow,
Does
yeah.
that feel like the longest 90 seconds in the world?
You kind of go
you
blank.
you kind of don't
Because you
remember
go into auto mode because you've been practicing the solo
Yeah.
forever and ever and ever, and then when you're in that moment, you're like, what just happened?
No, yeah, it's fun.
And then
a lot
that
of work for
that feeling, I know you said everyone's so supportive of, but that feeling when you see your number, you made the team.
Yeah.
Like what, can you describe that feeling?
The best feeling. I mean, I could speak for both of us. Both of us didn't make the team our first
That's right.
time, and so we came back, and so we know what it feels like to not make the team, and so I think coming back and making the team is just the most rewarding feeling ever, and it's something I think we'll always remember is getting your number called during
Yes.
finals, and then also for making the team as well.
Does that help you comfort the people who didn't make it? Where you can be like,
100%.
I experienced
especially
that.
through training camp.
Yes.
Training camp is not easy, but I want everyone to know that it is a family. And when some girls are released, they're never like just pushed away and forgotten.
Yeah.
We check
Oh my
on
gosh,
them.
yeah.
We see them at dance classes. We even plan out coffee dates because we want to make sure like, hey, you doing okay?
Yeah.
And we want to give them the courage to come back.
Absolutely.
And try out because, like I said, this is not just a sisterhood, it's also a family. This is a great organization to be part of.
You become so close with the girls in training camp because you feel like you're on the team all summer because it starts in May and it ends late July, and so you really do become close with the 45-ish girls that are in training camp. So when somebody gets cut, it is very hard.
It's hard.
We get to see what baseball players, when we go to spring training, they're there at 5 o'clock in the morning. What's game day like for y'all? When y'all does game day start early and end late?
Yes.
Or?
So game day starts early. Say, for example, we have a noon kickoff. We'll be at the bus, say, around 6 a.m.
Oh my gosh.
I'm a morning person,
Okay,
so
all right.
I prefer the noon games.
Okay.
So then probably we won't finish and be back in our homes till about 6 p.m. But it's amazing because you get to make those memories, especially on the bus bits. We have the wonderful Christy Scales that gives us like a rundown.
I love Christy.
I love her
awesome.
too.
She's the
Love
best.
that.
She's listening right now, I bet. She is.
Hi, Christy.
Christy, we love you.
But yeah, she gives us the rundown. We go through our quarter changes because we have 4 dances per quarter change.
Okay.
But it's the tags, in my opinion, are most important to remember
Yes.
because your group leader could just come up with it and start dancing, and you need to know. You need to know.
Gotta be ready.
Yes, yes, sir.
Now, this should be as easy as the Whataburger versus In-N-Out question. We're about to head out for training camp for the Cowboys. How excited are we? How optimistic are we for the season?
I'm excited.
Extremely
I'm always
excited.
especially when we have a new coach coming in. That's going to be very exciting. And I got to go to Oxnard for the first time last year, and it's such a heartwarming, and everyone's wonderful. Everyone's so nice. I feel like, oh my gosh, y'all are from Texas too.
The fact that it peaks out at like 73 degrees is not
that's not bad at all.
Oh my goodness,
Not
that was
bad at
really
all.
nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you saw Rowdy right behind her.
Yes.
Do you know he was doing that to you during the interview?
I did
as well?
not.
Yeah,
Oh my
well,
gosh, I had no
well,
idea.
you need to
Just
watch
a sign
the
that
video
said
back.
I love Whataburger,
Yeah.
so you're fine.
That's awesome.
It
I love
definitely
it.
happened. Guys, thank you very much. I know you need to get back to pictures and everything like that. Thank y'all very
Thank
much
you for
jumping
having
on
us
with
on.
us.
That was so fun.
There you go. Look at that.
Look at that.
We got Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders on the show. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Will one of these teams finally have an MVP? We'll talk about it live from Whataburger, 12465 El Dorado in Frisco. Next, right here on The Fan.
V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute hair. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
To you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Hurts keeps it. Looking. Can't find anyone. Throws. It is caught for the touchdown. What a play from Jalen Hurts, and Paris Campbell holds it in.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Whataburger off of Frisco and off of El Dorado and Coit in Frisco. And right now, I believe Corey Majors might have a proprietary hamburger in his hands. What are we looking at?
This is the
Do you want to
bacon.
just jump on the
hop
headset?
on with us real quick.
Jump on the headset. Then
This
we
is-
will get to Gridiron, I promise.
All right, let's make sure he is popped on.
All right, there
how are
we
we doing
go.
today?
I'm good, guys. How are y'all?
All right, this is and Travis from Whataburger.
Whataburger
Is that-
Marketing.
Is that good enough to say
Yes.
just Travis from Whataburger?
Yes.
Who's also a big supporter of Pizza-thon.
This is the new Bacon Wrangler burger. Is that correct? The Bacon Wrangler burger.
This will be our new.
Holy moly!
Oh my gosh! And it's going to be out when?
It'll be out in August, so this will be our new LTO. We wanted you guys to be one of the first ones in Texas to be able to try our new limited time offering. It's a Bacon Wrangler burger. It's got bacon, it's got crispy onion strips on it, a chipotle aioli sauce, 2 all beef patties, some cheese on there, and our wonderful toasted bun.
Oh my gosh, Kevin, this thing's amazing. They did ask, and this is what I love about Whataburger. They did ask special things for you on this because they know
great.
you are a meat and cheese kind of guy.
Look, I am not the paragon of taste buds, okay? Mm-hmm. Like I always say, I love the breakfast on a bun.
Mm-hmm.
I love the honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich, but I do not have the most expansive palate in the world. I will readily admit that.
This is a phenomenal burger, man. I'm looking at this thing right now. I'm ready to eat it.
I'm
It's got-
amazed that you waited until he finished talking.
Yeah, I wanted to give him
Try to
a
eat
little
it.
space
I
for the
am
talking
impressed
part
at
of it,
that.
though. Thank you very much for having us out here
course.
today.
I'm Big Tolo. So, I mean, having you guys out here was our first choice. We know you're into trading cards, so we wanted you to get your own trading card out here.
It seems like that booth has been really busy.
Yeah, they're a great partner of ours, and we love having them at our events. I mean, where else can you come in and get your own rookie card made?
Exactly.
That's
exactly.
awesome.
Now, when y'all brought the Pico de Gallo burger out, it was phenomenal. So many Tolos were texting in saying, "I just went and got one. It was great." I happened to be out during the chicken tender contest, but it was awesome to see that on the videos and watch Eric Chiafalo shovel all those into his mouth. It was amazing. And you guys have just been phenomenal with us, bringing up these raspberry lemonade, prickly pear refreshers. They're so good.
Well, we're glad you're here. Thank you very much for all the support you guys give us. And, Kevin, you just tell us how you want your burger. That's
okay.
Whataburger's thing is we will make it exactly how you want it.
Also, I have a Whataburger court question.
Okay.
This young lady right here, she just took a fry off of our plate. Don't think I didn't see that. Do you think we should just let it go?
That is completely up to you. Luckily, I know somebody here at this restaurant. I can get you another thing of French fries.
Rowdy seemed a little disappointed in that.
That was
but
a bag fry.
okay.
Bag fries are free.
Yeah,
Bag fries are free for everybody.
I mean, can you really blame them? You've got Whataburger fries sitting in front of them.
Yeah,
but that's the thing.
Nobody can resist.
I don't want to mess up the business, so I'll say you can have some of it as long as you've already bought other food. Like, I don't want to slow down the commerce of the restaurant.
Always trying to sell.
Because
I get it.
we have food.
Steve and his staff here here, they can handle it.
Okay, Travis, thank you very much. And seriously, thank you for being a supporter of Peace-a-thon for these last at least 3 years that I can remember.
Well, we'll commit to you again right now. We'll get you another Whataburger for a year.
Yes.
Box that we'll be able to do. And, we'll, a $250 gift card to go with it.
Oh, my gosh. That's amazing.
That is tremendous.
I already loved them.
I love it. Thank you very much.
You bet,
Good,
guys.
appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Let us know what you think of the burger when you're done.
Absolutely. All right, so, Alec, what I think is going to happen now is
I'm gonna eat a burger.
I'm going to tell you football stories that you're also going to hear, and Corey is going to report on the burger.
Oh, my God.
I believe. See? I told you that was what was going to happen.
It was
All
so
right.
good.
Right now, let's go around the entire NFL and Corey's taste buds and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip and rip it.
All right. And we start
Oh, my God.
with Corey. What is your initial two-bite thought?
You got the onion crunch. You got a little bacon chewiness to go along with it. Bacon's always perfect. The pickles give you the great tanginess to go along with the aioli that goes with it. It's a perfect burger, and it comes out in August. It's the Bacon Wrangler burger that'll be arriving in August. I'm sure when August hits, Kevin, we'll be giving more people opportunities to come get these burgers. But don't forget, in the noon o'clock hour, 2 boxes of Burger King, or I'm sorry, Whataburger for life.
What?
I'm sorry, man. My brain's
hell?
the burger.
Did that burger break your head?
It did. It absolutely did. Whataburger for life.
Hey, Alec, where are we at right now?
You are at Whataburger.
Okay, thank you for.
I don't even eat at that other place.
Thank
ever.
you for knowing that.
Ever.
And really,
ever.
Just.
I'm going to go home now.
Just remind everyone we got
Can I
My
take your
Buddy's
spot?
an Idiot tomorrow.
Yeah.
Forgiveness Friday. And then Corey's just going to start singing.
I'm just
going
gonna
to
eat the rest of my burger.
All right. So I want to update the top 100 for the NFL. Khalil Mack, number 78. T. Higgins, number 77. You're a T. Higgins guy. Does that feel low at all?
He's a second receiver on a team, but he could be a first receiver in a lot of other places. I've heard some people say that's ridiculous to say that. I disagree. I've watched the dude play. He's pretty good. But because of the way that he's used and because of the production that comes along with it, he is in that range. But I think he belongs a little bit higher. If he was a number one on another team, he would definitely be.
Now, there are 7 teams in the NFL that have never had an MVP in the Super Bowl era.
Okay.
One of these is surprising to me. The Arizona Cardinals, the Houston Texans, the Jacksonville Jaguars, the New Orleans Saints, the New York Jets.
Okay.
I'm a tiny bit surprised about that. The Philadelphia Eagles and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, the Philadelphia Eagles have, I think it's Norm Van Brocklin, they have a pre-Super Bowl era MVP, but you know what? That doesn't count for the purposes of this. So here are your teams, Corey and Alec. Tampa Bay, Philadelphia, the Jets, the Saints, the Jags, the Texans, and the Cardinals. Which team do you think would be most likely to win an MVP this year? Unfortunately, does it have to be the Eagles?
No, it doesn't have to be the Eagles because I am sticking with. Actually, I'm going to go with the Buccaneers.
Touchdown Baker?
I think that Baker Mayfield. There's no reason for them to not do what they did last year,
Right.
and that is just say we're going to go air it out offensively.
Right.
And their defense left a lot to be desired last year too. So that put them in situations where they, kind of had to do that. They had to let Baker air it out for those games. And I think he's going to have some pretty significant numbers. This is the year, Kevin, to change everybody's mind.
Yeah.
Like, he's had a few years now
I'm with you
of
on
like,
that.
hold on, Baker's changed and gotten better. And this is the year for him to change everybody's mind. Plus, I'd love an MVP that was shotgunning beers on the golf course with some fans.
Yeah.
So I'm all about that, man. So I will give him a little credit for that, and I'm going with him for this year. Either him or C.J. Stroud if that offensive line can block for the Texans.
All right, Alec, what say you? Is it the Tampa Bay Bucks most likely to get their first Super Bowl era MVP? Is it the Texans, or is it, unfortunately, the Eagles, or maybe one of the other 4?
I see what Corey's trying to do. He's smart. He's trying to cover up the allegations of a secret Eagles fandom.
See, that's what I think.
I can read right through you, okay? You and your words. You might not be here in front of me, but I can read right through those words like they are in front of me. Baker is the fun pick, obviously, but I think Saquon Barkley ends up being the logical pick. in this scenario as much as I hate it. The fact that he did what he did last year and still couldn't win that award is absolutely ridiculous. I'm not saying that they were wrong by any means in the MVP voting, but just to see a running back do that in this day and age, in this day of the running game, is incredible. So, sadly, I hate that pick, but I made the pick.
There he is. I think it's a decent pick.
Now, I want to talk about another team that we don't care for, and that is the Washington Commanders. But this player was badass. Did you see that Washington is officially retiring Art Monk's number 81?
Oh, really?
That's a player that, like, when I was young, I just was like, man, that guy is awesome.
Yeah, I always felt he didn't get quite. He was like, he got Alvin Harper type respect.
I'm with you,
and
which
I was
is
like,
not
he's
fair.
better than that.
Yeah.
So that's nice.
Agreed. Juwan Jennings, it looks like there are some rumblings now that he might be at training camp after all. I don't know if this will be a hold-in situation or something else. Couple more things for you. Garrett Wilson agreed to a 4-year, $130 million contract extension. That's $32.5 million per year for somebody who looks like they're moving in an excellent direction. That number came in a little bit higher than I thought it would, but good for Garrett Wilson for making all of the money.
He's had to do this without really great quarterbacks also in his pocket. Like, now he has Justin Fields on the team with him, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he's a great quarterback.
Absolutely
but Garrett
not.
Wilson's been productive in all three of his first seasons, or in all of his first seasons here, and I think he deserves that. I think you put him on a championship contender. He's a top tier, top flight wide receiver for you. So I don't think it's just because he's with the Jets that he's kind of been, not looked at the same way.
And I know you were aware of this because we've been keeping track of it. Ian Rappaport just threw it out there, especially with the news about Garrett Wilson is the Terry McLaurin. I'm pretty frustrated, not going to lie.
Okay, two things I have on that. One, wait till he gets his and then go after, wait till other guys get paid and then you can kind of stack and say I'm better at that. But he's 6 years older than Garrett Wilson. And that's a bit of a problem at the moment. Joel Corey was a former agent who works for CBS. He was like, that's going to be an arguing point against Terry McLaurin right now with the Jets.
And then I thought this was pretty incredible, and it shows the excitement we have for this player. Unfortunately, injuries have clearly been problematic. We've been talking about the top 10 off-the-ball linebackers. Mm-hmm. And did you see that DeMarvion Overshown came in at number 8?
Really?
Yeah.
Number 8 on the list. And he's not even playing. That's how highly they think of him, though.
Yes.
The athleticism, the speed, everything that goes along with it. It's just the dude's barely been on the field.
And that shows how high the expectations are, right?
Yes.
Because when you've seen him, again, I'm with you. I concede he has been injured a lot of the time. Well, when you see him out there, you can't help but be like, oh my gosh, the highest
you see
ranking,
him.
somebody put him at 4.
Yeah.
At least
Wow.
one person ranked him as the 4th best off-the-ball linebacker.
That makes me even more sad then.
That's incredible.
And that's not just we've been talking about him with that kind of look, that kind of light.
Yeah.
And that he's this good and people are like, yeah, whatever. And then you watch him play. If you watch him play, you see it. You see the speed, you see the electricity that comes off the guy. And so that's national right there.
Yes.
National people that are pointing the same
this
thing
is
out.
not our opinion.
Which should make us that much more desperate to have him out on the field and be healthy the whole time.
Yes, absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, Alec, I want to make you aware of a developing situation.
Oh, no.
It's good. It looks like there could be boxes of cards here to open.
Oh, yeah.
And
it
some
does
of
look
them
that way.
are wrestling cards.
Oh, wow.
Might we find ourselves in a scenario where...
My fingers are all oily right now.
Okay, Corey's not going to open them. We might find ourselves in a scenario, Alec, where we get some cards for you. We will see, how that goes. Coming up next, the comment made from Shaq that started our discussion. Do you think Kobe Bryant is a top 10 NBA player of all time, or does he just miss the cut? We'll talk about that next. Maybe open some cards. Live from Whataburger in Frisco off of El Dorado and Coit right here on 105.3 The Fan.
not make maidens?
Nothing. I just said that.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it something else?
Eight 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line or the Twitch or the YouTube. We're live from Whataburger, 12465 El Dorado Parkway, and we got a whole bunch of stuff happening, all right? Let me try to reset, and then we're going to get into our Kobe Bryant conversation that I think is going to be very divisive. Seraphims has brought flowers. They brought them up for the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders, and for our, thank you very much, and for our wives, and one for Lucy. Whataburger has just made me my own custom burger.
Look at them.
Because they didn't say, because I'm a crybaby.
That's
but
true, though.
You could feel it.
Yeah.
And then also, we talk a lot about our card shops that we love. I want to shout out to one of them's here right now. Sports Collectors Hub in Allen, because we're in Frisco. They're in Allen off of 75. Those are the people that run the Dallas Card Show. When we talk about every single year, that is a huge help for Peace-a-thon. Another huge help for Peace-a-thon is RJ Dukes in McKinney.
He's been awesome.
They have brought us 2 boxes, and I know their social media czar, Destiny, will get upset if we don't do this right. So, Corey.
Did you call her a czar?
Yeah, if you've been at the shop, she's the czar of the shop. All right. Corey, you have 2 options here, and then you can give away Whataburger. Do you want the WWE box, or do you want the Topps Baseball Inception box?
Is that the American Nightwear, Cody Rhodes, right there? That is amazing.
You're taking the baseball box.
All right.
I can't handle. Oh, yeah. I can't handle
Dude,
Corey
this Inception looks
opening
amazing.
the wrestling box. I'm sure you think I made the right decision, Alec, because we can't trust Corey with this wrestling box.
No, not at all. Sometimes it feels like Reggie's back walking around the hallways with some of the names he creates.
When he's going, oh, you mean wrestling?
Yeah, Olson wrestling. Hey, this Inception card, it says 1 relic in every card.
Yes.
Is that like hair from Thomas Jefferson?
No.
That was awesome.
It's more likely a jersey or piece of bat or glove.
Hair's pretty cool, though.
That is a great point.
Just saying.
Also,
I'm doing this right now.
Corey, are you going to do your Whataburger giveaway?
I'm going to do one of the first. We have 2 Whataburger for a year gift giveaways.
Okay.
And I'm going to do the first one. I'm going to ask this question, and the person that raises their hand and thinks they know the answer.
So you
can
say
walk
raises
up.
your hand because I don't want to start a fight.
I'll look around. I'll figure it out here.
All right. No.
Can't raise your hand yet. I haven't even asked the question yet.
Once the question is completed,
and they can come over here, and I'm going to let them answer it on air, and they can either look really foolish or like geniuses. So that's about to happen right
Alec,
now.
I am nervous.
Okay, here we go, Kevin.
Some sort of
Here's the
pandemonium
question.
breaking out here.
Raise your hand if you think you know the answer.
Okay.
Until the 1960s, what liquid was used to fill the center of golf balls in order to reduce their spin? We have one hand raised right now. All right, come on over here. Come on, let's check this one out real quick.
I have no idea what the answer to this. Alec, do you know the answer to this?
I do not.
Here are the options.
No, don't give him an option.
No
He
options?
knows.
All right. Until the
you know it without the
1960s, what liquid was used to fill the center of the golf? I didn't know this. To reduce their spin.
Honey.
Honey is the answer, Kevin.
Shut up! What?
Golf balls used to have honey inside of the middle of it in order to reduce the spin.
Okay, I'm a clap for that, too.
That is awesome right there. Congratulations. Whataburger for life. I mean, a year.
Oh, man.
A year.
Hey,
but
Travis,
life is awesome,
we need
too.
you to come back.
Life is awesome as well. Here you go. All the stuff inside goes along with it, plus Whataburger for a year right there, man. Congratulations.
Woohoo!
That is amazing.
I'm not going to lie. I thought you had smuggled alcohol into here because I was like, that's a drunk person answer. That is unbelievable.
That's wild.
All right.
And I got another question here at the end of it's coming up in the next hour. We'll get another one of those.
Do you want to do it in this hour?
We'll do it in
sure?
this hour. In this hour.
All right. So I've got my wrestling pack, and essentially the Breaker's Delight boils down everything that you would do in a hobby box just to one pack. So, like, if you're not a big fan of base cards or whatever, this is probably the one for you. All right. We've got a refractor of Berto. Oh, we got a blue one.
Did you say Umberto?
No, just Berto.
Okay.
Oh, Oro Mensa.
A bear's toe.
That is a blue. Number to 99. I'm saying it like this because Alec's going to want some of these. Nikki Cross, as a Wyatt 6 right there, kind of an X-Fractor. Lime green, it's legend. Mankind, number out of 75.
Dude, is the sock hand on there?
Yes, the sock hand is on there. Ooh, we got a black.
Mr. Hand?
Oh, my gosh, I'm nervous. Corey.
Dude, I've never seen you do this before.
I have a black parallel number to 2.
I don't know what that means.
That means there's only 2 of these in the world.
Okay.
Alec, are you nervous?
And it means
for
it has black on the trim and it's like another one.
Yes.
Okay, all right, cool.
All right. Ooh, Zelina Vega.
Oh,
black
wow.
parallel
I love her. She's
number
great.
2.
That's awesome.
All right. I'm going to have to fight with Alec over that one.
All
I
right.
get the distinct
like
feeling.
Punches or chairs or something like
Chops?
Which one are we doing here?
Oh, yeah. I guess the wrestling, that does kind of
I'm
make
a good
sense.
chopper. I'm good at that.
All right, we got another parallel numbered Tank Ledger 275. Oh, Alex. Okay, Alec, here's going to be our deal. We just pulled a Dominic Mysterio autograph. Should I assume you would like that card?
Yeah, I think that would be a safe bet there.
Okay.
I've swung and missed on him a few times.
There's no Liv Morgan on there, but it is Dom.
I bet we can. Set that up. We've got another autograph NXT. Oh, Oro Mensa again. This is the Oro Mensa box happening for NXT. That's autograph number 2. Oh, I found another one that you're going to want.
Oh no,
it's a Paradigm. Damian Priest, number to 125.
2 dimes.
Woo! I've got a WrestleMania
That's
Bianca
right,
Belair, Joaquin Wilde, and then to finish it up, I think another 75. Oh, that was the Mankind from before. I'm an idiot. All right, I apologize about messing up the very end of that.
Those are cool, dude.
All right, Alec, I have at least 2 cards here that I know you're going to want, and I bet we can facilitate that.
I am intrigued.
Oh, wow. I like what we were just told, too.
All right, so can we open yours in just a minute?
You tell me when, bro.
Okay.
You tell me when. I'll make sure my fingers are clean.
All right, so Shaquille O'Neal threw this out there, and I put a disproportionate amount of thought into this.
All right.
And you know what I decided at the end? People are going to get mad at me either way. Do you think that Kobe Bryant is a top 10 NBA player of all time? Because I feel like it's really easy to be like, oh, yeah, he's top 10.
Okay.
And then you look into it and you're like, holy crap, there's a lot of great basketball players of all time. So Bleacher Report put out their list, and they have Kobe at number 11. And Shaq stepped out, and he did not particularly agree with this list. More specifically, he was like, yeah, no, you're going to have to replace somebody because Kobe at number 11 is criminal. So I started thinking about this and going through the list, and I want to get y'all's thoughts about if you think Kobe Bryant is a top 10 player of all time. Because I know there's some people who think he's like the second best player of all time. Here's my list. Jordan's number 1. Kareem is 2. Hold on.
Really?
LeBron is 3. Although, look at the note I put in there. I go back and forth on 2 and 3.
But yeah, well, I'm go back and forth on 1 and 2, is what I'll say.
Oh, so I have LeBron at 3, Bill Russell at 4, Magic Johnson at 5, Wilt Chamberlain at 6, and then Larry Bird at 7. Now, I feel pretty convicted that these are the top 7 NBA players of all time. Now, if you have them in a different order, like I would listen to some of those discussions, but I feel pretty good about having that as the top 7. From there, it gets a little trickier to me. I will tell you what I've got, and then everyone can get mad. I've got Tim Duncan at 8. I've got Shaq at 9. And then for me, it's a discussion between 3 players at number 10. Can you go ahead, Alec, and give me cut number 8, please?
It's Curry off the screen. Fakes. Fires.
I think Steph Curry's in the mix. I'm going to go to cut number 9, and I think the Dream is in the mix as well.
Deflected by Hopper. Olajuwon with a spectacular move. Hakeem Olajuwon showing the spin, and the Rockets extend to a 14-point lead.
And then, of course, Kobe Bryant. So Kobe Bryant, Hakeem, and Steph are my thoughts.
It's interesting. That is the trio at 10, 11, 12 on their list as well.
Ooh, that means
so they
have somebody higher than
they're all, yeah. I can't remember who they have in it, but yeah, that's interesting that you have that trio for number 10, and they're all right there in that area.
That's okay. I like this list a lot better. I thought number 7 said Durant, and I was going to be furious about that. All right, so I want to get y'all's take, Alec, Corey, because it's easy to say that, like, Kobe is one of the greatest players of all time. I think everyone would agree on that. But then when you start saying top 10, all right, who's out?
Yeah.
And so that's where I struggle with.
I can't believe you don't have Dirk in there.
Okay.
This seems pretty ridiculous. It's Dirk freaking Nowitzki, dude.
Fine. You know what? You want me to make it even worse? Dirk was not in my consideration for top 10. Yeah! That's right!
881-1053. Let him know.
He's in the top 20. But he's not top 10.
Is he even number 1 in your heart?
I'm sorry. He is number 1 in my heart until Cooper Flag.
Alec, do you believe him?
I really don't at this point.
I said it until Cooper Flag came along. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. So, so I'm going to go Jordan, Kareem, LeBron, Bill Russell, Magic Johnson, Wilt Chamberlain, Larry Bird. Those are my top 7. I feel convicted that those 7 are the top 7, even if you switch up the order. Then I go Duncan, Shaq, and then I run into the issue with Kobe, Hakeem, Steph. Make no mistake about it. I know people are like, Hakeem won because Jordan was out. At least one of those Rockets teams, I firmly believe, was going to beat the Bulls. And then Steph revolutionized the way the game is played right now, is in large part because of Steph Curry. And then, of course, I want to take away nothing from Kobe Bryant. The thing I wonder about Kobe sometimes is his cultural impact feels like it was bigger than most anybody on this list. Not all of them, but most of the players. And I think sometimes he gets a tiny bit overrated or inflated on the list because of that.
Jordan, his cultural impact was far more than Kobe's.
Agreed.
And far more than everybody else.
Agreed.
Maybe LeBron? Does LeBron have a cultural impact on things, or is he just a star?
No, LeBron definitely has a cultural impact. Those might be the two. And then it's tough for me to say, like, the cultural impact of Kareem, just because, like, I'm aware of, like, Airplane and all the different things, but I didn't live through that personally. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, and think about it, the other things Kobe touched. You know, the dude has he
has an Oscar.
He has an Oscar. He did every single basketball player in this generation right now is like they always refer to Mamba mentality. Like that's when you say culture, you're not just talking about the fans. You're talking about the players in the league that have that type of respect for him because most of them didn't see Jordan. You know, like they're looking at it going, I don't remember watching him. I remember watching Kobe growing up. But is Kobe Bryant an individual iconic player on his own? Because we have that conversation about every single thing he did was just like Michael Jordan. You have shots that look the same, the way he spoke to the media, the majority of his career. I think after his career he opened up a little more, but the majority of his career he was the same way. And do you have a Kobe Bryant? Again, nothing against him, but do you have one without Michael Jordan? Did he exist? Did that player turn into what he was without Michael Jordan being the example to go follow?
You know, I have honestly never really thought about that. So that's really interesting to me.
Because he picked at people's brains and thought that way. And he would treat people a certain way because he saw Michael do it. And he knew that was that thing worked. I know that what he did worked, and I'm going to try and do it the exact same way. And hey, if you're going to do it and you can become just like the dude, go ahead. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, maybe that does knock him down a little bit for me on this list.
You know what I learned? And
I might put Hakeem in front of Steph also.
Oh, okay.
And make him number 10.
One of the things I learned at the Dallas Card Show is I was having a discussion with a vendor from New Jersey. Because they really wanted to know our thoughts, and we broke it down. I found that Kobe Bryant has probably a more passionate fan base, or passionate group of people who care about him, because there's probably some who do not like him, than probably anybody else. So these are all in consecutive order from the 4, 6, 9. I'd put Kobe number 3 at worst. From the 903, Black Mamba, easy top 10. From the 2 and 4, Kobe couldn't win without a big. 11 is too high. And then there's another person who said era bias has him too high. Kobe is put that high by one generation. And another person says having Wilt Chamberlain over Kobe is crazy. I don't view it that way whatsoever, but that is one of the fun things about the list. And so, to Shaq's point, I don't think Kobe being at 11 is criminal, because I'm not taking out any of the top 7. I'm not taking out Tim Duncan. And so then it becomes a matter of, do you think Kobe is better than Shaq, Hakeem, and Steph?
If Shaq's willing to give up his spot for Kobe, then let's do it.
Actually, you know what? That is a great point. And so, if you think Kobe's better than Shaq, Hakeem, and Steph, I'm fine with that. I don't think that's a crazy discussion or argument to have. And then the other thing that's going to work in Kobe's factor, and this is going to sound weird to say, and I hope it makes sense to everyone, is he does now have unfortunately, kind of the James Dean vibe to him because he was taken away at such a young age. I know he'd finished playing, but that's going to add to his mythical status like he did with James Dean and Nirvana, and like you could probably list a whole lot of other people.
Yeah, that makes a lot. You're dead on with that, man.
All right. Anything else you want to squabble about on the list or
just in life in general?
I mean, we might do that in the break.
We can argue about which Whataburger burger is the best.
Oh, man.
Like I'm going to win because I'm just going to say the one in my mouth.
We'll see about that because they custom made my double cheeseburger with bacon and barbecue sauce.
Look at you, dude.
So we're going to see.
Custom Kevin. That's what they call him.
You know what? That's why I feel like such a pain at places like this because I'm just like, yes, can I get this one delicious thing you have, but without those things? That's why
because it makes it even more delicious to me.
That's why I love that honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich. It comes just how I want it. That's why I love the breakfast on the bun. I don't have to be a pain to the cashier. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to open up another box of cards as part of the Expressway. Also, after the first half of the season, who can the Rangers not do without? And this time, I promise, we really will do AM on the FM. All of it next, live from Whataburger in Frisco on 105.3 The Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay. true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Experts.
The pitch to Simeon, swung on, and a drive hit to left field. Chases the left fielder back to the wall. It is history. Simeon just clears that 19-foot-high wall. He's homered for the second straight day and for the 12th time this year. Make it 5-1 Rangers.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. We're live at Whataburger in Frisco, 12465 El Dorado Parkway. If this is easier for you, it's off of El Dorado and Coit, and it's been really cool to see how many people have been here. Also cool to see some people from our Buffalo Wild Wings crew showing up here.
It's called the Whataburger crew from now on.
Okay, I like it.
I like that.
You know, it makes a lot of sense for Whataburger to have us out every Friday.
I'll go anywhere Whataburger wants me to go.
I bet you will. I bet you will. All right. So I'm going to try to accomplish a couple of things in this segment. We're going to get to AM on the FM in just a minute, but also Corey has a box of Inception baseball cards, courtesy of R.J. Dukes in McKinney. Now, Corey, why did you get this box as opposed to the wrestling box?
You would not let me have the wrestling box because I said, is that the American Nightwear? And you got mad at me and said I couldn't have the wrestling box.
That's a fair way to put it. Alec, would you say another way to put it is because you knew that Corey the Troll would be in overdrive on that box?
Yeah, he would be, and I probably wouldn't be able to identify like a single superstar that he pulled based on the names he would read.
The worst one is when he said Rock Hot Steve Boston, and I almost lost it one night.
Him and the Pebble had a great match.
Okay, shut up. Shut up! I hate you right now. All right, so what we're going to do while you're opening this is from the mind of Corey Majors.
Oh, no.
So you know it's either going to make you mad or be a really great question. After the first half of the season, who can the Rangers not do without?
Oh, okay. All right.
All
Who
right.
can the Rangers not do without?
So, and somebody just yelled out Jacob deGrom, the lone all-star selection for the Rangers. And I get that, and it's hard to disagree with that. I'm going to present a different option, though. But first, we will go to Corey to see if he has good luck.
Dude, home run derby participant, Junior Caminero.
He was a finalist.
Yeah, right there. That's one. Ooh, these are thick cards.
Yes.
Jazz Chisholm, he was in it last night, too. He only hit 3 home runs, I do
Do
believe.
you think this could be the all-home run derby box?
I got a rookie card here, Kevin. It's Jason Dominguez from the
that's a
Yankees.
good one.
Was
that numbered?
I also have, no, I don't see any numbers on it. Now here's a numbered one. Heston Kjerstad of the Baltimore Orioles, his rookie card. It got in rocking there. Oh, my gosh.
Man, Mike's about to get to this Whataburger in Frisco faster than anything you've ever seen.
Numbered to 299 and autographed, Evan Carter.
Whoa!
World
Man,
Series
did you guys
champion.
hear that audible yell out of here?
World Series champion Evan Carter right there. None of the other cards matter after this, right? Is that how it works? Wow, that's awesome right there. Kodai Senga from the New York Mets.
Man, yeah.
And then Ben Brown, rookie card from the Cubs.
Well, see, I was going to say I'm disappointed it wasn't all home run derby, but I guess we really put that to bed.
We hit a home run with this one, that's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Now, what I would recommend, Corey, is if you get a call from Mike Bassick in the next 25 minutes, just silence it.
Hang up.
Yeah, because he's going to be like, Corey, what can I do to get that card from you? All right, so
he calls us every day anyway.
That is true. I talked to him on the way to the Whataburger today. So it's interesting because obviously Evan Carter, a part of this team that we still hope the Rangers can turn it around. But allow me, if you will, a couple of moments of your time to present my case for one Marcus Semien.
Oh, I like this.
I am going to argue after the first half of the season, the Rangers cannot do without Marcus Semien. We're gonna split this season up into two different components. When Marcus Semien was really bad and when he's been really good. The line of delineation is June 1st. It is astonishing how well that lines up.
Has he been 3 reallys good yet, or is he just really?
I think it's just 2.
Just 2 reallys. Okay.
And so that gives you optimism potentially for the future. Yeah, just 2. All right, so consider this. First 58 games of the season. 58 games. Marcus Semien had 4 home runs and 21 RBIs. That is dreadful.
Yeah.
Last 38 games, though, 8 home runs and 28 RBIs. Just to put that in perspective, if you push that out for the entire season, that would have him on pace for 34 home runs and 118 RBIs. Now, I realize because of the poor start, you're not going to get there. But my point is that he has been on a tear. Let's take a further look at this. In the first 58 games of the year, Marcus Semien had 4 multi-hit games. Yikes. In the last 38, he's had 11 multi-hit games. So there's no doubt he is heated up. In the last 38 games, he has a .301 batting average and a .909 OPS. And you might be like, that sounds great, Kevin. That's one individual player. So let's talk about that part. My contention is that Marcus Semien is the key to this offense. Consider this. First 58 games of the season. You know how many runs the Rangers scored? I know it feels like the answer is 4. But the answer is 196.
Okay.
So think about these numbers. First 58 games, 196 runs. Last 38 games, 197 runs. So in 20 fewer games, they have scored 1 more run. And those games coincide exactly with the offensive takeoff from Marcus Semien. First 58 games, they averaged 3.38 runs per game. That's never going to get you anywhere. Last 38 games, they have averaged 5.18 runs per game. Now that can get you somewhere. You still hope that it's higher. Thank you to the one person who clapped at that.
I felt like clapping.
Yeah, we really, okay.
More
Yeah,
clapping.
that's good. See, that's
Yes.
that's nice. And so,
sorry.
Man, you know what? You should tell Mike if he's in the area, if he does an impromptu, Mike likes it, then you give him the Evan Carter card.
Yeah,
I
come
bet
on by
people
right
would
now.
freaking love that.
Come on by, Mike.
But my point is, when Marcus Semien has taken off, this Rangers team has scored 1.8 more runs per game. Now, I know you need the bullpen to tighten up, and I have some thoughts about that maybe are for today, maybe are for tomorrow. I'm going to make the argument that Marcus Semien is the Ranger you cannot do without.
Kevin, I think you laid out that plan perfectly. And we've seen it. We've said this for a while now. I think at the beginning of the season, I said the way the Rangers go as Marcus Semien goes.
Yes.
Whenever he was good, his first year here, we won a World Series. Last year, he did not have his best year, and we all were kind of like, oh, what's going on here? During the playoff run, how much easier would it have been if he was on fire?
Yeah.
We were lucky we had Adolis and Corey Seager in that run because Marcus was struggling still to try and get that thing rolling. And they were able to get through it, though. But then, World Series game, he hits a home run, and we're all celebrating with him.
Yes.
I think Marcus Semien's dead on, man, because he's like the crank for this team. Can I say that?
I think so, depending on what you say next.
He's a gear. He's a
It's
gear.
depending
for
on
this
what
team.
you say now.
He's a
Okay.
gear but he's the strongest gear. He's the one that it works all the time. You kind of take it for granted a lot of the times, and then you look over and you're like, man, what would we do without it?
Yes.
And so I think that's where I look at Simeon. I got Adolis as my guy. And that's because you look at his numbers right now. Kevin, I mean, he had a 1.471 OPS to start the season, but he only had 14 at-bats at that time.
Oh, okay, so was that in March? Okay.
And and right now, so look at this. April, he goes from 558, 770 or 728 in June for his OPS, and then 812 in July so far.
Okay,
he is hitting a 491 slugging, which we talk about. 450 is a good slugging percentage, and if you're at 491, if you're at 500, you're excellent area right there, and that's where he is at 490 right now in July. And so you kind of add up all of his numbers. He had 3 home runs in May, 3 home runs in June. 3 home runs already in July. I think he's going to top his home run numbers by the end of this month for sure. And because you look at the RBIs that he had, they go up whenever runners are on, Kevin. Whenever you get some runners on for him,
Lord knows we need that with this team.
And he's starting to find his timing. That when he hit that high fastball for a home run the other day against Houston, that's Adolis finally catching up with his hands.
Yeah.
And I think that whenever you have that spark, the energy, the excitement that he plays with, it's been lacking in that clubhouse. When you have that available because he's hitting well, he's emotional. So he's going to be down when he's not hitting well. But when he is hitting well, this team lights up.
Now, quick question, Alec, before we get to your answer. Which one of these texts do you like better? Because they're both amazing. From the 817, just saw Mike sprint out the front door of the HEB, pushing everybody out of the way.
He's trying to get this card, isn't he?
Or from the 214, here's Corey. My favorite wrestler is Andre the Really Large Dude.
He is large, or he was. He's no longer with us.
All right, Alec, which one of those texts do you like better? And then...
He was gigantic.
Yes, he is. What is your answer to our Rangers query?
I really like the Mike text, but we all know HEB is too far out of his way.
Oh,
so
my
it's
God.
not super believable.
Mike has a smaller driving radius than anybody you've ever met.
And it's actually impressive.
He lives in Dallas, and when we were talking about going to Richardson, he's like, oh, my God, we might as well go to Oklahoma. And I'm like, what? That's not that far away.
Yeah, Mike Math never really mathed very well, but I would say Joshua H. Smith is who I would go with, because we've seen him get dinged up a little bit, some of those soft tissue injuries and whatnot. When he's not really exactly feeling like himself, then you're not getting the offensive production that you typically want to see. He's really good defensively as well, very sound player all around. And we've talked about him numerous times this season, just how steadfast he's been for this team. And, it's kind of an indictment on the rest of the team and the rest of the offense, how they've been performing, that you could claim him as the team's MVP outside of pitching. But I do think that if he's not playing at this consistent of a level, or if he's just simply not available, hopefully that he stays healthy down the stretch, then you're not going to get the same offense, which the offense already isn't that good as is. If I'm missing him, I am feeling very, very bad about the playoff chances for this team.
From the 469, they agree with you. They're also going to go Josh Smith. From the 817, Wyatt Langford is a must. And I think we're actually going to talk about Wyatt Langford a little bit more in depth tomorrow, because I have an intriguing question for you guys as we head into the trade deadline. From the 210, it used to be Josh Young, but he's cursed. That's one of the things. And we talked about it yesterday. It's only been a week, but you really hope that Josh Young can find his swing, and maybe his confidence, I guess, is probably more important than any of that while he's down in the minors.
Yeah, I mean, I think him and Adolis' energy together is important to this team, because,
for sure,
again, nobody's out there front and forefront faster than Josh Young. He's what I used to say Elvis was. He's the first one over the rail when you hit your home run, and he's there to celebrate it with you. But whenever he's not playing well, he has that same I don't know if I can be a leader because I'm not playing well right now. He wasn't seeing the baseball. He's not seeing. I still don't think he's seeing it until he gets his timing down. Boch has a decision, and that decision is to not get him up here yet.
Can I ask you guys one more quick baseball question, please?
No.
Okay, Alec.
Yes, you can.
I wanted to see if this bothered you at all. Morning News put a story out about it, and I know that Kip Fagg and the team said all the right things, but you look at the draft that the Rangers just had. Mason McConaughey from Nebraska, Ben Abelt from TCU, both missed most of the 2025 season because of a elbow injury. And then Julius Sanchez from Illinois, he got drafted in the 8th round. He also has had issues, and all three of those guys will start their time with the Rangers in rehab.
Okay.
Does it bother you at all to see those type of players picked up, or do you think, kind of like Mike used to say, it almost feels inevitable that so many of these players will eventually get Tommy John? So maybe you knocked it out early.
I think that's a realization you came up with whenever we were on nights, and you were suggesting everybody at the age of 16 to get their UCLs fixed.
Hey. That's before I knew Tommy John didn't last forever. I really thought once you got it, you were good to go. And I was like, yeah, knock out one of these high school seasons.
Yeah, no, it doesn't bother me because, around this time of season, Kevin, everybody's playing with something, right? Isn't that what you... No, they've
Did you say this time of season or this time
of year? This time of season.
Okay.
They're all playing with something. I think these guys are going to recover pretty quickly, get through it, get ready for their spring training next year. Next year is whenever I'm most important to me. Where will they stand on things, and can they get going pretty quickly? Can they catch up fast?
I think you're going to like the topic.
Speaking of catch up,
tomorrow,
I got both options of ketchup here from Whataburger. I got the fancy ketchup and the spicy ketchup. Always available at Whataburger for you.
Did you know there are giant bottles of that ketchup in the Whataburger box?
You want to give away the second one?
All right.
Are you ready for it now, or you want me to wait till the C block?
Alec, we're going to let you decide because it's time for AM on the FM. Is that going to happen now or in 30 seconds? And Alec, I think Corey might be about to drink some ketchup. I'm not really
I got fries
sure.
right here. I'm fine.
Oh, okay.
You dipped the fries in the ketchup.
Your fries were behind your computer, and you were looking around like nobody was watching, even though there's all these people in front of us. And you look like you were about to chug that ketchup.
I would.
Alec, do you think we should give away the other Whataburger now or at the start of C block?
Go ahead and do it now.
Okay, here we go. Here's the question. If you would like to answer, come up to the front, and we'll turn this microphone on for you.
But remember, raise your hand so we don't have...
raise your hand like we're in elementary school. Bill Murray is co-owner of the Charleston River Dogs, a minor league baseball team. What is his title? A, Ambassador of Balls. B, Director of Fun. C, Secretary of Secretarying. Or D, Assistant Manager.
Gentlemen in the green checkered shirt.
All right, green checkered shirt. If you have the correct answer, Ambassador of Balls, Director of Fun, Secretary of Secretarying, or Assistant Manager, talk right into that microphone up there.
If you're wrong, though, we kick you out of the Whataburger.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Here, move your microphone down.
Oh, here we go. It goes the other way. It goes the other way. Yep, we'll turn them on. There we are.
Oh.
What's your name, sir?
Tom McAndrew.
That is Tom McAndrew. He's here hanging out at Whataburger today. What's your answer?
Director of Fun.
Director of Fun is the answer, Kevin. Whataburger for a year goes to Tom. Congratulations, man. Nice work. I didn't know that either. That's awesome. Congratulations. The box right down there. And we will take care of you, sir. We'll
probably
take
the headset back.
I appreciate it.
But at least I could wrap my brain around that answer better than honey was in the golf ball. That's going to be stuck in my head at least for the rest of the week.
Well, there we did it.
All right, you know what? This is a great day because you get to hear this twice. Now, if he wants, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, this guy might be rich now, but don't ask him for anything. We're going to get to some sound from the NBA that was brutally honest, and I really respect it. We're going to get to that.
sorry, Alec. By the way, for folks who are thinking about coming out to the Whataburger, I know we gave away the Whataburger for a year, but still have an opportunity to get your trading card made of you in the magnetic case, and you got us. Sorry, Alec, back to you.
We're going to go to the National Day calendar to start things off in just a moment for the question of the day, but we do have breaking NFL news that I'm sure is going to make a certain lineman in Dallas named Smith, not Mozzie, Tyler Smith, happy for what could be going down for him in the near future. The Chiefs and Pro Bowl guard Trey Smith are close to finalizing a 4-year extension that will make him the highest paid guard in NFL history, according to Jordan Schultz. So a big offensive lineman contract. Don't see numbers on it yet, but he will be the highest paid in NFL history. And we talked about it yesterday, I do believe.
Yeah.
Talk about the Chiefs' offensive line, and it's not what it used to be because you always think of the tackles. Well, their interior offensive line is very, very good. And Trey Smith is going to be paid as so. So there you go. The Chiefs get a big deal done.
Do you think we should just go ahead and give Tyler Smith the number one, just like Micah, and just really blow it out?
That would be kind of crazy, and it would be headline worthy. So would it really be that crazy?
Okay.
I don't think it would be.
I would love it. Heading out there next week and that happens, and we're just like, what is happening right now? I'm in.
I hope y'all get to break the news of that contract being done, because simply I'm just ready to stop predicting. You know, I went on a Kansas City radio yesterday, and I got asked for like the 15th time. So, Micah, Cowboys, what happened? You know, what's happening? I'm like, same old thing that I told you like 3 months ago. You know, like there's still nothing going on, and I'm sick of it. So we will get to the question of the day right now. Gentlemen, according to the National Day calendar, it's a great day to be at Whataburger, but it's also a great day to eat candy because it is National Gummy Worm Day. So I'm going to ask you guys in the Tolos, of course, what is the best candy of all time, your favorite candy? 877-881-1053, because I will say, in the same vein as the gummy worm, the gummy bear, the Haribo gummy bear, to be specific, is my favorite of all time. It will always be the same. I'm not as much of a candy guy or a sweets guy as I used to be, but I will always fall for a bag of Haribo gummy bears.
Yes. Gummy bears are awesome. Lucy loves gummy bears, too. You know what her new favorite one is, Kevin?
What's that?
The Nerd Clusters.
Oh, Brandon
those are really good.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I can't resist either. She brings some of those over, and I'm just like, well, this is it for the day. So that Nerd Clusters rock right now.
I just want to shout out like a candy that I feel like doesn't get enough respect. It's not my choice, though, so I guess I don't respect
Bit O'
it
Honey?
either. No, not Bit O' Honey. Is the 100 grand... the 100 grand is a quality candy, and I just wanted to shout that out. But my all-time favorite candy is Butterfinger.
Oh, Butterfinger's so good.
Maybe it's because The Simpsons convinced me. Maybe it's because I still wish the little Butterfinger BBs would come back. I don't know if you guys
Butterfinger
remember
BBs
those.
were great,
yes.
dude.
Butterfinger is my number one all-time favorite
How much
candy.
did The Simpsons help out Butterfinger?
Oh, my gosh.
Don't lay a finger on my
ton.
Butterfinger.
A ton.
That definitely was one of them. It's always been the Milky Way, though. That's the one that I've always been able to rock with. Give me some Milky Way. The Butterfinger, I think they do it here, too, at Whataburger. You can throw it into the shake, the Butterfinger shake. That's always a number one for me, is throw some
What
Butterfinger.
is the Milky Way composed of?
Nougat.
From a candy perspective.
Nougat, which we don't know exactly what that's made of or what it is.
You don't want to know.
Chocolate, and the candy superior to chocolate, caramel. Because caramel is number one, chocolate is number two.
Take right there.
And then nougat is somewhere on there because, again, we still haven't quite figured out what nougat is.
Yeah. Do you kind of wish, Alec, they were called the Denver Nougats instead of the Denver Nuggets?
You know, Kevin? No, I don't.
I promise I'm not high or anything.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's questionable.
I just can't acknowledge any of your bits, and I'm going to act like they don't happen, and then maybe you'll forget that they happen too. We're going to go to the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, where they're giving serious answers to this question. Your favorite candy for National Gummy Worm Day, we have from the 469, the Mr. Good Bar. From the 214,
I do like that.
we have Baby Ruth. I'm seeing some agreeing here with the Haribo gummy bears. I see Snickers from the 682 or the Take 5.
Oh, the Take 5 is quality. I don't know if that's a newer candy. It feels like it's newer, but the Take 5 is solid.
See, this is intriguing from the 214. I think I've seen this, but I haven't actually tried it. The Reese's Peanut Butter and Jelly.
Okay, getting somebody that said yes, they see it. I've seen that. Carter had one. My son Carter. He loved it. He said there was plenty of jelly in it too.
Okay.
Sometimes they overpower it, but he was like, it was the right amount of it. So that's perfect.
I'm not going to lie. That feels like it might not be for me.
Because you hate jelly?
No, I just...
What's your favorite jelly? Grape, strawberry,
grape.
peach?
It's grape.
Nectarine?
Grape is the only jelly.
Tomato?
What? Tomato jelly?
I don't know. It's a fruit. I feel like you can make a jelly out of all fruits. Yeah, ketchup. There you go. In your face.
I want you to go home now and call your ketchup whenever you get. Just go straight to the fridge and call it tomato jelly.
That's my tomato jelly.
Soundproof barrier right here. Really.
Tomato jelly. I like that.
I don't. That sounds awful. And I'm a big proponent of the ketchup. I just don't want to rename something that already works.
So you're telling me that if Whataburger was like, you know what, we've rebranded it tomato jelly, that you wouldn't be so excited?
It just doesn't sound good.
But it's Whataburger. So
I know, but like whenever everyone's like a rose by any other name would smell just as sweet. If you called it like a stinkweed, would you really think that?
It would not smell good.
Yeah.
You'd be like, no,
I mean, it might smell good, but not as good.
No, you wouldn't. You'd be like, no, that's disgusting. Immediately.
I'm sorry, Alec. These are the things that I was just thinking about.
Stinkweed.
You guys reach corners of my brain that I didn't think could ever be tapped into with some of the hypotheticals and ideas that you guys have for things that really I never would have thought of. So thanks for that, I guess. So guys, appreciate the interaction on the fan text here, 877-881-1053. Your favorite candy for National Gummy Worm Day. Shout out to Ruben Portillo's Oklahoma City Thunder as they inked the deal with Jalen Williams, his rookie Supermax contract there. He gets $239 million fully guaranteed. Does J-Dub. But if you guys remember, his counterpart, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, won the NBA MVP this year, and he gifted his entire team Rolex watches. And he was on the broadcast call for one of the Thunder Summer League games, and they asked him, okay, big deal, your teammate kind of gave some gifts whenever he got a big award. What's going to go on with you?
Shai got you guys watches when he won MVP.
I'm not getting anybody anything if that's what you think we're about to go to right now.
Straight up.
Golly. My team, if you're watching this, I'll get you guys some shirts.
Shirts?
If I ever get a shoe, I'll send them their way. Watches are out of the question right now. My deal doesn't even kick in until next year. So.
That boy only got one scoop of guac.
Yeah, I'm good right now. We're being very frugal right now.
Okay, well, that's smart.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look like, the stuff probably is not cheap.
Is that Reggie Miller in the background? It goes, shirts.
No, it's not.
Yeah, so he says, don't expect the Rolexes. Don't expect anything fancy. I love how he just defaulted to some shirts. And in my mind, it's like those memes you see online where it's just like the worst graphic design you've ever seen in your life. It's like stick figures or something. It's like, thanks for being good teammates or something. It's got like his face attached on a stick figure body. That's what it is in my mind. It's just a total gag. And I'm like, yes, that I can get behind that. And I like how he even pointed out, hey, the extension doesn't kick in until next year.
That makes sense.
But he was like, yeah, we're staying very frugal. Like, just because I got money, I'm not going to go around spending. And he immediately said, hey, watches off the table. Not happening. And I respect that, because if I got $200-something million, I would probably be the same way, where I'm like, look, don't ask me to pay the big tabs at the fancy restaurants and everything. I'm still in my low 20s. I've got a life to think about, so I respect the honesty there from Jalen Williams.
By the way, Trey Smith, it looks like 4 years, $92 million.
That's a lot.
So that would be $23 million per year.
Why haven't we signed Tyler Smith to a contract already then? Why haven't we gotten this started?
Because he's not due tomorrow. And that seems to be the only time we sign people to contracts. But to your point, Alec, about Tyler Smith as a happy guy, you're right about that.
That's my time.
There you go. That's the AM on the FM right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do the C Block, starring Corey Major.
Will UT's strategy win or fail, and the importance of fulfilling a delivery? Next on The Fan.
I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey, I know it's not a Friday. I'm going to ask for your permission for a shout-out.
Sounds good to me, Kevin.
Benjamin Hartshoe from My Possibilities. He's here with his dad, and his favorite club at My Possibilities is the Rock Climbing Club.
Awesome.
So just wanted to shout out the crew at My Possibilities, the Rock Climbing Club. We've had a busy day all day today here at Whataburger off of El Dorado and Coit in Frisco. If you want to come on by, still got a chance to see us and to get your very own trading card made.
And, Kevin, some people got to say hi to Lucy. Lucy and Adrian stopped by this afternoon. Evidently, Carter's in the car because he's too sweaty. He didn't want to bring all the sweat inside.
Okay.
And my oldest he didn't take a shower in time, so he wasn't able to come. So
you know something about your oldest son especially?
He smells good.
It was remarkable how far he got in his life and still asked me if I remembered him. Like, he was like 12 years old, and he goes, "Do you remember me?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yeah, I do. You've
known him his whole life.
a million times.
You've literally known him he was born while we were working together.
Yes.
You've known him his whole life.
So whenever he would ask me
remember
that, up to a point, I was like, "Yeah, dude, I remember who you are."
Kevin, Derek Lively recently underwent a procedure on his right foot, according to Mark Stein.
Okay.
Followed by a placement in a boot. This means 3 very key Mavericks are in injury recovery. Kyrie, Anthony Davis, and Lively. Lively, he's told, is now out of the boot after having bone spurs removed.
Did we know that was likely?
Yeah, I did feel like we had an idea that where there was some stuff he needed to get cleaned up. And I think a lot of dudes get things cleaned up in the off season, but obviously, even when you're getting something cleaned up, you have to recover. You have to work after that.
What a wild profession it is when you're just like, well, it's the off season, so I'll just get a surgery.
Yeah, no, exactly. All right, so let's go ahead and dive in. I'm going to do Buddy Hield here.
Yes.
I want to do this.
Sorry, we didn't get to that earlier.
That's fine. Let's go ahead and play cut 13. Buddy Hield, he went overseas, and he went to the Coliseum. And evidently he had just recently seen Gladiator.
Okay.
And so when he got to the Coliseum, he was expecting a lot of information and a lot of history on Maximus from Gladiator.
Right.
I was a little disappointed when I'm in the Coliseum.
Why?
Because Gladiator, I watched Gladiator, and I thought Maximus was a real warrior. So I'm going into the Coliseum screaming Maximus, and my tour guy said he's not real.
Did you see Gladiator 2?
I did.
Not as good.
Not as good.
Okay. So, like,
they took shots at the other one first.
First of all, I will say I get their point. I thought Gladiator 2 was better than I expected it would be. But, like, I kind of get his point, not about Maximus, but remember, we're not that long removed from our Carter at the station being disappointed in several of us for not knowing that Transylvania was a real place.
I knew that, though.
You did.
I definitely knew that. You did not, and I was surprised you did not.
I did not.
Of all the things you know.
And I had listened to something about Gladiator, so I knew Maximus wasn't real, but I could see how that would hurt your feelings, right?
Yeah, it does. It does take me back to my friend who we convinced her that John Rambo was real, and it was It was kind of a retelling of his life.
Look,
and she watched all 4 of them and was like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe that really happened." And we didn't.
Does
say
kind of feel
otherwise.
like he represents America.
He does.
Sometimes.
He does, especially when he puts on the little headband and gets things rocking there. So
he really does.
Buddy Hield. Now, here's the question I have: there is that sad?
Yes.
That he thought that, or is it it just funny?
No, I don't think it's sad. I'm sad for him.
Okay.
That he doesn't have that anymore.
Oh, wow.
I don't think it's sad
to live for.
Yeah, I don't think it's sad that he didn't know that. I think it's sad that that's always going to color his thought about the Coliseum. Is that he yelled in there Maximus, and his tour guide, who kind of sounds like a little bit of a jerk, was just like, he's not real.
He just shut it down on him.
But that's probably because that tour guide's been doing that for 8 years, and he's heard like 17,000 Nimrods doing that exact same thing.
Americans always coming over here and yelling Maximus. What do you think, though, like if you were the tour guide and he was yelling out Maximus, would you be laughing about it?
See, I don't know how
time?
long that would last
Yeah.
because like when I got to go onto the top of an aircraft carrier, I started playing the Top Gun music, and I saw one person walk by me, and he just looked at me, and he shook his head yes, and then nodded at me. So, like, that guy got it. But I could see if that's what you did every single day, it would drive you crazy.
I got to give you credit, too, by the way, for anybody that's not Kevin's friend. I've been lucky enough to do this for a little while. Kevin always does have a phone song prepared for fun moments, or he'll just pull his phone out. Like, I think Alec loves it the most. When you play songs on your phone, Alec just enjoys it the
That's
most.
one way to put it.
He somethings it the most.
Yeah. All right, Kevin, now here's where we make a decision. Do we want to go with a little more fun?
Okay.
Or do we want to go with a little more serious when it comes to some sports? Not anything sad, just a good sports topic.
I feel like fun.
Fun. He's calling for fun. All right.
Oh, okay.
I like it when good people
have spoken.
I like it when people do good things. All right.
Okay.
I always like good things. And in Tempe Police Department did something good.
Okay.
They had to pull over a pizza driver. A viral video is now out there of this. Grubhub driver got arrested by the Tempe Police Department. I do not know what for, by the way, so I don't have the answer to why. But whenever he did get arrested, in his car was a pizza. That pizza needed to be delivered. These police officers grabbed the pizza out of the Grubhub car and took it to the door, knocked on the door, and made sure. They said, we're committed to serving our community 24/7, whether it's safety or pizza delivery. So they made sure the order was still hot and ready. And the suspect,
safety or pizza delivery.
Kevin, they said the order was hot and ready, and the suspect was caught and steady. So that was what the Tempe Police Department shared on X. That is pretty awesome.
That is
though.
objectively hilarious.
That's pretty nice that they were like, we're going to make sure that this person gets their pizza. That happened to me once. Now that I'm thinking about this, and Adrian just left. We ordered something on.
She didn't even say hi to me.
I know. She knew you were busy. And she was like, you were busy talking. She was like, I know that he's got a lot of people to talk to.
I'm going to text her right now.
The one time we ordered, and I think it was DoorDash, and it was taking forever. And I saw 3 blocks away, the car was sitting at a light. And I was like, what is happening right now? He's been sitting there for 25 minutes. That light is not that long. There are a lot of long lights in Texas.
Sure.
The one over at Centerville and 635 is the longest one in the city. Everybody knows that. But I was like, that light's not lasting 25 minutes. A few minutes later, I get a call. We're sorry, sir. Your delivery has been canceled because your driver got into a wreck. He got into a wreck 3 blocks from my house. I just wanted my food.
Hold on. Hold on. Are you trying
I'm
to spin
very
this
concerned about
as if
him.
it's a tragedy for
I was
you?
very concerned about him.
It doesn't
okay?
sound like you were.
And ultimately, he was okay. All right, and it wasn't
didn't
his
know
fault.
that at the time?
It wasn't his fault. He called the Frankels, so everything worked out for him. All right, so he got his. I still hadn't gotten mine though. All right, and then so when I had to,
you'll get yours.
I had to reorder
You
it,
will.
and they forgot the margaritas that time. So even like that's 2 in a row. I didn't get dinner until 9:30. Jeez.
So really, what I've
But he's
learned from
okay.
this is
He's
the-
all right.
The actual tragedy of this was not the person who got in the accident or anything like that. It was that you didn't get your food in a timely
When
manner.
you make an order, you expect it's going to take some time, all right? But you don't expect that it's going to sit there for 25 minutes at the light when you know I could have just walked over there. You could have told me. I walked and picked up my stuff and brought it back. Maybe even help clean up a little bit.
No, hold on. I'm sorry.
Maybe help clean up the crime scene.
See, but that's what you said after the fact. So your first thought is I'm going to walk up to the accident, get my food, and perhaps be on my way.
Maybe take it home.
Maybe if I have time, I'll help.
Come back, yeah. Exactly. I was 3 blocks away. It's not that far. It wasn't even like full blocks. It's just the end of the block. You know what I mean? And so it's basically like 20 feet or something like that. All right. The real story, though, Kevin, recruiting in college football right now.
By the way, I want you to tell the story. There is an update.
Oh, there is.
Yeah, so tell it, but tell the story first to set up the update.
Evidently, the momentum had shifted on a big-time recruit, Felix Ojo, who University of Texas was very excited to recruit. They put a lot of effort and a lot of work into getting him. Texas Tech spoiled it and picked up Felix Ojo. They got him. He isn't the only blue-chip target, though, that Texas missed out on. Evidently, this is happening a lot more frequently right now, and it's because Steve Sarkisian has said we are not going to overextend ourselves with the money. So
I think that's smart.
He's like, he said Texas will spend what it has at a premium positions. Oh, this is South, but it's not going to overextend itself. Sometimes the asking price is just too much. Steve Sarkisian has maintained that they will not pay high school recruits more than established contributors on their roster. While Texas Tech is out there just throwing money around at anybody. He said, I think that reflects
Texas Tech.
I think it reflects
Who goes
well for
there?
Texas in its roster retention the last few years. Remember, it costs money to maintain what you have too.
Okay.
So, that's what they're saying is the guys that have already been here, we're going to make sure we take care of them before we go offer these high school kids their money.
So I'm intrigued by a couple of different things he said, especially towards the end. We're not going to give anybody new or coming up from high school more than an established contributor. I am fascinated to see if that holds forever until there's this one hot shot that let's say Arch would have been that guy, right? Like, would you have really not given Arch that money even if he was like, hey, I want to go to Texas. I'm going to make this team special or whatever.
Right.
So that's fascinating.
You got to meet this number.
Yes, exactly. But then the other part makes a lot of sense to me when he says you have to take care of your players who are still here.
Yeah.
It is an interesting world where we do it feels like people assume, oh, they got the NIL money, they're set. They can leave still.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing, too. Texas has money. Texas has competitively across their roster. They're competitive with any other school out there. But they've established now. They're saying we only are going to use this much.
Yeah.
Sure, we could probably go get more, but you're coming here. Jerry says this a lot. If they want to be here, we want them here if they want to be here. And I think Sarkisian's kind of throwing that out there of look, if you're just chasing the dollar, that's not going to really work with us. And he's like, we're going to pay some players, and they're going to be paid well for it, but we want this thing. We can't go outside of this structure. Otherwise, we're going to screw ourselves over and hurt some feelings and lose other recruits along the way.
Yeah, look.
So they're drawing a line in the sand and saying, this is where we stand on it, and you can either be here or not. Will that hurt them down the road? And you brought up that one recruit. If you're Texas, do you just go, it's fine, we have the next one coming up?
And I think you do versus, and I know I was picking on one person in particular about Texas Tech, but look, if you are a Texas Tech, I can see how you would be like, we got to do it because we got to get this player. If you're Texas, look, I don't love Texas.
Your roster stacked.
But I think we all need to respect where they sit in the college football hierarchy. Them, Ohio State, Michigan, whoever, you'll be fine. You'll get the next one and you'll be fine. And the next one is Tyler Atkinson. He is a 5-star recruit, the number 1 outside linebacker in the 2026 class. Just today, a little bit ago, on the Pat McAfee show, he committed to Texas.
Really?
And so
because they offered him so much money, huh?
No.
Oh, okay.
No to all of y'all. But the point is...
Oh, they use better against you, dude.
I mean, look.
That's great.
I'm not in a great position to argue that from an A&M standpoint. But, like, the point is, so they didn't get prospect A, B, or C. And what is their, like, consolation prize? The number one outside linebacker in the country who's ranked number 14 overall.
Right.
So my point being, they're fine. They just moved on to the next one. And the next one, Tyler Atkinson said, yes, I would like to play at Texas.
Yeah, there are some schools out there that are like, that player will save everything for us. Texas is like, if we have enough good players, we're going to be competitive.
For sure.
And they don't. And it's like we don't have to be concern ourselves with the next big thing.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Now, I am with you on this though. Whenever it comes to alum and them wanting a player, how much will that have an impact on that whenever that comes down? Or they're like, look, no, we need this guy, and you're like, no, we've set the standard. We're not going to do this.
Whether and that's what I wonder. Whether it's your Arch Manning, whether it's your Cooper Flagg. I know we're crossing sports now, but if there's that player that you're like, no, but this dude is not just player. He's the.
But not the coaches.
Yeah.
Not the AD or the alum that have the money that are trying to shell it out.
If I'm Coach Sarkisian and you're like, you're strapped, we've hit our budget, and then this group of investors, well, not alumni, comes along and they're like, hey, we got $23 million because we really need this kid. And you're like, $23 million extra? Okay, deal.
And that's the C Block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. How about we do some NFL overreaction or reality? We will get to it next live from Whataburger in Frisco, 12465 El Dorado Parkway right here on The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What? Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at KarsForKids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Daniels, four-man rush this time, zips it in. Caught by your guy, Zach Ertz, touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Whataburger in Frisco, 12465 El Dorado Parkway off of El Dorado and Coit. Thank you guys very, very much for joining us today. We got NFL Overreaction or Reality in just a minute, but I wanted to give you a couple of updates on a few things. Victor Wembanyama said that he has been cleared by the team from the blood clot in his shoulder, so obviously a huge next step for him as a human, as a player, and for the Spurs. I mentioned earlier, in case you missed it, Nico Harrison said that Kyrie is ahead of schedule in his rehab, but also said we kind of knew that would be the case because the way he attacks his rehab goes in 2 to 3 times a day.
But Kyrie said not to hold your breath.
Which is probably still smart.
Yes.
But does he think that fortune favors the bold?
Well, that's a good question.
Because
maybe
Nico does.
But maybe Nico's panicking and needs a win, and he's like, "Let me go ahead and get some people."
You know what? If you
excited.
need a win right after Cooper Flagg did his thing,
he's trying to stack wins.
Summer
He's
League,
trying to stack wins, Kevin.
I don't know. And then Lionel Messi had. Yes, I know, Jason Kidd. Lionel Messi had already set the MLS record for most multi-goal games in a row at 4. And then in the next game, he scored 2 more. So he has now extended the record out to 5 consecutive multi-goal games. Good for him.
What do you think is, like, I feel like it's always cool when it's broken. But people don't necessarily pay attention to the next, like, stuff that goes on after that. They're just like, oh, I remember whenever that was broken. And you're like, there was so much more.
You know what? That is a good point, because I remember very vividly Mark McGuire, number 62. I couldn't necessarily tell you what 66 looked like.
Yeah, exactly.
And then for the Dallas Stars, their preseason schedule has been released. They will open the preseason schedule at home against St. Louis on Saturday, September 20th, if you want to plan your life accordingly.
We get to go scream at the Blues. I'm in on that.
Even in preseason, you're amped up that much?
It's Stars, all right? Have you ever met a Stars fan?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, we've got Stars fans right
intense.
here. No,
They're intense.
Absolutely. All right, gentlemen, right now, it's time for NFL Overreaction or Reality. 877-881-105. 1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation, or you can hit us up on the YouTube or on the Twitch. Now, we played that highlight of Jaden Daniels to start. So to balance it out, I feel like I need to ask this. Overreaction or reality? Dak Prescott will throw for at least 4,000 yards this season. Wow, man. They didn't let you guys answer. So Dak has reached that number 3 times in his 9-year career. You picked up George Pickens to play opposite CeeDee Lamb. So overreaction or reality, Dak will get to 4,000 yards passing this season.
Oh, man. If he's healthy, I think he will. But
that's the trick of it, though,
they don't
right?
need him to.
I agree.
You know, like go back and look at, he had a couple of seasons where he had 22, 23 touchdowns and 3,800 yards. And as long as he was, keeping those numbers down on the interceptions, he was doing okay. But I don't think he needs to, but I think he can with 2, as you've said, a viable number 2 option.
Yeah.
Like this is a legitimate top flight number 2 receiver
for sure.
When you look at the staff that he's had recently, you're like, oh my gosh, what are we even doing out here? Which is why CeeDee Lamb had to eat so much. But I do think that I think he can do it. I don't think that's an overreaction.
Alec, what say you?
It's got to be a reality if he's healthy. Exactly
but that's
what Corey
the trick,
said.
though.
Yeah.
You guys keep saying that. That's why I need to know.
Yeah, and you're smart. You keep on pinning us in these corners where we got to make a decision. Is he going to be healthy? Is he not? So for the sake of the question, Kevin, I think I'm going to say that, yes, he is going to be healthy, and that means he is going to surpass that. And I think he's going to do it, I'm not going to say with flying colors, but I think he'll do it pretty easily.
Okay. All right. I like that.
And if he hops on with us in Oxnard, he'll have an even better season.
5,000.
Look, you guys know how I feel about this. We've talked about this off air quite a bit. Me, Dak Prescott and Solomon Thomas several years ago hosted a national mental health panel together. And I told Dak about the concept of talking doctor.
He loved it.
And yeah, he did. And he said, I'm going to start using that. I don't know if that is the case in his personal life, but we had a really good time, and I really appreciate how committed he is to people's mental health. I would love to have the opportunity to have a conversation with him. I know we have a lot of things that we
Lots of things we could talk with
need to address and perhaps clear up.
Yeah.
All right. NFL overreaction or reality. Rome Odunze is ready for a breakout season.
Reality.
Oh, man. All right. Rookie year, 54 catches, 734 yards, 3 touchdowns. Not terrible, but for a top 10 pick, certainly not what you hope for. Corey, you immediately said reality. Tell me why.
Well, I mean, if you believe half of what Caleb Williams said, then it makes sense, though, some of the struggles that he had. If you believe that he really legitimately was not told what to watch and was just saying, they said, you go in there and figure it out yourself, buddy, then yeah, that's going to be tough to go figure out NFL defenses on your own. Having Ben Johnson there changes that. Ben Johnson knows how to utilize Jamison Williams and Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yeah.
And 2 really good running backs and Sam Laporta.
Right.
Offense a variety of offensive attacks. DJ Moore is a fantastic weapon for the Bears. Fantastic. And I thought with Keenan Allen there last year that it was going to be really nice to have that trio. They didn't quite use it as much. But Rome Odunze, I thought he was coming out of the draft. I had him behind Marvin Harrison, and I even had him behind Malik Neighbors because he was a little clumsier as far as balance goes for me. But when I watched him in the NFL, I was like, no, he's got the physical build for it. He just needs to have an offense that's conducive to what he can do. And I think bringing Ben Johnson in changes everything. So I think he's going to have a breakout year this year.
Alec, do you kind of fall in that same category?
I do, because it kind of goes to the same category that we were talking about, something relating to Brian Schottenheimer last week, where I was like, yeah, it's a more inviting environment for those things to happen. And it goes exactly to what Corey said, where, Caleb Williams was being told nothing. I was going to make a joke there, but he wasn't even being told anything. He was just, being told, hey, show up on Sunday, wear your pads and your helmet, and go throw the football. Now you've got the chance with somebody who's really highly revered in the NFL for his play calling and his scheming in Ben Johnson to really elevate that offense. And I think for a guy in Rome Odunze who it's his second year in the league now, he, hopefully the sophomore slump avoids him, because I don't see any way that it could be any worse. I'm not saying that he was bad. I think that he's just got a great chance to really step up here. And I think he's really, really good on top of that. So I think he's got all the things working for him for that to be a reality.
Okay, man, I like the confidence from you guys on that one. NFL overreaction or reality. The AFC West and NFC North are the most interesting divisions in football. I mean, I can walk you through my logic on this.
Yeah, go ahead and walk me through your logic.
All right, so for me personally, and we talked about this the other day, we talked about this idea of pivot players. And that's like players that maybe you don't entirely know what to expect. And so for me, I've told you AFC East feels, pretty simple. AFC North, I appreciate the teams there. It feels like they're all fighting to see who can disappoint us in the playoffs. AFC South, you get it. But like AFC West, obviously you have the Chiefs. But will this be the year that Herbert finally accomplishes something on the bigger stage that everyone seems to expect of him?
Nobody's willing to say yes right now, right?
Exactly.
Because he hasn't.
Exactly. And so will Bo Nix continue to surprise? And in the North, I really boil it down to J.J. McCarthy and the idea that people just think that this kid's made in the shade already, and maybe he will be, but I don't know about that.
Yeah, I think Bo Nix is going to continue to improve. That defense is going to make that team good.
Yes.
That defense is what that team relies on right now. And they gave Nix plenty of opportunities. That was one of the benefits of.
For sure.
I think Nix got very lucky being able to take risks this year because he knew he could rely on the defense to make stops. And when you have that, you're like, okay, go ahead and uncork this one downfield and see. I'm going to trust the offense because I trust my defense, and that's good for him with Sean Payton. Learning how to trust Sean Payton's offense and whenever he wants you to attack. So I see him being I get it, man. That's the most interesting AFC division. The Bills are still one of my most interesting teams.
Okay, yeah, tell me about that.
I'm interested. I want to see what their offense is this year. But the Dolphins, Jets, and Patriots, I'm ignoring pretty much. The Dolphins I've given up on.
Yeah.
I'll use Achane as one of my fantasy running backs if available. But other than that, I just don't have a lot of hope because they're not tough. And this is a tough man's sport. I can't remember who the Hall of Fame offensive lineman was that said it. We had him on the show during the Super Bowl one year. But he was like, football doesn't make people tough. It's a sport for tough people, and Miami is very soft on many occasions. On the NFC, you said the NFC North. Because of Ben Johnson's move to the Bears, it became the most interesting division for me.
Okay.
Because him being in the Bears within the division, knowing the Lions and the Packers and the Vikings so well, he already has good plans offensively for all those teams, and he knows that Lions defense like the back of his hand too. So that division in itself, because all the teams were already pretty good, is that one right there is going to be something I'm very interested in.
Alec, what say you?
Right there with Corey again. It's almost like he makes good football points. The Ben Johnson move to that division to that team rather, that still intrigues me because we've yet to see it, but I have probably astronomical expectations for what that can do for that division in terms of its competition level. And then for the AFC, I always point to the Broncos. I always do this offseason because I feel like there's something special going there with that connection that I'm almost feeling it's the easy comparison, but the Sean Payton and Drew Brees, upbringing and that pairing where it was, maybe not the prototypical guy, but it's the guy that has the swagger and he has the understanding of that team, of that offense and what's expected of him night in and night out. I'm right there with you, Corey.
Okay, Alex, since you said that, bonus question. I feel like maybe you just kind of gave us our answer, but just to be sure, bonus question, Bo Nix will continue to exceed expectations.
Did you say bonus question or Bo Nix question?
Bonus, Bo Nix question.
Oh, man, I like that even more. Repeat the question.
Bo Nix will continue to exceed expectations this season. And if that's the case, then it will just become expectations.
Alec, I'll let you rock this one first, homie.
Yeah, this is an easy reality for me. I didn't love the pick, but I didn't hate it when it was made. And then week by week, I started to say, okay, I was clearly wrong because, again, there's something that you can't measure with him, and it's his confidence level. It just seems like he really, from day one, knew, I'm the guy in this building. I'm the guy that can really turn this division upside down if I really want to. If I allow myself to turn this division upside down, I can, and I think he will throughout the duration of this rookie contract. Like you said, the expectations are just going to be that going forward after this season if I had to put money on it today.
Yeah, I'm right there with him. I think he settles in his sophomore season and says, guys, I'm here, I've arrived, and I'm going to be here for quite some time. Now, whether or not he can get over Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes is a different question.
I think this player is phenomenal, so I'm going to say reality, but on the spot, overreaction or reality. Sauce Gardner is worth all of the money. Just agreed to a 4-year, $120.4 million deal. That's $30.1 million per season, making him the highest paid cornerback in NFL history. And I go back to this, I know I've said this before, but just think about it. When you're like 30 versus 30.1, it might sound absurd. Just remember that's $100,000.
Oh, man.
Per year.
He had a little bit of a down year last year. A little bit of a down year, but they suffered. They lost their quarterback. They weren't that great last year, but that dude as a cornerback is fantastic to watch. He's fantastic to have back there. Congratulations to him on that. Good job, Sauce Gardner.
All right.
He's worth all the money.
Okay, good. At least one more for you. Because, a couple days ago, Patrick Mahomes said he wasn't a big fan. of the 18-game NFL schedule. I get that. We've talked about the concept of 2 buys. Overreaction.
What are you going to do? Tell them no in negotiations?
Yeah, they don't do that.
Yeah.
NFL overreaction or reality. The 18-game NFL season is inevitable in the next 5 years.
Yes, reality.
Man.
1,000%, man. The owners want it so badly.
We'll have 2 buys?
Man, I think they shouldn't even have no preseason games is what I'd do. I'd just go ahead and roll out and extend the weeks a little more so you can have 2 buys.
You know what the owners would do, though, right? They'll tell you that
we need
this
20
as a
now.
20-game block. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, that's what they would do.
Yeah, 2 buys. I think I don't know how they're going to make that happen, but the owners want the money for it for one.
Yeah,
and they understand how much that can generate for them. Hell, we've done the math. 1 extra game changes things completely.
For sure. Alec?
Yeah, it's inevitable, and I'd say within the next 3 years.
Wow.
I think they really want this to happen, and it seems like all the owners are like, hey, great reason to bump up those numbers on TV deals, on season ticket packages. It's just a win for them. I think there will be 2 buys included as well, so the players can at least get something out of that. But, yeah, it's going to happen really, really soon.
You know, it's really funny that you say that about the buys so the players can get something out of it. I think you're definitely right about that. But it's funny to me because I think the NFL is going to pitch that to the players as a win, when in reality, the NFL wants that as much as anybody else so they can build in, like Corey was just saying, an extra week of the broadcast schedule.
Yes, that's absolutely where they want.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Got to find a way to get the guy in from third. The infield comes in, and Ohtani will do plenty more than that. A majestic drive, 2-1 Dodgers, and a splash hit for Ohtani.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We have had a blast at Whataburger in Frisco today. Want to give you a heads up. Now, we will be in California, but the next Whata-Fresher event with the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders, it is going to be at 4250 FM. Whoops. 20, you can tell what I say a lot. 2181 Hickory Creek, 75065 next Tuesday from 10 a.m. to noon. So if you want the opportunity to enjoy that Whata-Fresher event, see the Cowboys cheerleaders next week, Hickory Creek. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Higgy. How are you?
Man, doing very well. For what is traditionally a slow part of the sports season, we're already getting, contract or position redefining contracts for offensive guard, for cornerback. Then we still got the MLB All-Star game tonight. And then what Corey pointed out to me, the betting odds have shifted, and the Dallas Mavericks are now a heavy favorite to get LeBron if he leaves. Does that prospect intrigue you guys at all?
Yeah, I find it fascinating. I think it's the most interesting thing happening in sports right now. Obviously, training camp's coming up, and the trade deadline in baseball is interesting. But, yeah, I think this is real, and I think it just comes down to, is LeBron just going to say, okay, going to play out the last year with the Lakers and retire? Or do I want to make a priority out of winning more championships? And I think he doesn't know. Over the next couple of months, this thing will be settled. It's clear the Mavs have positioned themselves incredibly well to get him. Not only do they have the trade assets, but they have some of his favorite coaches, some of his favorite teammates, and they have a clear need for him.
Very much so.
I just feel like the Mavs are for sure moving in case LeBron moves, at least. I don't know if they know he's going to eventually announce this. Maybe the NBA's saving it for August, right? When you're in the absolute dead time of sport, bam, you drop a bombshell of a story like that. It carries the NBA through the media cycle for 2 or 3 weeks, maybe even longer.
Sure. It's just, how does it end up working out? Like Tim Cato said, it's got to be the buyout situation. But if anybody can force their way out of a place, it's LeBron. Yeah. LeBron just says to the Lakers, hey, I want the hell out of here. And maybe there is a buyout to be had if things get really bad over the next couple of months. So it is fascinating. I would totally be here for it with Gavin because you do have a need. You need somebody that can kind of run the floor for you with Kyrie out. I'd much rather have LeBron doing that than D'Angelo Russell. How he can facilitate.
How could you have gotten through to this point without a better player than D'Angelo Russell and an injured Kyrie Irving? If you're really serious about winning the championship.
Yep.
What's the incentive? And I know, Zach, you just said it could get really bad. What's the incentive for the Lakers to do the buyout?
They've got owners with deep pockets now. That's it. If you want to do something, if you want to do right by LeBron, you just go ahead and do this. But, I don't think the Buss family was interested in that kind of a buyout. But now you have owners that would if he goes and asks that potentially, they're like, listen, you got Luka here. He's your face of your franchise. I carried you guys. I did my best. Give me this opportunity to finish out where I'd like to finish out. And I think that's where that's where you play on the heartstrings of the organization's new ownership.
Is the counterpoint you had the option to leave? All you had to do was opt out.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair to it. I don't know. I think that this is the first time he's ever opted in, right? So you're kind of like, why?
Yeah, this was just a money move. He knew the Lakers weren't going to give him a long-term deal, and
so he's just protecting himself. But like I said, this is it. Like I say, Heggie, it's a great question. I don't have a great answer for it. I think that he will try and say, listen, I feel like you guys got your face, your franchise now. Just build around that. Build around that guy. You don't need me here anymore getting in the way. let me go and finish this thing out. I'll come back as when you want to hang the banner and the rafters. I'll come back. I'll always say nice things about you and appreciate everything you've done for me.
Yeah, and Hagee, I've been waiting to ask you, as it goes to Luka, maybe the carrot was Luka, and they're just finally paying this off.
Yeah,
months later.
That would be interesting.
Look, the whole deal becomes more and more fascinating as we get further into it with the different aspects that could come from it. But I'm with you, man, when you said that this is a really interesting thing, because I'm not going to say no to it. We have gotten a lot of people on the fan text today who have said no, but if it's as simple as a buyout and he wants to jump on here, then you're damn right I'm going to do that. He was awesome last year. He's at worst, in my opinion, the third best player of all time, and he can still go. So I see not a lot of downside to going for it.
Yeah, he's not the same player that he was.
Sure.
I think this is also a politically polarizing story for some people. They'll bring up what LeBron, took a stance on this thing or that thing. And I think that is leading for them. For me, it's just what would make the most exciting and best Mavericks basketball team that could win a championship. That's the only way I'm looking at this. There's certainly people that are annoyed with LeBron all the way back to the decision. Ever since he turned about 22 or 23 years old, people have been finding a way to be annoyed by LeBron, and I get that. But I just want to see the Mavs be great, and I think a tall playmaker with that kind of speed, I don't need him to play great defense. I just need him to score and set people up like I know he will.
And our opinion will change very quickly as fans. I wasn't really bought in on the Kyrie trade when it happened. I was nervous as hell about that. Love Kyrie now. I didn't want Terrell Owens anywhere near the Dallas Cowboys. I hated that guy for what he did, just absolutely disrespecting the star. But as soon as he's catching touchdowns with the star on his helmet, I'm a little bit more, okay, T.O., I'll give T.O. another shot.
Yeah, and if the Mavs if they're great, I think you can make Mavs are great again hats, and that'll be a lot of fun.
I don't. I see where you're going with this.
It'll be a lot of fun for people.
Guys, real quick, how great of a day was today for Tyler Smith?
Oh, huge for him. My gosh. And maybe Deron Bland with what Sauce Gardner just got.
You might be right.
Woo! But Tyler Smith is smiling from ear to ear. And then you had yesterday Garrett Wilson of his own draft class also getting done.
Do you think we should? Come on. Let's just go ahead and pay them all now. Let's just get Micah done, Tyler done, Deron done. Let's just do it all at once, right?
No.
Oh. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. We will have a Joseph Hoyt of the Dallas Morning News talking Cowboys coming up at 3 o'clock. G-Bag of the Day champion replay at 2:20. Everything with your Mavs and Rangers and breaking news stories right out of the gates here in just a couple of minutes.
Fantastic. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Thank you very much to the good people at Whataburger for making this happen. They've treated us fantastic all day. We've had a huge crowd most of the day, so thank you very much to Whataburger for making that happen. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say, do it, lady.
Do it, lady.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak it out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Those are grapes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number one, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan on an all-star Toxic Tuesday here in the nation. Hope you're having a good one. General at your service. Brian brought us the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. You have a Jacob Ray, master control over there here at 75 and Fitzhugh, filling in for Lucius Alexander all week long. Did a nice job yesterday. I think the first fill-in to go 5 flawless in G-Bag Nation history. So that was something. You do have Woolchuck and Chiafalo in the house as per usual. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. How the heck you guys doing? A lot of breaking news here this afternoon, isn't it? It's one of the busier sports Julys.
It's rampant. It's rampant. Contracts and surgeries, man. That's where we're at.
I'm here for it. Thank goodness. We need stuff to fill the week. I love it. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff going down in college football, the NFL world, as you mentioned, certainly the NBA. Off the field, I got a crazy FaceTime call before the show that is for me to know and you to not know. But my God, this is a wild day right now, boys.
It is.
Crazy family news.
Family news.
Woo!
Oh, I thought it was sources. I thought you were at the point now where you're FaceTiming sources.
Yeah, I did. I talked to a source about a little something earlier, too, and then I got a call from a family member, and that was wild. But that's something to be revealed in another day.
Oh, hell of a tease.
That's a long play tease.
That is a hell of a tease, Wolchuk. Well, let's start with the Mavs news. I mean, Derek Lively had a foot surgery. I guess he had a bone spur situation. Had to get that clean. Was that the problem during the season?
Evidently. I mean, Stein said that the Mavs were hopeful that he was going to avoid surgery. They were not expecting that he necessarily would have to have it. But yes, he got the bone spurs removed. It was due to the same injury that he had during the season. He's apparently out of a walking boot already, and the expectation is he'll be ready to go for training camp.
Okay, let me just say that this is the guy to trade right here, Lively.
Shut up. You stop. You stop. Not my guy. You stay away from my guy.
You can sell a team, and they will think our trainers are going to keep this guy healthy. You can tell them, look, we had a bad trainer situation. We accidentally fired Casey Smith, and the idiots that I brought in might have chased Luke off, and now we're not keeping Lively healthy. So for sure, he's going to stay healthy, but this dude has upside. This is one of the best 5 young centers in the game when healthy. But I if you do have to make a trade to balance the roster, Derek Lively is at the top of my list of guys that I'm pretending I don't want to get rid of, but I'm secretly hoping that the other team covets him.
Is this a situation like with and it's probably unfair to compare, but I'm just thinking about early in career, young guy and being hurt. Is this what Dirk went through with the ankles kind of a thing? Remember his early career with the Mavs? It was always seemed to be he was dealing with ankle sprains and problem I see everybody clicking at their keyboard now. You guys don't remember what
games played. Yeah, exactly.
He played 47 in 1999, then 82, 82, 76, 80, 77. No, Lively's worse.
Yeah.
But Gafford, 57 games last year, 29.
I was just thinking about because Dirk was extremely young and he was dealing with these problems and there were some questions about could he stay healthy.
Yeah, but Dirk was consistently, outside of his rookie year, consistently playing 77 to 80 games, and all up until 2012. He played 53, but he was playing a lot of games. Like Lively has missed a lot.
How many has Lively missed since he's
played
been in
91? So he's missed 71.
So he's only played 20 some odd games in his career?
No, he's played in 91 and he's missed 71.
Oh.
So over 2 seasons, you have 164 games. So I guess he's missed 73. He's played 91 and missed 73. I don't know. Like Tyson Chandler was more available than that. He went 71, 75 and played a lot of 70s until, mid-career. It kind of broke down there a couple of years. But then he bounced back once he got to the Mavs and, had more games played until very late in his career. I don't know. I am traumatized. Okay, full disclosure. I grew up in the Portland area. I was a Trailblazers fan. We had the legend of Sam Bowie and then, Greg Oden.
About to say, Greg.
So, like, the big guys for me, when I see injury prone early, I'm like, let's get off this. There are big guys that don't get hurt all the time. And if I have one of those, I'm keeping them. But if I got one that's getting hurt, this is just a collection of stuff.
Yeah. I just don't think can you name a center that doesn't get hurt?
Well, yes. Almost
Jokic?
all of them. Almost all of them have been less hurt than Derek Lively.
Like Lively, the first 2 years, it's certainly something. But to me, it's like, okay, it was a broken foot, right? Like if this year, if it ended up continuing, he's still relatively cheap. He's going to be a restricted free agent in 2027. You're not paying him a ton of money. He's taken up less than 4% of your salary cap. Victor Wembanyama had blood clots, missed 46 games. Should the Spurs be like, we're out on Victor Wembanyama now?
No.
I think it's a little bit of a panic move, and I'm a big-time Derek Lively stan. So I am always going to defend him here. If it happens for the third year, I think I would sway more back into where you're going with this. But I'm Team Lively. I'm not moving this guy. I think that we're looking at more of just an unfortunate situation with injuries than something that is going to be a long-term problem. But at his age, I get the cause for concern. I do.
Yeah, for sure. I'm with you on the fact that he's so cheap right now, and I don't know that a team would really be able to give you what you would want for him because of these injuries. I'm more upset at the Mavericks. Why did you throw him back into play? Why was he playing in games 77, games 79, 80, 81, 82? Why is he playing in these games?
They still had this weird hope
they
alive
had
of making a run.
They had hopium.
They had hopium. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's bordering on peak delusion.
Yeah.
To have hopium. You got crushed by the Grizzlies, who were not good at all.
No.
You got hammered. In no way should you have had hopium, but we were rushing Anthony Davis into the lineup because everybody's now on damage control because we just did the dumbest thing in basketball history.
Yep.
So everything that they've done is just compounds their stupidity and their own delusion, and now you're having this guy have surgery. You could have had the surgery either earlier or perhaps avoided it. I don't know. But Tim Cato's talking about, when they put him back in the lineup, they knew there were still complications.
They should have been locked into tank mode and preserve our guys mode at that point.
Especially your super young, promising assets, because I'm with Wolchuk, and I think everybody, we all love Derek Lively. As a person, as a player, this dude is fantastic. The injury stuff is super unfortunate, but as an organization, you got to do everything you can to mitigate that. This is just another check off the box of the Mavericks being total dumbasses.
Yeah, it was, and that's one of the reasons that I don't like Nico being here because I can't trust him. Like how the end of last year went made me feel like he's going to be biased towards proving that trade right anyway, anyhow, even if it's not in the best long-term interest. Mavs still got lucky, hit Cooper Flag.
Sure.
So it is all good in that way. Nico talking to reporters, by the way, saying Kyrie's ahead of schedule, but we kind of knew he would be because of the way he attacks his rehab. And he's going in 2 or 3 times a day, says Nico Harrison.
Kyrie had that, he's turning into like a Twitch streamer guy now.
Nice.
Yeah, he did like that full 24-hour stream?
Yes.
That's freaking wild.
Well, and you saw he was out there just dribbling and stuff. He wasn't really running or anything like that, but just the way I was pretty impressed on the heels of him saying I don't know if I'll be back for the playoffs for this upcoming season. Seeing that was pretty encouraging, but we'll see if the Mavericks are even in a place to where it's worth bringing him back in.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the season goes, and obviously a lot of things could happen between now and the start of the season that could change their fortunes. I think they need to make at least one trade. But yeah, when Kyrie unsure about the future. I hope he's just saying that to be a little bit mysterious. I hope that's not actually in the cards. Two-way point guard Ryan Nembhard led the team with 11 points, 8 assists, but the Mavs suffered a loss to the Hornets, 87-69.
So they're done, right? We done in Vegas?
Was that the last one?
3 games? Is that what we do? We're out?
Yeah, I think that is
Vegas
it.
was done for me as soon as Cooper Flag was done.
Mariners star and home run leader Cal Raleigh becomes the first catcher to win the home run derby, outlasting Junior Caminero in the final. 18 bomb skis to Caminero's 15 in the final round. He joins Ken Griffey Jr. as the only 2 M's to win the event. Speaking of Ken Griffey Jr., they're doing the red carpet right now on MLB Network, and he is in a golf shirt. It looks like he's pitching.
Yeah.
It looks.
You would say it's probably a warm day in Atlanta looking at Ken.
Yeah, he is soaked, dude. The guy needs to get a cold towel or something. I feel bad for these broadcasters. Reminds me of my first summer on the Fan 105. We had that deal with Texas Motor Speedway.
Yeah.
And Tom Bigby had us out there in July at the open wheel, the IndyCar races.
The IndyCar races, yeah. That was June, yeah.
5 hours
yeah.
on the back of like a truck trailer out in the sun. It was quite a day. All-Star game tonight, though. You guys going to watch?
Oh, man, I might kind of have it on and just kind of pay attention on one of the side. I mean, luckily that's the spoil that I'm in here with the 3 television setup.
Mm-hmm.
So I can have one on while whatever wifey wants to watch will be on the middle, and I'll probably have to have the sound on there. But I'm not super invested. I don't really care about any of these All-Star games anymore.
Okay, ESPN's throwing head-to-head WNBA Caitlin Clark and the Fever against the Connecticut Sun. Which will have your eyes the most?
That game will. I mean, my wife is like not really trying to watch sports really ever, but she's sucked into the Caitlin Clark situation.
There you go.
So she was, when I told her that, Caitlin Clark plays tonight, she's like, all right, sweet.
Consider yourselves sucked.
Yeah, absolutely. Amen.
The legendary Parcells
Bill
quote.
Parcells.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I don't even know how to move on from that one, but
I really don't want to move on from that. Well, Chuck, I'm going to try to channel that into a really good evening.
I'm sure there's some cooking program that I'll be locked into or something like that.
I mean, it does suck a little bit more with no Rangers, right? It's a tougher ask.
Yeah, I could say I really do enjoy, like, because every night you're invested in the Rangers, or we were invested in the Stars, or
Yeah.
So when you have like a few days where you don't have to be invested in anything,
you got to find something else to do.
You got to find something else to do, and I can say, this circus that we're about to join up on is going to start on July 21st, and for me and Wolchuk, it's not going to end till the Saturday of the draft.
Yeah.
So you got to take you got to take your time when you can take your time. I mean, I'm
that work-life balance,
working on a lot of other things.
They take
outside.
8 months from you. You get one night in the middle of July.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just trying to think about all the things I need to get done before we leave out of here. But yeah, it's like I say, when you sign up for this thing, it's that's the cool aspect of it. But yeah, this thing for us, and I know for Zach and I, because of how we work on the draft, it's going to go from July 21st until the Saturday, the final day of the final afternoon of the draft.
It is time consuming. I guess I want the MLB All-Star Game on because it's out of all the games, it's a piece of history, and it's I think it is still the closest thing to the actual competition, and it's pretty badass. Especially if you just watch Ranger games. And you.
Oh, I do. I do.
Get to learn all the stars.
That's the thing when you're living and die these Ranger games every night.
Yeah.
Like that series against the Astros, that's as a fan, you're sitting there like you're just every pitch. It was kind of like playoff baseball for me.
It was
because
fun.
I was thinking, God, sweep these SOBs now if you can, and then it didn't work out that way. But man, every pitch we were just kind of like, all right, because I know if that thing if the Rangers would have got swept. Poor Chris Young would have been talking about getting rid of players. That Ray Davis would have walked down the hall and said, "Hey, we need to shed some players here. You're not going to spend any money."
Well, the Aggies are dreaming of doing the opposite of shedding a player. As man, this Shamar Stewart story is fascinating. Bengals first round pick. They're at an impasse over the Bengals weirdness with contracts. I guess they're trying to change their standard language regarding the voiding of guarantees in future years. Whatever that means, the Bengals are being Scrooge McDucks. While this is going on, apparently Shamar Stewart is back in College Station. He's been practicing all summer. He's like, okay, Bengals, you want to do me dirty on the contract? Forget you. I'm going to practice. Anyway, 247 Sports' Bud Elliott, okay? He reports that Stewart's been practicing with the Aggies and, quote, one of his sources says Shamar might end up back here. He's been at College Station. He's been fully involved in workouts. He could try to come back and play again this season and go into the draft again next year. So there's no precedent for that happening.
I don't think the NCAA eligibility rules will allow for that.
Yeah, so Nick Harris, and I talked to him right before the show started, and he put out on Twitter, it's pretty ironclad in the NCAA eligibility rules that Shamar Stewart cannot go back and play at A&M in 25, but he can practice and be worked out by NFL teams since he signed with the NFLPA. That's at least how it was communicated to him from somebody that's knowledgeable about the situation. But, Gavin.
Yeah, I think this is where the court system comes into play, a legal challenge of the antitrust. So I think for this to happen, number one, he would have to go to court and challenge this. And if it doesn't go in his favor, then he is, still screwing the Bengals over, right? He would have dug in so much that he's like, well, that's fine. I'll just come back next year and re-enter the draft.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing about this is, the players have options now. And we have one in Donovan Ezeraku, Like, how is he going to, could this set off a trend where players are like, well, fine, NFL, if you don't want to do things on my terms, I'll come back into the draft next year, or I'm going to join Shamar Stewart's challenge of this antitrust, because now that we've arrived, you feel like you have a captive combatant that you are negotiating against, that I have no options, right? I thought this was America, though. I got a league back here in college that still wants to pay me. Are you going to tell me that in America, a man can't choose which league he wants to play for because you used to have some illusion that this was amateurism instead of professional football? And I think he wins that. I think a lawyer destroys that.
I just wonder, would they be able to expedite it in time for him to actually get to do this? Because this is all happening right now. Like, college football is starting very, very soon.
Mm-hmm.
So
5 weeks.
I wonder, maybe it would just be something for the future where he doesn't necessarily get the benefit, but it's a groundbreaking thing in the sport. I don't know, but it is a crazy situation.
Yeah, no, you're right about that, and because of that, they should have started this immediately after the draft. And would you want to actually follow through on that? I think I would if the Bengals were my other option. And check this out: how good are the players at my position next year? Could I move up in the draft? Could my rookie salary slot? By the way, salary cap's going up. So if I wait a year, my money's growing 10%. In the end, I could end up with more money just by waiting and getting drafted higher, possibly.
If I think I would just sit out and work out. I wouldn't practice.
And somebody clarified, like, he's been working out by himself, not with the team at this point. But
there's a lot of guys that show up at the facility that he's comfortable with, the strength coach and a program and all that. So, it's not like he's working out like he's putting pads on and doing stuff like that. He's working out at the facility.
Because you need a place to be if you don't like your employer. You don't have a contract with your employer.
Stay in shape.
But this is different than that storyline that happens every year in the NFL, isn't it? It's a lot different right now.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine him challenging and winning. But I could see him sitting out the entire year and then also just coming back into the draft now.
That's what Bo Jackson did, right? After Tampa drafted him.
Yeah, what was his situation though? With
he didn't like him.
Yeah, he just did not. Yeah, he.
I don't think it usually goes well for the player.
No,
it's like Maurice Clarett. It didn't work. But
Bo Jackson went and did baseball, right?
But this is a different environment now that we have the NIL.
It is. Yeah, like that wrinkle is what makes this fascinating to me. Is because you're right. I don't think it benefits him. But could he say, you know what? Let me go ahead and challenge this for the players that now come behind me that say, hey, I can make a couple $1 million by going back and playing in college football, and you're going to tell me I don't have the right to do that?
Yeah.
Right to work, yeah.
And he does have until week 10 of the NFL season to try to get, something done. He has, I think, until the Tuesday of week 10 in order to sign that contract and still play that year. Okay, we got the G-Bag of the Day champion replay, top 10 as well coming up next. Well, Chuck, what's the subject?
Man, it's a glorious day. 20 years ago today, Wedding Crashers was released, an all-time great R-rated comedy, the top 10 best R-rated comedies of all time. 877-881-1053. That's next in the nation.
back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Wolchuk's Top 10 220 in just a couple of minutes. It's time for the G-Bag of the Day champion, though. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Into the Pimp Cup. Here's Jacob Ray with your champ.
All right. So this video this audio is the notorious one that dethroned Brian Broaddus's record-setting question. A little bit of controversy.
I demand a recount.
Yeah, little bit of controversy. Here's Derek Lewis talking about who he wanted next after his fight.
Derek, back in the win column, extending your record for most knockouts in UFC history. What do you want next, my friend?
I've been gone for 2 weeks, so I want my wife next. It's going to be a lot of ground and pounding. Ground and pounding. She know what it is. Find out.
She know what it is.
Those last two sentences did it for me.
Yeah. Heck of a mic drop.
Man, he's great.
And she had to have just totally loved that, huh? I mean,
that's me.
That's me.
It's just so romantic.
It is, dude. Yeah, lucky gal.
I love love.
All right, that is our champion. Tune in tonight, 5:30. See if Derek Lewis can make it 2 in his pursuit of 5. By the way, you will be happy to know that Brian's record-setting question that was even longer than Chief's question to Stephen Jones has received honorary 5-time status and is eligible there for the 2025 G-Bag of the Year. I'm sure that makes you happy, Brian.
I think I get 3 already in.
Yeah, you've been on fire, dude.
Yeah, I have been on fire, as you would say.
You had that crazy Dick's Sporting Goods situation. I do remember that. I don't know if I remember the rest of them.
Yeah.
But you do love your sporting goods.
And we love Broaddus, don't we?
Heck yeah, we do. Gosh, we do.
Top 10 at 220. Here he is, Zach with it.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that segue. We've got the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. That continues to rock on Thursday. You're going to get free delicious Whataburger breakfast. Man, the turnout for KNC today with the Cowboys cheerleaders sounded incredible. Richardson Fire Department, Station 1, 300 North Greenville Avenue. Close to my neck of the woods there in Plano. That's where Sean and RJ are going to be on Thursday. Bobby will be back, so he will be there as well. And then Friday, Gavin and Eric are going to be at Comerica Backyard Ballpark there.
That's right.
Getting set for Rangers and Tigers.
Yeah.
That's going to be fun.
This.
Let's
Baseball
go.
Friday.
Start a second half of the season where the Rangers are just going to be kicking ass, taking names. Before we dive into this list, give me your favorite R-rated comedy in honor of Wedding Crashers turning 20 years old today. That is insane to me. 877-881-1053. Brett McMurphy, who's out there covering the SEC Media Days. This is a troll job unlike any I've seen recently. I guess Sark just walked out onto the podium and they accidentally or maybe purposefully played the Texas A&M fight song.
Oh, wow.
As Steve Sarkisian walked out for the Texas portion of the SEC Media Days. And yeah, that might be, I haven't heard the sound of this, Jacob. That might be something that could be G-Bag of the Day worthy if the audio is good enough.
Do you have, when they do that, do they have like the yell leaders kind of going a cappella on some of that?
That's a good question.
Just shouting.
They might.
That'd be great.
Just jumping around and yippee-ki-yaying each other and hugging and embracing. That's, God, I'm sure. And Sark probably just went ahead and took it in stride. Just went straight into the questions and then the Q&A portion of it. But,
sure.
Wow. That is.
He knows who won the game last year.
He does. He know who's got. He does. He know who has bragging rights in the state. 100%.
That's Dawson. That's kind of like when we have that situation when we were playing World Cup soccer.
Yeah.
And we play the other country's national anthem.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're standing up there getting ready to go, and all of a sudden, Belarus's national anthem goes firing off. Instead of somewhere else, instead of Belgium's.
Yeah, is it a time for a miss-hit there or a misfire? You got to have your P's and Q's lined up.
Yeah.
Texas, by the way, according to On3 Sports, Pete Nakos had the survey on this.
Pete Nakos. Texas,
number 1 biggest spender in college football. Number 2 is Texas Tech. Ohio State at 3, Oregon at 4, A&M at 5. 3 Texas schools in the top 5 of biggest NIL
Not surprising.
Spending. Not at all. Miami
just
was tied
more,
with
right?
A&M. It just means more 100%. USC, Michigan, Tennessee, and Auburn rounding out that top 10.
Auburn's up on that list?
Auburn was number 10.
That guy's playing some golf down there. He knows what's going on, right?
Yeah. Number 10. I guess they probably had to pay Jackson Arnold to get over there from Oklahoma, but I don't know about Auburn this year. That week 1 game, I know Carter Freeman's been all over this on our Bet Nation show on Sundays. Baylor to beat Auburn. I think Auburn's favored right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it on the Plains or is it Waco?
I think this one is in it's the Plains.
Yeah,
I believe.
Yeah.
But I'm taking Baylor in that one. I think Baylor's going to beat the crap out of Auburn. Really do.
Ari thinks it's going to be what's Ari think about Baylor?
Run a train.
They're going to run a train this year.
Yeah. Oh, you missed that. That was a great Shell Shack combo platter that we had at SSG Bag of the Day Champ as well. We didn't have. I didn't know if we could make it an honorary, but we considered doing it. Maybe you can go back and listen to it. It was quite a moment that we had.
We should run that back so we can hear it, because I was explaining to Dawson the Richie from NS birthday fall
It was pretty
down.
good.
That was a hilarious
That was
story.
getting picked up by the mics.
Man. All right. Let's get into it. Had a lot of movies already texted in 877-881-1053. Some not R-rated. Most of them are. We had Dirty Grandpa from the 214. Step Brothers being texted in. Borat. Borat's phenomenal. Animal House. Airplane.
Animal House is awesome.
Revenge of the Nerds.
Ooh.
Zach and Miri make a porno.
Revenge of the Nerds was outstanding. Porky's, that's way back.
That's way back.
Yeah.
Did you say The Hangover?
The Hangover, that's a good one. There we go, Brian. American Pie, Friday being texted in. Hall Pass. A lot of good ones. A lot of good movies being texted. Couple like Talladega Nights, PG-13. Anchorman, PG-13. Didn't make the cut here.
It's difficult to make a great R-rated comedy.
It is.
You know, and the unfortunate part about that as well is it usually will include full male frontal, you know? So you have to include that in your equation. You know, you are definitely looking at a over 50% chance that there's going to be some schwanz. Is that the word?
There you go,
right there.
Absolutely.
But I love Borat, full male. I love Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
Yes, that's a classic.
I mean, that's just off my personal experience of what I laughed the hardest at. I think Borat and Jay and Silent Bob.
Airplane's apparently rated G817, so the airplanes don't. It's a great comedy movie, but not qualifying for R-rated comedies.
Yeah. I mean, we had a really good run there, I would say, in the
2000s, 2000 to 2010.
Man,
it's like a golden age.
From The Hangover, 40-Year-Old Virgin, Knocked Up, Forgetting Sarah Marshall, Super Bad, I Love You, Man, Tropic Thunder. Truly all-time incredible, laugh out loud to this day, stand the test of time movies.
Stuck on You, Big Time Tolo Mark texted me that.
Yeah, bringing it to the sports realm.
Absolutely, and that's an underrated comedy. Jacob, do you remember like the first R-rated movie that you saw?
Oh my gosh, I think it was The Breakfast Club was the first R-rated movie I saw, and my mom had to watch it with me.
Oh my gosh, is The Breakfast Club R?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
We rented it from the library. The library cards.
It's a hell of a movie.
Yeah, it is an R. You rented it from the library. I used to love doing that too, bro.
Yeah, I couldn't use my card. I used my mom's card because mine had like restrictions on it.
Renting from the library, that's wild. Yeah, honorable mentions, we got Borat. That should be in the top 10 in my opinion. That's incredibly low on here. Harold and Kumar, go to White Castle.
Oh, yes, that's in my top 5 probably.
Police Academy. Good Morning Vietnam. That comes in as an honorable mention. Dazed and Confused, the South Park movie.
Ooh. Fast
Times at Ridgemont High.
Yeah.
Forgetting Sarah Marshall, as you brought up, Eric. That's honorable mention. 21 Jump Street, the remake.
Yeah,
I've seen that. I mean, that's way up there.
Pretty good.
I never saw that. I think I need to go see that movie though. How about Zombieland with Woody Harrelson?
Ooh,
Wasn't that good?
It was really good.
Zombieland, good. Role Models is an honorable mention.
Role Models. Oh my gosh, that is a great one.
Gosh, it's so good. Stripes, Friday, Hot Fuzz, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. The Big Lebowski is an honorable mention. Coming to America. Shaun of the Dead, Horrible Bosses. Horrible Bosses is fantastic.
It was good. It was good.
Ted
Big Lebowski.
You brought up Zombie. We're the Millers. We're the Millers. I mean, Jennifer Aniston in that movie. My gosh, take a bow. My Cousin Vinny.
Oh, yes.
Office Space. Super Troopers.
Oh, Office Space was R. That was amazing.
Yeah.
Was Half Baked R?
I feel like it had to be R. I think so. I think it was. Trading Places is on here. Vacation and then Animal House are your other honorable mentions. But the top 10 here, best R-rated comedies of all time.
Can't believe it. Animal House is not in the top
It's
10.
11, I know.
Mr. Nasty is not going to be happy about
Not
that.
happy.
He texted in saying,
Oh,
it better
nasty.
be.
You guys weren't big Half Baked fans there with Brewer and Chappelle?
No, I thought Half Baked was pretty damn funny.
Yeah.
I think I need to rewatch that. I don't even know if I've seen that from start to finish. But that was an R-rated comedy.
This is the end. Seth Rogen's 940 being text. That was probably one of the coolest movie watching experience. I got to see an early screening of that at North Park, and Seth Rogen was there for it. Like he introduced the movie. Yeah.
Did he laugh?
Yeah. I can't even do it. He's got the most unique laugh. He's high at all times, 100%. Blazing Saddles, number 10 R-rated movie of all time.
Good deal.
Old School at 9.
Ooh, Old School's good.
Wedding Crashers is at 8. That would be number 1 for me.
It would definitely be in my top 3.
Caddyshack at 7.
Needs to be higher.
American Pie comes in at 6.
I'm high.
Step Brothers at 5. You touched my drum set?
Yeah, that was...
No, I was watching Cops.
What year did that come out, Walchuk?
That was 2008, my friend.
Okay, so I would have been like in 8th grade. I think it was a summer release. Going to see that going into 8th grade. I remember the first time through, I didn't totally get it.
I didn't like it the first time I saw it either.
It was like that's one of those movies for me. Hot Rod was another one that the first time I saw it, I didn't think it was great, but now I realize just how incredible it is. And Napoleon Dynamite. Like those are the 3 movies that stand out where first watch I didn't really get. And then after that, maybe sometime later, it was like, oh my gosh, actually.
The more you watch it, the better it is.
These are incredible movies.
Oh my gosh, The Ringer from the 817.
Was that R-rated?
It had
that
to
was
have been.
Really fun.
The Ringer had to have been R-rated. Deadpool comes in at number 4 with Ryan Reynolds. The first one is great.
The first one was really,
They
really
progressively got, they got worse.
We went and saw the Wolverine one.
We did. We saw Deadpool Wolverine.
In Oxnard. Was that last summer?
Last summer.
Man, what a letdown.
It was a big letdown. I was expecting so much more from that.
What's our Oxnard movie date night this year?
I think F1. Hopefully we got some show times, but and maybe we can get Brian to come.
F1 definitely would
Let's
be.
do it.
Yeah.
Especially after Mike Francesa just completely took a dump all over Superman.
Which I will fight fan. I went in with low expectations. I'm a Superman hater because I'm pro Batman, so Superman can go F himself, but I thought Superman was actually pretty good. Not great. It wasn't like, oh my God, best movie of all time. I enjoyed it for 2 hours. Funny, doesn't take itself seriously. I thought it was pretty good.
I mean, it's so polarizing. I've heard people say they love it and people say they hate it. So I got to check it out now.
And then I'm being told it's a woke movie. I'm like, I don't really get what's woke about it, but maybe I'm just not caring and looking into it like that. Like it's a movie. I'm turning my brain off and I'm just trying to enjoy something for 2 hours. I'm not really trying to worry about the current events of the world.
I just love that it's only 2 hours. A lot of those superhero movies get real ridiculous.
The run times are ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, trying to find a movie under 2 hours now is tough.
Yeah, they're few and far between, man.
I mean, I'm doing that up in the air, trying to find a movie that's going to finish by the time we land. And if you don't start it like 2 hours out, you're probably going to be pulling into the gate saying, no, now I got to go rent this damn movie to see how it ends.
Yeah, even the F1, I just looked it up, 2 hours, 35 minutes.
It's like 2.5 hours is like you're going right now.
And it's quite the commitment.
It doesn't account for the 30 minutes of trailers that are going to be it's really a 3-hour movie when you're going if it's 2.5 hours.
Yeah, and that's why I love the being able to choose your own seat, so you can time it if you don't want to see the preview.
Yeah, we can just wait. If it's a 7:30 start time, you just show up at 7:50 or something.
Yeah.
We walk in, we're pretty much not waiting. Number 3 is The Hangover, which would have been my personal 3 as well.
Yeah, dude, so funny.
The 40-Year-Old Virgin at number 2. That would have been number 4 for me.
A little too romantic for me.
Yeah,
too much rom, not enough calm.
Dude, there is a lot of. Oh man, that deserves a rewatch on your part, sir.
How many? Did you only see it one time?
I've probably seen it twice.
Yeah.
You putting the
No,
P
I
on
get
the
it. You're
pedestal?
anti-rom, right? Like I am anti-rom.
You are like,
if I see rom, it doesn't matter what genre it is. I'm like, oh, this movie's at least down level 2.
You're like,
Man.
you're seeing
10
all
becomes an 8.
You're like, we need to be calming right now.
It's
we don't need to be
hilarious.
romming.
Yeah, I thought we were at war here, guys. Are we cracking jokes? Are we at war?
Are we calming or not?
Are we in some sort of a mafia situation? Right? I don't need any rom in these deals.
Get the rom out.
That was the best thing about Prison Break. Is he wasn't distracted by anybody but the one gal. That was the only rom in the entire 7 seasons of it.
Yeah, and she stayed in there the entire 7 seasons of it too. Sarah or whatever the hell her name was.
That was a one season. That's a one season, one and done show. But that one season, man,
it was a great season.
We're still talking about it to this day.
But number 1, the greatest R-rated comedy of all time. It would be my personal 2, so I'm not upset about it. But it is Superbad.
Okay,
and Superbad is outstanding.
Truly
terrific.
Yeah,
Blood Brothers.
I don't think we don't make them like we just don't make them anymore.
I think we're just too sensitive as a society now to make a good
100%.
I think those guys were like uniquely in their bag at that age.
Yes,
and now it needs to be the next generation.
Well,
right? The next group of funny guys.
All those movies that you talked about, like Superbad was made in 2007. The Hangover was made in 2009. Step Brothers in 2008. Borat, I know we talked about that earlier. 2006. Those were all kind of at the same time.
It was golden era.
Yeah, that era of like, okay, we can make these R movies that are comedies. They kind of had a knack for this.
It was kind of slapsticky and guys being idiots. It was beautiful. Chief, what are we doing next?
Little football's finest. We have a combo of NFL quarterbacks and college quarterbacks, and a guy that I had never heard of that might be the guy to circle for this year's draft. Are you ready, boys?
I'm ready.
Ready? It's next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's how
Wow.
I said free, Wolchuk.
And he said this last because what he's about to tell you is there's not going to be any left.
I'm going to be there.
Ass showing up. That's what I'm saying.
I'm going to be there.
There was going to be the hover around like, oh, is it set up yet? Let me grab a plate.
Can I just crush all of this?
I can't get all free 50 oil changes, but I can crush all that Hurtado
he'll make
barbecue.
sure his car's over in the oil change line ahead of everybody else. I don't know if he likes the 9-inch nail thing.
Those Lumineers tickets might be mine,
I'll
too.
take all the tickets, all the barbecue.
And then the next thing you know,
I'll
it's
bring
like,
the family. We're all getting oil changes.
Yeah, my kids are going to enjoy that Hurtado.
You're going to watch the misses out there. The Hurtado, yeah. If you're listening, Brandy, you better bring like an extra truckload of things because when Chief and the family show up, that thing is going to be gone.
Yeah, I'm going to be tearing it up at a high level. Hopefully the Tolos will join me Saturday, 10 a.m. to noon, grand opening, all new Alliance Hyundai in Fort Worth, free oil change, free Hurtado barbecue, and all sorts of bomb giveaways. All right, who do you guys think on average has the most expensive NFL tickets this year to go see
the Raiders
their game?
Yeah, I think it is the Raiders.
The Raiders. I think the Raiders, they're the smallest stadium, and I think their tickets have gone up.
And it's a destination. Who doesn't want to go to Vegas and watch their team play? It's a boys' weekend.
We got a Cowboy game there this year?
Cowboys Raiders, I think, are the most expensive ticket in the NFL this year.
Yeah, Raiders average the second highest ticket price. I was surprised to find out who was number one.
The Jets.
Lions. Yeah, good pull, Dawson.
Yeah,
How's that?
I mean, their passion was undisputable at that draft, wasn't
It's true.
it? Like, they had 500,000 people there, and they haven't won in so long, they feel like it's their year. It's driving the price higher.
Yeah, and I wonder if for the Cowboys, because they're like 10th or whatever with the most expensive ticket, I wonder how much of that is because you get those standing room onlys that can maybe bring the numbers down a little bit, because a
Like
buttload
$40
of those sell. I think they're 100.
Are they 100 now?
I think the
They
standing
started
room,
off at like $39
when they opened the building.
Yeah, I mean,
I
they're
think those
$100 for standing room only.
I think so.
No way, dude.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
You know, when we do that, after we do our pregame show, we go up through the crowd. Eric, you do that, right? Is that the way you go? Do you go to the elevator?
Yeah. I go up the stairs.
It's amazing how many people are standing in that area, and I kind of like, there's no way you could see. I kind of look and like, okay, where would I stand? And it's like, unless you're on that front row area, are you looking at the screen the whole time?
Yeah, you're probably looking at the screen the whole time. That's why there's that mad dash that John Michaud always puts up to get in the front row. And then otherwise, you're probably just walking around the concourse.
You're fighting
you're
for
watching
those people.
the screen.
I'm fighting those people going up the stairs, and you're trying to kind of avoid, and people are just hanging. I mean, but I'm thinking like, God, can you really see from standing over here? Yeah,
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I liked the white creamsicles that it looks like the Buccaneers are going to be running out this year. I like those. Wolchuk was a little against them. He prefers the
1970s uniforms.
Yeah, I think it's the 76 unis.
They wore white pants.
I like them.
White pants, orange tops, but their road uniforms were all white with orange numbers, which were pretty cool. White helmets. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, with the white helmets. I think it looks pretty sharp. Okay, I was watching.
Did you get distracted, or you just wanted to mention that?
No, I just wanted to mention it because I was just talking about it with Wolchuk in the break. I saw Peter Schrager give his players to make a leap in 2025. Does anybody know who Devontae Walker is?
Who?
Devontae Walker.
Sounds fast.
Wow.
Might be wiggly.
Is that a wide receiver?
Yeah, that is a Ravens pass catcher of some sort. And I was like,
Tez Walker.
North Carolina?
Okay, so
Tez Walker was in the draft last year.
Yeah.
So they went with the full name. I'm like, I've never heard of Devontae Walker.
Yeah, Tez.
The Tez factor. Okay, I don't know how much of an impact he made last year, but Peter Schrager thinks he, along with Jalen Hyatt, Giants wide receiver, Calvin Austin, Steelers, also
speedy.
wide receiver, all going to take a leap. And then he has Michael Penix and Drake May as the two guys at the quarterback position that are going to take a leap. I found it interesting that he went Drake May and Penix and didn't throw in Caleb Williams with the Ben Johnson factor and the revamping the offensive line. And I'm thinking, okay, and you're going to, I agree with them on May and Penix for sure. But I just thought it was interesting that he didn't have Caleb Williams with the supporting cast now that he has, especially the offensive line, plus the Ben Johnson factor. he didn't feel like Caleb Williams was going to be enough to crack his top 5.
Because I kind of had this on this morning as I was doing my prep, and he definitely mentioned Caleb Williams in the supporting cast. Maybe he just didn't have it in his top 5.
I think Tannenbaum jumped in and started talking Caleb Williams. I just found it interesting that Peter Schrager didn't have Caleb Williams in the mix there.
Tez Walker, I remember Daniel Jeremiah loved him.
Yeah.
I was
That's
not
a
as high.
fourth-round pick, yeah.
That's a big-bodied possession type of receiver. I
Exactly.
was not as high on him.
Yeah, if you said Tez Walker, I think we'd had a chance.
Yeah, Tez would have made more sense.
Well, yeah, because I feel like the whole time we were calling him that.
Okay, so the standing room, $25 preseason, 40 to 65 for regular season games. You're probably looking at 65. I'd probably go on the high side.
This is for the radars?
For the standing rooms.
Oh, no, for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's a lot better. I thought it was $100.
Like, dude, I'm not paying $100 to stand around. That's
no
crazy.
chance. Another guy that people think are going to take a leap or is going to take a leap is Bryce Young, Panthers quarterback. And he definitely, the Panthers, they had that game versus the Chiefs, the game versus the Eagles that they were right in. And he stood short but strong into the pocket and was willing to take hits and like throw into the face of pressure. That was pretty awesome. But Deontay Lee has the numbers on what he did in the second half of last year, and they just don't reflect all that well for him. Like bottom third in the league or close to dead last.
I can't believe how bad he is.
A lot of these categories. And I keep seeing Bryce Young, and I would love for him to be meet the expectations of being the number 1 overall pick. But even in the second half of last year when they started to turn a corner, his numbers don't reflect a quarterback that is that good at all.
So it was the last 3 starts he had last year, they went 2-1. He had 10 total touchdowns, 0 turnovers. So I think that's what people are really focusing on. The last 3 games, they ended the season on a high. He played really well. He cleaned up the turnovers, and hopefully that can carry over to this year.
I think Dave Canellis needs to kind of figure some things out, because if he doesn't, that owner's not very patient.
No, not at all.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, he's paying Frank Reich, and he's paying our guy at Nebraska and Matt Rule. I mean, he's not afraid to pay another guy, I'm sure.
Okay, we can get into this more later, but I saw a guy who I respect the way he looks at these quarterback prospects.
Thanks, appreciate that.
Brian Broaddus and Nate Tice of Yahoo Sports. And someone asked him, who are your top quarterbacks entering the college football season in terms of like prospects for the NFL? And his first name, he just went with last names. The first name was Mendoza.
Usually hear that as the last.
Yeah, he was going with it is the last name of the player, but it was his first name in his stack.
Luis
of guys
Mendoza?
No, this is
Team USA.
Fernando Mendoza,
all-time Anaheim Mighty Duck,
who was a Cal quarterback and is now at Indiana. And apparently he's Nate Tice's favorite quarterback prospect going into this class. He's got Sellers and Nussmeier in there as well. He has a mention for Klubnik, and then he puts in parentheses, like, if Arch were going to declare, I'd have Arch in here.
Yeah.
But Fernando Mendoza, a quarterback I did not know existed, is Nate Tice's number 1 quarterback prospect going into this college football season. Was at Cal, now at IU. Just something to consider.
Indiana's had some 6'5", 225, known for his accuracy, mobility, and leadership.
Okay.
He had a 3,000-yard season in 2024 at Cal, and so now he's at Indiana.
Just Google his coach, man. He wins. He's got a good shot.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Chief. Okay, coming up next, 1 hour down, 4 to go. Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. The top storylines around your football team with training camp a week away. That's next here on The Fan. Have to chat Frankels with you before we get there, though, because, life's unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, and the results can be devastating. You should be compensated for your loss. All right, here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we're about to talk Cowboys here. Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News, joining us here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, Joseph. How the heck are you?
He's in the building! I'm doing well, fellas. First, though, I got a quick gripe. I was listening to that top 10 segment for Rated R movies, and I'm an Oregon guy, so I got to say the fact that Animal House didn't make it really kind of hurt me a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I thought it should have been there, man.
Sorry about that, Joseph. It was number 11. But, hey, go vote for it on Ranker. Get it up into the top 10.
Yeah, we will persevere. So
it's not the first time Wolchuk's messed something up like that. You know that, Joseph.
Yeah, it happens. But, hey, we appreciate Wolchuk for it. And it was a good list. I think Animal House needed to be there, but that's okay.
It's fair. It's fair. It was kind of biased towards the present. There's some classics back there in the 70s. Now, speaking of these Cowboys, though, as we get set to head to Oxnard, what is it that's top of your mind? What's the most interesting storyline to cover from a writer perspective as we head to camp?
Yeah, I think the big one is obviously the Micah Parsons contract. He had his retirement high school jersey ceremony today. And back home in his county, they're going to have a Micah Parsons Day, they announced today. But, right now we're still looking at a contract negotiations that just hasn't had a lot of movement. I think there's been an understanding from both sides. Hey, we're going to make Micah Parsons the highest non-paid quarterback in NFL history. It's a matter of when, not if, but the when continues to be elusive. And I think, we kind of headed into last training camp thinking maybe CeeDee Lamb and Dak could stretch out, as far as they did. My question is whether or not it will stretch with Micah Parsons. This is a guy that wants to, we saw him in minicamp put the helmet on when he wasn't supposed to and get out there for a few drills. He wants to play. He wants to be a part of things. He wants to learn Matt Eberflus's system and be a leader. And it's hard to do that from the sidelines. And I just don't think it's very comfortable for him. So I'm just curious to see if it will stretch out as far as some of the other contract negotiations have. And then I got my eyes on just George Pickens and the relationship between not only him and Dak Prescott, between him and CeeDee Lamb. I'm really curious to see just kind of how they invoke the 1A, 1B method between these two guys. Is this going to be a thing with George Pickens where, you'll see him as a big slot and then bounce out to the outside and him and CeeDee Lamb are kind of interchangeable pieces? Or is it going to be, you're over here and you do that? And I'm just curious to see what George Pickens looks like as we start to put the pads on and accelerate a little bit.
Hey, Joe, when you talk about with Micah holdout, well, how about what's going on with their second-round pick, too? So you're talking about the quality of the two, probably your best pass rushers. Neither one of them might not be in camp.
Yeah, and we saw the Chargers, with Trey Harris, he kind of made the first stand saying, hey, I'm going to hold out until I can get that fully guaranteed fourth-year deal, too. And that's a guy that was picked after Donovan Ezraku. And, I think it's going to be fascinating. I've kind of talked to people, and it's been a little bit quiet on the Ezraku front.
Sure.
I think that, I think all eyes right now in the second round are on Tyler Shuck in the Saints, and that's a guy that was picked before Donovan Ezraku. But I think a lot of people are going to want that guaranteed fourth year. You've seen the last few years an acceleration on guaranteed money for these second-round picks. It used to be, hey, only, a partial amount of that third year. Sometimes, even you go back not too long ago, and that third year wasn't guaranteed. Now you got guys trying to get that fully fourth guaranteed deal thanks to what happened in Houston and in Cleveland with Carson Schlesinger and Jaden Higgins. So I think that, right now these second-round picks are at a standstill. All these agents are kind of waiting and watching, seeing which team is going to be the first one to also bend. If Trey Harris gets the deal done as a fully guaranteed pick for that fourth round, there's no way Donovan Ezraku is taking anything less. So I think it's going to be fascinating to watch and see if he'll hold out as well.
Well, we just got the big Trey Smith contract for the guard in Kansas City. I'm sure Tyler Smith was keeping tabs on that. You were at that offensive line masterminds event. We referenced some of the quotes in that article, Joe. I mean, it was hilarious with Tyler Booker and Tyler Smith. But what stood out to you from that event?
Yeah, I think from a Tyler Smith perspective, and it's kind of, you kind of look at it in conjunction with, what Jeremy Fowler's ESPN piece said about Tyler Smith being one of the top offensive guards in the NFL. I think you talk to Tyler Smith, and his big lesson from Zach Martin is never stop ascending. It's never stop working, never stop trying to be the best. I remember last year, we talked with Tyler Smith, and he's like, there's a lot I got to work on. I got to do this. He was saying the same things again kind of this time too, and I think he's understanding, kind of at the ripe age of 24 years old, that this is his time to shine, that this is his time to take another step, and this is kind of a guy that's relentless in his pursuit of being one of the top guards in the NFL. He, another guy that's going to get paid, as you mentioned, Wolchuk, this is someone that is going to probably be the highest paid guard in NFL history, next year at, enter date, part of training camp when that comes to fruition. another guy, matter when, not if, you're going to pay him. So I think Tyler Smith is ready to go, and I think the trio of him, Cooper Beebe, and Tyler Booker, if Tyler Booker can be what everyone's kind of expecting him to be, and kind of from talking to people, there's high hopes despite not seeing him in pads yet with the Cowboys. This is a trio that could really kind of lead this team, I think, frankly. And I think that in terms of the running game, this is something that could be leaned on as well.
I saw an article, I think it was NFL.com today, and you did a lot of awesome draft work with the LLS and now with the Dallas Morning News. We're talking with Joseph Hoyt, but it was rookies under the most pressure to succeed immediately. And I thought Tyler Booker's got to be up there. I wonder your thoughts on that, because I believe, are kind of all assuming this is plug and play and this guy's going to hit the ground running, whereas last year maybe we had unfair expectations on Guyton, who probably wasn't ready.
Yeah, and I think that's an important distinction to remember, too. I mean, if Chuma Edoga doesn't get hurt in the middle of training camp, does Tyler Guyton start week one against Cleveland? I'm not sure. I think everyone was kind of aware of the raw development here. I think people got high hopes, especially when you saw him in that first practice against Micah Parsons. I think with Tyler Booker, in terms of whether or not he has pressure, he is obviously going to be a plug-and-play starting guy, and I think that's the pressure. But I think this is a guy that everyone just looks at and says, hey, the floor is high. I think, the expectations are that this guy will be ready to go. He'll be prepared to be, at worst, an average NFL starting right guard, which is, I guess that's a lot of, pressure to be. And I think the Cowboys need that, especially when you consider what they have at the running back position right now. But I have a lot of confidence in Tyler Booker, frankly. And I think, I asked him during minicamp, you seem very prepared. Like, has anything at the NFL level surprised you? And he goes, honestly, no, because I was prepared at an NFL factory at Alabama. Before that, I was prepared at a college factory at IMG. I've been in constant pursuit of this goal, and I'm ready to take advantage of it. And, nothing I've seen from Tyler Booker sways me to think differently, frankly.
Hey, Joe, what kind of a play caller do you expect Shoddy to be?
It's a fascinating question, Brian. I think I heard you talk about this a little bit in terms of, hey, what zone or gap scheme, kind of what they'll do in terms of the running game. I thought that was such a great point because, frankly, we don't know. I think with Schottenheimer, I think everyone wants to say, hey, it's going to be Marty Ball 2.0, right? They're going to run the ball. You look at what LT had. This is going to be – that's Brian Schottenheimer. But you kind of talk to people and, you kind of look at what happened in Seattle the last time he was a play caller. This is the guy that wanted to let Russ cook, and Pete Carroll was like, hey, hold on. We want to run the ball and get back to that. And ultimately that disagreement between two guys that have a ton of admiration and respect for each other led to their kind of divorce in Seattle. So Schottenheimer's had some time away. He's talked about how he studied the McVays, the Shanahans, those kind of running schemes. Obviously, he brings in a guy in Clayton Adams who's got, a lot of multiplicity to his running game, throughout his history. But I thought you hit the nail on the head, Brian, when you talked about what they have and kind of, what they've drafted. Will that kind of dictate more of a gap scheme than a zone scheme? Can they be as multiple as Clayton Adams wanted to be in Arizona in year one? I'm not sure. And I'm just really curious to see kind of what the shoddy ball really looks like. And I kind of wrote about this too. If you look at what they have in the running back position, and if you look at what they got in George Pickens outside to go with CeeDee Lamb, I wouldn't be surprised if instead of being a team that, harps on wanting to run the ball and open up the pass that way, if there's a little bit of the vice versa element kind of going on, if they push the ball downfield with Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens and Jake Ferguson over the middle to kind of set up a running game, which, to be honest with you, doesn't have a lot of confidence right now based on who's in the backfield.
It's Joseph Hoyt of the Dallas Morning News here with you on The Fan. How confident are you Dak Prescott will have a better season statistically than he did last year?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident about it, but I think until you see just how, ready to go he is in terms of his mobility, it's kind of hard to 100% bank on it. You saw it. I think Dak Prescott is just so polarizing. You saw NFL executives and coaches anonymously tell Jeremy Fowler that this is a top 15 QB, maybe 14 in the league. And then, you saw an NFL top 100. He's number 79 despite only playing in 8 games last season because of what he's done historically. I think Dak Prescott's mobility and his ability to kind of move within the pocket is going to be so key for him this year. I think if he can do that, especially with some questions out at left tackle, Terrence Steele's right tackle trying to take another step and kind of get back to, being a better pass blocker. Like, I think Dak's going to have to move. And, everything we've seen so far, I saw him at his annual camp for kids out in South Lake, and he looks in incredible shape. I know this is the time of year where everyone's in the best shape of their life, but Dak Prescott coming off that hamstring injury looks good. I'm curious to see just how mobile he can be. And I think with having a certified deep ball threat in George Pickens, this could be a match made in heaven. Dak Prescott, over the last 5 years, according to PFF, is a top 5 deep ball thrower. George Pickens, had the most contested catches in the NFL when he was a rookie. Last year, he had the best PFF grade on passes 20-plus yards more downfield. I tend to think that George Pickens can be his Michael Gallup, but more talented, if everything goes right in terms of the kumbaya kind of nature we have with George Pickens off the field right now. But I think that there is a real opportunity for Dak Prescott to go back to his 2023 form.
That would be awesome. And I was wondering, because he's never had two guys quite like this, as good as Gallup's year was. Do you think Lamb plus Pickens and a healthy Ferguson can make them so dangerous that they could have a let's call it a damn good offense, even without a really good running game, an offense good enough that could hold up against playoff defenses?
I think so, but I think you might run into a little bit of a danger there because the tandem that tandem makes me think of what Cincinnati's had recently with Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins, right? They have been able to score. That's not been the problem. The running back has actually not been that big of a problem because, you can throw the ball over the field. But, when you're kind of scoring as much as they have, the defense has to step up too. And, I think defensively the Cowboys have a lot of questions. And I think that that's going to be huge for Matt Eberflus's group. I think the defensive line, they did some things. They took more of a quantity than quality approach, I thought, this offseason. And they're kind of hoping that the collective can do more in the running game. I do like Jack Sanborn coming in. I think Kenneth Murray, as long as he's going downhill, there's potential to use that first-round pick athleticism. But you look in the secondary right now, and I don't know if there's more of a boom or bust situation for them right now. If everyone comes back healthy for the secondary, if you get a healthy Savone Rebel, a guy that should have been a first-round pick if not for an ACL, if you can get Kyer Elam on a bounce back, if Trayvon Diggs comes back after missing some time and if he's healthy and ready to go, then this is a team that with that offense could do some things, right? But if the secondary is hurt, if Kyer Elam goes back to Buffalo ability and it's just things that kind of don't come into fruition, then I can see an offense and a trio that you mentioned that's going to have to shoot out some people in order to make some plays and win some games.
Do you have any confidence that Trayvon Diggs could be ready sooner rather than later?
It's a good question because if you asked me that last year, I was a little apprehensive to kind of go that route, and then it kind of proved me wrong until it didn't. So I wonder if kind of what happened with last year too, in terms of him being ahead of schedule and coming back and, something else didn't go right. I just wonder if that's in the back of the mind of the Cowboys and Trayvon Diggs trying to get a guy that's fully healthy and ready to go, and to not have any setbacks. I saw some clips, he's looking good, but I think that there's going to be a more safe than sorry approach with him a little bit, heading into the season. But I think that's going to be another fascinating question as training camp goes is how much are we going to see of Savone Rebel? I would expect to see a good amount, in terms of when he's ready to go, and how much can Trayvon Diggs kind of be ahead of schedule. I think those are storylines that we're going to have to follow as well.
Do you think they're headed for another year where they're bottom third or maybe bottom 5 in all the defensive stats and analytics?
I don't, but I think it kind of goes back to a lot of the acquisitions they made. If Kenneth Murray, is the guy that can be that kind of electric, will linebacker that comes downhill and kind of is what DeMar Van Overshown brought last year and can harness that athletic ability, I think that's great for him. But if he's the guy that gets lost in coverage and, is struggling, then, I think that could be kind of a weakness for them. And then you pair what happens in the secondary. Donovan Wilson wasn't ready to go yet. Obviously there's confidence that he will be. Malik Hooker dealt with some injuries in minicamp. Again, confidence he will be. But, there's just question marks all over that defense. And I think, when you talk about their run defense, that's just going to be another big factor. And, I think in terms of defensively, Micah Parsons' pass rush is something I'll never worry about, right? Mm-hmm. But one thing I've kind of talked about with people in terms of what could Micah Parsons actually miss out on by not being at practice, and people say, maybe it's just the football shape ability, quote unquote, of battling in the run game. So if Micah signs a deal, before, the Wednesday before they play Philly, and next thing you know, Philly's got Saquon running right at him and, Jordan Mailata and a couple other guys doing their thing. It's, I tend to wonder how that would affect Micah Parsons in a holdout. So they have the talent and the ability to be better than they were defensively, I think, last year. But the question marks remain, and I think we're going to need some answers there before we can declare them, being better in Matt Eberflus's system.
You've got your pre-training camp roster projections out. What was the toughest part putting that together?
Honestly, it's kind of like, where do you put more, resources in terms of positions, right? And I think, the other thing too is the annual CJ Goodwin question too, of like, hey, can you afford to have a roster spot for a guy that only plays special teams? You have a new special teams coordinator. He's the second longest tenured Cowboy there is, but is there still enough there to warrant that? I think that's always going to be an annual question. I think safeties too is the interesting one because, if you look at what the Cowboys have done in undrafted free agency, usually the guy that gets the highest signing bonus and the highest kind of contract, that's the guy that has a chance to make the team. We saw it with Brevin Spann-Ford last year, right? Well, that's Elijah Clark this year, and Justin Barron was close behind him, the linebacker from Syracuse. But Elijah Clark, also from Syracuse, is a guy that, they targeted. He was a priority. But can they carry 5 safeties? Can he be enough of a special teams asset to warrant that spot too? I think that's where I'm watching. And then that 6th receiver spot is going to be fun to watch in terms of training camp battles because I think you can pretty much pencil in the top 5 there. And of course, there's never a guarantee they always go with 6, but they have a lot of potential guys between Paris Campbell, Ryan Flournoy, Jalen Brooks. There's a lot of guys contending for that 6th wide receiver spot to try to make this team. So that was probably the toughest part.
Joseph Hoyt, congrats on your move back to the Dallas Morning News, and we'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
Yeah, appreciate it, fellas. Maybe we'll get a chance to watch some Animal House, too.
Oh, I love it. Let's do Animal House and, maybe some Rudder Room. It'll be good.
Sure.
We'll see you there soon. Joseph Hoyt, must follow on Cowboys Twitter there for you. We'll do the C-Note, talk about what's been making headlines and some of the top audio around America's team coming up next year in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back. Have you already given up on 2024 first-round pick Mozzie Smith? Are you willing to reconsider that position?
Maybe.
All right, here we go.
That's right.
There's a chance.
Maybe.
Haterade.
Man, when my kids hear maybe, they get excited. They're like, "Yeah,
there's a chance."
They assume yes.
They assume yes, don't they?
Yeah, mine do too.
I've lost the power of the maybe. Anyway, segment's brought to you by Frankel's. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankel's first 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Yeah. I was on vacation, and Abby's like, "Dad, can we go down to the Village, this place in Sun River where there's an ice cream shop, you know?" And I said, "Maybe." And she literally said, "What time?"
What time?
Couldn't believe it. Blew my mind. Here's Greg Ellis talking Mozzie Smith here.
Maz, you do have to look at the coaching change. The year before we got there, it was more just vertical, get up the field, get up the field, get up the field. Really not Mozzie's game, to be honest with you. I think he played better last year. He flashed some good stuff, in my opinion, but he kind of showed why did the Cowboys draft him, what they saw. Now we switching up again, and from my understanding, this again, more vertical charge. But hopefully they factor something into the equation to allow Mozzie's superhero ability to flash. If not, you may need to just trade him.
I like what Greg's doing there.
I'm sure there's a lot of buyers on Mozzie Smith right now. Do you think you get a player to be named later? Cash considerations, the cash being the 5-ski that Broadus is going to put on the Nick Saban return to LSU.
Yeah. I think teams would say back, we'll wait until you cut him. You know, we're not that hot on him. Is there any chance here, Brian, for Mozzie Smith?
Well, if you watch the games that he played against division opponents, that's your hope. I mean, if I was a pro personnel guy and I was trying to sell him to our staff, I would say, here's the cut up I did of him playing against the world champs for a couple of times, and here's against the Commanders who were in the finals, you know, and then here's against the Giants, you know, and try and show that kind of film about him, and you know, put together a pretty good reel. Yeah, I mean, you could sell him that way. But the problem they're going to ask you about is consistency. That's, you know, well, what about the other games? You know, I'm like, well, this is who he is right now.
How about to Greg's point of him playing a different style than what he was best at? Can you know, on a
well,
defense,
he was always a two-gap guy.
Yeah.
And coming out of Michigan, that was a problem, and that's why he lost all that weight, because he was hearing how he wasn't quick enough. But at Michigan, he played that scheme where he came off the ball, he extended into the blocker, he looked inside, he looked outside, and then he reacted to the ball. Michigan, if you watch their guys, which we did, and they had some really good defensive linemen this year, they played up the field. It's a completely different scheme than what they had played in the past years. And so, you know, with Mozzie, it's just about getting more consistent of trying to, like, put plays back to back, not have one or two good plays and then 2 or 3 bad plays in a row, or plays where he's not a factor. That's the biggest problem with Mozzie, is he just can't play to a level where it's just like it's like a series of, boy, that was good Mozzie Smith football right there.
I think, and I don't want to crush him for the quote, but there is something to him saying whenever it was rookie year, whenever, like, I don't even really like football. I just like hitting people.
No, that's the problem. And I think this is where Will McClay and the staff, and there were some questions, and they might have taken a guy in Guyton the same way that might not have liked football, and there were some questions about that. And so there's I think Will McClay and the staff got together and with the coaches and kind of said, listen, we need to take – Will even talked about it pre-draft meeting. He made it a point of emphasis about, hey, what we're looking for and get back on that train of getting guys that do love football. But
Tyler Booker said, hold my beer and watch this.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah,
the entire draft class was all about that. Captains and high-character guys that love the sport.
That's if it's a hard game. If you don't love the game, it's a hard game to play.
I think Greg Ellis saying Mozzie's superpower, to me, his superpower coming out was his strength and his power.
Yeah.
And I think the Cowboys did him a disservice. And, I mean, Will McClay might be driving around listening and saying, go F yourself, Wooly. But they immediately talked about him having untapped pass rush potential. I don't really care about Mozzie's pass rush. If he developed that, cool, awesome. But I think they were kind of asking him to do something, and maybe in his own mind, he started focusing on this, and that's not a strength of his, is getting up the field and being this wiggle guy that can go and,
How
be
that
Osa,
happened was weird.
right? It's I'm a power player. I can take on blocks. I can stop the run. I'm a true one tech, and him losing weight was like, what's happening here?
Yeah.
And he did it so he could get faster and fire off the football.
Get quicker, yeah.
So I do think, hey, whenever you're dealing with position coaching changes, all of that can be tough on players. There's a lot that goes on. I think he beat himself up mentally too. We heard about that all last offseason.
He's a very emotional player, and he gets very sad because he hears people like us talk about how poorly he plays, and it affects him. And he could be in the locker room, after a game, it could be after a win, and he could be over there, with tears coming down his face because he knew that maybe there's some things that he didn't do right, and that's going to be critical of him. And it's just
I don't need you to love the sport. I just need you to fight that feeling in your own body.
Yeah, well, that's hard for him.
I can't feel like that again, so I'm going to try harder.
It's hard for him to do that. And that last year, Zimmer and Jeff Zagina and Greg, everybody that got a chance to coach him at training camp would walk up, they'd put his arm around him. He'd come out to practice early. They'd work on his hands. They'd work on his technique. They really stopped, like, yelling at him. There were times we're standing there in the end zone and you're watching the drills, and coaches before would be yelling at him. And then they learned that they can't yell at him because he immediately goes into a shell.
Yeah, you could tell when that happened last year, like they all started talking about him positively.
Yeah, everything.
And Micah would be coming over and talking him up.
Everybody knew that, like, listen, for this guy to have any kind of a chance, it was going to be about positive talk.
And I could be positive about him if last year under Zimmer had been so much better, playing that two-gap technique. But now that we know last season happened and all you got was a handful of games against divisional opponents that were slightly better, but still his overall performance was very poor, I just think it's time to move on. And I wouldn't waste a roster spot on him, I think is where I'm at. Okay, veterans reporting to camp on the 21st. So what do we have here? We have 6 days.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be preseason game 1, August 9th, just to set that out there. And this is my topic for you. How much should we see the starters in these preseason games, considering how much new stuff, how many new players they have? Is this the year we're actually
disappointed?
A bunch?
Be disappointed if they don't. I mean, I don't think they could come out of the gate and the offense not be ready to go. If they decide, well, we're not going to play Dak and not going to play this, I think that Andy Reid and I used to be the biggest wuss about this. Listen, I can't replace these players if you get them hurt. I can't do it. But this season, really being the first one for Schottenheimer, he does need to set the tone here, and it doesn't need to be okay. We're going to hold everybody back and see how things work in the opening game, and then then week 5 we're all complaining because the offense isn't any good.
Yeah.
It's because they haven't looked like they practice any. That's always a question. They don't look like they practice out there. Does this team practice when you watch? I've had guys watch. Mike Lombardi does to me all the time. He goes, "I'm watching your film. Do you guys practice down there?" He would ask me that question, and I'm like, I get to watch 15 minutes of it. I assume they do, but that's They do need to 1 or 2 series and maybe even a quarter.
Yeah.
They've only got 3 of these, and they got a scrimmage against the Rams, which they'll try and take advantage of, but they need to do it.
I'm with you. I was thinking a quarter, and especially this year, how important I think it is to get off to a good start with how tough that schedule could be. I mean, things can change with the rest of the NFL, but you got to come out and be ready to rock. You can't be kind of getting into form and, we're kind of playing ourselves into shape and into speed here. You need to be able to come out and possibly upset the Eagles week 1.
Yeah, I think it's huge for Tyler Guyton. I think every rep for Cooper Beebe is massive as he tries to take this big step. And you have a rookie right guard.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Dak needs to be out there, but I feel like you're moving from a lot of inside zone to maybe gap. Just that difference. I want 2 or 3 games of my starting offensive line. I can't get that, but I could maybe get 2 or 3 halves.
Yeah. I definitely think they should be playing more than what they're used to playing. I think Dak should be playing.
I think Dak should be playing too.
I think he needs to.
And I don't know if it's like, hey, you have one like dress rehearsal game where you're playing like a full half or 3 quarters or whatever, or if you're just playing a few series or a quarter in like each game, whatever it is. But you see teams, isn't the
Chiefs play all the time?
Yeah, the Chiefs are the Chiefs are the team that are legit.
Well, the thing about it is you got 3 games. In the last game, they don't play any of the starters, so you really got 2 games to kind of figure some things out. And
would you like one game where they play quite a bit,
Sure.
or maybe 2 games where they play like a quarter each?
Yeah, give me the game. I think they play They have the
Week 2,
Rams,
you come back
Baltimore, and
home.
Atlanta. Give me the Baltimore game, the second one.
Second game.
That's
Yep.
good. Some really good competition at home. They're probably playing some of their starters for a good bit. You could probably get a better idea. I would go for the maybe keep it kind of light against the Rams to start the thing, but then the Ravens, go for it, because then you give them that 3rd game off, and then you got 10 days. Well, you're playing the short week, because of the early Thursday game. I think you got to, you'll be fine if you get that Baltimore game done.
All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan every afternoon at 3:20. We give you the C-Note here, the Cowboys news of the evening. I'm loaded, man. I have all kinds of topics here for you. Should Dak get sloppy like Mahomes or Brady or Goff? Like, is being shredded and explosive actually what's in his best athletic interest right now? I don't know. I think there's a debate to be had there. We'll get into that a little bit later on. But coming up next, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, do we need to say goodbye to these Cowboys? We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, reaction to the All-Star Game. 2 more concert ticket giveaways in the 7 and 9 o'clock hours, and we'll chop it up at 7:40. It's a hump day.
have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, it's your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well,
To have somebody step up in a way that gives you comfort. But, I mean, you're so thin.
Why are we doing that?
In the secondary.
But is he?
But he doesn't play.
He doesn't
No,
play corner.
I know, but like if you don't have somebody that you feel like fills his role on special teams, like which one of these guys is going to be that dude?
I was kind of thinking that maybe Sam Williams could once again run down the field and be a gunner.
Hey, I love that idea. That's one of my
if
favorite
Elijah Clark
memories.
wants to make the team and you got a crowd, I mean, Wanye one of these safeties is going to have to prove I am damn good at special teams. And it might come down to, okay, it's one of these safeties or it's CJ Goodwin. And that safety needs to step up and be able to fill CJ Goodwin's spot. So, no, I think CJ Goodwin is no longer what he was. The penalties last year were super irritating. And for a guy who is on the field literally to play special teams, I can't have you be getting penalties like that, man.
Yeah.
So I'd like to find somebody to replace him.
Yeah, I would too, for sure. I'll be waiting for one of these younger guys to step up and go ahead and get it done because there's definitely been some slippage with Goodwin. He's not the surefire.
Not the same guy for sure.
How guaranteed is that contract? Because he just signed a new one, right? Another 1 year.
Yeah, I think this is. I don't think this is going to be a problem. I really don't. This is. I could say I'm trying my best to find somebody else.
There it is, $167 guaranteed. They're fine.
Yeah.
Move on. He's 35 years old. Wow.
How about this one, Chief? Damone Clark.
Yeah.
Even though the linebacking situation is what it is, you feeling like you need to say goodbye to Damone Clark?
Yeah, because I mean, like guys like Buddy Johnson, guys like hopefully.
I was thinking about putting Buddy Johnson in this list though too.
Yeah, well, but he's definitely in the mix here. I don't know how many linebackers they plan on keeping, but you bring in Shamar James now. So I mean, Murray, Sanborn, Leafau, guarantees. And I just haven't seen enough from Damone Clark to have confidence that he's going to even be better than Shamar James, a rookie.
I think you're right about that. How about you, Dawson? Damone Clark, my LSU
We
guy.
keep 5?
Not getting it done. I think you're probably, would you keep 5? I think you probably would. Maybe 6. But you got to keep some defensive linemen, so that might be a problem too. So
yeah, this is tough. I just don't think there's any upside left in Damone Clark. At best, he's like a below average, significantly below average player for you. And at this point in his career, I need to have reps for guys like Johnson and James and other young guys who might emerge. Justin Barron, sitting in there that. I know that Damone Clark is not going to diagnose. He's going to overrun. He's not going to be a sure tackler. So maybe he would be the least bad player at some point. But I got to invest in youth and try to find some.
How about you, Wooly?
Yeah, I think he's probably out. There's just not a spot for him unless there's an unfortunate injury. Now maybe if Overshown's like on PUP, which he will be. Like, does that end up allowing him to scoop on there? But I think, like, Buddy Johnson's a valuable special teams player. He probably would get the nod over Damone Clark. And then, Justin Barron's a very intriguing player, an undrafted rookie that they also, as Joe Hoyt mentioned, gave him some pretty guaranteed money.
Yep.
I think Damone Clark's a guy. Maybe I'd get on the horn and say, hey, Dan Quinn, did you like Damone?
Mm-hmm.
Can we make a move here?
Yeah. And the last one I want to go to is Deuce Vaughn.
That's an adios.
Yeah, that's a good buy. That's a good buy.
I don't see a path for him.
I don't either, and I'm kind of thinking like, I just always remember what Bill Parcells told me other than yelling at me sometimes. But he did say about, if I take you to a game, how many plays are you going to give me? If Deuce Vaughn is not a backup, like the second running back or the third, I don't see him giving you enough special teams plays to even be accurate. Or not be accurate, to be active, every week. So I think all those guys. I think on my list, so I had Matt Waletzko. I think he's a good buy. I think Luke Schoonmaker might be in some question here, guys.
Oh, wow.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
They like Spanford.
They love
Spanford as your big, strong guy.
Well, we'll see what happens with Stevens and the other guys, too. But then I think Andrew Booth was another guy that I had mentioned as also maybe good buy. But the Schoonmaker might be one to keep an eye on.
What a horrible draft that was. Just unbelievable how much they swung and missed.
Yeah, man.
Okay, coming up next here, that's Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Football news and sounds of the day. We'll check what's in store.
Yeah, let's do it. We got trouble going on in D.C. with the Commandos. And how about a surprise appearance on the top 10 list? And who's the most overrated, underrated teams entering 2025? That's next.
Apes, you want the scoop from the sources? You came to the right place. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
He's an edge player, and defensive coordinators will take anybody like that. Heck, Zach Bond was trying to be made into an edge rusher until they realized, okay, this is just not working. Get him back to linebacker. But it is interesting. That's not a very dominant list of top 10 linebackers.
Did they mention Sherwood from the Jets? Did they mention
he got the honorable
I
mention.
think he was in like the got votes category.
I was just kind of thinking because I'm not gonna act like I see every Jets game, but like wasn't he one of the leading tacklers? I mean, I just kept seeing his name.
Yeah, well, because he was a free agent, and he was one of those guys who was like, man, if the Jets don't bring him back, like that would be.
I kind of thought I kept seeing his name as was he the leading tackler in the league?
I want to say that I don't know about the league, but yeah.
I think he was one of these guys that had a ton of solo tackles.
Yeah, one NFL personnel evaluator, they had a note on him, ascending player, he's a bullet, one of my favorite free agents back in March.
I think a couple of things are going on. Number one, they're not getting paid as much, so there's less incentive. If you are an elite athlete, you're thinking, what else can I play? Can I play edge? Am I a diet away from, playing some other position, or can I bulk up and play a different position?
Yeah,
because long term,
off-ball linebackers.
So unless you're the perfect fit, and by the way, as the perfect fit, you better be able to cover and stop the run. It used to be like, give me the big, strong son of a gun who can plug the hole, and that's your linebacker. Now they have to be able to cover and run fast, so it's a very difficult needle to thread. And then you also consider the incentive of players looking for other positions. I mean, if you're 16 years old right now and you're thinking linebacker, but you're like Brian Urlacher, aren't you thinking, I'm going to be a big tight end? I'm going to go destroy games and score touchdowns? Like, maybe you do end up at linebacker, but then the other thing you got to go to is all the different sub packages. There's not the opportunities, for a lot of different linebackers to get on the team. Like, how many guys would emerge from day 3 picks or undrafted guys? But it's a numbers game, and the NFL's like, nope, we're not carrying any more linebackers. We're in nickel most of the time.
That's what I'm saying. That's why you get guys like Buda Baker and stuff like that play these hybrid positions that are always playing.
Like Curse did here, Donovan Wilson, Marquise Bell.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I found that a little. I was like, man, this is an interesting top.
I mean, Dan Quinn's idea of playing safeties in there is pretty popular, right?
Yeah.
He wasn't.
That's
by
what I'm
himself
saying. Everybody's trying to find these off-ball linebackers.
But that goes to your point of sub is kind of now like the base defense, the nickel and the dime.
But now, as the league goes, if these offenses are going to get a little bit more heavier with the personnel and a little bit more.
Oh no,
run,
that's
maybe our Jack Campbells in Detroit now can step up and show off.
Yeah, it'll start to swing back the other way and maybe get back to having some older school, bigger guys at the position.
The other article that I saw, most overrated, underrated teams entering 2025. This was courtesy of Mike Jones of The Athletic. Overrated teams.
Wait. Isn't there something you're supposed to say when you hear Mike Jones?
Who?
Mike Jones who? That's right. Go ahead.
He was one of our guests. I think we Dick Fangio'd him at the Super Bowl.
Say Dick?
Yeah, Fangio.
Overrated teams. He's got the Bills. And nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. I'm going to say ballsack on that, Mike.
He's calling them overrated?
Saying they're overrated.
I mean, they did overperform last year.
Yeah, I mean, they needed a superhuman quarterback to have the best season of his career, for sure. You have that a little bit. I think you see that a little bit with the Commanders, where it's like, hey, this is like a okay roster or whatever, but Jaden Daniels is a superhuman, or was last year, so it's able to propel them. But you're asking a lot out of your quarterback for sure.
And I guess he's going based off they got the third best odds to win the Super Bowl, and he just doesn't see them that high. And that could be fair.
Sure. I mean, it's hard to imagine them figuring out how to win in the playoffs.
If they haven't done it yet, man, are you ever going to be Kansas City? I don't know. San Francisco's on here. If anything, I kind of would think San Francisco is underrated going into the season. I think everyone's leaving them for dead. I think that they could very well make the playoffs. It wouldn't surprise me.
Everybody's buying the Rams.
Oh, I'm buying the Rams big time too. Yeah. But I could see San Fran as a playoff team, like a wild card team, if they can. I mean, I like what they did in the draft, retooling that defensive line. But see, Christian McCaffrey is a massive question mark right now at this stage in his career. How much is he going to play? How healthy is he? Is he still able to impact the game like he did 2 years ago for you? I don't know.
No,
the Lions and then the Cincinnati Bengals are on here as the other overrated teams. Cincy's defense is so darn bad, it might just be the reason why they don't do anything. But offensively, anytime you got Joe Burrow, and then, of course, Chase and Higgins, like they should score a gajillion points. And if their defense just could somehow be middle of the road. They should make the playoffs this year.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a lot to ask.
It is.
First-year defensive coordinator, Al Golden, coming from the college ranks.
Notre Dame, yeah.
And just a bunch of no-names on that defense.
It's bad, man.
And now with their first-round pick, who knows what's going on there. You have Hendrickson situation. By the way, when it comes to the Niners, I guess they have like the 7th best odds to win the Super Bowl.
That's probably high.
So that's probably why he's going. But they do have like maybe the easiest schedule in the league this year.
Sure. It's going to be, I mean, the Niners are one of those polarizing teams. I'm interested to see how they do this year. Underrated, he's got the Chargers, who, goodness gracious, they're dealing with some issues already. Trey Harris, that wide receiver's holding out, second-round pick. We talked about that. Mike Williams, who they brought back, he's on the PUP list already. Like, Keenan Allen's still floating around. So is Amari Cooper. Like, maybe they end up signing one of these veteran wide receivers. But the Chargers, that's going to be a ground and pound run of the football. I mean, their offensive line, they've built it nicely. That's Harbaugh's formula, and they drafted Omarion Hampton. Like, if I'm a fantasy football guy,
I love Hampton.
Draft Hampton. That guy's probably going to end up being a top 10 fantasy runner, and he should get all the carrots.
Did they sign Harris as well?
Yeah, and Harris
fireworks
blew
incident?
Yeah, he did.
Fireworks.
It's an eye issue. Supposedly, his agent said he's going to be fine, but that's going to be a run the football team.
Hey, let me ask you this real quick. Can you tell me who's going to finish last in every division? The team, real quick.
Last?
Like in the NFC East.
Giants.
Giants finish last.
I'd go with the
South
Giants.
would be the Saints.
South, okay, Saints or Panthers?
Saints.
Saints, yeah.
Saints. How about the West?
NFC West.
Rams, Seahawks, Cardinals, 49ers.
See, that's a really
one.
difficult one. I'll
say 49ers.
I would maybe. I think Seattle's defense is going to be really good. I think the Cardinals' defense is going to be really good. I'll just say Seattle because I don't trust Sam Darnold.
I'll go Arizona, even though I don't feel good about that either.
How about in the North? Detroit, Minnesota, Green Bay, Chicago.
Yeah, I would
Bears,
choose Chicago.
The Bears
as well.
right now.
Everybody's cheering for the rookie quarterback in Minnesota.
I think J.J. McCarthy. I just believe in Kevin O'Connell, man. I really do.
Won a lot of games last year. I don't think it was due to the quarterback.
Yeah, I just believe in Kevin O'Connell.
Sam Darnold was impressive last year. As much as I don't buy into him, I do think the Vikings actually have one of the tougher schedules in the league this year.
I like the roster.
So it's tough, but I would still probably say the Bears.
How about the East? AFC East.
Oh, we're going all the way around here?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Jets.
Yeah. The Dolphins, because I think McDaniel's getting fired. I'd go Dolphins, Browns.
The Jets have Justin Fields, right?
Yeah, the Jets do
they
have Justin Fields.
I just think the Dolphins are going to be a train wreck.
Okay.
How about the South?
I would
Colts.
go. I don't
don't believe in Daniel Jones, and I know the Titans. Hey, they just had the number 1 pick, but I'm a believer in Cam Ward. He might steal him some wins. The West is really tough. All those teams could make the playoffs. I'd still lean the Raiders out of the 4. Not that I think they'll be bad, but I'd still just pick them to be last.
How about the North?
AFC.
I'm going with
Browns.
the Browns. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going with the Browns.
All right, thanks.
Cowboys were on here as an underrated team. I believe. I agree. Cardinals and Jags. The Jags, I could absolutely see winning that division. Year 1, new coach. I still think there's talent there. You got Travis Hunter. If they play him at wide receiver, you've got him and Brian Thomas Jr. Yeah, that South is just a weird division. So I could see that. Arizona's the one that I don't know. I don't know what to think about Kyler Murray right now. How healthy is he going to be? They did play better than anticipated last year, but it wasn't like, oh my gosh, I'm totally buying in. Marvin Harrison Jr., I think, is going to bounce back, but maybe they are. Maybe they are underrated. Here is Terry McLaurin in Washington. What's going on with that contract, Terry?
Yeah, I've been pretty frustrated, I'm not going to lie. Everything that has transpired up until this point has been disappointing and frustrating. I've wanted to continue my career here. I've created my life here. My wife and I have bought our first home here, so this has been somewhere where I've always wanted to be.
A lot of wanted, or 2 wanteds. I think we trade him. I think
past tense.
I think Washington, you trade Terry McLaurin. Maybe the Chargers. That's a team that could use a wide receiver right now. They're battling injuries.
That's one of those weird ones
just
to
trade
me.
Terry.
He's a stand-up guy, great locker room guy, been there through the hell of one of the worst organizations ever. He's been super consistent with garbage throwing him the football.
He's quarterback proof.
He scores touchdowns even amidst the urination and the feces of FedEx Field. I don't understand why they wouldn't want to, especially for a team that is clearly trying to contend.
You think
what are you doing here? Why would you take off this guy?
You think George Pickens can be him for this team? Like you talk about quarterback proof.
Well, because Pickens has been. Yeah. I mean,
I think he's already kind of shown that.
Sure.
Just without the
Downfield
stand-up, super like locker room, incredible personality, captain type.
Yeah, just like good guy. Like McLaurin is way faster, but
different players.
But you talk about guys that always make the quarterback look good.
Sure. I think CD's proven to be that too.
Yeah, I think the thing with McLaurin, I actually do see Washington's situation because, I mean, his prestige, he's probably asking for elite money.
Yeah, he's
how good is he really? Are you're in the conversation for what, top 10 receiver, top 15 wide receiver? But he's never had the huge year. And now I feel like at the same time, if we're going to be serious about making a run at this thing, I need him and Debo, right? So I don't want to move on from him, but I got to negotiate hard. I don't want to pay you top 5 wide receiver money for 5 touchdowns and 1,100 yards. Do you?
No, I get what you're saying. Now, last year, dude had 13 touchdowns. Now, that's a volatile stat, and he's not Mr. Touchdown guy. He's usually about 5. But the Jaden Daniels factor clearly made him a little bit better. And
it's a
you're
difficult
right.
negotiation.
I get what you're saying.
And he's about to be 30.
Because the dollars are so big now, and if he is trying to get top of the market money, then that would be I would fight him on that as well. But giving him Garrett Wilson just got something about 30, like in between 30 and 34, whatever. Like you have the rookie quarterback. You have the cheap quarterback. This is the time to maybe overstretch a little bit to capitalize on that. You don't want to start penny pinching when you have a clearly superhuman talent at the quarterback position on the super cheap.
They should absolutely pay him. I hope they trade him. It makes them worse, and it's another reason why the Cowboys will win the division. So let's go. They will be retiring the Commandos, Art Monk's 81. November 2nd, they're going to retire the Hall of Fame. I can't believe that hasn't been done already. That's pretty late.
Well, thank you, old Chuck.
Thank you.
Okay, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 4:40, we're talking Rangers. And a current fan host who is actually making the case to trade Corey Seager. Could you believe that earlier today?
Wow.
What are we doing next, though, Chief?
Idiot.
Let's crank open a rim session. We will feature the most unconscionable, the most diabolical posterization in basketball history.
The Fan is everywhere, thanks to Comerica. Now on the iHeart app, the Odyssey app, TuneIn, YouTube, Twitch, and every smart speaker you can think of. Even some you can't. The Fan continues to grow, and that's because of you.
The following is a real Reliant air conditioning customer.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com. No out-of-pocket cost, only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids down for that afternoon summer snoozer so the G-Bag Nation can go all 56 inches around that rim.
Down, Tyrese Halliburton loving it. Here's how it sounds.
It's all right. Go ahead and stop it. Let's just address the elephant in the room here.
Oh, poor Jacob probably doesn't know.
Perhaps poor communication. Have you ever rimmed it with us?
I have not.
Okay.
It's the debut rimmer.
Okay, so go into the old wide orbit there.
Mm-hmm.
Type in old rim, just RIM, should pop it up, and then we'll do this thing appropriately. I'll go ahead and take that blame.
Yep, this was not on you, Jacob.
Not on you,
not on you, buddy.
You guys been pitching like a perfect game.
He really has.
You still are.
And then all of a sudden,
Yeah.
you're like, oh, let's let it ride. And then you throw it
around the rim. Is that the one?
Yeah, that should be the one. We'll just see which one it is.
It's either the old one, which is pretty funny, or
is it
the good one?
Okay.
It's funny because it's bad.
All right, I'm ready.
Let's see, man. As we cut the lights out, we put the kids to bed so the G-Bag Nation can go all 56 inches, Jake, around that rim.
Let it ride.
Here we go.
Rain
Rain dance. We're moon dancing.
Now, it's always a special occasion when you have an opportunity to get a free oil change and free Hurtado barbecue on Saturday from 10 a.m. to noon. Are you kidding me?
It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance to get the free oil change.
Grand opening at the all-new Alliance Hyundai in Fort Worth, I-35 Golden Triangle. I will be there from 10 a.m. to noon giving away so many things for free, including Six Flags tickets, 9 Inch Nails tickets, Lumineers, tons of just gift card giveaways, and like I said, free oil change and free delicious barbecue from our friends at Hurtado. All right? This is going to be an all-time 2-hour extravaganza at Alliance Hyundai.
Get there within the first 10 minutes.
I cannot wait to see you there, okay?
Line up before.
Free oil change, and I will do my best not to eat all the Hurtado barbecue until you, Tolos, get there.
There's like zero chance.
No, there's not. There's a greater than 0% chance.
There's zero chance that you're going to
1%.
Maybe I'll commit to a fast.
You're
okay?
going to walk back there. You're going to walk back there. You're going to see him setting it all up.
Those tacos are going to be tough to deny.
Yeah, you're going to be like, what'd you guys bring? Oh, my favorites.
Oh, Texas Twinkies, huh?
Oh gosh, you brought everything good, huh?
A couple of hands
really
on
nothing
those.
bad.
Yeah, it's
He's
going to
bring his daughter along so everybody doesn't yell at him.
Yeah, that's true. Like, no, that's my daughter's plate.
Yeah.
Really? It's stacked pretty high. Don't worry about it. Why are you watchdogging my daughter's plate?
I mean, I'll bring Eliza. She hasn't stopped talking about that brisket.
That's true, man. She tore that bark up. So
she did have brisket when we did Love of the Star.
Her first time ever.
Hang out with the Wolchucks and the Chia Follows and get just free stuff everywhere. Everywhere you turn around, she's like, hey, you want something for free? Hey, you want something for free? A free oil change, bro? That's $100.
Yeah, that's big.
Well, if you buy the synthetic oil.
I mean, it's $100 for an oil change these days, is it not?
It is.
I mean, that's pretty much the going rate.
Yeah, it is.
Unless you got like some type of Range Rover situation, it's even more than that.
I think synthetic oil is much more than the normal oil.
Okay.
But
I'm not going to be watchdogging your oil. Either way, it's going to be free of charge for you. So go ahead and get that synthetic if you're usually
getting
the cheaper
killing your vibe,
stuff.
aren't I, over there?
You're trying to, but I'm not going to let that happen. Now, here's what we have.
But I will say, get there early because Eric will eat the barbecue.
Yeah, let's tailgate, man. Let's tailgate together.
Tailgate it.
Right there at
from
Alliance Hyundai.
8 a.m. to 2.
Yeah, get there
Please
early.
take pictures and movies if you would, folks.
It's going to be a good time. Okay.
Oh, look. He's got barbecue sauce all over his face again.
Just go there and buy a Hyundai. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Go out there and buy one. Let Eric sell you one.
And
he
then they'll
used to
give
do
you
that. He sold me a truck.
They'll give you a
These
free.
people here let's get stolen.
You'll get a free oil change on your new car purchase. How about that? Okay.
You need one?
Are you guys ready? We all saw this, right? When I say the most diabolical, unconscionable, disrespectful posterization in basketball history, it happened last night. Did you guys not see this? I know Wolchuk saw this.
Was it a real game?
Yeah, it was a summer league game. All right.
I saw the headlines about it.
Who the hell is Johnny Furphy? That's the first question.
Pacers, right?
Yep. And then Noah Esenge, who is a rookie for the Bulls. And he is the victim.
How do you say
here.
that name?
Did I say that correctly? You're a Bulls fan, aren't you, new guy,
I don't
Jake?
know how to say it either, man.
We'll give it a shot.
Asenge.
There you go. Sounds like
the
it's a
fact that his
Asenge.
first name spelled N-O-A. That bothers me.
Yeah, Noah without the H can be a little bit frustrating there. They were just trying to be super efficient. Nonetheless, he is now, I don't know how you come back from this. I don't think you do. He's probably going to have to just punt on his basketball career forever.
This is instant retirement.
This is
and probably witness protection.
The photog. Okay.
Photo of the year.
Jacob's
Photo
got
of the
it.
year.
Jacob's got it up. Jacob can run everything back here.
No, Carter's got it up.
He's a stud.
Carter's got it up. Okay,
Carter's
so
back.
if you're on the fan cam,
Carter's pissed.
you're
I didn't
actually
see him back there.
you're actually seeing the poster, the freeze frame, the still shot, the greatest sports photo of all time, unless you're a part of the Asenge family, in which case you want to forget about this forever. You're looking to get brainwashed.
At least he made the Hall of Fame, in his first summer league. It's just the meme Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
It's bad.
that's true, man.
It's
It is
bad.
as sad of a photo as you'll ever see, and this is so. We'll play the sound for you because Sports Center was playing the highlight last night, and then the two hosts couldn't control themselves with laughter. They're trying to get to the next thing, which is a WNBA, game that they're doing the highlights on, but they're just laughing feverishly at Asenge basically having his entire life ruined in this moment thanks to Johnny Furphy.
Down, Tyrese Halliburton loving it. Here's how it sounded.
I need Buddy to be healthy. Oh my goodness.
I think we'll see Sports Center tonight with that one.
Oh, yeah. Putting
Oh,
Noah
God.
SNK on a poster. That's the worst poster I've seen in my life.
Yeah.
It's real.
Is that real? Wait,
It is.
real?
Had to be Photoshopped.
I'm sorry. Wait, I gotta continue. That was rough.
They're trying to get to the next highlight.
This guy. Nafisa Collier is leading the league with 9:25. He looked unwell.
Yeah, he
First
does.
Quarter, 3 minutes left. The Lynx up 2, make it 5. Oh, Nafisa Collier connected on that 3. Angel Reese also in this game. This is hard to do right now because I just want to laugh. It's a 3-point.
Yeah, we all do, and cry at the same time.
Jeez.
Because
the face that he's making. It's just-
so you think like this is a posterization, or like you hear the term like facial because it's on your face. You're getting slammed into your face. But Asenge did the thing where he goes for the block, but then he kind of like turned his back to the dunker, Johnny Furphy, who's now a legend forever. Never will be buying a beer in the greater Indianapolis area ever again. But so he gets his back turned. And he makes a face like he's sort of having some level of a basketball stroke in midair. And it looks,
or Furphy was
like
having a stroke in midair.
Yeah. It does look a little bit back
It's
shotty.
like a terrible.
His soul has been taken
back
from him. And
he's trapping his pants.
He somehow captures all of the shame, humiliation, and terror that people feel when they get dunked on with the perfect facial expression. I don't know how.
Yeah. It's the. It is
Mouth wide
it's
open.
Like he got a Soldier Boy Superman. You know what I'm saying? Looks like he's getting backshotted, and he is just he is as down bad as any human being you'll ever see with the facial expression.
He's getting his back broke,
and it is the rare midair back shot.
Yeah, it's
and it is just as sad and as entertaining at the same time as anything you will ever see. I don't know if he had a post-game interview after this. There's no way you meet with the media after something like that.
This is immediately hide.
When you understand that the internet has gotten a hold of this,
you're meme forever.
You're trying to like clear out, expunge this from the internet forever. The photog who took this photo is going to win every sports photography award known to man with this particular photo right here. Yeah, is that a Peabody?
I don't know.
Whatever it is.
An Emmy? Is that a sports Emmy for that?
Getty Images
This dude
award.
got Peabodied, and we just feel for him.
Shane Gillis has some good content for tomorrow.
Oh my gosh, that's a great point. ESPY's tomorrow. Shane Gillis is going to be fun.
You can't escape that, though.
No.
I would say, well, just don't play in the league. They're going to see that in the G League. They're going to see that in Thailand. They're going to see that in Greece.
Oh, it's going to be in Bangkok for sure.
They're going to see that in the Israeli league. Anywhere you go to, it's going to be on boards all around that arena.
This is teaching tape for what not to do defensively in a moment like this, when you got a Jack Furphy screaming down the lane. All right? Never turn your back to the guy.
No.
Okay? Midair. And people are alleging that this is now Noah Senge is going to be the tallest DoorDash driver of all time. Because that's just all he has now. Again, I don't know how you bounce back from this. He was a first-round pick, supposed to have a bright future, but it has never looked less bright than it does right now. We cleansed the palate with yesterday's quick clip from Charles Barkley hating himself on the golf course.
Oh, you fat
There's your rim sesh, boys.
Thanks, dude. I'm just glad nobody was taking a picture when we hit that turbulence on the way back into DFW Saturday with those microcells, because I imagine I looked similarly terrified. Alrighty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers trade deadline primer. What do you think about what Chop said this morning? Who's he trying to trade? That's coming up next year, G-Bag Nation.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece. Of course, we talk about the MLB All-Star Game, but also are...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit. Let's do it.
Said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
I imagine now that the MLB draft is wrapping up and all that the Rangers are going to get quite a few calls from the competition around baseball, wanting to see what their strategy is going into the trade deadline. If I'm CY, I'm saying I'm open to listen to anything, but we're pretty much standing pat while looking for a bullpen arm and maybe a power bat. That would be my perspective. We go to the Sean and RJ show, 6 to 10 weekday mornings here on The Fan, and we have some RJ choppy audio for you to take a listen to, see if it convinces you.
The thing with Seager is that he is a tremendous player, and that works for him. The
problem you run into is that when you're a guy of his stature, you're a leader on the team, and young guys follow you.
Right.
So you get guys out there that are up-and-coming players, and it doesn't matter if it's, Adolis isn't really an up-and-coming player, but, if you get a guy like, imagine if Jake DeGrom was never throwing bullpens, and Jack Leiter comes up, and Jack Leiter's like, well, what? I want to be Jake DeGrom.
Right.
If he's not throwing a bullpen, why would I throw a bullpen?
Yeah.
Right? So you get some of the younger guys, and you don't want that to...
the habits to be copied. Bad habits.
Bad habits. You don't want to be poisoned, right? Because Corey Seager, let's be fair, he can do whatever the hell he wants. He's Corey Seager.
Yeah.
He's a 2-time World Series MVP. He is one of the best shortstop in baseball. And if he doesn't want to take batting practice, go ahead. Right? I don't know how he gets better as an infielder if he's never taken infield, but somehow he's still really, really good. But you cannot have other guys following that
lead.
And I don't know what that means they're going to do, but let's say that they get to the trade deadline and they're still 9.5 back in the division, and they're still 4 games back in the wild card, and they're still about a game under 500 at the trade deadline. They're not going to add. I don't see them adding without subtracting at the same time. I don't think this team wants to get into the tax again. And if they add, they're probably going to get into the tax again. So would you be okay if they unloaded Seager and got a haul back?
Okay. If it's an absolute haul, I'd be open-minded to it. Can you win the trade in such a profound way that you can imagine replacing his production, in the not-too-distant future with a good level of certainty to it? But just to understand Choppy's point now, the difference is you're looking at a young rebuilding team with Carter and Langford and Young, and I guess Berger kind of applies to that as well, although he's in his third full big league season. Corey Seager's a 2-time champion. I think that's a tough sell. But again, I'm open-minded to it if you're talking about getting an absolute haul that could set this team up for the future. Corey Seager's not getting any younger. But I'm gonna go ahead and take a pass on that and hope I can keep Simeon, Seager, Garcia hot going into the final 80 games of the season or 60 games of the season and try to run this thing back. I think they're a World Series contender right now.
Yeah, I think it's different that they took 2 of 3 against Houston. Right, so now we're going into the break here and we're feeling like the offense is clicking. They got a shot here. I don't think that they are willing to go ahead and go over that luxury threshold for the 3rd year in a row. So in terms of being buyers, they're going to have to sell off some salary, most likely, in a deal to make that happen. I think that is absolutely accurate. And I do think that CY would pick up the phone if a team wanted Corey Seager. Now, the likelihood that they would trade him, I think, is, you're talking, a 5% chance? It's going to have to be an incredible offer. And I do wonder a little bit of the Rangers just went to San Diego, played the Padres, and some of this stuff trickles out a little bit. And San Diego with A.J. Preller, super aggressive team. If there was a team that was going to try and make this happen, the Padres make a lot of sense. They've got some assets in their farm, and even though they did just do the Juan Soto deal, and C.J. Abrams and Mackenzie Gore and James Wood have been awesome with the Nats, they've got a catcher who is really, really good in Ethan Salas. That's their number 2 ranked prospect in the farm at 19 years old, 6'1", 185. I think that a deal would probably start around him. Now, Siegs would have to waive a no-trade clause to begin with. We saw Max Scherzer do this 2 years ago when he was with the Mets to go to the Rangers. So the player can do that. I don't think Seager would want to go anywhere when it comes to the East Coast. Yankees, Red Sox, Mets. I don't think he's interested there. West Coast might make some more sense. I don't think it's likely, but all the things I saw firsthand, what RJ was talking about. Corey is kind of a lone wolf. He's out in the hallway. He's just working on the swing, going through, hey, I'm watching the cam here, getting ready. And yeah, other players might see that, and maybe others do want to replicate that. Corey's not the spoken leader. That's not him. And it's probably unfair to put that stuff on him. That's not his fault if somebody else wants to feel that way. Like, it goes back to Kevin Pillar's comments.
It does.
Are guys like doing their own thing? Corey is. Corey's doing his own thing. So there might be some people inside the Rangers organization that look at that. And the other thing is, right now he has still been a very good defensive shortstop. but he's about to be 32 years old, and he's a taller guy. And you've got Sebastian Walcott, who's going to be coming up the pipe.
And now Fiend.
Sure. When you get to 33, 34 years old, and you ask Corey Seager, will you move positions? He says no. That could end up being a problem. So I can kind of get, I don't think it's the craziest thing in the world to have the conversation. I get Rangers fans saying, F you, that's a future Rangers Hall of Famer, World Series MVP, we love him. But if this team ends up sliding coming out of the All-Star break and they're not looking at contenders, that's probably the player you're getting the most return for. And I don't think CY's trading DeGrom, Eovaldi. It's tough to get pitching. I think he probably looks at this and says, I've got Josh Smith on my roster already who can start at shortstop. I could maybe, if the offer was worth it, I could consider it. I don't think it's happening, but it's possible.
I think this would be really interesting, as you mentioned, if they hadn't split against the Angels and beat the Astros, if they hadn't led Major League Baseball in runs scored over the last 7 games. I think there could be some legitimate interest in this from the organization standpoint, and I absolutely would be. But the offense began to sort itself out 6 weeks ago. Okay, April and May were just bizarre, not who you really were. And, they proved they're in the middle third. I think they're in the process now of establishing maybe in the second half of the season they'll be in the top third offensively. But what happened starting around June was they kept getting their pitchers hurt, right? So then they lost some games because their starters weren't good or their bullpen got their teeth kicked in, and that's really going to normalize along with their offense. I think this team's going to be great. If I'm Ray Davis, I'm like, that's fine. We don't need to add. I don't need payroll, right? It would be nice to add a bullpen arm and a bat, but I think this team's good to go right now.
Yeah, I mean, I would love for them, especially if they come out of the gates post All-Star break and keep trending in this direction where, okay, the offense is back and the pitching is still rocking and rolling. They're winning games, and the wild card's in striking distance, hopefully above 500 by the time the deadline gets here. I mean, I would love to see them add to the bullpen. But, yeah, with where they're at now and where they've been and how they've been playing, it's hard to stomach the idea of trading Corey Seager right now. If the start of the year had spiraled into now we are
10 out of the wild card.
We're guaranteed sellers, then I think I'd be down to have the conversation. As you mentioned, Wolchuk, the no trade clause makes it that much more difficult. But in that case, if the Rangers were clearly in a sellers and tanking kind of mode, then maybe Seager would be interested to go to a winning team at that point. But at this point, with the way they're playing, dude, it's hard to stomach that idea.
Yeah, they've still got a shot. In the 6'8", you guys sound real Nico Harrison-ish. I mean, look, Luka was 26 in his prime. Corey Seager's about to be 32 years old. I don't think there's a comparison there. And 951, unfortunately, you have to build around Seager. I say Simeon is your only opportunity to get some young talent. He's not
getting anything for Simeon.
No, Seager is that's why you would do that. It's because Seager would net you a legit good haul back of assets. Yeah. Simeon's not. Simeon's not going to do that for you.
And to the point of the text, I'm not going to do this.
I mean, again, I think it's probably less than a 5% chance the Rangers would even consider doing that.
I want to trade Evan Carter though. I just don't trust his back. I'd like to trade Tyler Mahle. If you want to get rid of payroll and someone's willing to be like, sure, if you give us a prospect and Tyler Mahle will eat the rest of that salary for you. I could see that. Same thing with Jock Peterson. Is he going to give you something? Probably not. Would somebody take Jock Peterson and next year's $20 million if you gave him a prospect to eat this salary so we could take that money back out of the trade market and do something else? I think those are really the only trade ideas I want to consider.
Why not? Why would you not consider this? This guy did get you a World Series.
Mm-hmm.
Move on. Try and make the next deal. To me,
So you're willing to punt on this season for sure.
Yeah, I'm willing to. I mean, to me, if this means that we're going to get prospects, and I could say, hey, this guy's proven. There's no question about it. Corey Seager is a proven player.
I guess because the window closes when you do that. It's over. Well, now you're hoping that your young prospects become as good as Seager is.
If I'm DeGrom, if I'm Eovaldi, I'm like, well, then get me out of here too, because we're not going to be doing much in the way of championship contending for a while now.
Well, like to say though, what's your next big step? I mean, how are you going to, are you going to just draft? Is that what you're going to do? I mean, you got to figure out how you're going to. You've already won a championship with this guy. Do you feel like you're going to win another one?
Well, so you're saying we're not going to win another one. Let's blow this up.
I'm not saying blow it up. I'm just saying, though, he did the money you paid for him, it got you your championship.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you're going to win another one with him here?
I feel like we could.
Okay, if that's the case, then don't make the trade.
Yeah.
But if you're going into this thinking like, I don't know, man, he gets banged up. We've got a shortstop down there in AAA, AA that's, we'd like to get up here sooner and later.
Yeah.
Get him going on this thing.
See, I don't know what is. Am I being gullible believing this Rangers team can get back to that level?
Well,
Possibly.
I'm grateful that they signed Corey Seager. I'm grateful we got a championship, but I'm also thinking like, if I don't believe that I can win another championship with the way this thing's currently constructed with him as a part of it, and I can get more prospects, younger players, and then also maybe get Wolcott up here at some point in time. I don't know. Maybe I'm not going to sit there and hold on and hope that this guy's going to get me another championship. I appreciate the fact that he's got me one, but I think now it's time for the next big play is what I would do.
All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Mavs might be getting ready for the next big play. We got an eye on that. We'll discuss it coming up to start the Expressway at 5:20. But coming up next, who got it right on Dak, the media or his peers in the league? That's coming up next in the Nation.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4, the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. 6 days from Cowboys beginning training camp. Brian Broaddus will be out there next week reporting for us from Oxnard along with the KMC Masterpiece. Then we're going to be out there the following week. It is definitely training camp season. I got some Cowboys content here for you. Okay? Dak Prescott, who got it right? The players or the reporters? Morning News has a story up about it. ESPN had him out of their top 10, not even in the honorable mentions for his position. Players had him 79th. Okay, that's the premise of it. The way things went in 2 of the last 3 years, plus the injury history, is it fair to say this could be it? Like, even if you're a giant Dak believer in his prime, looking at 2 of the last 3 years, looking at how bad last season was with those 8 picks, couldn't this be it? I mean,
I think it's going to be hard to put it on him just for one reason.
What's that?
The head coach. We got to figure out what this head coach is going to do scheme-wise.
Yeah.
If this head coach plays run up field and run hook routes all day,
yeah,
and doesn't really try and run the ball or not successful, and then they don't try and do anything to help him, then I think it's going to be really, really hard to put it on this quarterback. And I'm not doing it just as an apologist for the quarterback, but I am going into this like with my eyes completely wide open that Schottenheimer convinced Jerry and Steven that he can get the absolute best out of Dak. And if
wasn't Dak also a big advocate for Shoddy?
Yeah, I mean, and maybe because he didn't want to learn something different, or maybe all of a sudden Shoddy was walking up to Dak at practice and like going, "Listen, I know the game plan sucks this week. I know this is going to not be really conducive to how you need to play football, but you got to fight through it today." You know? So I'm going to say if Shoddy turns into a bad, or I should say poor OC or poor designer, or we get these coaches that look, they're over their heads, it's hard to blame the quarterback for that. You got to blame the front office for hiring the head coach.
Sure. I mean, the reason I'd be willing to call it, though, is because you would have been looking at 3 different guys, Kellen Moore, Mike McCarthy, and then Brian Schottenheimer, Clayton Adams combo that he had struggled under. That's a pretty big sample size over a 4-year period.
If he struggles under this guy, I have my feeling, again, you can say whatever you'd like to say, and I'm totally cool with that. But I'm thinking, like, if this head coach, he's got to help this guy. And it's going to be very, very hard to be able to evaluate him if this head coach is not a very good play caller.
Yeah, but he hasn't had a good play caller his entire career, and he's still had good seasons. So if he can't do it with this, then it shows that there has been regression because you have been good in the past.
Then if that's the case, if he looks like that he is not very mobile and he's making more turnovers and all that, that's what you can evaluate him on.
Right.
But you could also say, I mean, they've given him the best chance with this wide receiver core that he's got. I mean, if you start to talk about Pickens.
Totally.
And
you got 2 legit. You got a good good tight end.
They literally brought Pickens in here with no hope of probably signing him. I don't think there's going to be hope there's going to sign Pickens here.
Agreed.
They brought him in here to try and help, like somebody, whether it's Dak or Shoddy or somebody, convinced the Joneses to go get Pickens.
Yeah.
You know, that somebody did. And it, like I say, but if he rolls out there and he looks bad and he doesn't look like he's very mobile and he's struggling with the reads and all that, I can't fight you guys on that.
So then
but if the offense sucks, if the offense design and execution of it or planning of it sucks, I think we'll be able to tell that. I think we'll be able to tell. Eric will be on our Monday morning going, why are we running the ball here? We can't block them here. We can't. Our tight ends can't do this. Our backs can't do this. You know, there's going to be ability to sit down and watch and say, the scheme looks god-awful for this guy. But he's not helping himself because he had this throw and this throw he could have made.
Which we're probably going to do anyway, because I think our favorite thing to do as fans and in sports media is go ahead and nitpick on the offensive play calling. We love to do that, and it's fair. But it's just frustrating when you see other quarterbacks, and we're so just in a Cowboy microscope that, like, who does Josh Allen have to throw to last year with Buffalo? And he had an MVP season. Khalil Shakur is his top wide receiver. Like you're in year 10 now. You've got CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens and Jake Ferguson, and you just took an offensive lineman in the first round. You've got 3 first-rounders on the offensive line. And I get it. The front office paid him, and it's not a perfect situation. But I'm done with the excuse making here, man. It's go out there.
What if I tell you he's not as good as Josh Allen?
He's not. We know he's not.
Okay, well then is that his fault?
No, it's not. The organization needs to figure it out.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He's never been that guy.
No, but now he's got more to work with.
Yeah,
we
always say
those quarterbacks.
We say help him all the time, and he needs every bit of help that he can get. He's not an elite quarterback. He's not.
I agree.
And so, with that being said, though, if the play caller sucks, and the scheme sucks, we got to help him, right?
I'd say that's on him too, because I got Bobby who will go on air and say he fought for Brian Schottenheimer.
Okay.
And if that's the case, then Dak, don't complain if the offense sucks, because you wanted that guy.
Okay.
So, hey, that's definitely the Joneses' fault. They hired him.
That's right.
But it's also the quarterback's fault for putting faith in him when he's had 2 years to know kind of what he's going to want.
If that's the case, then too, like I'm in this situation because I didn't like the way that Brian Schottenheimer got hired. I hate the way that the Cowboys hire their coaches. I do. I appreciate Brian Schottenheimer not hiring his buddies, though, to try and, to make us have to go through that. But I'm going to say this. If the head coach is bad, the quarterback's likely going to be bad, and then now the front office is going to have to wear both. And then Dawson, we're going to have to ask then, okay, can we make a decision on Dak?
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's the Cam Newton take. Like, it's a make or break year for Dak. You're locked into this deal for 3 years after this. So if he does play poorly, right, if the media is right, leaving him out of all the top of their rankings, the only thing you would have next year is we have to get a great left tackle and a great running back to try to save this. And that might mean skimping more on defense. Oh, you might be
moving on, though. There might be some people like that just say, well, he's not that good. I mean, you have to do more for him. You have to.
Hold on. Do you think they could move on?
Oh, I think you could.
There's $100 million of dead money.
What?
You're punting on the entire season.
What do you want to get another quarterback?
I would love to. I just don't think the Joneses would. I think they would dig in and think we need better players around him, even better.
You've tried. You've already tried. You used a first-round pick on a guard again. You keep drafting offensive linemen in the first round. What else can you do for the guy?
I would hit a left tackle in round 1 and a running back in round 2.
Yeah, they tried to hit a left tackle in round 1, but it was picked 27.
But I'm saying now we're in the 2026 spring after Dak plays poorly.
I think if I had a high opportunity, I wouldn't get a left tackle. I'd go get a quarterback. I wouldn't. If you give me the 9th overall pick, like Pro Football Focus,
that's crazy. That's crazy. You got 3 years of Dak's contract left, and you want a young quarterback. It's going to take you 2 years to eat it.
Eat it.
The only way the Cowboys win a Super Bowl is with a quarterback on his rookie deal without
if you know
big
he
dead
can't
money
play.
contracts.
If you know he can't play, move on. If you know he can't play, you just have to move on.
Well, I don't think you will know that. I think what you would know if this year struggles is our protection and running game isn't good enough. Like last year, they were horrible running the ball, and they couldn't protect him well enough to give him time and space to throw the ball. And I don't think they've done enough this year to change that, right? You got the same left tackle situation.
Well, then he's going to be awful again, right?
I think
Is that what you're thinking?
I think this might be a real struggle year.
Why do you keep wanting to keep the guy around? And I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying in general, why would you want to keep doing this then? I mean, if you're going to have the 9th overall pick or one of the top 10 pick, I think you have to look at a quarterback. We've seen teams eat large amounts of money. Look at the Denver Broncos. Ate huge money. They got a quarterback, it looks like.
$85 million.
Yeah.
And dead money that they ate on Russell Wilson.
I mean, that would be ideal if we could do that. I just don't. I think you gotta operate in the real world too, where Jerry Jones wouldn't.
Well, then we should not even talk about team building with this team because they won't do anything that helps them to be better at team building. They won't do anything that, because we shouldn't talk about it shouldn't matter then if Dak plays good or not.
Yeah.
Because they're never going to do anything in order to make that change. They can keep drafting players and adding players and all that, but it's if they're not willing to sacrifice things that they don't think are going to work, then we it's not even worth talking about. But that's what we do. I'm just saying it in a way that like. We could get mad at Dak all we want.
I don't want to get mad at Dak. No, he's doing his best.
I could say.
I want to get mad at the front office for not giving him the run game that Josh Allen had.
The front office, the front office will not do anything different. But like I said, if it was me, if it was I'm trying to help Dak right now, but I don't think they helped him with the right guard. I don't know about the left tackle. I don't know if that's, hopefully he's going to come around. But if I'm sitting there with a top 10 pick and I have a chance to draft a quarterback because I don't think the one I have can play, I'll do it, but they won't. You're right.
I mean, what happened in 2023, that was so good? It was MVP. He didn't have a great second wide receiver that year, but what you had was a healthy Tyron Smith and Tony Pollard running the ball better. To me, that's what I want to recreate, because if 25 is bad, 24 was bad, and 22 is bad, you will say 3 out of the last 4 years were bad, but then you have that 2023 sitting in there. I would say we got to create that. And by the way, Tyron Smith was second team All-Pro that year. I would think we don't have to move on and eat all of this contract. What we need to do, unfortunately, is take away some of the money we're spending on defense and reinvest that back in the offensive line.
Well, then we're going to sit here and complain that we can't
be good enough.
Yeah, then we're going to complain that they don't stop the run, and then they don't play well enough in the secondary, and that's fine. I mean, but to me, it's not fine. It's like, if you determine that Schottenheimer and Dak are not good enough, I'm not sitting here waiting around. I'm just not.
Because you have championship standards.
Well, the thing about it was, and this is where I think that guys like yourself, Chief, that fought me on this daily about, listen, I'm moving on from this guy before it even gets to this point. I think you guys are right. I'll give you your flowers for that. I will give you guys flowers for standing up and saying, listen, I would not sign this guy. I don't care. I'm not going to sign this guy. And so, that's, you were right. You're absolutely right about that, because if it's not good enough, then go ahead. You eat the $100 million, but we know damn good and well they won't eat the $100 million. They won't.
No, they won't. And at least a team like Denver, who I guess did that with Russell Wilson.
Hell yeah, they did.
They had a ready-made best defense in the league. They at least had that to lean on. And then
maybe this pass rush is going to be good enough, and maybe Ravel and Bland and others are going to be good enough to where you take the Denver plan and do this.
But then you also have to make sure they went and got the best possible coach that they felt like they could get. And I don't know that the Cowboys...
They never will here.
They unfortunately won't do that. And I understand Dawson, part of the reason why you feel like they couldn't do and capitalize on the lightning in a bottle of what they had in 2016 is because they were still paying Romo.
Yeah.
And so then you get into the same situation. So I understand wanting to slow play the next quarterback.
Yeah.
Because you want to make sure that when you do have that guy, one, you got a top prospect. It wasn't a 4th-round pick that fell into your lap. You sucked the year before bad enough to where you're going to get one of the best prospects in a draft. And two, that's the only quarterback money you're spending. And now you have the opportunity to fill out a roster around him. That's how you capitalize. But when you have the rookie quarterback on the cheap, but at the same time, for the first 2 years of the rookie quarterback, you're paying a buttload of money for the previous mistake. There is part of it.
You got to walk your way out of this, though.
You've got to figure out a way to do it. The Eagles move on from Wentz. Then they go ahead and say, hey, we're going to pivot. We're going to go to Hurts. There's a way, right? We can go ahead and build all these roadblocks all you want. The good organizations find ways. Now, I agree. The elephant in the room is that the Dallas Cowboys have not proven to be a good organization. They're not. The way that they team build for 30 years has obviously failed. Now, we can go ahead and look at all the All-Pros they've drafted, and I believe Will McClay and the Scouts, I've said this time and time again, they're the backbone of the organization.
Great job.
And the reason why they're competitive. When it comes to signing contracts, they suck at managing the cap. They wait to the last minute. They overpay for everybody. So that's not going to change. How does it change? When you get a generational quarterback. When Joe Burrow is there and you draft him, and 30 years of disgust in Cincinnati becomes, we're going to the Super Bowl in year 2. We're going to the AFC title game in year 3. Washington's the laughingstock of the NFL. You draft Jaden Daniels, we have hope. How does that happen? You take a quarterback in the top 5 of the draft. The Cowboys haven't taken a first-round pick at quarterback since 1989. It's going to have to happen here eventually, and there's no point in just waiting. If they suck this year, they got to do it. Next year maybe is the year that you have a good quarterback class.
Man, I do think you're on it there, settling for Romo and settling for Dak. But at the same time, Joe Burrow wins 8 games last year.
Sure.
Putting on that show.
That's why it's still the ultimate team sport. But he's at least so damn good that he's going to give you a shot every year.
I teased this earlier, Chief, and I want to get into it. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. Should Dak get sloppy? Maybe not sloppy, but just less etched out of stone,
less lean.
And you. I think trainers and bodybuilders and workout people, they are right in saying, hey, the best way to support your frame is to build lean, dense muscle, and it's going to support all of our connective tissues and our bones and our soft tissues because the muscles are doing all the work. But I think once you have that injury, the chain has significant weaknesses in it, and if you try to fire at 100% or if you try to get more explosive than you've ever been, you're just asking that chain to pop on one of those links. And I think that's why we've seen calf. I think that's why we've seen shoulder. I think that's why we've seen hamstring. Like a lot of it is in, that.
Well, he was a sloppy, sweaty quarterback in 16.
See, big guy.
Yeah.
Mahomes,
he was a
big guy.
He was a thick, body armored guy that was I always said this about him. Played his best when he was bloodied and muddied. That's how he was
okay. And then look at how Jalen Hurts and Lamar Jackson are running now compared to when they first came in. They were violent, quick runners, like in a hurry to get somewhere. Now they're cruising, right?
Yeah,
because they understand that explosive movement, trying to get away, trying to get the extra 2 yards. That's when the injuries happen. When someone's hanging onto my leg and I'm leaning, Dak's leg broke. Was trying to fight off a tackler from behind. Was that a horse collar tackle? I'm not sure, but it was close to it. Like these moments where quarterbacks are lunging and leaning and trying to explode. That's not what you want. I think Dak and the trainer are thinking we got to get light and lean so I can be mobile in the pocket. And instead of that, I would say get flexible, get the body armor. Russell Wilson, Ben Roethlisberger, Mahomes, Brady, Jared Goff right now. I mean, the guy probably doesn't even want to take his shirt off at the beach. Yeah. You don't need to be able to take your shirt off at the beach to be a great quarterback. No. And maybe, just maybe, if you've had that leg injury, it's actually setting you up for a higher chance at injury.
He's looking lean as hell right now, so
it looks good.
We'll see.
I bet his wife's happy.
Absolutely.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll hit the Expressway. We got G-Bag of the Day coming up, and then L.A. Live's coming up at 5:40 here on 105.3 The Fan. I have to chat Window Nation.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
maidens?
Pre-club.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Ford?
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the On-Time Experts as well. We're going commercial-free to the top from here. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 5 minutes. The Mavs are now the favorites to land LeBron James again. This is per Bovada official. Mavs at plus 125 with the Heat at 500, the Cavs at 550, the Warriors 600, and the Knicks at plus 800. I think the only thing holding him back is LeBron, just deciding maybe this is my last year and it'd be easiest to play this out in L.A., where Bryce James is still a high school player, and we made L.A. the home. And then how do you trade him? If you're the Lakers, Like, how do you get something for him worth $50 million a player? You know,
especially with the line that they're apparently drawing in the sand, according to plenty of reports, where they don't want to take on any money that goes beyond this season. They only want to take on expiring contracts because they're clearly setting up for next summer.
Want to go shopping.
Summer after that. Yeah. So that
because they're not getting offers of players that they'd be excited about.
Right.
Yeah.
So if that's going to be the case, then that makes it very difficult. And from what I've seen, the Clippers and the Heat are the only two teams that could put enough money together
that's
to make it
next
work
year.
that are also expiring.
Yeah.
So it just seems very, very impossible.
Because you're trading for a rental.
Yeah, you're just trading for a 1 year thing.
I can't give up anything of interest. And for the Lakers, I think there's value in having LeBron on our team. And if we can get Bradley Beal, the fans are going to get excited. ESPN's going to be talking about us constantly like we're real contenders. And even though that's not true, they can at least have an engagement-rich season, a season of excitement. And that might be enough for them to say, no, we'd rather hang on to LeBron. We absolutely don't want to buy him out. Like, what's the value there for us? But if I'm the Mavs, this is my top priority right now. Like, if we are going to make this happen in 2025, 2026, LeBron's the easiest path to that right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I guess if you're of the mind that this is going to be a contending Mavericks season, then I can understand why you would feel the way of trying to get LeBron here. I am out on the idea that this team is actually going to be contending. So I'm not trying to punt on guys like PJ Washington or Daniel Gafford to go and get a 1 year rental of an aging, now showing plenty of times that he gets injured. So you're having another old injured guy, plus Anthony Davis, plus Derek Lively, plus Kyrie, who's a question mark. It's like, from my vantage point, it feels delusional to do anything that is mortgaging future to win this season, because I just do not see it at all. So I cannot get on board with LeBron James.
I mean, 25-8-8?
Yeah.
25-8-8
on dealing with injuries on an injury-laden team? Like, I'm not buying the health of this team. If you gave me the magic health elixir, then I could get on board with this team could do something. On paper, you're deep, you have good players. When they play and this whole thing is healthy, it can look really nice, but there is no way that I am going to mortgage the future of PJ Washington and Daniel Gafford. I don't bet that this team is going to be healthy and contending.
I wouldn't bet on Kyrie and AD being healthy next year. I think LeBron plus Klay Thompson, Flag, PJ Washington, Gafford, Lively, that's enough. We could be the 2 seed in the West with that group. We don't even need Kyrie Irving and Anthony Davis. That's how good their centers, PJ Washington, Cooper Flag, Najee Marshall could be. I just need LeBron to be a point guard, 30 minutes a night, and we know he can score. So
yeah,
I think Nico probably more agrees with me.
Sure. Oh, for sure.
You think so?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And that's why I think it's realistic. They still haven't brought in another ball handler. He thinks he's going to win the championship this year. I guess I'm reading all the tea leaves of a Phil Handy coming over. Like, why would you chase off Sweeney and Jared Dudley, who are two of the most celebrated assistant coaches in the game right now, to bring in guys that LeBron has worked with in the past? And why would you have not gone and get another creator for the perimeter if you're seriously thinking about winning the championship this year? And to me, it just makes sense that they would believe they are getting LeBron. Like, the way they're acting right now isn't hoping to get LeBron. It's like, this is our plan. We're getting LeBron this summer.
Yeah, they've insulated it in a way. You mentioned it with the coaching staff, and I mean, there's a lot of reasons to feel like LeBron would want to be here, and that they're conducting themselves like they want LeBron. So I'm not ruling it out on their end, but just from my
your end, you're out.
Yeah, my opinion would just be that would be a total mistake.
Alrighty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got LA Live coming up in about 10 minutes or so. Send Lucius some love on social, would you? He'll be out all week long. Hopefully he's making the most of it, having a great vacay and all that. LA Live's coming up in 10. Let's do the G-Bag of the day. Here's your guy, Jacob Ray.
All right. It is G-Bag of the day from Tuesday, July 15th. My name's Jacob Ray. I'm filling in for Lucius just for the week, so if you find anything floating out there, send it to me on Instagram and Twitter. It is Jacob Ray. Last name spelled Regh. Let's get it started with the champ, Derek Lewis.
That's what I'm talking about.
Interview. Now, Broadus, we still wish it was you, kind of. Derek Lewis, post-fight interview, talking about who he wants next.
Derek, back in the win column, extending your record for most knockouts in UFC history. What do you want next, my friend?
I've been gone for 2 weeks, so I want my wife next. It's going to be a lot of ground and pounding. Ground and pounding. She know what it is. Fine ass.
I mean, he said I've been gone 2 weeks like he's been gone for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know, like he left on a whaling expedition in 1902 and had to go around Norway and Japan before making his way back home. You know how that feeling is, though, when you miss the soft touch of a woman, as he did, and for that passion, he is your G-Bag of the Day champion. One time looking for 5. Okay, who's challenging today, Jacob?
All right, so this clip went viral. I don't know if you guys have seen. Conor McGregor was catching some flack on Twitter for some images.
Oh yeah,
that went viral. Here's Chael Sonnen talking about
Chael Sonnen.
Chael Sonnen, yeah, that's who. Talking about how obsessed he is with McGregor's dong.
I can't quit staring at Conor's dick. I can't stop. I sent Conor's dick to my partner Ryan, who opened it on his computer right as his wife was coming in the background. And then we have to explain what's happening here. But I can't stop looking. I've stared at this dick for the last 2 hours. He attached a weight to his mini-me.
He did.
And you got a crooked penile function with a makeshift weight on it.
Uh-huh.
It's a lot for me to accept.
It's pretty
like pierced or something. Well, so all I know is he sent unsolicited naked photos, full frontal of himself to a singer, Azalea Banks.
Yep.
And then she outed him on the internet, but I didn't actually. I only saw like doctored up, like covered ones. I didn't know she posted it just full fledged like that.
Yeah, it's out there.
And he tied a weight to it.
He said weightlifting in the DM to her, and he has like a little, a
pendulum,
penis weight.
Pendulum.
I don't know.
Okay.
Tough sight.
Gosh, that is
towards the tip area.
The C in Conor McGregor stands for CTE. Okay, let's just acknowledge
or
that.
cocaine.
Cocaine CTE. Yeah. He's got the C in Conor and the C in McGregor, so it's cocaine CTE. That particular combo there has you sending that is unreal.
Yeah, I don't.
That's a great sound there from Son, and that's pretty damn funny.
Yeah, I doubt Azalea Banks is the only one that's received these.
Now, why do you think Chael Sonnen couldn't stop looking at it?
I mean, it's quite jarring.
Okay. What's so jarring about it? I kept seeing like crooked things, like people were talking about crooked nature.
There's a little upward curve.
Upward?
Yeah.
Wow, it's defying
it's
gravity.
Fully.
He's totally aroused.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He's excited.
All right. Well. And why do you think she outed him? Just because he was so creepy? Yeah, because it seems like it was totally out of left field. I don't know. I don't know that it was much. It's not like they're dating her.
Yeah, he might have been talking to himself in the DMs for a little bit. I mean, there's and on Toxic Tuesday, Connor's out and about doing this stuff. There's pictures of him kissing up with some girl on the beach. His birthday was yesterday.
He's engaged to somebody else.
His fiance they have 4 children together, Dee Devlin. She does not seem to care. Maybe they have an open relationship. Who are we to judge what people do in their private life? But yeah, money changes. It's just a shame. It's an absolute shame what's happened to Conor McGregor.
I think that's maybe why women don't chase the guys with money, because they know that some sort of a indecent proposal is on the other side. Yeah, like the Maroon 5 guy. Yeah. Just the first one that came to mind. Who else is challenging here, Jacob? People want you to really paint the picture, though. Well, can you paint the picture?
I think that's kind of the... You can do your own Googles.
It's like a Titanic thing? You paint a picture of it? Or
there's an iceberg.
Okay, all right. All right, so this was last night, the Home Run Derby. Pat McAfee had maybe one of the best introductions I've seen of a player. Check it out.
Hailing from Halloween, North Carolina, a man who's doing something that no catcher has ever done in the history of the sport, with the fattest ass in all of professional sports. Ladies and gentlemen, Big Dumper Cal Raleigh.
That's good, man. This guy, I think he's a man of many talents.
That's good.
Who knew that punting was like the fifth best thing that he did?
Yeah,
this guy's an MC.
He is, dude. He's a total showman. I think what he did at that Pacers game, that impromptu between quarters when they just handed him the mic and he goes like on a 60-second rant calling out the celebrity Knicks fans in the building and just getting the people hyped. I love that. We'll read some of the tweets that he received when we go hodgepodge in about an hour of people just totally hating him.
I mean, we've got some toxic audio we can get you from the All-Star game in LA Live if you'd like.
Okay, that sounds fun.
With Pat McAfee.
Hell of an intro, though. Yeah, I think, that the ask there is just, hey, Pat, could you come here and do your thing? Here's like $50,000, right? How much do you think he makes for that? That sounds like about $250,000 worth of work, which what he did last night, being at a big event like the MLB All-Star game. And I have a feeling because he's so good at it, these are going viral. We're going to see a lot more of that in the next couple of years. Maybe the next 5 years or so till you're tired of it. Who else is challenging, Jacob?
I've got one more. This guy thought it would be a good idea to try paragliding along a river, and for some reason, I guess, didn't see the power line he was driving after, and you can hear him hit it.
Oh, jeez.
So what happened after that? Was he in the process of falling?
Yeah, he fell into the river. That was where it cut off. It just cut to them rescuing him with a fire
We're
truck.
looking for the black box.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
So is McGregor. Mm-hmm. That's another thing about flying into Austin on Saturday. It's still traumatized by it. You come in right over some power lines. What would happen if a plane hit the power lines? Is that going nose forward? Do you think you're just pulling all those up and it breaks? What happens if a plane hits a power line? I don't know.
Well, it depends on the size of the plane.
For sure.
I mean, like we've seen, like when you go by hospitals, they have those up on the power lines. They have those like orange balls, and that's to show where the lines are, so the helicopters don't fly into that area and stuff like that. But yeah, you hit a power line, it's on with a plane, it's
done for.
Done for, yeah.
Yeah, just add to my list of anxieties. I was quite curious. Piqued my interest to see the power line so close to as you're coming down. Like, and is that an automatic? Does autopilot have that, or do you have to have the full focus of the pilot and co-pilot in order to avoid that? Just it's crazy what's going on in my head right now. I don't even want to go to Oxnard. I've been thinking about driving, but I know it's a solid 2-day drive.
I drove to New Orleans that time.
Yeah, about 20 hours, maybe 24 hours. Oxnard.
Yeah, I actually did this because I coming out of here today. Yesterday, I looked up the Western Sizzler, and it was 20 hours and 49 minutes away from here.
We go.
So I was just trying to find where
Two 10-hour days.
Yeah.
Better than 2.5 hours in an airplane. Could be. Okay, it's time to vote, though. Is it Derek Lewis, our champ, has been gone for 2 weeks? Is it Conor McGregor's Chael Sonnen reaction? Pat McAfee intros or paragliding over a river? I'll go with Pat McAfee. Chief, how about you?
Give me the champ.
Jacob?
I go with Chael Sonnen's obsession with Conor McGregor's meat.
Wolchuk?
Meat watchers.
Brad?
Pat McAfee.
Okay, we're tied at 2. Jump on to @GBagNation. That is our Twitter account. I'm gonna try to get a Insta pull up here as we throw it to LA Live on a Toxic Tuesday here on The Fan.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
And LA Live here on a Toxic Tuesday, brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction, Chief. Isn't that right?
That's right. Shout out to Greystone-roofing.com. Best in the business. The Vinings, family-owned business. And I'll tell you what, if you need a new roof, there's no one else I would call.
They got you.
They are the GOATs. And Wolchuk, what do you have here for us on a Toxic Tuesday?
All right, you want to start with Pat McAfee since we were just discussing him. Let's get to the All-Star game. They had to do a little Q&A with the media. McAfee was hosting this. Dave Roberts is in attendance, obviously, Dodgers NL manager. This is a two-parter here, Jacob. We'll start with Cut 6. This is the first part.
The All-Star game was moved out of Atlanta in 21 because of a law that former President Biden described as Jim Crow in the 21st century, and it was framed as a protest. Dave, In the 2021 MLB Network special on Stop Asian Hate, you said, and I quote, "I think it's just being relentless with our voices. This is not something that's just an isolated moment in time that we're talking about. It's something that needs to be talked about on an ongoing basis and be relentless with it." What happened to being relentless with it, and why are we still in Atlanta when this is on books?
You gonna sum that up for me? I know it was hard to understand. We were actually talking about that. Can you re-say what you said there?
Oh, no.
Yeah. Dave Robert, can you kind of sum up what you... So here's part two. We go back to it. And you tell me, you think Pat McAfee handled this well?
Why are we in Atlanta when this law is still on the books, and it is a dangerous situation to be a journalist in Atlanta because Atlanta has detained the most journalists by ICE?
I believe the question was a political question about laws that are on the books and everything like that. And the All-Star game was taken out, and now it's brought back. Interesting. I don't know if any of us are the experts or the ones that should be giving answers on that, but respect and appreciate the way you feel about it. And I would assume that there was a reason or some conversation that was had by the MLB and the state that all parties thought that this would be a wonderful host city for the All-Star game. And I think everybody is all very excited to be back in the beautiful city of Atlanta. I think. I don't want to speak out of pocket for anybody, but I do believe with everything else you're talking about, I don't know if Dave is a lobbyist or Paul is a lobbyist or Tarek or Coach Boone. I think they would be great at it if they decided to be as such. But I think she was talking to you. I don't know if you have, I think so. I believe it was, once again, it was hard to hear. But do you have any thoughts on Atlanta hosting the All-Star game whenever there was obviously some conversations in the past, I believe, right?
Yeah. I think he crushed this. I think he did a great job of taking like kind of a weird situation there, probably not expecting it and handling it well.
Yeah, price just went up. He's probably looking over there at the ESPN boss is like, yeah, that's going to be an extra $50K. Yeah, I was not expecting.
I didn't think we're getting political here.
To have to handle something like this. That person, by the way, was wearing a mask when asking the question.
Okay.
So just to paint the picture of what we are dealing with here.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I mean, time and place. You think Dave Roberts and Pat McAfee are the people to talk about this with?
Well, I mean, Dave did, I guess, issue that statement, which who knows if he wrote it. Probably not. Probably PR. So I kind of get why she asked it, but yeah, time and place, I don't know if that was the right time.
Had Pat McAfee taken a stand? Like, I'm not going to go here or there.
No, I don't think it had anything about Pat. It was directly related to the quote that Dave Roberts had.
Yeah.
You know, I think a lot of things are a potential entanglement. And with such a big society that we have and two distinct ways of looking at anything that could come up, I think we just have to be totally okay with people that decide to go full Michael Jordan. You know, and he famously said Republicans buy shoes too, right? So I think you can have your political thoughts, but once you decide to participate in the economy, like, you know, and people choose. Like, some people want to stand on the principle of this. I don't care how much money this costs me, I'm standing on this. You know, but I don't think you should insist that everybody else does that.
Sure.
You know, I mean, you look at all kinds of crazy things like the diamond industry. Oh, I can't believe you support that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it's just, it's one thing after another. It really is. You know, so how could you support Google or Facebook? They're monitoring people and trying to monetize your own data against you. You should cancel them. It's never ending. Like anything, literally. How do you wear Adidas? Do you know the guy that owned Adidas was a Nazi in Germany?
No.
How do you wear Adidas, man? Right. How do you wear Nike? Do you know that they use sweatshop labor in Asia? How dare you do that? And it could be any industry you can find something on, especially in this country where there is a lot of wicked capitalism that has taken place.
It gets wild. What do you guys think about the paranormal? You ever go down those rabbit holes?
Never
Love
do.
it.
Never
Love
do.
the
Yeah, I
paranormal,
don't.
huh?
Yeah.
I think you'd get into it, Brian. Jacob, you a paranormal guy?
I haven't dabbled yet, but
It's crazy.
I followed some rabbit holes for sure.
You give off the paranormal.
I thought so,
Do I
too.
really?
Yeah, like you have one of those faces, don't you agree?
Like The
Wolfgang?
Conjuring is his favorite movie.
Yeah, you love The Conjuring.
I've seen all four of them. I wouldn't say it's my favorite movie, though.
The first one's definitely the scariest movie I've ever seen.
First one's definitely the scariest.
See, that's
movie.
why I don't do it. I'm terrified of like horror movies and stuff like
Okay.
that. I don't
Well,
ever.
I'm with you on that, bro.
I did not like. I just don't.
How many of our listeners have seen the film Annabelle? Jacob, I know you have.
Oh, absolutely have.
Yep, there he goes, paranormal guy. Well, paranormal investigator on his creepy haunted Annabelle doll tour in the haunted battlefield town of Gettysburg has died completely out of the blue. We don't know why.
Oh, no.
Dan Rivera, 54 years old, was in Pennsylvania for his Devils on the Run tour, hauling the infamous Annabelle doll across the country when firefighters and medics rushed to his hotel Sunday night. Adams County dispatch logs reveal a call for CPR in progress on a man matching Rivera's age. Rivera's death was confirmed by the New England Society for Psychic Research, where he was the lead investigator. His exact cause of death remains unclear. Rivera, who was a fixture in the paranormal world, had built a serious reputation of ghost hunting, credibility, and social media following of the superstitions that were tied to the Annabelle haunted house. And I guess this Annabelle doll, I think, killed him, guys. There's no other way to explain it. This thing's real.
The Annabelle doll got him.
The Annabelle doll got him.
Yeah. Don't
tell me it's not true. It's damn true, Gavin. The Annabelle doll did it. I believe it.
I would love to believe it. I've never seen any evidence.
The doll's possessed. I mean, you got to keep it inside an enclosed deal that has, you've got crosses on every single side of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think you've got holy water that's built into the structure that keeps it captive.
Never heard about this.
And once you unleash the Annabelle doll, just expect that.
It's a doll.
Like Chucky.
It's a doll.
It's coming out.
It is a doll.
But it's a demonically possessed
But it is
doll.
a demonic, possessed evil doll.
I definitely would not be messing around with this thing. I don't know how much I believe in its ability, but I'm not going to tempt the fate, because even if there's a 0.5% chance.
So if you're holding it, you die, that kind of thing?
Some bad things are going to happen to you.
Yeah, I believe that about crutches. You ever take somebody's crutches and use them?
No.
Your ankle's going to snap. Seen it happen.
Karma.
Seen it a lot of times, believe it or not.
Where people are just goofing with crutches?
Don't goof with medical equipment. Don't crutch around when somebody's, you're going to get hurt. I've seen it